Chapter 731, The Deal with Old Man Wu, Part 1. Old Man Wu couldn't hold back any longer. How about I come to you? Where are you now? Meng Yu shook her head. That's not good. I'm in the capital, so I'll come to you. Let's meet on the rooftop of the Jiandao Hotel. Please prepare 2 million RMB in cash and $2 million for me. Also, help me set up a Hong Kong identity under the name Yu Hang. Open an account under that name and deposit the remaining money into it. Do you think you can manage that? Her plan was that having a Hong Kong identity would make things easier. Old Man Wu wiped his sweat. Yes. I'll go and take care of it for you right away. Only someone with his connections could manage this. It would be very difficult for anyone else. Meng Yu had Xiaotao exchange for 5 1-cubic meter treasure pouches. She immediately entered her space to pick 100 gene of grapes, 100 gene of apples, 100 gene of bananas, and 100 gene of longan. Of course, these weren't the fruits from the medicine garden, which were rich in spiritual energy. They were the fruits she grew in her space herself, containing only trace amounts of spiritual energy. After packing the fruits, Meng Yu rode her fan and headed straight for Hong Kong. Flying high in the night sky, she didn't have to worry about running into anything. So, she inserted spirit stones and pushed the speed to its maximum. An hour later, she landed on the rooftop of the Jiandao Hotel. She noticed the 2 spirit stones on the fan had already turned to dust and felt a pang of heartache at the consumption. This fan really used up spirit stones. If she had known that each spirit stone was worth over 1 million, she would have been even more distressed. Actually, she could have flown on her sword herself, which wouldn't consume spirit stones like the 5 elements fan, though it would use her own spiritual power. However, the speed wouldn't have been as fast. Thanks to the array on the 5 elements fan, Meng Yu's landing on the rooftop of the Jiandao Hotel didn't attract any attention. However, Old Man Wu hadn't arrived on the rooftop yet. More than 10 minutes later, Old Man Wu arrived with 2 bodyguards who were 7th-level martial artists. Upon reaching the rooftop and seeing a slender woman dressed in black with a black veil standing there, Old Man Wu hurried over a few steps, bowed, and saluted. Is it the immortal maiden? Meng Yu extended a hand in a gesture to help him up. Hello, Old Man Wu. She then looked at the 2 bodyguards and teased. A year has passed, and you 2 brothers are still at the 7th level. She hadn't forgotten how these 2 had tried to pressure her with their strength last year. The 2 bodyguards had already sensed the powerful aura emanating from Meng Yu and were greatly shocked. Last year, this girl was clearly weaker than them. Why, after just 1 year, had she become so powerful? Had she concealed her cultivation level last year, or had she improved her skills within this year? But she clearly looked only 16 or 17 years old. In either case, it indicated one thing: she possessed an extraordinary cultivation method. As greed stirred in the 2 bodyguards' hearts, they immediately remembered what Old Man Wu had said before they came. She is from a mountain sect, possibly even an immortal sect. If you provoke her, you won't even know how you died. We are only going to seek spirit fruits this time. When facing that young lady, you are not allowed to speak, and you absolutely must not act rashly. People from mountain sects were existences they dared not provoke. The 2 bodyguards quickly composed themselves, not daring to look at Meng Yu any further. Meng Yu glanced at the bags the 2 bodyguards were carrying and frowned. Old man, are you planning to use these bags to hold the spirit fruits? Old Man Wu looked at Meng Yu's empty hands, feeling puzzled. Didn't she say she was delivering spirit fruits? Why was there no sign of the spirit fruits? Chapter 732, The Deal with Old Man Wu, Part 2. Hearing Meng Yu ask about the bags they used for the spirit fruits, Old Man Wu quickly said, these bags are specially made preservation bags. They can be sealed after the fruits are placed inside to keep them fresh. Meng Yu shook her head. I'm afraid your bags won't do. You probably know that these fruits contain trace amounts of spiritual energy, which is very beneficial to the human body. But if they are taken out and left for a while, the spiritual energy will dissipate completely, and they will become ordinary fruits. Upon hearing that the spiritual energy of the spirit fruits would dissipate in the air, Old Man Wu grew anxious. He had paid $20,000 per gene for these fruits. If they turned into ordinary fruits, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Thinking about the $20,000 per gene the other party had paid, Meng Yu simply handed over her 5 treasure pouches. These 5 treasure pouches each contain 1 type of fruit, with over 100 gene of each. I'll lend you the treasure pouches. You can return them to me after you're done using them. The 2 bodyguards saw Meng Yu hand over 5 palm-sized bags and were momentarily puzzled. Could these palm-sized bags hold 100 gene of fruit? But Old Man Wu, having been a guest at a mountain sect before, had seen such treasures. He hurriedly took the 5 treasure pouches. Meng Yu's voice sounded directly in the old man's ear. You know how to use them, right? Just think and use your spiritual sense to look. To take something out or put something in, simply will it. Old Man Wu quickly did as Meng Yu said and indeed saw a pouch full of grapes. He thought about taking out the top bunch of grapes, and sure enough, the next moment, that bunch of grapes was in his hand. He ate one grape, and a warm current flowed into his dantian. These were genuine spirit fruits. He put away the grapes, picked up another treasure pouch, saw the bananas inside, thought out, and a large bunch of bananas, weighing at least 5 jin, appeared in his hand. The bananas were incredibly fragrant and sweet. Just smelling them made him feel very comfortable, so he quickly put the bananas back in. The 2 bodyguards watched as a bunch of grapes suddenly appeared in their boss's hand, then vanished, followed by a large bunch of bananas appearing. They were utterly astonished. When they looked at the palm-sized small bags again, their eyes burned with desire. Could such a small bag really hold 100 jin of fruit? Old Man Wu also looked at them with covetous eyes. Can I buy these treasure pouches as well? Mengyu was taken aback. This old man Wu actually wanted to buy the treasure pouches? She did a quick calculation and said, $10 billion each. Are you sure you want to buy them? Old Man Wu could only sigh inwardly. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he felt it wasn't worth the price. Yet, he was deeply moved. The fairy had entrusted him with 5 treasure pouches, each worth 10 billion. What immense trust she had placed in him. Little did he know that these treasure pouches were all marked with Mengyu's spiritual sense. No matter how far away they were, she could recall them whenever she wished. In truth, Mengyu herself had no intention of selling the treasure pouches. In fact, after the old man had stored the fruits, she planned to erase the memories of that night from the 2 bodyguards. That way, only Old Man Wu would know he was carrying such treasures. After all, in the mortal world, ordinary people generally didn't have such bags, and those who recognized them wouldn't care for treasure pouches with only 1 cubic meter of space. For large gunny sacks filled with RMB and US dollars were brought before Mengyu. With a wave of her hand, she stored the sacks away. Having witnessed the treasure pouches earlier, Old Man Wu and the 2 bodyguards were already desensitized and no longer surprised. Chapter 733, The Deal with Old Man Wu 3. Old Man Wu handed Mengyu a household register and a deposit slip for 117 million US dollars. Mengyu was astonished. So much. She had thought the deposit slip would only contain a little over 10 million US dollars. Who would have known it was a full 100 million more? This was a bit excessive. You've given too much. But since the money was already deposited, she sighed and took out a bottle containing 10 Peiyuan pills. These are for you. Ancient martial arts practitioners can use them to make breakthroughs. After a moment's thought, she took out a rejuvenation pill as well. This is called a rejuvenation pill. As long as there's still a breath left, it can bring someone back. Old Man Wu's heart pounded wildly. He had heard of the rejuvenation pill. It had appeared at an auction in Hong Kong, where a single pill could fetch over 100 million US dollars. Having one of these pills in hand was like having an extra life. He had hit the jackpot this time. However, he glanced worriedly at his 2 bodyguards. Such a precious treasure would attract covetous eyes. Mengyu sighed. Don't worry. Before I leave, I will erase the memories of your 2 bodyguards from tonight. They will only remember coming out with you today, but will know nothing of tonight's events. As for the items from tonight's deal, just hide them well. Old Man Wu was immediately reassured. He believed what Mengyu said. The goods had been delivered, and the money was in hand. Mengyu prepared to leave. She suddenly waved her hand, and the 2 bodyguards collapsed to the ground. Old Man Wu was greatly startled. What is this? Mengyu reassured him. Don't worry. I've erased their memories. They will be unconscious for a while. After I leave, they will wake up, but they will have completely forgotten everything that happened tonight. Old Man Wu, erasing memories is that simple? Mengyu took out the 5 elements fan, which hovered before her. She said to Old Man Wu, I'm leaving. Remember, keep your mouth shut. With that, she leaped onto the fan. The fan emitted a mist of water, forming a gray cloud that enveloped Mengyu and carried her up into the sky. If Old Man Wu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been difficult to spot that cloud flying away. But in the blink of an eye, the cloud was gone. Old Man Wu stood with his mouth agape. Had he encountered not someone from a mountain sect, but someone from an immortal sect? And he had made a deal with an immortal and even done work for one? With money in hand, Mengyu's backbone stiffened once more. Since it was rare for her to visit Hong Kong, after leaving Old Man Wu, Mengyu decided to do some shopping. Although the reform and opening up had begun, daily necessities were still scarce in the mainland. She wanted to bring some things back, like clothing, electronic watches, and tape recorders. But after looking around, Mengyu suddenly felt that she really wasn't an expert at this sort of thing. Even if she brought goods back, she probably wouldn't have time to deal with them. Moreover, the place was crowded with people, and she couldn't find a suitable spot to store the goods. Rather than earning such hard-won money, it would be better to take advantage of Shenzhen's undeveloped state and buy a few more houses and plots of land. Or, she could buy a few more courtyards in Beijing. When the time came to sell, they would be worth hundreds of millions. Once the thought occurred, she acted on it. Thinking of Shenzhen at this time, wasn't that so-and-so lake, so-and-so garden residential complex just starting to sell now? She could go directly and buy over a dozen units to leave idle, and they would become a huge asset in the future. Mingyu thought it and did it. She flew directly from Hong Kong to Shenzhen and, based on what she knew from her past life, found the comrade in charge of sales for the residential complex. Chapter 734, The Deal with Old Man Wu, Part 4. How many units do you plan to buy? The person in charge thought he had misheard. How many units can one person buy? Mingyu asked. The person in charge thought for a moment and said, well, there's no limit at the moment. It seemed that next time, there would need to be a restriction. Can I buy 100 units? Mingyu tentatively asked. What? The person in charge was at a loss for words. There were only a little over 500 units in total. Who would ask for 100 right off the bat? Seeing his expression, Mingyu realized she had been too greedy. Well then, I'll buy 50 units. 50 units aren't okay either? 30 units. 30 units aren't okay either, then 20, at least 10 units. The person in charge was crying inside. He hadn't actually said she couldn't buy that many, she was the one lowering the number herself. However, the apartments were indeed sold out, with only 10 units left. Alright, will you be paying in full or taking out a loan? Don't we need to choose the units? There's no choice left, only 10 units remain. Mingyu couldn't help but feel grateful she had come in time. Alright then, I'll pay in full. Will you be paying in Hong Kong dollars or RMB? RMB. Fine, let's make it a round number, 500,000 renminbi. In the end, Mingyu selected the apartments, paid the money, and completed the procedures. Of course, what she wanted was that Hong Kong identity. The apartments wouldn't be completed until 1984, so Mingyu flew directly back to the capital. 500,000 renminbi for 10 apartments. In the future, each of these apartments would be worth over 2.5 to 2.6 million. Therefore, even if she just bought them and left them there, they would appreciate on their own. Of course, when the time came, she would do some simple renovations and rent them out. Returning to the capital, Mingyu went back to the courtyard house in Yong'an Alley. Naturally, the rooms had been left in a mess by Ma Depan and her family, so she had no intention of staying there. That night, she stayed in her space. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Ma Depan arrived with a group of people. Ma Depan raised her fist to pound on the door, but remembered what had happened last time when her fist bounced back and hit her own eye. She raised her voice and shouted, little Jiang, open the door. We're moving out. Mingyu scanned with her spiritual sense and saw Ma Depan standing at the door with a man around her age and 2 children. Further away, at the corner, stood a tall man. This person was none other than Ma Depan's hooligan brother, Ma Dana. Behind him, naturally, stood a group of hooligans. However, at this moment, Ma Dana was standing behind a man who was quite a bit shorter than him. But when Mingyu took a closer look at Ma Dana, she was somewhat surprised. Ma Dana had previously practiced martial arts by forcing out his potential. Essentially, he was burning the wick of his life force much brighter than others. While others burned a day's worth of oil, he burned half a day's worth or even less. Although he usually appeared bright and energetic, brighter than others, once the oil ran out, the lamp would go out. Therefore, when Mingyu saw him last year, his bone age was only 35 or 36, but he had already used up the oil equivalent to someone in their 50s. If he didn't replenish the oil, he wouldn't live past 40. But now, not only had he stopped depleting his oil, he had actually replenished 2 years' worth. If last year, when Mingyu saw him, his accelerated physiological age was 51, then normally, he should be 52 now. And according to Ma Dana's rate of consumption, he should be 53. But now, he still looked like he was 51. Who had replenished his oil? Chapter 735, The Deal with Old Man Wu 5. Mingyu turned her gaze to the man who had willingly made someone as proud as Ma Dana follow him. He was of medium build, with a somewhat fierce-looking face. He was 41 or 42 in bone age, but physiologically, he appeared to be only 27 or 28. This man was actually a genuine ancient martial arts practitioner. Moreover, he was already half-step to the Xiantian realm. Mingyu found it strange. A half-step Xiantian expert would actually stand up for a shrew like Ma Depan? After some thought, Mingyu still stepped forward, opened the door, and stood on the steps with her arms crossed, looking at Ma Depan's family. The compensation money, 10 months' rent, 1,200 yuan, handed over. Ma Depan wanted to speak, but her husband stopped her. Mingyu couldn't help but take another look at this man. He didn't seem as unreasonable as Ma Depan. He was decent-looking and didn't appear to be an unreasonable person. She just didn't know why he allowed Ma Depan to be so arrogant. She glanced at Ma Dana. It was probably because Ma Depan usually used her brother's martial prowess to suppress her husband, right? However, as soon as the man spoke, Mingyu immediately retracted her assessment of him. I apologize on behalf of my wife. We shouldn't have moved into your house. But since we've already lived here. Previously, the house we rented only cost 15 yuan a month. It was only because we really didn't have enough money that we moved into your courtyard. Here are 200 yuan. 150 is for the rent, and the other 50 is for buying paint and lime. Please accept it, Comrade Jiang. I hope Comrade Jiang will allow us to move out today. What? 200 yuan? He was actually paying her rent based on 15 yuan a month? Mengyu laughed. Are you mistaken? You forcibly moved into my courtyard and made my house filthy, and you're only compensating me with 200 yuan? Open your dog eyes and take a look. This is a courtyard with 3 main rooms, 4 side rooms, and 2 ear rooms, 9 rooms in total. And you're paying me based on the price of a single room? Also, look at my walls. Is that lime? That's wall putty. Reapplying it costs 1 yuan and 50 cents per square meter. These 9 rooms have 5 surfaces, totaling about over 800 square meters. Just reapplying the putty would cost how much? Calculate for yourself how much it should be. And the doors and windows, these are carved rosewood doors and windows. Look carefully. That's high-end furniture paint, not the ordinary paint that costs a few yuan a bottle and peels after being exposed to the sun. Also, what about the labor cost? The fee for this kind of skilled worker should be 10 yuan a day. Tell me yourself, is the 50 yuan you brought enough for the labor cost or the material cost? Can it restore my house to its original condition? Ma Depan's husband seemed not to have expected that repairing the house would cost so much money. He said helplessly, but our family really has no money. We only moved in because we saw your house was empty. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Are you sure your family has no money? Mengyu found it amusing. What she saw was that tens of thousands of yuan were hidden in that house. No money, no place to live? I remember that Prince's mansion is also empty. Why didn't you go live there? There are many other higher-end courtyards still vacant. Why didn't you go live in those? Why did you specifically come to live in mine? Since you've lived here and made my house dirty, you should, first, pay the rent for these 10+ months. Second, restore the dirted house to its original condition. Chapter 736. Buying a house in Shenzhen. Mengyu continued, the rent for a courtyard like this outside is around 100 yuan, so I'm charging you 100 yuan per month. As for the cost of repairing the house, reapplying the putty and cleaning the doors and windows, it cost more than 1,000 yuan. But since Annie Chan from the neighborhood office ruled that you should pay 1,000 yuan, I agreed to accept only 1,000 yuan for the repairs. No matter who you bring here, my stance remains the same. Pay 2,000 yuan, and I'll let you move out. Otherwise, your belongings will be valued at 2,000 yuan. Ma Depan couldn't hold back and rushed forward again. You little bitch, you're robbing us. We only have so much. When this courtyard belonged to Old Chin, I lived here for over a decade without paying a single cent. Now that it's in your hands, and I've lived here for less than a year, you dare ask me for 2,000 yuan? Do you know this is extortion? I'm telling you, I can sue you. Even houses that were nationalized and allocated to the public for living required rent, though the amount was minimal. However, Old Chin was not a bureaucratic capitalist, so his house was not subject to confiscation. Thus, when Ma Depan moved into Old Chen's house back then, it wasn't because the authorities assigned it to her. She forced her way in. As for the other 2 households, since a traditional courtyard house typically accommodated at least 4 families, and Old Chen's courtyard was a 3-sided one, it was impossible to let Ma Depan's family occupy it alone. So, they followed her example and forced their way in as well. Since the house wasn't publicly owned, there was naturally no rent to pay. For Old Chin, being able to reclaim his house was already a relief. How could he dare ask them for rent? This was precisely why, upon discovering that Mengyu's newly renovated courtyard was unoccupied, Ma Depan immediately forced her way in, just as she had done with Old Chen's house years before. She assumed that, at most, she would have to vacate the house when Mengyu showed up, but she would have lived there rent-free for a year. She never expected Mengyu to demand payment, and even the neighborhood office sided with her. How could she not be furious? Mengyu laughed in exasperation. Sue me? Then go ahead and sue. Didn't you already complain to the neighborhood office? What was the result? Didn't you still have to compensate me? Old Chin was just an intellectual sent down to the countryside, not a bureaucratic capitalist whose house was confiscated by the state. You forced your way into his house and lived there for over a decade, and you have the nerve to say you didn't pay rent? Just because his family didn't ask you for it doesn't mean you shouldn't have paid. As for now, this house was bought by me and renovated by my brother. You forced your way in, so you must compensate me and pay rent. I'm only charging you the market rate. You should thank your lucky stars. If you dare refuse to pay, humph, don't even think about taking a single blade of grass out of my house. You wouldn't dare. Ma Depan was frightened. Losing her belongings was one thing, but she absolutely had to retrieve the things hidden under her bed. Why wouldn't I dare? If you have the guts, come in, Mengyu retorted. If you have the guts, come out. Let me be straight with you. If you dare come out, I'll beat you to death. I'm coming out. What are you going to do about it? Mingyu decisively jumped into the alley. Do you think just because I'm out here, you can come and kill me? Mingyu thought to herself that since Ma Dana had called for backup, she might as well give them an opportunity. She wanted to see if that middle-aged man would dare to make a move. Chapter 737. Troubles Arise from Forcing One's Hand 1. At this moment, Ma Dana's boss's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He, Zhang Jimin, a quasi-innate master, was actually being forced into a corner. He had agreed to come earlier because his newly accepted nominal disciple, Ma Dana, said his sister was being bullied. Not only had the house they had lived in for over a decade been suddenly taken back, but the other party was also scheming to seize his sister's family assets, forbidding them from moving their belongings. Although Ma Dana was only his nominal disciple, he couldn't just stand by and let him be bullied. That's why he came. However, he felt that, given his status as a quasi-innate master, intervening in such a trivial matter was beneath him. So, he let Ma Dapan's family step forward first to reason with the other party. If the other party refused to listen, he would then step in. But who would have thought that the unreasonable one wasn't someone else? It was his nominal disciple's sister. She had forcibly occupied Old Man Chen's house for over a decade without paying a single cent in rent. Now that the house had changed owners and the new owner had just finished renovating, she tried to force her way in again. This time, however, she had met her match. He was truly caught between a rock and a hard place now. If the other party was truly as unreasonable as his disciple claimed, bullying his disciple's sister, then it would be perfectly justified for him to intervene. But the problem was, it was his disciple's sister who was bullying others. How could he possibly intervene now? Yet, if he didn't intervene and simply left, he would lose face. His disciple's sister had already called him out. If he backed down now, it would seem as if he was afraid of her. After some consideration, he still stepped out from the street corner. Friend, it's best to be forgiving when you can. Let's just drop this matter. I promise you she will never appear before you again. Seeing that the quasi-innate master had still stepped forward, Mingyu sighed and said, Trouble comes from speaking too much. Worries arise from forcing one's hand. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jimin's heart clenched violently. Wasn't he exactly forcing his hand now? But even if he was, he didn't like others commenting on it. Young lady, I suggest you watch your words. Mingyu sighed. The truth is often hard to hear. However, she looked at Zhang Jimin. May I ask your name, friend? At this time, people still addressed each other as comrade, but since this person had earlier referred to Mingyu as friend, she followed suit. My surname is Zhang. Oh, Mingyu nodded. So it's Mr. Zhang. Are you stepping forward to support the shrew Ma Dapan? Zhang Jimin's face darkened even further, supporting the shrew Ma Dapan. Thinking back, wasn't Ma Dapan exactly a shrew? And wasn't what he was doing precisely supporting a shrew? He truly wished he had never come. Mingyu seemed to feel that she hadn't dealt him enough of a blow. She glanced at Ma Dana and added, or perhaps you're actually trying to force your hand for this little brother who has less than 10 years of life left? Less than 10 years of life left. Ma Dana was terrified. His master had told him before that he had hidden injuries. If they weren't treated, his cultivation would stagnate. But he never knew that his body not only had hidden injuries, but also only had a few years of life left. You're talking nonsense, he instinctively retorted. Am I talking nonsense? Can't you tell for yourself? You've been tempering your body to improve your martial prowess, draining all the potential from it. Yet you haven't replenished it, only output, no input. Do you think you have unlimited life? Even if you obtain some spiritual medicine and take a little, it will only replenish 1 year of your life at most. The deficits from before cannot be made up without spiritual medicine. Chapter 738. Troubles all stem from forcing oneself forward 3. Ma Dana stared at Jiang Mingyu, momentarily speechless. She said he had gained a year of lifespan because he took a spiritual medicine? That little ginseng he ate actually replenished a year of his lifespan? He turned to look at Zhang Jimin. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have offered that big ginseng to his master in exchange for the title of a nominal disciple. Zhang Jimin was also shocked. So, this disciple had obtained more than one good item and kept the better one for himself. Mingyu, unaware of the exchange between them, turned towards Zhang Jimin. And you? Mingyu pointed at the quasi-Xiantian. Don't think that just because you've stepped into half-step Xiantian and your body hasn't shown problems yet, it's because you have spiritual medicine supplementing you. If you fail to enter true Xiantian and lack spiritual medicine to replenish your life potential, you will likewise meet an untimely end. She then pointed at the hoodlums behind Ma Dana. You are all the same. You only practice external exercises, not internal cultivation. Tempering the body for training without timely replenishment is like eating tomorrow's food today, understand? If you continue training like this, none of you will live to a natural old age. Ha 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 ha. Ma Dana suddenly burst into loud laughter. You're just saying these scary things because you see my master is here and you know you can't win, right? In this world, isn't this how every martial artist trains? What external exercises, what internal cultivation? Don't tell me you're an immortal and possess the legendary internal energy. You're just scared. Master, beat her up. Upon reflection, everyone thought it made sense. Isn't this how all martial artists train? As for the internal energy written about in novels, that only exists in legends. This young girl must be afraid. That's why she's saying these things deliberately to scare everyone, so the master won't intervene in Ma Depan's matter anymore. They were all the boss's subordinates. The boss's sister was their sister. How could they ignore the boss's sister's trouble just because this girl scared them a few times? They shouted in unison. That's right, you're just scared. Master, beat her up. Seeing that her attempts to enlighten them were still met with ignorance, Mingyu sighed inwardly. They have no idea what's good for them. She looked at Zhang Jimin. You want to attack me? Zhang Jimin, however, had a face full of black lines. He came only to serve as a deterrent. How could he attack, especially a young girl? But now he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Young lady, just let Ma Dana's family go. Allow them to move their belongings away. He thought if she let Ma Depan's family off, he wouldn't lay a hand on her. Impossible. Mingyu flatly refused. I am on the side of justice. If you insist on siding with evil, then come at me. She rarely had opportunities for combat. This person was also a half-step Xiantian. Perhaps fighting him would yield some gains? Zhang Jimin didn't want to fight, but in the end, he had no choice. However, he only tried to move, adopting a graceful stance and throwing a palm strike towards Mingyu. Mingyu, considering herself at the peak of the second level of Xiantian, decided to suppress her power to half-step Xiantian before meeting his palm. But with just one palm strike, a crack was heard, and Zhang Jimin let out a scream of pain. Mingyu was a bit confused. I clearly suppressed my power by 3 levels. How could I still have injured you? Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Zhang Jimin spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 739. Troubles all stem from forcing a show of strength 3. Zhang Jimin had initially thought his disadvantage was due to his own underestimation of the enemy, having suppressed his power by 1 level while his opponent went all out. He never expected that the other party had actually suppressed their power by 3 levels. Suppressed by 3 levels, and yet they easily broke his hand. How was he supposed to face this? Just how high was this girl's cultivation level? It was definitely above the Xiantian realm. Although he was half-step Xiantian, that half-step seemed close, but in reality, his power was still far from the true Xiantian level. In his extreme anxiety, he spat out a mouthful of blood and simply rolled his eyes, fainting on the spot. In his mind, the words Jiang Mingyu had spoken when they first appeared suddenly echoed. Disputes arise only from speaking too much. Troubles all stem from forcing a show of strength. Mingyu shook her head. This Zhang Jimin had probably been afraid of injuring her, so he had also suppressed his own power. His realm was already inferior to hers, and with his power suppressed, how could he not lose when clashing palms with her? She sighed, reset his hand for him, tore some cloth strips, and bound it up. She said to Ma Dana, take him to the hospital. Ma Dana hadn't expected that his master couldn't even withstand a single move from the girl before him and was injured. Moreover, according to this girl, she had also suppressed her own power, which was what had infuriated his master to the point of fainting. He went over, intending to pinch his master's philtrum to revive him, when he suddenly noticed his master's eyeballs roll slightly. One eye half opened, giving him a meaningful look. Only then did he understand. His master couldn't defeat this woman and, feeling utterly humiliated, was pretending to be unconscious. Even his master had to resort to feigning unconsciousness to leave. It seemed he couldn't handle his sister's matter. Forget it, let her deal with it herself. The group of people crowded around and left in a flurry. Chapter 740. Troubles all stem from forcing a show of strength 4. Ma Depan's husband sighed and said, we'll compensate. It's just, we don't have the money right now. Could I write you an IOU first? No. Mingyu looked at the man. Your family has money. Shame and anger flashed in the man's eyes. If I had money, why would I be here saying all this? Seeing his expression didn't seem fake, Mingyu found it strange. Could he really not know about the money? Mingyu said, all right then. I won't ask you for additional money. Just give me the money from the room you slept in. Ma Depan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes turned fierce. You touched my money, didn't you? Mingyu sneered. Weren't you the one who said you had no money? Ma Depan was left speechless, unable to retort. Her husband, however, agreed. Fine. If money is found in that room, it's yours. But you must let me move our belongings back. Mingyu was inwardly amused. You really have no idea how much money your wife has, do you? If he knew his wife had buried tens of thousands under the bed, what would he think? No. Let me go in. I'll get it for you, Ma Depan said. Mingyu opened the array passage leading to the rooms. Go ahead. Ma Depan hurriedly ran inside. Mingyu's spiritual sense naturally monitored her, watching as she frantically rummaged through a cabinet and pulled out a padded jacket. Mingyu was puzzled. Why wasn't she digging up the money box under the bed? Using scissors, Ma Depan cut open the inner layer of a pocket and took out a stack of money, roughly 200 yuan. Then she cut open the back area, finding about 1,000 yuan there. Next, she cut open both sleeves, retrieving 500 from each. Seeing it still wasn't enough, she took out a pair of padded pants, cut open one side, and took out 400 yuan. Noticing she had an extra 100, she put it back, but after a moment's thought, took it out again. She even cut open another spot, retrieving 2,200 yuan in total. Ma Depan handed 2,000 yuan to Mingyu and began moving their things. A suspicion formed in Mingyu's mind. She went through all the trouble of cutting money out of the padded clothes. Could it be that the money box buried under the bed isn't actually hers? If it wasn't hers, it likely belonged to old Chintu. But then, why hadn't old Chintu dug it up? Could it be that old Chintu didn't bury it, but his late wife did? Did she pass away before she could tell him? But that didn't seem right either. They were sent down in the 1950s. Weren't they in need of money back then? Why wasn't it taken with them, but buried under the bed instead? Minyu's spiritual sense probed under the bed again, examining the box of money. Suddenly, she noticed something. All the bills were from the second series of RMB. And they were all 10 yuan notes, commonly known as the big black tens. Before, she had only seen the money and subconsciously focused on the quantity, knowing there were roughly 10,000 yuan, but she hadn't noticed that all the bills were from the second series of RMB, and all were big black tens. Big black tens. In later years, each one would sell for 200,000 yuan. And here there were a full 1,000 of them. Fortunately, she hadn't directly revealed this during her earlier exposure. Otherwise, given Ma Depan's nature, this money would undoubtedly have ended up in her hands. Minyu stood by the door, arms crossed, momentarily hesitant. Does this money really belong to old Chintu? If it is his, shouldn't I return it to him? But what if it isn't his? After all, he hadn't lived in this house for a long time. It had even been vacant for several years before Ma Depan moved in. Chapter 741. Troubles all stem from forcing one's hand. 5. Mingyu was not short of money now, so she had no intention of embezzling these funds. Perhaps using them for charitable causes was the best option. She immediately felt amused at herself. To say this money was valuable was true for later generations. Right now, it wasn't worth much, just 10,000 yuan. After Ma Depan finished moving, she did not touch the small iron box under the bed or the jewelry box hidden in the wall cavity connected to the side room on the other side. The furniture in the house was all left by old Chintu. Ma Depan only had some clothes and electrical appliances. Therefore, 3 flatbed tricycles were enough to haul everything away. Once all the belongings were moved out, Ma Depan, afraid of leaving anything behind, specifically swept the floor, striving not to leave a single thing. After Ma Depan's family left, before the neighbors could come over to chat, Mingyu closed the main gate, activated the formation, and then entered that room to start digging out the box under the bed. The box was dug out and opened. Inside were stacks of large black 10 yuan bills, 100 bills per stack, exactly 100 stacks in total. Only after taking out the money did Mingyu discover that there was actually a piece of paper at the bottom of the box. It was a property deed for this very courtyard. What puzzled Mingyu was that this deed was not under old Chintu's name, nor his deceased wife's, but belonged to a woman named Liu Yulian. So, this house and this money all belonged to another woman. It was just unclear why the house had ended up in old Chintu's hands. And this money, therefore, clearly did not belong to old Chintu, but to this woman named Liu Yulian. Mingyu thought for a moment, then put away the iron box and went to dig out the treasure chest from the wall cavity. This house had a wall between the main bedroom and the side room, with a gap in between. Using her spiritual sense, Mingyu found the mechanism on the wall and opened the hidden crevice in the partition wall. It was just spacious enough for a person to stand in, likely intended as a hiding place in case of emergencies. And right now, within this wall crevice, sat a treasure chest. This treasure chest was much larger than the one Li Chunhua had schemed to get from her elder brother. The chest was 1 meter high, 1 meter wide, but only 30 centimeters thick. It seemed it was made specifically to fit into that wall crevice. However, there was a chest, but it was locked. Without a key, it simply couldn't be opened. Moreover, a note was pasted on the chest, stating that it contained a self-destruct bomb. If forced open, the chest would explode. An ordinary person naturally wouldn't be able to open it, but Mingyu had spiritual sense. And her spiritual sense could materialize. She extended her spiritual sense into the keyhole and easily used her mental power to unlock it. Opening the chest, there really was a round object inside, filled with explosives and fitted with a fuse. But if someone really tried to force it open violently, could this thing actually detonate the chest? However, Mengyu didn't dare test whether it could explode. Instead, she carefully placed the object into her ring. Inside the treasure chest were boxes of various sizes. Mengyu opened one box and was instantly dazzled. She had seen treasures before, but those were mostly antiques. Mengyu was more fond of the essence of the sun and moon attached to those antiques. But the chest of treasures before her now genuinely made Mengyu feel joy from the bottom of her heart. On the very top were placed various gold and jade jewelry, each in small boxes. Mengyu took them out one by one, opened each box, and admired the exquisite jewelry inside piece by piece. Chapter 742. The money isn't ma depends. Oh my, these things are so exquisite, Mengyu really likes them too much. One hollow-carved flying phoenix gold biao hairpin, one gold filigree inlaid with ruby double-wand birds with kingfisher feather biao hairpin, one sapphire blue kingfisher feather pearl hairpin, one purple jade hollow-carved gold hairpin, one 9 phoenix encircling pearls, red gold wire-wrapped pink pearl hairpin, one coral bat flower hairpin inlaid with pearls, 2 strings of red jade beads, 2 strings of green lotus flower chains, one pair of white jade ear pendants, one pair of ruby ear pendants, one pair of red coral earrings, one pair of pink pearl ear pendants, one agate necklace, one emerald jade bead necklace, one red gold coiled she dragon neck ring, one pink pearl necklace, one pair of gold inlaid 9 dragon playing with pearl bracelets, one pair of twisted silver bracelets, one pair of ruby inlaid double dragon pattern gold bracelets, one pair of emerald jade bracelets, one pair of mutton fat white jade bracelets. Additionally, there was a large pile of jewelry that Mengyu couldn't name. However, unlike these treasures which were stored in boxes, those were just piled together in a larger box, clearly indicating they were ordinary jewelry. Still, Mengyu thought these things were quite nice too. Especially that biao hairpin, it actually had a flying phoenix biao. Wasn't that something only imperial consorts in the palace could use? Why would it appear here? She asked Xiao Tao in her heart. Xiao Tao, if I take these things, won't it deduct my merit points, will it? Seeing her master's appearance, Xiao Tao felt a bit disdainful. Master, this box and the one under the bed are all ownerless items. Taking them won't affect your merit. Mengyu was puzzled, but isn't the deed written under Lu Yulian's name? Master, there isn't a trace of Lu Yulian's vital energy left on this deed, which shows she has been dead for a long time. Moreover, this house has already come into old Shintu's possession. If old Shintu had discovered it, naturally it would be his. But since he didn't, it's ownerless. Master, just take it. However, Xiao Tao really liked the essence value attached to those pieces of jewelry. But seeing how much her master liked them, she definitely wouldn't let her absorb the essence value. Oh well, those pieces of jewelry are only about 300 to 400 years old anyway, and the essence value on them isn't much. It's rare for master to like something, so I won't touch her things. Lu Yulian was dead? Could it be that old Shintu obtained the house through irregular means as well? But that had nothing to do with Mengyu. She was still admiring that flying phoenix buyao. Xiao Tao, do you think this might be something only an empress could wear? Xiao Tao didn't make a big deal of it, probably. There's no empress now anyway, master. You're not thinking of wearing it, are you? Mengyu rolled her eyes. Of course I won't wear it. It would be too inconvenient for movement. But I like it. If you like it, then just collect it, Xiao Tao said. Mengyu took out all the jewelry and placed it to the side, then continued taking things out of the box. After the jewelry was taken out, there were several boxes containing loose pearls. If others saw these loose pearls, they would surely exclaim in surprise. Because they were all very perfectly round, each box contained pearls of uniform size, and there were various colors. But for Mengyu, the pearls in her own ring were even larger than these. Moreover, she had placed over 100 large clams in the space river, so there were definitely many pearls inside. Therefore, these loose pearls didn't hold much attraction for her. After the pearls came various gemstones, all stored in boxes. Mengyu took them out and placed them to the side. When Mengyu opened the last box, she was momentarily stunned. A luminous pearl. Although there was only one, it was quite large. It should be worth a lot of money. However, Gu Dongxing's ancient past life had crafted a palace that also contained luminous pearls. So, although Mengyu marveled at it, she didn't place too much importance on it. After all the boxes were taken out, finally there were the gold ingots. She counted them. There were 100 gold ingots, each weighing about 50 taels. That made a total of 5,000 taels of gold. Chapter 743. The Treasure Chest with a Bomb. After the gold ingots were taken out, the very bottom layer revealed 2 jade boxes. Mengyu found it strange. The previous boxes had all been made of sandalwood, so why had these turned into jade? Upon opening it, Mengyu secretly sighed with regret. This box contained 1,000-year-old ginseng. However, due to its great age, even though it was stored in a jade box, much of its medicinal potency had been lost. Still, she had plenty of ginseng in her space. The other jade box, could it be a 1,000-year-old Lingji mushroom? Mengyu opened it and saw that it really was a 1,000-year-old Lingji. But just like the ginseng, much of its medicinal properties had diminished. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Mengyu. This chest contained items used by imperial consorts. Every piece of jewelry was exquisitely crafted to the extreme. Could these have come from the palace? Her heart suddenly began to race. Mengyu realized that if this chest of items had indeed come from the palace, it wouldn't be hard to explain why there were so many treasures, including the night pearls. It was probably taken out by some consort, palace maid, or guard when the Qing dynasty fell. They built this small courtyard here, reluctant to leave, and one day passed away without having time to tell anyone. Although everything had been taken out of the chest, when Mengyu examined it with her spiritual sense, she discovered there was still a hidden compartment. After studying it with her spiritual sense for a while, she opened the compartment and found a piece of parchment inside. Mengyu thought to herself, it couldn't be some kind of treasure map, could it? She opened it, and it really was a map. However, this map was only 1/4 complete. After thinking for a moment, Mengyu decided this map absolutely must not appear. Therefore, she placed the map back into the chest's hidden compartment, threw the gold into a ring, returned all the other items one by one into the chest, and stored the treasure chest in the underground warehouse of the thatched cottage within her space. Of this chest of treasures, only the gold was usable now. The price of gold at this time was not as high as in 1980, roughly around $427 per ounce. In a little while, it would drop to $350, and by August 1999, it would even fall to $260. Therefore, this gold had to be sold immediately. Mengyu walked out of the room and retrieved her formation. She went out to find Annie Chin, asking her to hire someone to design the kindergarten building and start construction. Of course, she first offered some ideas of her own. It would be best to design all the kindergarten buildings in the style of a fairy tale world. Although it would cost more for materials, the children would love it. She wanted to build a high-end kindergarten. As for the staff housing behind it, she personally designed a preliminary draft, creating a 3-dimensional drawing, and then had Auntie Chin find professionals to refine the details. She designed the housing as stacked townhouses with sky above and ground below. Each building would have only 4 units. Each household would have 2 floors, the first floor containing a living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, plus a storage room, the second floor with 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. Those with ground space would have a garden in the front and a vegetable plot in the back. Those with sky access would have the rooftop designed as a garden and vegetable plot. Each floor would be cast-in-place concrete, not the currently popular prefabricated slabs. The underground area of the houses was designed as a garage. Because of the underground garage, the first floor wouldn't be damp. Because of the rooftop garden, the top floor wouldn't be hot. Such houses wouldn't be outdated even 40 years later. As for the storefronts by the road, Mengyu planned to only build a row of simple ones for now. Because the area wasn't bustling enough yet, the second floor wouldn't attract tenants. Even if a tall building were built, the rent wouldn't be very high. Her money needed to be used where it mattered most now. After setting the general plan, Mengyu left the kindergarten reconstruction project to Auntie Chin. She could tell this auntie was a capable person, but she had simply backed the wrong side when she was young and hadn't had a stage to showcase her abilities. As for Mengyu herself, she prepared to go to the black market. Not the kind selling antiques that Brother Ching had taken her to last time, but the underground black market run by ancient martial artists in City B. Mengyu didn't know where the black market was, but she wasn't worried at all. She didn't know, but someone else did. Someone would tell her. Chapter 744, Taking Stock of the Treasures. Mengyu disguised herself as a middle-aged woman. She walked out of her room, glanced around, and then called out in a certain direction, "Luda, tell me, where is the black market?" Luda, who was hidden in an ancient locust tree in an alley outside the courtyard, sighed helplessly and jumped into the yard. "How did you find me?" Ever since he had advanced to the Xiantian level, he felt his concealment skills were quite high, yet Mengyu had still managed to locate him. Mengyu rolled her eyes. "You're such a big person, constantly radiating body heat. How could I not sense it?" Luda was speechless. He couldn't exactly turn himself into a cold-blooded creature, could he? It seemed that from now on, it would be impossible to hide anything from his master. "The family head asked me to protect you in secret. I had Lishan and Lishui secretly monitor the fake young lady." Mengyu was taken aback. "Does he believe my identity now?" "Yes. But he said it's not yet the right time to reveal your identity, so you'll have to bear with it for now. However, he asked me to bring you the cultivation resources meant for the Nan family's eldest young lady." "The Nan family's eldest young lady's resources?" "Yes. The family head found fault with her and cut off her cultivation resources for a year. As he spoke, Luda handed Mengyu a small pouch. Mengyu took the pouch and looked inside. There were 3 bottles and a bankbook with a balance of 100,000 yuan. Mengyu looked at Luda, puzzled. Luda explained, this porcelain bottle contains spiritual liquid, which can speed up cultivation. This bottle holds 2 Peiyuan pills, used by martial artists to break through bottlenecks. This small jade bottle, about the size of a little finger, contains stone marrow. He sighed inwardly. His master probably wouldn't care much for these things, right? After all, when he pledged allegiance, his master had even given him a bottle of Peiyuan pills. As for the spiritual liquid, she felt it was only slightly more potent than her own spring water. If she wanted to, she could easily concentrate the spiritual spring in her space to extract something similar. When she poured out the Peiyuan pills, she was disappointed. These pills seemed to be brewed and were far inferior to her own. As for the last item, the stone marrow, before Mengyu could say anything, Xiaotao exclaimed in the space, stone marrow. They actually have stone marrow. This is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Mengyu is curious. Is it better than our marrow cleansing pills? Marrow cleansing pills remove impurities from the body, but stone marrow transforms it. Even if one's innate talent isn't great, stone marrow can improve it. And it's a gentle transformation, unlike dragon blood. Mengyu naturally knew that the dragon blood Xiaotao mentioned was the blood of the strange fish. Its transformation of the body was violent, but the effects were excellent. Mengyu looked at Luda. Does every member of the Nan family have these things? Luda smiled bitterly. We guards also have Peiyuan pills and spiritual liquid, but stone marrow is only for the direct descendants of the Nan family. It's said to have been left behind by the main branch of the Nan family before they entered the immortal sect, for the branch guarding the outside world. Your bottle contains only a single drop. But even just this one drop couldn't be bought on the black market for 1,000,000 yuan. Mengyu's heart skipped a beat. She finally understood why that person had arranged for Nan Mingju to impersonate the eldest young lady. It was for these cultivation resources. Even if they were eventually exposed, the resources that had already been used couldn't be recovered, right? Upon hearing there was only 1 drop, before Mengyu could speak, Xiaotao scoffed, 1 drop? What's the use of that? But master, although your body has been transformed by dragon blood, if you take the stone marrow, it will become even more pure and transparent. Mengyu rolled her eyes inwardly. Who wouldn't want to improve their innate talent? But 1 drop is too little. Let's save it for now and use it when we've accumulated enough. She was curious to see what this stone marrow, so precious, actually was. She opened the lid and took a sniff, her expression turning strange. This is stone marrow? Chapter 745, Rebuilding the Kindergarten. Yes. Luda found it strange. Why did the young mistress's expression look so odd? Could she suspect that he had swapped her stone marrow? Seeing Luda's expression, Mengyu straightforwardly took out a spherical jade bottle slightly larger than an infant's fist and handed it to him. Take a look at this. Before Luda could even look, Xiaotao cried out first, Master, how do you have so much stone marrow? I didn't know about this. Mengyu rubbed her nose. When she met Gu Dongxing, she had cut off her connection to her space to guard against Xiaotao's prying eyes. This bottle of jade liquid was naturally one of the many things Gu Dongxing had given her. He had instructed her to take 1 drop daily. Luda opened the bottle, took just 1 sniff, and was shocked. Young mistress, you have this much stone marrow? Although the bottle contained only a shallow layer, a rough estimate suggested at least 1,000 drops. This was given to me by my master, she said, feeling secretly grateful to Gu Dongxing. Mengyu coughed lightly. Was this considered a lot? Gu Dongxing had only given her 1 such bottle, but he had also given her a separate jade gourd. Inside that gourd was a full 30 caddies of this same stone marrow. This small bottle was merely a portion he had separated for her convenience. She truly hadn't known that the substance, which Gu Dongxing called jade liquid, was so valuable. At the time, she had felt that using this to refine her body wasn't as fast as using the strange fish blood. The strange fish blood contained dragon lineage. Using dragon blood for body refinement was almost like a complete reconstruction. But the refinement from this jade liquid felt more like a gentle, silent spring rain. After taking it, her body became more translucent, and her spiritual power flowed more smoothly. The 2 substances actually complemented each other well. Gu, who had been referred to as her master, sneezed. Qing Jioha, beside him, teased, a dog sneezing means clear skies ahead. But Gu said with complete seriousness, that's my Xiao Ming missing me. Qing Jioha rolled his eyes at him. This was absolutely blatant showing off. Seeing the gleam in Luda's eyes as he looked at her jade liquid, Mengyu thought for a moment and simply took the previous 5 milliliter bottle that had contained 1 drop of the stone marrow and filled it to the brim. She handed the 5 milliliter bottle to Luda. Here for you. Share it with Lu Shan and Lu Shui. Luda was stunned. For me, for us? This filled bottle contained about 100 drops. The Nan family's stone marrow was only for direct descendants of the Nan family, and, even then, only 1 drop per year. But now, Mengyu was giving him 100 drops at once. He was deeply moved. Young mistress. Mengyu just gave him a light punch. It's just a few drops of stone marrow, right? Once your bodies are properly refined, you can train your martial arts better and protect me more effectively, isn't that so? Suppressing his excitement, Luda carefully stored away the bottle of stone marrow. Yes, this subordinate will remember young mistress's kindness. Mengyu put away all her things and said, let's go, we're heading to the black market. Luda asked, does the young mistress wish to buy something or sell something? Mengyu said, let's look around first. Selling gold was just incidental. She genuinely wanted to see the cultivation world's underground black market. It would be even better if she could find some good treasures to buy. After all, she had over $110 million on her. However, upon arriving at the black market, Mengyu learned that US dollars were practically useless there. Chapter 746. The Reason for Being Impersonated. The two of them had disguised themselves. Led by Lead, they drove the minivan Mengyu had acquired to the black market. This was Mengyu's first time at a black market. What surprised her was that most people here were martial artists, the vast majority being 3rd or 4th level practitioners. High-level martial artists were rare, let alone those at the innate level. Actually, this place isn't really an underground black market because everything here is out in the open. The authorities won't come to interfere. Mengyu nodded, right? For ancient martial artists, the authorities try to win them over if possible. Even if they can't be won over, as long as they don't go too far, the authorities won't easily offend them. Why would they interfere with a place where ancient martial artists gather? So, can anything be sold here? Yes, as long as you have something to sell, you can bring it. Lead said, noticing Mengyu's gaze kept lingering on the antiques, and added, most of the antiques here are primarily funerary objects. Mengyu's eyes lit up. These antiques all had essence value. In less than 100 meters, she had already acquired 3 antiques, spending tens of thousands. Lead reminded her, young miss, are these things useful to you? The items she bought weren't particularly exquisite and weren't really worth collecting. Listening to Xiao Tao reporting the essence value data, Mengyu said, of course they're useful. What she wanted wasn't their collectible value, but the essence value attached to them. No matter how crude an item was, as long as it was ancient, it carried a lot of essence value, making it worth her purchase. Mengyu suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. She quickly followed the energy with her eyes and saw a rug-covered stall displaying many ancient bottles. The spiritual energy fluctuation, however, was coming from a stone used to weigh down the rug. A thought struck Mengyu. She casually walked over, picked up a blue and white porcelain vase, and asked, how much for this vase? The stall owner looked at Mengyu and said, that's a Yuan dynasty blue and white. It costs 50,000. Mengyu picked up a bowl, and this one. That's a royal jade bowl that came from the imperial palace. 30,000. Mengyu picked up a bronze mirror. What about this? That's a mirror used by Consort Yang. 100,000. Mengyu let out a laugh. How do you manage to find a provenance for all of them? A blush appeared on the stall owner's face. Only these 3 have provenances, and you just happen to ask about these 3. The rest of the items on my stall combined aren't as expensive as these 3. Mengyu said, oh. How much for everything else on your stall? The stall owner looked at Mengyu, then at the items on the stall, and said, how about you give me 150,000? 100,000 for everything except those 3 items. A flash of joy passed through the stall owner's eyes, but his face showed a pained expression. Miss, besides these 3, I have at least a dozen other items here. How can I sell them like this? Mengyu stood up. If you won't sell, forget it. With that, she turned to leave. The stall owner had seen she was very interested and just wanted a bit more money. In reality, he had acquired all these items for less than 10,000. Now the other party was offering 100,000, excluding the 3 most valuable pieces. How could he not sell? Hey, don't go, the stall owner hurriedly called out. 100,000 it is. Sigh, I'll just take a small loss. Mengyu turned back, stuck her tongue out at the vendor, and said, I liked them a moment ago, but I don't anymore. I don't want them. Chapter 747, The Underground Black Market, 1. The stall owner hurriedly shouted, 80,000. Is 80,000 okay? I'll sell you everything. But Mengyu still intended to leave. The stall owner quickly called out, 100,000. Others found it strange. She didn't want it for 80,000, so why would she want it for 100,000? Unexpectedly, the stall owner gritted his teeth and said, 100,000 for all 3 items together. Do you want them? Thus, under the gaze of others who thought she was a fool, Mengyu bought everything from that stall owner. Throw in this carpet. It'll be good for wrapping. Mengyu said. No problem, no problem. The stall owner naturally had no issue parting with a carpet. After receiving the money, He simply left directly, abandoning the entire stall for Mengyu to clean up. When Mengyu's hand touched the round stone used to weigh down the carpet, she first stored it in her space. She felt it roll directly into a pool formed by the spring that had appeared next to the peach blossom tree after the last space expansion. Then, she wrapped the other items one by one in newspaper and stuffed them into a large bag she carried on her back. After leaving that stall, Luda quietly asked Mengyu, "Is that carpet a treasure?" At first glance, I felt it was quite extraordinary. The carpet was extraordinary? Mengyu held back a laugh and glanced at Luda. No. Luda couldn't understand. Then why did you buy all his things? He had thought Mengyu bought everything to get that carpet spread on the ground. Because I wanted that round stone he used to weigh down the carpet. The round stone. Luda was astonished. What kind of treasure is that? I sensed spiritual energy fluctuations coming from that round stone. I don't know exactly what it is yet. Afterward, they wandered around for a while longer. Mengyu discovered a few more items suitable for refining tools and bought them all. Suddenly, Mengyu frowned as she looked at a young girl ahead who was about her age. That person bore some resemblance to Lung Xiangyu. Luda saw her too and whispered, "That's Nan Mingzhu." The person next to her is the newly assigned shadow guard, Di, who has sworn allegiance to her. Mengyu's heart skipped a beat. Nan Mingzhu, the person who had taken her identity and occupied the position of the Nan family's young lady. The one who had used up many resources that rightfully belonged to her. The one truly responsible for the tragedy of her past life and her current inability to return home. The one who, upon learning she wasn't the true Nan family young lady, sent Luda and 2 others to capture her and planned to send her abroad. A surge of violent anger rose in her heart, making her want to rush forward and tear Nan Mingzhu apart. "Master, calm down." Xiao Tao, noticing something was wrong, immediately called out in her mind. Luda hadn't expected her to suddenly emit a murderous aura. He quickly grabbed her hand and channeled cool internal energy into her. "Young lady." Mengyu abruptly came to her senses. This was the black market. She couldn't make a move against her here. No, even if it weren't the black market, she couldn't move against her. Killing her might be easy, but dealing with the mastermind behind her wouldn't be. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and quickly squatted down in front of a nearby stall. At that very moment, Di also sensed the murderous intent and promptly pulled Nan Mingzhu behind him, scanning the surroundings. His gaze first fell on Mengyu, but Mengyu had already concealed her aura, appearing like an ordinary middle-aged woman selecting herbs from a pile of medicinal materials. Di naturally noticed Luda, who was still standing. He felt Luda looked somewhat familiar, and was about to examine him more closely when Luda suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, pressing down on Di. Chapter 748, The Underground Black Market 2. Di hurriedly averted his gaze. He was currently at the peak of the martial artist stage, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm. However, the vast majority of peak martial artists in the world never managed to achieve that breakthrough in their entire lives. Therefore, he dared not provoke an innate expert. He could only pull Nan Mingzhu away. "Miss, let's go take a look over there." But Nan Mingzhu was reluctant to part with the item in her hand. "I haven't bought it yet." "Miss, don't buy it. There's killing intent." Di, however, took the item from her hand, put it down, and forcibly pulled her away. He was certain that the killing intent just now came from the direction of that innate expert. Moreover, that killing intent was directed at the young miss. Therefore, naturally, the farther away they were from him, the better. Di pulled Nan Mingzhu to a distant spot before letting her go. Nan Mingzhu was extremely displeased. "What are you doing?" This Di was truly baffling. She was just peacefully browsing the market, and he dragged her over here. It hadn't been easy for her to finally have her own shadow guard. It was only with the shadow guard's protection that Steward Ming agreed to let her visit the black market. But being controlled by Steward Ming, a mere servant, at home was one thing. Now, out here, she was being controlled by a shadow guard who had pledged allegiance, even disregarding her wishes and dragging her away. Did he think she was easy to bully? Seeing that no one had followed them, Di finally let out a sigh of relief. "Miss, you don't know. That innate expert just now emitted killing intent. I had a feeling that person's killing intent was aimed at you, which is why I quickly pulled you away." Mengyu, who was monitoring Nan Mingzhu with her spiritual sense, couldn't help but feel some admiration for Di. She had unintentionally released killing intent earlier, but she had withdrawn it almost immediately. Logically, most people would think they had misperceived it. But this Di actually sensed her killing intent and could even sense that her killing intent was directed at his master. Such a sensitive person had actually become Nan Mingzhu's shadow guard. What a pity. When Mengyu released her killing intent, Nan Mingzhu had also sensed a trace of it. But because Mengyu immediately withdrew it, by the time Nan Mingzhu tried to sense it again, it was already gone. So, she thought she had misperceived it. But now, hearing De say not only had she not misperceived it, but that the killing intent was also aimed at her, and the person who released that killing intent was actually an innate expert, she suddenly felt a bit scared. But I didn't provoke her. An innate expert. Even the family head had to show some respect when meeting an innate expert, let alone a mere 6th-level martial artist like her. Therefore, she stopped blaming De for pulling her away. Sigh. She wondered when she herself would become an innate expert. She had used countless cultivation resources, not only exhausting the resources allocated to direct descendants by the family, but also using up all the various resources Steward Ming secretly found for her. And she was still only a 6th-level martial artist. Because the other party was an innate expert and had directed killing intent at her, she didn't dare return to the black market for the time being. Still, she was unwilling. Perhaps she just mistook you for her enemy, De said. Being mistaken for an enemy for no reason and having to slink away, Nan Mingju was frustrated. She looked at De. When will you break through to the innate realm? De shook his head. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, maybe never in this lifetime. Hearing his words, Mingyu chuckled inwardly. He probably knew himself that he could no longer break through to the innate realm, right? She could see that this man had hidden injuries in his meridians. It was highly unlikely he would ever advance to the innate realm in this lifetime. Then what should we do now? I haven't bought the things I wanted yet. Chapter 749, Underground Black Market, 3. De seemed to be considering something. There's an auction house that sells only the best items. This place can't compare at all. Nan Mingju was indeed intrigued. Where? Huaxia Long Auction House. Do they really have good things there? Nan Mingju asked with delight. Yes, but they are also very expensive. The minimum is over 100,000. I'm afraid the money we brought won't be enough. Nan Mingju, a young lady from a wealthy family, only received an allowance of 100,000 per year. Why worry about the cost? I can first. Nan Mingyu wanted to say she could buy on credit, but De immediately interrupted her. That place doesn't allow credit. Then Nan Mingju reached into her pocket and took out a small jade bottle. I have 2 extra drops of stone marrow that Steward Ming gave me yesterday. Mingyu was startled. She actually has 2 drops of stone marrow. This Nan Mingju had her cultivation resources cut by the family head, yet not only was she unaffected, she even had twice as much stone marrow as I do. De was greatly surprised. Young lady, you can't auction that. Those are cultivation resources issued to you by the family. If you auction them off, be careful not to receive any next year. Nan Mingju pouted. This isn't from the family. Steward Ming gave it to me. I get 1 drop of stone marrow every month, and I've already consumed this month's portion. This month, because I was wronged and didn't receive the family-issued drop of stone marrow, he gave me 2 extra drops instead. I'm tired of drinking this stone marrow. Having 2 extra drops won't make much difference in refining my body. Auctioning them off will let me buy something good. Nan Mingju's words carried a hint of boasting. De inwardly shouted, if you're tired of it, give it to me. Stone marrow was only given to direct descendants of the family. Not to mention hidden guards like him, even collateral family members couldn't hope to get any. Therefore, hearing that this young lady wanted to auction the stone marrow, De was very reluctant. Young lady, such a treasure as stone marrow shouldn't be taken out for auction. If the family head finds out, it really won't be good for you. If you don't need it yourself, you can use it to reward others. For example, reward me. Nan Mingju glanced at De. How could she not know that De wanted this stone marrow? However, stone marrow was only for direct descendants to enjoy. How could she give it to a servant? Yes, in her eyes, hidden guards were servants of the Nan family. She recalled how she had forged the family head's order to have Nan Feng send Di Ding, Xian Wu, and Xian Lu to capture that Jiang Mingyu and send her far away to Tea Country. Yet, not only had they failed to capture her, the family head had even seized upon this minor incident to punish her severely, cutting off her cultivation resources for a year. The family head probably never imagined that what Steward Ming gave her was 10 times more than what the family issued. She simply looked down on the meager cultivation resources from the family. Not to mention anything else, just take this stone marrow. The family only gave 1 drop per year, while Steward Ming gave her 1 drop per month. Enough talk. We'll auction the stone marrow. We'll go in disguise. Who will know it's us auctioning the stone marrow? Listening to their conversation, Mingyu was inwardly shocked. This young lady actually received 1 drop of stone marrow every month. Something wasn't right. She whispered to Lida, the cultivation resources you gave me today, are they really what the Nan family young lady receives in a year? Lida found it strange. Why would the young lady ask this? Could it be that she didn't trust him? He replied sullenly, yes, young lady. Mingyu sighed, I just overheard De and Nan Mingju's conversation. Young lady Nan was dissatisfied with De taking her out, so De said he would take her to some Huaxia Long auction house where there would be many treasures. However, De also said the items there were very expensive. Nan Mingju then took out a jade bottle and said she wanted to auction stone marrow. Chapter 750, The Underground Black Market 4. Lead was shocked. But her cultivation resources for this year were clearly cut by the family head. Mingyu added she's auctioning 2 drops. Dee advised her not to sell them, but she said she gets 1 drop of stone marrow every month and is tired of it. Having 2 extra drops won't make much difference in refining her body. Lead's eyes widened. 1 drop every month? And because she was punished this month, she even got an extra drop. Where did the steward get so much stone marrow? He said seriously to Mingyu, "Eldest miss, I must return immediately to inform the family head about this." Mingyu asked, "Can you find a place to call back?" "No, this matter is too important." "I must return at once," Lead insisted. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "But I want to attend the Huaxia Dragon auction." "If you must go back, then go alone." Moreover, she estimated that once Lead returned and reported, the family head would surely rush to the Huaxia Dragon auction venue. Catching Nan Mingju there directly would be even better. Mingyu followed Nan Mingju and Dee to the Huaxia Dragon auction. Meanwhile, Lead drove back to the Nan family. Nanqing was greatly astonished. "What did you say?" "Nan Mingju is auctioning 2 drops of stone marrow." Lead replied, "I heard it with my own ears." He recounted how he was ordered to secretly protect Mingyu, but was discovered by her. Disguised, he accompanied Mingyu to the underground black market, where they encountered Nan Mingju. Mingyu emitted a murderous aura, startling Dee, who then hurried away with Nan Mingju. He and Mingyu quietly followed and overheard the conversation between Nan Mingyu and Dee. He reported everything to the family head. However, these words were originally only heard by Mingyu using her spiritual sense, but he claimed both of them heard it. He believed this would make the family head trust him more. Upon hearing that Nan Mingju received 1 drop of stone marrow every month, Nanqing clenched his fists. His 2 sons and 1 daughter never received such treatment. The entire family supply of stone marrow was limited. Direct descendants received 1 drop per year, while collateral descendants were granted 1 drop at birth and another when they began martial training. Guards might be rewarded with a drop only for major achievements. Yet this Nan Mingju received 1 drop every month. The problem was, the stone marrow was personally safeguarded by him, always kept in the storage pouch at his waist, a pouch that was bound to its owner, not the kind of versatile treasure bag that anyone could use. Where did Steward Ming get the stone marrow? And why was he so exceptionally good to Nan Mingju? Lead couldn't hold back any longer. Family head, why do you think Steward Ming is so good to Mingju? Could it be? Could Nan Mingju be his illegitimate daughter? But Nanqing told him with absolute certainty, impossible. Why is it impossible? His treatment of her exceeds what a steward should show towards the eldest miss. Nanqing hesitated for a moment before saying, he is infertile. Back when the old master entrusted Mingju to his care, he personally requested it, using this very reason, saying he would treat her as his own daughter. Even the old master felt assured leaving the management of this family to him precisely because he had no descendants. Lead couldn't believe it. Recalling that Steward Ming was over 40 and still unmarried, he finally understood. Truth be told, he had always suspected Nan Mingju was Steward Ming's illegitimate daughter. Moreover, upon learning that Nan Mingju had direct lineage blood but was not the eldest young master's daughter, he had even wondered if Nan Ming was the old master's illegitimate son. Only that could explain why Nan Mingju, not being the eldest young master's daughter, possessed direct lineage blood. But this entire palace of reasoning collapsed when the family head revealed that Steward Ming was infertile. Chapter 751, The Underground Black Market 5. Whether Nan Ming was the old master's illegitimate son was one thing, but Nan Mingju was now definitely not manager Nan Ming's daughter. Moreover, upon further reflection, this Nan Mingju bore no resemblance to Nan Ming at all. And Nan Ming himself didn't look much like the previous family head either. On the contrary, Nan Mingju did bear some resemblance to the old master. Could it possibly be that Nan Mingju was the old master's illegitimate daughter? If Nan Ming had entered the Nan family later, there might have been room for some trickery, but the fact was, Nan Ming was brought back by the old master when he was just a child. According to the old master, he was the son of a comrade in arms. Both the comrade and his wife had died, so he brought the child back to raise. That comrade shared the same surname as him. Back then, during the war years, Nanqing's father and mother were in the same military unit. It would have been impossible for him to have an illegitimate child. Even if he had fathered an illegitimate child, his mother would never have allowed his father to bring the child home without voicing any objection. Therefore, the possibility of manager Ming being the old master's illegitimate son was also ruled out. After hearing the family head's analysis, Luda was utterly confused. Who exactly was Nan Mingju's father? Nanqing also couldn't figure out whose child Nan Mingju was. But he knew one thing. Nan Ming held too much power within the Nan family. He had to find evidence against Nan Ming as soon as possible and drive him out of the Nan family. Otherwise, with the resources at his disposal, it probably wouldn't be long before the Nan family fell into his hands. Luda asked again, then, who brought this Nan Mingju into the Nan family? Nan Chung quickly looked up. Someone left her at the Nan family's gate. She was discovered and brought in by the hidden guards. So, it was essentially unknown why she appeared at the Nan family? Nan Chung sighed. Stop guessing. You should return to Meng Yu's side as soon as possible to protect her. Try to leave her side as little as possible from now on. Luda seized the opportunity to request, how about letting Xian Wu come with me to protect the young lady? That way, if I have to leave for something, at least Xian Wu will still be by her side. But Nan Chung shook his head. No. Her identity is still unclear. With you, an innate master, hidden by her side, it's not easy to be detected. Xian Wu hasn't reached the innate level yet. If he were discovered, it would actually be disadvantageous for her. Luda was stunned. Did the family head already know he had reached the innate level? The family head himself wasn't innate, so how could he see through Luda's attainment? Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Nan Chung smiled slightly. What am I wrong? Luda hurriedly bowed. The family head has sharp eyes. This subordinate was planning to report it after stabilizing his cultivation. Nan Chung waved his hand. All right, don't report it for now. Once you report it, the family will know, and the mastermind behind the scenes will know too. The resources allocated for the innate level will be given to you later. For now, just bear with it a little, receive the resources for a peak martial artist, and protect Meng Yu. With the resources Meng Yu had given him, how could Luda care about the little bit the family provided? He nodded repeatedly. Yes. Then he turned and walked out. Little did he know that after he left, Nan Chung glanced at the door out of the corner of his eye, the corner of his mouth lifting. That niece of mine is truly generous. Last time she gave Luda a treasure pouch and a gathering yuan pill. This time, she actually gave him a bottle of stone marrow. It seems my eldest niece is not simple. If Meng Yu were here, she would certainly be able to see clearly that this Nan Chung was actually a foundation establishment stage cultivator. He had already developed spiritual sense, though his spiritual sense could only extend about 30 meters from his body. Therefore, Luda's secrets had long been seen through by him. He simply saw through them without saying anything. Chapter 752, He is infertile. Actually, Nanming was a natural eunuch. This wasn't something the old family head had told Nanqing. Nanqing had figured it out himself. His eyes immediately turned sharp again. Nanming, just what are you trying to achieve by cultivating Mingzhu? Could it be that you want to groom her to become the family head and then control the Nan family through Nan Mingzhu? If that's really the case, then don't blame me for eliminating him. However, the moment the thought of elimination crossed his mind, the vow he had made by the old family head's deathbed echoed in his mind. As long as Nanming does nothing to harm the family, he must be guaranteed the position of head steward of the Nan family forever. To let the old master rest in peace, he had agreed and sworn the oath by the old man's bedside. At that time, he truly suspected that this Nanming was the old master's illegitimate son. But later, after detailed analysis, he felt he had been mistaken. Nanming couldn't possibly be the old master's illegitimate son. But whether he was an illegitimate son or not, he had to keep his vow. If he couldn't catch Nanming red-handed harming the family, he really couldn't move against him lightly. However, whether it was because Nanming hid his tracks too well, or because he truly hadn't done anything heinous, Nanqing had never managed to catch even the slightest handle on Nanming. Even this matter of capturing Jiang Mingyu was handled by Nan Mingzhu, having nothing to do with him. Still, a fox will eventually show its tail. He had already ordered Nandian to keep a close watch on Nanming. Nanyu, go to the Huaxia Dragon Auction House in the Ancient Martial Arts Underground Black Market. See if there's any marrow and stone being auctioned. If there is, buy it back. Nanyu was puzzled. Family head, isn't marrow and stone something only our Nan family possesses? Not anymore. In the past, Nanqing would have thought the same. But after learning that Nanming gave Nan Mingzhu a drop of marrow and stone every month, and that Jiang Mingyu had even given Didi 100 drops of marrow and stone all at once, he knew that marrow and stone was not exclusive to the Nan family. Meanwhile, Mingyu followed Nan Mingzhu and Dai to the Huaxia Dragon Auction House. After Dai said something to the doorkeeper, they entered. After they went in, Mingyu also tried to enter, but was stopped by the doorkeeper. The Huaxia Dragon Auction House only admits those with invitations. Mingyu pouted. The two who just went in clearly didn't have invitations, yet you let them in. The doorkeeper glanced at Mingyu. They have items to auction. Do you? Mingyu was disguised as a middle-aged woman today, dressed rather ordinarily. She wore no jewelry, so the doorkeeper's gaze naturally held contempt. Who says I don't? I also have things to auction. The doorkeeper looked at Mingyu disdainfully. Items auctioned here must be worth at least 100,000. Otherwise, you should take them to the market to sell. Mingyu touched the items in her ring, thinking about what she could auction. The magical tools and spiritual tools originally in the ring absolutely could not be taken out for auction. It would be troublesome if they attracted the attention of the original owner's relatives. If she were to sell, she could only sell things that belonged to her. The strange fish meat was almost all eaten. She had collected about 100 caddies of the strange fish's blood back then. Gu Dongxing used around 10 caddies, and Cheng Jiohe used 6 caddies. As for the rest, she originally intended to give some to her disciples, but was afraid their bodies couldn't withstand it immediately. She planned to wait until their bodies were stronger. Therefore, she couldn't auction these. Then, the fish skin was given to Gu Dongxing. As for the scales, she felt they might be useful in the future, so she couldn't take those out either. She didn't know if the strange fish's bones and teeth were valuable or not. In the end, the only thing she could take out for auction was the Foundation Establishment pills. Chapter 753. He cannot be moved lightly. Mingyu took out a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills. I want to auction a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills. Here, see? 1 bottle. Am I qualified to enter now? A single Foundation Establishment pill wasn't a particularly rare item, but a whole bottle of them was rare. Moreover, medicinal pills had always been the most sought-after items. Therefore, the gatekeeper quickly changed his attitude. Please, come in. He also called over a young man nearby. Take this Andy to the appraisal room in the back to have old Shin appraise the goods. Mingyu hadn't originally come to auction anything. She had only blurted out that she wanted to sell something because she was stopped at the door. But she didn't expect this person to immediately want to take her to the appraisal room. The words were already out of Mingyu's mouth, and now it was awkward to change her mind. Oh well, auction it is then. Anyway, those learning points could only be exchanged for Foundation Establishment pills, and she had no use for Foundation Establishment pills herself anymore. She followed the young man towards the appraisal room. Upon arriving at the appraisal room, a man with a mustache was already waiting there. Xiaoxi, is this the guest who wants to auction the Foundation Establishment pills? The young man, Xiaoxi, hurriedly replied, yes, it's this auntie who wants to auction the Foundation Establishment pills. Mingyu greeted him appropriately. Hello. Please follow me, the mustached man said without even looking at Mingyu, leading the way ahead. Once inside the appraisal room, he sat down first before speaking to Mingyu. Take out the item you wish to auction. Yes. Mingyu took out a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills. The man became slightly excited upon seeing the pill bottle Mingyu produced. Are you auctioning this bottle along with the pills? Mingyu shook her head. No, only the pills. The mustached man looked somewhat regretful. Oh, that's a pity. This was a spirit jade bottle. He opened the lid of the Foundation Establishment pill bottle, and a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted out. A barely perceptible flicker passed through his eyes, but he suppressed it forcefully. He poured out 1 Foundation Establishment pill, first looking at it, then smelling it. His eyes grew increasingly astonished. He looked at Mingyu. Wait a moment, please. I'll fetch my master. Mingyu waved her hand. As you wish. Not long after, an old man with white hair, a white beard, white eyebrows, yet possessing tender skin and a ruddy, glowing complexion arrived at the appraisal room. Without waiting for the mustached man's introduction, he stared at Mingyu and asked, Esteemed guest, I heard you have genuine Foundation Establishment pills for auction? His eyes fell on the pill bottle in Mingyu's hand. Is this a spirit jade bottle? Mingyu found it strange. Genuine Foundation Establishment pills? Could it be that I would sell fake ones? Or perhaps the Foundation Establishment pills they auctioned before were fake. And also, aren't pill bottles just like this? The white-bearded man was very excited. Quick, let me see your pills. Mingyu placed the Foundation Establishment pills on the table. Please have a look. The white-bearded old man first examined the bottle over and over, then opened the lid, poured out 1 pill into a dish in front of him, and immediately closed the lid again. Then, very seriously, he both smelled and examined that Foundation Establishment pill. He even scraped a tiny bit of powder off with a small knife and performed a test. His eyes grew more and more excited. These are genuine Foundation Establishment pills. Foundation Establishment pills refined using ancient methods. Foundation Establishment pills refined using ancient methods? Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't it said that Foundation Establishment pills were sold on the black market? Even if they were often out of stock, weren't they considered not particularly rare in the ancient martial arts world? Why did she have a premonition that she had caused trouble? She had come to the Huaxia Dragon Auction House only because she overheard De saying there were many good things here, so she secretly followed De and Nan Mingzhu. Chapter 754, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 1. Of course, the difference is huge. The Peiyuan pills we usually see are simply made by boiling medicinal ingredients into a paste, then reducing it to form a pill. They contain many impurities. If one cultivates by taking such Peiyuan pills, it's very easy to introduce impurities into one's meridians. While cultivation level increases, it also adds difficulty to the next stage of cultivation. Therefore, for those who cultivate by taking Peiyuan pills, the later they go, the harder it is to break through. Look at all the cultivators in our huaxia. How many can break through to the Xiantian stage? The man with the mustache looked at the white-bearded man like a primary school student waiting for the teacher's lecture. These Peiyuan pills refined using ancient methods are made in alchemy furnaces, using earth fire, or even strange fires, or the samadhi true fire cultivated by the alchemists themselves. The refined pills contain very few impurities. Taking them for breakthroughs has almost no side effects. Furthermore, between two Peiyuan pills of the same size, one with impurities and one without, which do you think would make it easier to break through? Mustache. Naturally, the pill without impurities? Whitebeard said with satisfaction, right. The pill without impurities contains more energy than the one with impurities. So, these Peiyuan pills refined by ancient methods are naturally incomparable to ordinary boiled ones. The Peiyuan pills before us have at least 30% more medicinal potency than the usual ones on the market. Higher efficacy, no impurities. If an ordinary Peiyuan pill can fetch 100,000 yuan, this ancient method Peiyuan pill can fetch at least 1 million. Mengyu listened to the master and disciple's conversation, her heart also shocked. She had given her Peiyuan pills to quite a few people to take, her disciples, Cheng Jiohe, Gu Dongxing, but none of them had ever mentioned noticing any difference. However, she quickly figured it out. Probably none of them had ever taken the Peiyuan pills available on the market before. Gu Dongxing was one thing, but brother Cheng came from the Cheng family, which was already an ancient martial arts family. Hadn't he ever taken a Peiyuan pill either? She knew that Peiyuan pills on the market cost 100,000 yuan each and were hard to buy. Therefore, she was certain that the Cheng family must have supplied Peiyuan pills. It's just that brother Cheng hadn't gotten a share of the supplied Peiyuan pills. Mengyu knew how good brother Cheng was to her. If he had taken one, he would definitely have been able to tell the difference and would have warned her not to take them out. Thinking that the Cheng family only became an ancient martial arts family thanks to her own aunt, yet her own cousin hadn't even gotten to take a single Peiyuan pill, Mengyu felt a pang of heartache for brother Cheng. She would treat him even better in the future. Whitebeard finally looked at Mengyu. Little girl, where did you get these Peiyuan pills? Little girl? Mengyu smiled bitterly. Her disguise had been seen through. Mustache, hearing his master call Mengyu little girl, was also stunned, pointing at Mengyu. You're a little girl? Whitebeard chuckled. You didn't think she was a middle-aged woman, did you? Mustache's face flushed red repeatedly. Not only had he mistaken her for a middle-aged woman, he had even kept calling her auntie. He was embarrassed. Mengyu's eyes darted around, and she said, when you auction things, do you also ask for their origin? Whitebeard was stumped. The Huaxia Dragon Auction House naturally didn't ask about the origin of items put up for auction. It's just that he really wanted to know where Mengyu got these Peiyuan pills. But just because he wanted to know, did Mengyu have to tell him? She hadn't known her Peiyuan pills were different from others before, which is why she took them out. Now that she knew she had caused trouble, she naturally had to think about how to resolve this mess. If she told them she had a Taiyuan space where she could exchange learning points for Peiyuan pills, she might as well just go die. Chapter 755, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 2. Our Huaxia Dragon Auction House typically charges a 10% commission on the final auction price. If you, young lady, tell me where this elixir came from, we can reduce it to just 5%. Mengyu curled her lip. I thought you were going to say that if I told you, you wouldn't charge any commission at all. The white-bearded man's face flushed slightly. Young lady, my authority only extends to a 5% reduction. Mengyu secretly found this amusing. Fine, 5% it is. Her expression turned very serious. These foundation establishment pills were given to me by my master to take. But since I've already stepped into the Xiantian realm, these pills are naturally of little use to me now. So I brought them here for you to auction. Who is your master? The white-bearded man asked nervously. The man with the mustache, listening to Mengyu's words, was inwardly shocked. This young girl was only, 17? And she had already broken through to Xiantian? Was that really true? Mengyu said helplessly, my master is just my master. I usually just call her master. I've asked her name before, but she said she wouldn't tell me until I finish my apprenticeship, so that if I get bullied outside, I wouldn't drag her reputation down with me. Among the lofty masters of the martial world, many had eccentric temperaments. The white-bearded man didn't suspect for a moment that Mengyu was lying. Then, could you possibly arrange an introduction to your esteemed master? The white-bearded man probed. Mengyu made a pained face. My master often travels far and wide. Even I can rarely get an audience with her. How could I possibly arrange an introduction for you? Mengyu was secretly laughing inside. Asterisk, you want to know the source? Well, are you satisfied with this source? Asterisk. The white-bearded man's face immediately darkened. He had used his maximum authority to reduce Mingyu's commission by 5%, only to get a completely useless result like this. But he really couldn't blame Mingyu. In this world, there were plenty of irresponsible masters. Reclusive experts were often like dragons, seen only in glimpses. Actually, this girl's master seemed pretty decent, having given her so many foundation establishment pills. Suddenly, he jumped up, belatedly asking Mingyu, "How old are you?" "You're already at the Xiantian stage." Mingyu found it funny. Asterisk, only now does he remember what I said about being Xiantian? How long is this old man's reflex arc? Asterisk. "I'm 17 this year," she answered truthfully. "Then your master. 2 months ago, my master had me celebrate her 360th birthday. So it was a 361-year-old monster. I broke through to Xiantian last month. That's why, 2 months ago, my master also brought me 3 bottles of foundation establishment pills. This is one of them. There were 2 more bottles. Will you auction those other 2 bottles as well?" the white-bearded man asked eagerly. Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "That works too. Auction them all together." Her plan was to just do this one deal and not come back in the future. Since she figured this was a one-time visit, Mingyu simply took out 2 more large pink pearls. "Grandpa, could you also appraise these pearls and see how much they're worth?" Seeing the pearls, the white-bearded man was startled again. "These are spirit pearls? Spirit pearls?" Mingyu suddenly remembered. In the heavenly lake, near the palace's door pillars and steps, there were hardly any fish, just one big monstrous fish that she killed, and over 100 large clams that she collected. In that area, because a bit of spiritual energy often leaked from the palace, it was swallowed by the big monstrous fish. That fish was almost on the verge of forming a golden core, though it hadn't fully solidified yet, just a soft, yolk-like thing. But the leaking spiritual energy couldn't possibly all be consumed by the monstrous fish. So, those large clams must have gotten a share as well. Clams don't form golden cores. So, the spiritual energy they absorbed must have nourished these pearls. Chapter 756, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 3. Previously, Mingyu had only sensed that these pearls contained faint traces of spiritual energy. To her, this week's spiritual energy on the pearls wasn't particularly impressive. After all, she possessed spirit stones, and the spiritual energy within her space was growing increasingly dense. In her view, these pearls with a hint of spiritual energy were merely slightly better than ordinary pearls. But now, seeing the white-bearded man's reaction to the pearls, she suddenly wondered if she had caused trouble again. She felt fortunate that these large clams had only absorbed a tiny bit of spiritual energy, yet the pearls they produced had elicited such a reaction from the white-bearded man. If she had taken out the blood, teeth, bones, or scales of the strange fish earlier, she couldn't imagine what kind of uproar it would have caused. "What are these pearls used for?" she asked humbly. The white-bearded man inquired, "Did your master give you these as well?" Mingyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. Spirit pearls can be used to refine beauty preservation pills," the white-bearded man said, glancing at Mingyu. "Could you sell these 2 spirit pearls to me? I'll offer 100 million for each." Mingyu was astonished. Were these 2 pearls really that valuable? But she had a feeling that this white-bearded man probably wasn't planning to use them for refining beauty preservation pills. "I can sell them to you, but could you tell me what other effects they have?" Upon hearing Mingyu agree to sell, the white-bearded man immediately grabbed the 2 spirit pearls and then said, "Spirit pearls are also a primary ingredient for refining spirit restoration pills and longevity pills." Noticing a hint of regret in Mingyu's eyes, the white-bearded man grew somewhat anxious. After all, she was just a 17-year-old girl. If she decided not to sell, there was little he could do. So he quickly added, "I'll give you 300 million for both." Mingyu was merely putting on an act. She didn't want the white-bearded man to know she still had many such spirit pearls, which was why she let him see her regret. However, upon hearing the white-bearded man add another 100 million, she pretended to hesitate briefly before agreeing. "All right." Then she muttered quietly, "I don't know if my master will scold me when he finds out, but I really have no money." Satisfied, the white-bearded man left with the 2 spirit pearls. The man with the mustache gave Mingyu a wooden token, which would allow her to attend Huaxia Dragon's auctions in the future. The auction wasn't scheduled to start until 8 p.m. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, Mingyu decided to go out again and explore the market. After walking for a while, under Xiaotao's guidance, she bought a few items that seemed ordinary to others, but were useful in Xiaotao's eyes. She also picked out some antiques of considerable age. When it was almost time, Mingyu headed to the auction house. Entering her private booth, number 11, the auction began shortly after. The first item up for bidding was a snake whip. Mingyu had no interest in it and simply watched as others placed their bids. In the end, it was bought by a woman in the main hall downstairs for 200,000. Mingyu found it strange, the snake whip seemed utterly ordinary. Several more items were auctioned off, all of them weapons. Mengyu had no interest in any of them, as they were all of rather low quality. Next up for auction is a Fire Spirit Stone, most useful for fire attribute ability users. The starting bid is 500,000. Mengyu scanned it with her spiritual sense and confirmed it was indeed a Fire Spirit Stone. But what surprised Mengyu even more was the existence of ability users in this world. Then again, since there were cultivators, Taoist practitioners, and ancient martial artists, the presence of ability users didn't seem so unusual after all. A Fire Spirit Stone, should she bid for it or not? Chapter 757, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 4. Mengyu had many spirit stones, but the vast majority were non-attribute. In reality, non-attribute meant all attribute. The fusion of spiritual energy from various attributes resulted in a non-attribute state. When using such spirit stones, one could only absorb the spiritual energy matching their own attribute, wasting the energy of all other attributes. However, attribute spirit stones were different. They were tailored to an individual's attribute, and the spiritual energy contained within would be absorbed without any waste. Therefore, one attribute spirit stone was equivalent to 10 non-attribute spirit stones. Mengyu thought of Wang Huilan. Should she buy it for her? Soon, the price of that fire attribute spirit stone was pushed up to 8 million. It was merely a single fire attribute spirit stone. For her disciples, the effect of that spirit stone was not as significant as the strange fish meat she had given them. Thus, she initially intended to bid but held back. However, Xiao Tao suddenly cried out in the space, "Master, buy it quickly. With the Fire Spirit Stone, you can start alchemy." Mengyu had never practiced alchemy herself because she couldn't find earth fire and hadn't obtained any strange fire. But she never thought that Fire Spirit Stones could be used to generate fire for alchemy. Alright, she would bid. Just as the auctioneer called out, 8 million once, 8 million twice, 8 million before 3 could be uttered, Mengyu raised her paddle. 10 million. 10 million for a fire attribute spirit stone? Was that a mistake? Excellent. Bidder number 11 offers 10 million. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer's gaze swept toward those who had bid earlier in the hall. Any higher bids? 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million 3 times. The auctioneer's gavel fell, and the fire spirit stone belonged to Mengyu. Next, the moment we've all been waiting for. We are auctioning a genius treasure that can transform the human body and provide martial arts aptitude, stone marrow. There are 2 drops in total. The starting bid is 1 million, with each increment no less than 100,000. Hearing that 2 drops of stone marrow were up for auction, Mengyu understood that the foolish Nan Mingzhu had indeed brought out the stone marrow. She wondered if the family head would send someone or come personally to buy back those 2 drops of stone marrow. Using the resources provided by the family for auction, what kind of punishment would Nan Mingzhu face this time? She released her spiritual sense. Soon, she found Nan Mingzhu. She was sitting with Dee, looking excited as she whispered to him, "Dee, I heard there's a pair of spirit birds for auction today. Do you think the money from selling the stone marrow will be enough to buy them?" Dee, however, was not as excited. After all, he did not approve of the young lady auctioning the stone marrow. "Young miss, I don't know. It should be enough, right?" Mengyu's spiritual sense swept through the hall but found no experts. When she directed it toward the private boxes, she discovered that the doors actually blocked her spiritual sense. It was blocked. Mengyu was greatly surprised. She was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Who knew if there were golden core or even nascent soul cultivators in this world? She quickly retracted her spiritual sense. Better to be cautious. It was well known that stone marrow could enhance one's physical aptitude. However, the amount this time was too small, only 2 drops, so its effect would be limited. Thus, it wasn't even a finale item. Chapter 758, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 5. If there were only 1 or 2 drops of stone marrow, it would still be quite useful for a newborn child, so there were still quite a few people who wanted to bid for it. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. Mengyu knew that those bidding at the beginning were just joining in the fun. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention. However, that Nan Mingzhu just had to bid as well. The bidding continued until it reached 8 million, with only 2 people left competing. Mengyu listened and felt something was off. One of them seemed to be Nan Mingzhu. Dee reminded her in a low voice. "All right, stop bidding." But Nan Mingzhu didn't listen to him. That person looks determined to get it, no matter how high the price goes. After saying that, she raised her paddle again. 9 million. Sure enough, the other side raised his paddle once more. 9,500,000. Nan Mingzhu raised again. 10 million. Mengyu couldn't figure out what was going on with this Nan Mingzhu. It was one thing to bid a few times at the beginning to liven up the atmosphere, but in the end, she actually dared to compete with someone. Wasn't she afraid the other person might suddenly back out? No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than, indeed, the other person stopped bidding. 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million T. Wait a moment. A woman's voice came from below. I say, sir, who is just bidding? Why did you stop? This person was none other than Nan Mingju. The man was also seated in the main hall. Hearing Nan Mingju's words, he sneered. You were bidding so desperately, you must be determined to get it. I don't have as much money as you, so I'll let you have it. Nan Mingju felt a bitter taste in her mouth. I don't want you to let me have it. Please bid again. As long as you bid over 10 million, I'll let you have it. But the man simply kept his mouth shut and said nothing. With the other person backing out, Nan Mingju grew anxious. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Hurry up and bid. But the man remained silent, and there was nothing Nan Mingju could do about it. The auctioneer on stage looked at Nan Mingju. Is there no one else bidding? Then, these 2 drops of stone marrow belong to this young lady. Nan Mingju shouted at the man who had been competing with her. You clearly said earlier that you were determined to get these 2 drops of stone marrow. The man sneered. So you drove up the price desperately? People around them began to discuss. If you don't have the money, why bid? Exactly, you didn't really want it but deliberately drove up the price. Are you here to cause trouble? The auctioneer looked at Nan Mingju. Young lady, don't you know this is the Huaxia Dragon Auction House? Let me ask you one more time, do you want this stone marrow or not? Di advised her. At this point, just buy it. He gave Nan Mingju a meaningful look. If someone discovered she was the seller, it might cause another incident. Nan Mingju hesitated. If she said she wanted it, the matter would naturally be settled. However, her bid was 10 million, which meant she was essentially selling it to herself and buying it back, and she would still have to pay a 10% handling fee. 10% of 10 million was 1 million. It wasn't that she didn't have 1 million, but she didn't want to spend it. Moreover, she had brought this stone marrow to auction in the first place to raise money to bid on a pair of spiritual birds. The auctioneer spoke again. If you win the bid but refuse to pay, your martial arts will be crippled, you will be expelled from the auction house, and you will never be allowed to enter the Huaxia Dragon Auction House again. Upon hearing that she would have her martial arts crippled and be expelled, Nan Mingju panicked. Just as she was about to agree to the purchase, someone ahead of her shouted, Isn't stone marrow something only the Nan family possesses? Chapter 759, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 6. She's the eldest daughter of the Nan family. So, it was the Nan family themselves who brought the marrow within stone to auction, and then bid up the price themselves. Yeah, that's really despicable of the Nan family. If you don't want to sell it, don't bring it to auction. Bringing it to auction, and then buying it back yourself, what's the meaning of that? Who said they wanted to buy it back themselves? They were trying to drive up the price for more money, but they miscalculated and couldn't handle the fallout. Drive the Nan family out. Yes, drive the Nan family out. Mingyu listened to the voices from the main hall below, feeling quite frustrated. Clearly, Nan Mingju alone had done wrong, yet the entire Nan family was implicated. Because people had already pointed out that Nan Mingju was the eldest daughter of the Nan family, and that only the Nan family possessed the marrow within stone. At this point, even if Nan Mingju wanted to agree to buy the 2 drops of marrow within stone for 10 million, it was no longer possible. Unless someone outbid her. Should she bid to salvage the Nan family's reputation? But if she won the bid, it would essentially be giving money to Nan Mingju, which made her somewhat unwilling. Just as she was struggling with this dilemma, she suddenly heard a voice shout, 10 million and 10,000. Hearing this voice, Mingyu was startled. It was unmistakably Lida's voice. When had he rushed over again? Her spiritual sense quickly swept toward the source of the voice and discovered Lida standing with a man of average height. Clearly, he must have been instructed by that man to place the bid. Nan Mingju immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Great, someone had finally taken over. But Di recognized Lida's voice and felt a sense of foreboding. If it was as he suspected, not only might the young lady fail to get the money from auctioning the marrow within stone, but she might also not get the marrow within stone back. The auctioneer also clearly didn't want to offend the Nan family. Upon hearing a bid, he immediately called out, This gentleman bids 10 million and 10,000. Are there any other bids? After a quick glance over the audience, he continued, 10 million and 10,000, going once. 10 million and 10,000, going twice. 10 million and 10,000, going 3 times. Sold. Mingyu saw that after Lida won the bid for the marrow within stone, he walked over to Nan Mingju with the man of average height. Upon reaching Nan Mingju, he pulled Di aside to talk. Di returned and whispered into Nan Mingju's ear, the 2 drops of marrow within stone just now were bought by Nanyu, sent by the family head. However, Nanyu didn't bring that much money, so he asked me to tell you to go to the backstage together later. We only need to pay the handling fee. Nan Mingju's face darkened. I never asked them to come and bid. Young lady, Nanyu was sent by the family head, Di said, implying that he represented the family head's will. But Nan Mingju was still furious. So what if it's the family head? This marrow within stone wasn't given to me by the family. What does my auctioning it have to do with the family? Dee sighed. Young lady, do you know what would have happened to you just now if Nanyu hadn't bought those 2 drops of marrow within stone? Nan Mingju snorted. At worst, I just wouldn't come here anymore. Dee shook his head. Your 2 drops of marrow within stone would have been confiscated. You yourself would have been driven out and permanently blacklisted by the Huaxia Dragon Auction House. They wouldn't dare. Nan Mingju tried to stay calm. I am the eldest daughter of the Nan family. If you weren't the eldest daughter of the Nan family, you might even have had your martial arts crippled before being driven out, Dee said. Nan Mingju snorted again. Anyway, someone has already bought them now. I just want the money. I don't care about anything else. Chapter 760, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 7. Seeing that Dee still wanted to speak, Nan Mingju immediately cut him off. Don't tell me it was the family head who ordered him to bid. The family head isn't even here. How could he have given the order? Clearly, they were afraid of damaging the Nan family's reputation and took it upon themselves to make the bid. I could tell it was that Ding who won my 2 drops of stone marrow. Since he has the money, it's his business if he wants to bid. Stop talking. Tell them not to come looking for me. I must win that pair of spirit birds. Without money, how am I supposed to bid? Hearing Nan Mingju's words, Dee realized she had completely misinterpreted the situation. She saw Ding and Nanyu's act of bidding for the stone marrow to extricate the Nan family's young lady from her predicament and salvage the family's reputation as nothing more than their own unauthorized initiative. She had completely forgotten that if not for Nanyu and Ding stepping in to win the stone marrow and resolve her crisis, she would have already been thrown out, the stone marrow confiscated, and she herself, and very likely the entire Nan family, would have been permanently blacklisted by the Huaxia auction house. Now, all she could think about was getting the money to secure that pair of spirit birds, showing no concern whatsoever for what would happen to Nanyu and Ding, who had gotten her out of trouble. Thinking of the 4 close guards by the family head's side, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, Nan Feng had already been driven out of the Nan family because of the young lady. This time, Nanyu would probably face trouble again, because he simply didn't have that much money. Dejectedly, Dee returned to Nanyu's side and relayed the young lady's words. What? She refuses? She knows perfectly well I only placed the bid to get her out of that situation, and she's just going to ignore it. Nanyu gritted his teeth. Does she want to ruin me? He had originally thought that after helping the young lady out of her predicament, they could go together to the auction house and only pay the handling fee. But now, she actually expected them to pay the full auction price normally. Where was he supposed to get 10.15 million? If the money couldn't be produced, the trouble the young lady would have faced would fall on them. And, because they weren't direct descendants of the Nan family, their punishment would be even more severe. Nanyu took a step back. At the very least, please ask the young lady to advance the payment first. We don't have the money on us. Steeling himself, Dee went back to Nan Mingzhu and conveyed Nanyu's words. Nan Mingzhu immediately flared up. I'm only auctioning the stone marrow because I don't have money. I still need to bid for the spirit birds. What do you expect me to use to advance the payment? But if they don't have the money, then after all, they did help you out of that situation. The Huaxia Dragon Auction House was not an entity anyone dared to cross. Everyone knew the consequences of winning a bid without being able to pay. A fierce glint appeared in Nan Mingzhu's eyes. He wasn't helping me out of trouble. He was salvaging the Nan family's reputation. Don't worry. Isn't he sent by the family head? The family head won't let anything happen to him. She already knew she wasn't the true young lady of the Nan family, so she no longer cared whether the Nan family's reputation suffered. She still harbored resentment over the Nan family head cutting off her resource supply for a year. Consider this 10 million as compensation from the Nan family to her. Looking at the young lady, Dee suddenly felt she was terrifying. Was pledging his loyalty to her really the right choice? Dee had returned to Nan Mingzhu's side, leaving Nanyu and Luda facing each other in silence. Their original intention had been to help the young lady and, by extension, help salvage the Nan family's reputation. But they never expected. Seeing this, Mingyu, knowing that Nanyu was one of the 4 guards close to the family head, decided to help him. She spoke directly into Luda's mind. Luda, bring that Nanyu to booth number 11. Chapter 761, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 8. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Luda felt a wave of relief wash over him. The young mistress has spoken, so this matter will be easier to handle. Although it was Nanyu who had asked him to bid for the marrow within the stone, he was the one who had called out the price regardless. If Nanyu ended up being penalized for failing to produce the money, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed either. But while they had no money, the young mistress did. He grabbed Nanyu's arm. Come on, let's go find the young mistress. Nanyu sighed. Didn't the young mistress say not to look for her? Luda said mysteriously. The young mistress we're going to find is another young mistress. Nanyu, who was unaware of Mengyu's situation, was astonished. Another young mistress? Our Nan family only has one young mistress, doesn't it? Luda. You'll understand once you see her. And so, Nanyu was pulled along by Luda as they arrived at the VIP box number 7 and knocked on the door. Young mistress, we're here. A voice as pleasant as a nightingale's said, come in. The two entered the box, and Luda bowed to Mengyu. Greetings, young mistress. Mengyu waved her hand. No need for formalities, have a seat. Nanyu, however, stared at Mengyu in a daze. This person, she looks so much like the late matriarch. Luda looked at Nanyu. Astonished, aren't you? Doesn't she look very much like the late matriarch? Also, you've met young Master Xiao, right? Doesn't she resemble him as well? Nanyu could hardly believe it, resembling young Master Xiao and also resembling the late matriarch. Could it be that she is somehow related to young Master Xiao? She is. She is young Master Zhao's daughter, which means she is our true young mistress. Nanyu is stunned. If she is the young mistress, then who is Nan Mingzhu? Nan Mingzhu is the biological daughter of Lang Xiangyu, the general manager of Shangyun Antiques Company. As for who her father is, I haven't found out yet. Mengyu knew that Nanyu couldn't accept this fact immediately. She sighed and said, you helped Nan Mingyu out of a tight spot, but she doesn't appreciate it. I'm afraid once the auction ends, you'll have to come up with the money. What do you plan to do now? She had decided to help them, but she wouldn't offer proactively. Luda said helplessly, we beg the young mistress to help us. As long as the young mistress helps us through this difficulty, we will be at your disposal from now on, willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Mengyu found it amusing inwardly. He had already acknowledged her as his master and had said these words before, so there was no need to repeat them today, right? Oh, right. Was he deliberately guiding Nanyu? Sure enough, Nanyu also followed up, please, young mistress, help us through this difficulty. We will definitely repay today's kindness in the future. Mengyu hadn't expected to win Nanyu over completely. After all, he was a guard by the family head's side. If he could speak a word or two of fairness for her in the future when needed, that would be enough. She said, don't make it sound so serious. I'll advance the 10.1 million for you first. I believe the family head will make arrangements after we return. Nanyu immediately felt a sense of goodwill towards Mengyu. It was clearly Nan Mingzhu who had caused the trouble, yet she refused to take responsibility, showing no regard for the family's honor at all. Moreover, she knew full well that they had bid for those 2 drops of marrow within the stone to help her out of a predicament. She knew they couldn't produce the money and would face severe punishment from the auction house, yet she still only cared about herself, only thinking about obtaining the 2 spirit birds. In contrast, this young mistress, who had never spent a single day in the Nan family and had never enjoyed the honor and glory of being the Nan family's young mistress, was the one extending a helping hand. If he had to choose between the 2 young mistresses, he would definitely choose this one. Chapter 762, Huaxia Dragon Auction House, 9. Mengyu gave Luda the passbook she had opened with a Hong Kong account during her previous transaction with Old Master Wu, and also told him the password. She instructed him to go to the back office to settle the payment with the auction house. When the 2 men saw that it contained over 100 million, they were both utterly shocked. How could this eldest young lady of the Nan family, who had been living outside, be so wealthy? Filled with complex emotions, they took the passbook and left. However, less than 10 minutes later, they returned, looking troubled as they said to Mengyu, eldest young lady, this card holds US dollars. It can't be used. Mengyu was surprised. US dollars can't be used? She reluctantly took out the passbook for 300 million that Whitebeard had helped her open. Then use this one. When the 2 men saw this passbook for 300 million, the shock in their eyes was impossible to conceal. Mengyu had no choice but to explain, I just sold 2 pearls my master gave me to buy some things, and I got this. I didn't expect my master to have given me spirit pearls, which sold for 300 million. Don't worry, this passbook was opened with the help of the auction house itself. It won't be unusable. The 2 men looked at Mengyu speechlessly. Their concern wasn't about it being unusable, for goodness sake. This time, the 2 men returned quickly, bringing back the 2 drops of stone marrow contained in a jade vial. Remembering that the stone marrow had been provided by Nan Mingzhu, Mengyu didn't want it. She directly said to Nanyu, since this is our first meeting, I'll give you these 2 drops of stone marrow as a meeting gift. Nanyu was struck speechless again. These were 2 drops of stone marrow bought for over 10 million, and the eldest young lady wanted to give them to him as a meeting gift? Just as he was about to speak, Mengyu waved her hand and pointed toward the stage. Look, the Foundation Establishment pills are being auctioned. Nanyu thought to himself, what's so special about Foundation Establishment pills? In the Nan family, while they couldn't obtain rare treasures like stone marrow, pills like Foundation Establishment pills that aided in breakthroughs weren't hard for them to get. Especially for the 4 great guards, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, every time they were about to break through, the family head would prepare foundation establishment pills for them. But as for stone marrow, they could only receive it as a reward if they accomplished great merits. Mengyu, however, pointed at the stage. Listen carefully. Nanyu had no choice but to focus on the auctioneer's words. As soon as he listened, he was shocked. What? No impurities? What? No side effects? What? Doesn't affect future use? Everyone knew that when martial artists used foundation establishment pills to break through, the first time the effect was excellent, the second time it was halved, the third time halved again, and by the fourth time, the effect was almost negligible. Many people clearly reached the peak of the martial artist realm but couldn't break through to the Xiantian level precisely because the foundation establishment pills they used during their martial artist breakthrough made subsequent pill use not only less effective but also created a feeling of some barrier hindering their breakthrough to Xiantian. But if they didn't use foundation establishment pills, their cultivation speed would be as slow as a snail's. Yet now, these so-called ancient method refined foundation establishment pills being auctioned not only increase the effect by 30%, but also maintain the same effect every time? Did that mean those who use this kind of foundation establishment pill to break through could, as long as they cultivated to a certain level, smoothly and without hindrance break through to Xiantian as a matter of course? In other words, with enough of these foundation establishment pills, anyone could break through to Xiantian? Could such foundation establishment pills truly exist in this world? The entire auction hall erupted. People kept running out to make phone calls, instructing others to bring money. Nanyu also ran out to report to the family head. The auctioneer struck the gavel and announced, "Now, the auction for the first set of 10 foundation establishment pills begins. The starting price is 1 million, with each bid increase no less than 100,000. Begin." Auctioning 10 pills at once, wasn't this bundled sales? Many people cursed inwardly, but as had been explained, these foundation establishment pills were best used from the very beginning, using them to directly cultivate a Xiantian expert. These 10 foundation establishment pills represented one Xiantian expert. Who wouldn't go crazy for them? Chapter 763, Huaxia Dragon Auction House 10. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone immediately followed with a bid, 1,100,000. Someone wanted to seal the deal with a single hammer strike. 1,100,000 and you think you can buy ancient method Peiyuan pills? 2 million. But his voice was quickly drowned out by those who came after. 3 million. 4 million. 5 million. 8 million. 10 million. Oldly, did your family bring that much money? 11 million. My father is on his way with the money. 12 million. A voice cut in, 20 million. Everyone was a bit stunned, 12 million jumping directly to 20 million. The auctioneer was very excited. 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million. 21 million. 30 million. 31 million. 40 million. 41 million. 50 million. Everyone stopped bidding and just listened as those two called out prices. One gritted his teeth to keep up, while the other effortlessly named figures far exceeding the previous bid. Finally, when the price reached 50 million, the one who had been gritting his teeth to follow finally gave up. The auctioneer's voice rang out, 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million 3 times sold. Even Mengyu was a bit dumbfounded. 10 Peiyuan pills had actually sold for the astronomical price of 50 million. This wasn't a later era when money was worth little. At this time, the average person's monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan. She wondered inwardly, wasn't it said that everyone was quite poor at this time? Why were these people so wealthy? The person who won the Peiyuan pills immediately went to the back to pay and collect the pills. Nanyu returned to the auction hall and urgently said to Mengyu, "Miss, could you please lend me another 100 million, no, 200 million. He was certain that when the second set went up for auction, those ancient martial arts families and hidden clans would appear. By then, even 100 million might not be enough to secure a win. The family head said he would come immediately, but Nanyu didn't know if he would make it in time. This set met one Xiantian level expert. Which family would let that slip by? Mengyu really wanted to tell Nanyu, let's not bid, those Peiyuan pills are the ones I put up for auction. But she also knew she couldn't say that. She hadn't known the Peiyuan pills she took from the Taoyuan space were this good. She straightforwardly handed him the passbook from which 10,010,000 had already been deducted. Here, take it all. Use it for now. The auctioneer tapped the table. Next, we begin the auction for the second set of 10 Peiyuan pills. Starting price, 50 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. Everyone was stunned. The second set actually used the final price of the first set as its starting price. If they had known, they might as well have pushed harder in the first round. But soon, someone made an offer. 51 million. 52 million. 53 million. 54 million. 55 million. 56 million. 57 million. 60 million. Nanyu made his first move, increasing by 5 million. The auctioneer got excited again. The distinguished guest in private room number 11 bids 60 million. Are there any other bids? But soon, his bid was surpassed by someone else. 61 million. The bidder was the distinguished guest in private room number 7. Nanyu immediately countered. 70 million. Private room number 7. 71 million. Nanyu, 80 million. Private room number 7. 81 million. 90 million. 91 million. Any more and I'm out. Chapter 764. The Frenzy of Peiyuan Pills 1. Nanyu, 100 million. I won't go any higher. Private room number 7 did not bid again, and no one else did either. This set sold for 50 million more than the previous one. When the auctioneer said, 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million 3 times. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in private room number 11 for winning the second set of Peiyuan pills. Nanyu finally let out a sigh of relief and slumped down. The auctioneer, who should have proceeded to auction the third set of Peiyuan pills, announced a recess after someone came on stage and whispered something in his ear. Due to some matters that need handling, we will take a half-hour break. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Who takes a break in the middle of an auction? Clearly, someone had made a request. Seeing that something was amiss, Nanyu immediately jumped up and pulled lead. Quick, let's go to the backstage right now to get the auction items. Thus, accompanied by Lead, Nanyu went to the backstage to settle the payment and retrieve the Peiyuan pills. Back in the private room, Nanyu couldn't resist. Let me see what's so special about these Peiyuan pills that cost 100 million. As he spoke, he opened the porcelain bottle and poured out one Peiyuan pill. Not bad, not bad. They look better than any I've taken before. Just smelling it makes my internal energy stir, Nanyu said while sniffing the pill. However, a strange expression appeared on Lead's face. These Peiyuan pills, how were they exactly the same as the ones the young mistress had given him? Whether in form, color, or scent, they were identical. He looked towards Mingyu. Mingyu placed a finger on her lips, signaling to him. He immediately understood. The Peiyuan pills being auctioned today were provided by the young mistress. His face instantly clouded with worry. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others envy. Didn't the young mistress realize that offering such top-grade Peiyuan pills could bring her harm? It wasn't as if she lacked money. Why put herself in danger? But he couldn't criticize the young mistress. Perhaps she needed money for some important undertaking? He could only extend his spiritual sense to its limit, ready to shield the young mistress from any potential threats. Suddenly, Mingyu sensed many people entering the surrounding private rooms, and these individuals all carried powerful auras. Mingyu felt something was wrong. Lead said, "You escort Nanyu back." Lead hesitated. "Young mistress, he was currently her hidden guard." Mingyu waved her hand. "Go. Don't worry about me here." Upon hearing this, a flicker passed through Lead's eyes, but he still replied yes. But Nanyu refused. "Young mistress, don't worry about me. My people are waiting for me outside the auction house." "Then escort him to outside the auction house," Mingyu said. Knowing that carrying a set of ancient method Peiyuan pills was akin to holding the hope of cultivating a Xiantian expert, Nanyu didn't stand on ceremony with Mingyu and allowed Lead to escort him out. Not long after, Lead returned and informed Mingyu that the people sent by the family head had already escorted the Peiyuan pills back. Half an hour later, the auctioneer returned to the stage, and the auction resumed. Mingyu could sense that many previously empty private rooms were now occupied. Sure enough, the bidding for this third set of Peiyuan pills was extremely fierce from the very start. 110 million, 120 million, 130 million, 140 million, 200 million, 210 million, 250 million, 300 million. Even Mingyu's heart began to race a little. This was too crazy. In the end, that set of Peiyuan pills was bought by private room number 3 for 600 million. It was said that private rooms number 2 through number 5 belonged to the 4 great hidden families. This was the first time Mingyu witnessed the wealth of the hidden families. Chapter 765, The Frenzy of the Peiyuan Pill 2. Mingyu found it strange. Why isn't there a private booth for the Nan family? Wait, booth number 1 has remained unoccupied. Perhaps this booth belongs to the Nan family. Sure enough, Lida said, our Nan family naturally has a private booth as well. It's booth number 1. Mingyu was somewhat surprised. Is the Nan family actually ranked above the 4 great hidden families? Nanyu, however, shook her head. The Nan family is not superior to the 4 great hidden families. The reason everyone holds our family in such high regard is that the Nan family was once the leader among the hidden families. It's just that later, our main lineage all entered the immortal sect. At that time, because the old master joined the army, this branch remained behind. Due to the old master's outstanding military achievements, he brought this branch of the Nan family into the secular world, and we no longer live in seclusion. However, because our main lineage is in the immortal sect, everyone fears that when the immortal gate opens once every 50 years, our main lineage might come out to intervene. That's why no one dares to touch the Nan family. Mang Yu understood. It wasn't that the current Nan family was particularly powerful, but rather that the Nan family that had entered the immortal sect was formidable. But if that was the case, then why were her grandparents exiled, and how did her father, Nan Xiao, go missing and get declared dead? Could it be that those who acted weren't afraid of the immortal gate opening every 50 years? Just as Mang Yu was feeling shocked and suspicious, a knock suddenly came from outside the private booth. Mang Yu was about to say, "Come in," but Luda had already flashed to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Hello, our young master invites the guest to booth number 4 for a conversation." Luda looked at Mang Yu with concern. Booth number 4 belonged to one of the 4 great hidden families. Mang Yu was taken aback. Had these people come knocking because Nanu had won a set of Peiyuan pills in booth number 11 earlier, or because they had discovered that the Peiyuan pills were sold by her? But regardless of the reason, their intention was clearly aimed at the Peiyuan pills. Mang Yu sighed inwardly and shook her head, thinking, what a joke. Just because you invite me, I must go? Luda then replied to the person outside, I'm sorry, our young lady is not acquainted with your young master. The young man outside naturally refused to accept this. I advise you to come with me obediently. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you anger our young master, it won't be good for you. With that, he forcefully slapped the booth door again as a threat. Luda was instantly furious. How dare he threaten his young lady? But before he could speak, Mang Yu had already spoken up. Are you planning to break the rules of the Huaxia Dragon Auction House? The person outside seemed to hesitate for a moment, but the next second, he let out a miserable scream and fled like a rat with its tail on fire. Luda looked at the young lady in shock and suspicion. Mang Yu snorted coldly. That servant was too presumptuous. I gave him a small punishment. Luda's heart trembled. The young lady remained seated inside the private booth, yet she could punish the young man outside? He suddenly felt that while he thought he understood the young lady, in reality, he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of her abilities. The young man, clutching his head, returned to booth number 4. There, Wang Yunlong, the young master of the hidden Wang family, frowned almost imperceptibly upon seeing him return in such a state. Young master, the people in booth number 11 are too ungrateful. I politely told them that the young master invited them over, but not only did they say something about not being acquainted with the young master, and that if a meeting was necessary, the young master should be the one to visit them. They also used some sorcery that gave me a terrible headache. I had no choice but to run back. Use sorcery? Wang Yunlong examined his attendant's body, but found nothing wrong. Moreover, after the attendant returned, his headache had also stopped, so Wang Yunlong didn't take the mention of sorcery seriously. Go back and tell her directly. If she won't come, that's fine too. We are willing to pay 200 million to purchase the Peiyuan pills she previously bought for 100 million. The young man had no choice but to return to the door of booth number 11 and relay his young master's message. Chapter 766, The Frenzied Peiyuan Pills 3. Our young master is willing to pay 200 million to purchase your set of Peiyuan pills. Upon hearing the young man's words, Ning Yu felt a wave of relief. The other party only knew that private room number 11 had spent 100 million to buy the Peiyuan pills and thus wanted to purchase them. They did not know she was the buyer of the pills. She thought for a moment. The final set of Peiyuan pills had just been bought for 600 million, and now he came offering 300 million for hers. It was likely that the other party didn't have enough money on hand to compete and therefore couldn't purchase them during the auction. So, she called out toward the door, at least 600 million, otherwise, no discussion. The young man left. Not long after, he returned. Our young master says the price can be negotiated. Please, miss, come to our private room number 4 to discuss. Mingyu glanced at the stage. The item currently being auctioned held no interest for her. All right, she said. Tell your young master to wait. I'll be right over. Lead wanted to stop her. She was the eldest young lady of the Nan family. Her status was no lower than that of the Wang family's young master. But Mingyu shook her head. Don't worry. Since it's a business transaction, let's go over for a visit. The other party was the young master of a hidden family clan, so naturally, he would put on a full display of airs. Although she was the eldest young lady of the Nan family, with a status comparable to his, she had not yet returned to the Nan family. She couldn't put on the airs of the Nan family's eldest young lady, let alone disgrace the Nan family's face. Merely acting as a trader, it was nothing for her, as the seller, to go to the buyer's private room. Lead. She fanned herself with a fan, isolating herself, and changed clothes within an array formation. Lead only felt that the eldest young lady suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, she was wearing a set of magnificent clothes, and her entire aura had changed. Lead was instantly stunned. Eldest young lady. Seeing his surprise, Mingyu said, "It's just a simple isolation array. Let's go." She handed Lead a porcelain bottle containing 10 Peiyuan pills and then walked out of the private room. Lead hurriedly followed, his heart once again shaken. The eldest young lady was truly extraordinary. Every time he thought he understood her, she renewed his understanding. The young man saw a dignified, elegant, middle-aged beauty walk out, accompanied by a bodyguard radiating a powerful aura. Recalling how he had threatened them earlier and immediately suffered a splitting headache, his posture involuntarily shrank slightly. He said respectfully, "Greetings. Our young master." Mingyu didn't speak. Lead interrupted him, "Lead the way." The young man quickly led the way. After turning a corner, they arrived at private room number 4. He lightly knocked on the door and then opened it. "Please come in." Mingyu had already scanned the room from outside. Inside was a young man around 28 or 29, with 3 attendants beside him. His expression was not very pleasant. Seeing the private room door open, his sharp gaze swept out. Seeing Mingyu stride in confidently, with Lead behind her exuding a powerful aura, Wang Yunlong quickly stood up and offered his seat. "Greetings. I am Wang Yunlong. My father is the head of the Wang family. May I ask?" "Mingyu, Yu Xing, from Hong Kong." "Hong Kong?" Wang Yunlong's attitude took on a hint of respect. "Please have a seat." "Thank you." Mingyu sat down, and Lead stood behind her. After tea was served, neither spoke. Seeing the other party remain silent for a long time, Mingyu simply ignored him, focusing her attention on the stage. The item being auctioned at the moment was a spiritual herb. Finally, Wang Yunlong couldn't hold back. "I heard Miss Yu purchased the second set of Peiyuan pills?" Chapter 767. The Young Master of the Wang Family. Mingyu withdrew her gaze from the stage and looked at the young master of the Wang family. "Yes." Wang Yunlong asked again, "I heard Miss Yu only spent 1 billion to win the bid?" Mingyu nodded. "Yes. The price for the first set of foundation building pills was 50 million, and the second set was 1 billion. Anyone who asked would know." Mingyu withdrew her gaze from the stage and looked at the young master of the Wang family. "Yes. I only spent 1 billion. The person who won the first set of foundation building pills for 50 million was in the main hall and not easy to find, but everyone knew that the winner of the second set, Nanyu, had bid from her private booth number 11. Therefore, she had no need to hide it. Nanyu had left, but everyone recognized that it was this booth that made the purchase. My father gave me a strict order to secure a set of foundation building pills, but I was careless just now, and the third set was taken by the Song family. I wonder if Miss Yu would be willing to part with yours. Since it's something I hold dear, how could I part with it?" Mingyu was not skilled in negotiation and spoke directly. "Young Master Wang, I bid on this set of foundation building pills to nurture the young people in my family. I'm afraid it's not convenient to part with it." Upon hearing this, Wang Yunlong's expression darkened slightly. However, Mingyu looked at Wang Yunlong. "My family's business development currently requires funds. If young Master Wang can meet my needs." Wang Yunlong quickly said, "Miss Yu spent 1 billion to win the foundation building pills. I'm willing to offer 3 billion. He had previously sent an attendant to offer Mingyu 2 billion. Now, increasing it by another billion showed genuine sincerity. Mingyu chuckled softly. "Heh, 3 billion? Are you joking, young Master Wang?" An attendant behind young Master Wang scolded. "Our young master is the heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 great aristocratic families." An elder in his 50s or 60s on the other side immediately chimed in. "That's right. You bought it for 1 billion, and turning it around for a profit of 2 billion, one should know contentment. Don't be too greedy or you might choke on it." With that, he released his innate aura, pressing it toward Mingyu. Luda pointed at the elder. "Your young master's status is extraordinary, but our young lady is equally noble. The foundation building pills we won, we'll sell them if we wish, and if we don't, what can you do to us?" With that, he also released his innate aura toward the other party. The auras of the 2 innate masters clashed, neither yielding, and a powerful force spread out in all directions. The force of a collision between 2 innate masters was incredibly formidable. With the slightest carelessness, it could blast open the sturdy roof of the auction house. This was the Huaxia Dragon auction house. If the roof were blown off, the consequences were unimaginable. The 2 innate masters also felt some regret. "This is an auction house. Everyone must abide by the rules," Mingyu said, waving her hand. The energy released from the clash of the 2 innate masters vanished without a trace. Only then did everyone realize that this woman, who appeared to be in her 30s and showed no aura, was also a master. "We're just discussing business. Why resort to force? Both of you, step back," young Master Wang said unhappily. Mingyu lazily stretched out a pair of jade-like hands, covering her mouth as she yawned. "Ah, how tedious. If young Master Wang doesn't want this set of foundation building pills, I'll be on my way." With that, she stood up. Wang Yunlong quickly rose as well. "Miss Yu, I sincerely want them." Mengyu turned her head, looked at young Master Wang, and suddenly smiled. Just now, your people said that since I only spent 1 billion to win the foundation building pills, refusing 3 billion is being too greedy. I just want to ask one thing. Booth 3 spent 6 billion to win the third set of foundation building pills. Young Master Wang, how much do you think I could get if I put this set up for auction? Chapter 768. Willing to pay 200 million for your set of Peiyuan pills. Wang Yunlong was instantly mortified. If Mingyu were to immediately auction off the set of Peiyuan pills she had won, they would likely fetch at least 600 million. However, he had only brought 500 million with him. Seeing his expression, Mingyu smiled again. If I were to put them up for auction, I could probably get around 600 million. Even after deducting 60 million in handling fees, that would still leave 540 million. I'm willing to give the Wang family 40 million as a gesture of goodwill. How about you give me 500 million, young Master Wang? Young Master Wang was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Yu. The Wang family elder initially felt somewhat displeased. After all, among the 4 major hidden families, aside from the Feng, Song, and Hu families, who were also hidden families, even the highest leaders of other families showed them a degree of deference. Now, this woman who had appeared out of nowhere dared to stand up to their Wang family as an equal, which naturally made him uncomfortable. But then he recalled that he and Lead had been evenly matched earlier, while this woman on the other side clearly possessed higher cultivation, which was why she had been able to neutralize both of their energies. He wondered when such a powerful family had emerged in Hong Kong. The other party was willing to offer 40 million as a gesture of goodwill to the Wang family and only accept 500 million, which was already quite generous. Thus, both parties went to the auction house's banking center. The Wang family transferred 500 million into the newly opened account for the day, while Lead handed over a pill bottle containing 10 Peiyuan pills to the Wang family. In the end, both sides were satisfied. When Minyu returned to box number 11, the auctioneer on stage was just auctioning off the pair of spiritual birds. This pair of spiritual birds was captured in the Kunlun Mountains. It has been confirmed that they possess spiritual intelligence, can understand human speech, and follow human commands. As they are still young, they are also easy to tame. Moreover, they are a male and a female, so they can produce offspring in the future. The starting bid is 200,000, with a minimum increase of 10,000. Minyu took one look at the pair of spiritual birds with their pure white feathers, not a single strand out of place, and immediately took a liking to them. Xiaodao also shouted from within the space, Master, this pair of white birds has phoenix bloodline. You must bid for them, you must. Just as Minyu was about to bid, she heard a woman's voice from the main hall call out, 1 million. Minyu recognized the voice immediately. It was Nan Mingju, the current young lady of the Nan family. She had risked violating the auction rules for the stone marrow earlier precisely for this pair of spiritual white birds. Nan Mingju wanted this pair of spiritual birds, so she intended to start with a heavy bid to deter others from competing. Sure enough, after Nan Mingju's bid, there was no response for a while. Nan Mingju shouted at the auctioneer, no one else is bidding, so they're mine. Why aren't you calling the final hammer? Just as the auctioneer was about to speak, someone from the second floor called out, 1,100,000. Immediately afterward, others began to shout as well. 1,110,000. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. 1,550,000. Seeing that someone was competing with her for the spiritual birds, Nan Mingju felt resentful and gritted her teeth as she shouted, the Nan family bids 2 million. It was one thing for her to bid, but she even added the Nan family. Was she trying to intimidate people? Mingyu bid again. 2,100,000. Box number 5 upstairs called out. 2,300,000. Nan Mingju made another aggressive bid. 3 million. Mingyu. 3,100,000. Box number 5. 3,200,000. Nan Mingju for million. Mingyu. For 1,100,000. Box number 5. For 1,200,000. Nan Mingju 5 million. And so it went, until only Mingyu and Nan Mingju were left bidding. In the blink of an eye, the price had risen to 9,100,000. Others, realizing that the Nan family's young lady was locked in a bidding war with box number 11, simply stopped bidding. They all watched the two of them call out prices with the attitude of spectators enjoying a show. Chapter 769, What Can You Do to Me? Nan Mingju shouted, 10 million. If the person upstairs bids again, they're making an enemy of the Nan family. The truth was, the money she had brought only amounted to a little over 1 million she had saved since childhood, plus the 10,100,000 from selling the stone marrow earlier. Any higher and she wouldn't be able to afford it. Mengyu naturally knew that Nan Mingju probably had no more than 12 million on her. She sneered inwardly, you might not even be a member of the Nan family, yet you dare to represent them? She laughed and said, you, as an individual, can't represent the Nan family, can you? 11 million. Seeing that even invoking the Nan family couldn't intimidate the person upstairs, Nan Mingzhu felt a surge of resentment. She shouted toward the upper floor, person upstairs, please give the Nan family some face. I really need this pair of spirit birds, 11 million and 10,000. Sorry, but I also really want this pair of white birds. 12 million. Nan Mingzhu was both furious and resentful. She asked Di, how much money do you have on you? Di naturally carried his bankbook with him. Over the decades, he had accumulated rewards from various missions, so he had saved up a little over $1 million. A little over $1 million? Before he could even say whether he was willing to lend it, Nan Mingzhu had already called out a bid, 12,100,000. She had calculated that Di should have $1 million and included his money in her bid. The corner of Meng Yu's mouth lifted. 13 million. Earlier, it had been Nan Mingzhu aggressively raising the bid by large amounts, while Meng Yu only added 100,000 at a time. Now, the situation was reversed. Nan Mingzhu was adding in increments of 100,000, while Meng Yu was aggressively raising by $1 million. Didn't Diding and Nan Yu bring a lot of money earlier? Nan Mingzhu asked Di again. Di was shocked when he heard this. Did the young lady just plan to use their money as well? He quickly tried to stop her. He only bid on the stone marrow to help you out of that situation. Nan Mingzhu snorted. The family head will definitely send someone to settle the payment for the stone marrow. She raised her bidding paddle again. 13 million and 10,000. Di felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Not only had she used up his money, but she had also included Nan Yu and Ding's money in her calculations. Meng Yu's spiritual sense naturally overheard their conversation, and she sneered inwardly. Asterisk, this young lady really is thick-skinned. Earlier, when Luda and Nan Yu begged her to advance the funds, she stubbornly refused. Now, she's scheming to use their money. Asterisk. She raised her bidding paddle high and called out decisively, 16 million. After all, she had made a huge profit today. She was determined to win this pair of spirit birds and absolutely could not let them fall into Nan Mingzhu's hands. Nan Mingzhu had earned 10,100,000 from selling the stone marrow. She herself had a little over $1 million, and she had schemed to include Di, Nan Yu, and Luda, each of whom had a little over $1 million. In reality, Di had only saved a little over $1 million after working for decades, while Nan Yu and Luda each only had 200,000 to 300,000 on them. Thus, she calculated that her side had around 14 million, but booth number 11 had just called out 16 million in one go. Unwilling to accept this, she pointed at booth number 11 and said to the auctioneer on stage, booth number 11 previously spent 100 million on a set of Peiyuan pills, and now they're bidding 16 million. I demand a verification of their funds. Fund verification was a measure used by competing bidders to prevent opponents from artificially inflating prices. Either party involved in the competition could request it to avoid one side deliberately driving up the price. The auctioneer glanced at Nan Mingzhu and said, please have the backstage staff verify the funds for booth number 11. Chapter 770, Facing Nan Mingzhu. Not long after, someone from the backstage came out and whispered something to the auctioneer. The auctioneer then announced to the crowd below, booth 11 is a distinguished guest of the Huaxia Dragon Auction House and has a credit line of 1 billion. Everyone was stunned. What? A credit line of 1 billion? Let me explain what a credit line is. A credit line means the maximum amount of funds our auction house believes an individual can provide. Within this limit, any item won in the auction, as long as it does not exceed 1 billion, qualifies for exemption from capital verification. Booth 11 has a credit line of 1 billion yuan. The value of the items she has won is less than 120 million, so she qualifies for exemption from capital verification. Nan Mingzhu was furious. Booth 11 was opposing her, yet she didn't need to undergo capital verification. I protest. She clearly has no money. Why is she exempt from capital verification? It's obvious your auction house is shielding her. In truth, she had seen Nan Mingzhu and Ding both visit booth 11. She suspected that the person in that booth was also someone from the Nan family. She recalled sending Ding to capture that little wretch earlier, but Ding had been too afraid to act because the other party had a Xiantian expert. She suspected that Ding had already learned she was the true young lady of the Nan family and had secretly switched allegiance to her, which was why he hadn't captured her. It was possible that the person in booth 11 was that little wretch. But she couldn't be sure, as Chief Ming had already said he would send people to intercept her on the way and prevent her from coming to the capital. She probably hadn't come, right? Yet, for some reason, seeing Ding entering and leaving booth 11 gave her a feeling that that bastard was inside booth 11. If it really was that bastard inside, she definitely wouldn't have any money. How could a country bumpkin raised in the countryside get so much money? Even if Ding gave her all his money, she still wouldn't have that much. In fact, perhaps even the entire family couldn't produce that much liquid cash. It must be said, Nan Mingju was also a very perceptive person. Upon hearing Nan Mingju's words, the crowd couldn't help but worry about her intelligence. Since the auction house had granted such a high credit line, they naturally believed she could provide the funds. If she couldn't, it would be a matter between the auction house and her. Just then, a voice came from booth 11. The guest with bidder number 92 just placed a bid of 13.01 million. I request the auction house to verify her capital. What? Verify my capital? Nan Mingju was shocked. She only had 11.2 million on her, and D had just over a million. Combined, they only had a little over 12 million. But she had just bid 13.01 million. Mingyu sneered, you can demand to verify my capital. Why can't I verify yours? But I am the young lady of the Nan family. Nan Mingju shouted. Mingyu snorted coldly, I don't know if you're the true young lady of the Nan family, but I do know one thing. If someone were representing the Nan family, they would definitely be seated in the Nan family's booth 1. Yet you're sitting in the main hall. This shows that, whether or not you are the Nan family's young lady, you are here only as an individual. Mingyu paused and snorted again. I even doubt whether you're truly the Nan family's young lady. The Nan family is a family of such noble character. Every Nan family man is distinguished and majestic, and every woman is dignified and graceful, possessing an air of nobility. How could there be someone like this, who only has the appearance, but lacks substance and refinement? Chapter 771. How Thick-Skinned. When Nan Mingju saw the person who poked their head out of the private booth, she finally realized that this person was not the Jiang Mingyu she had assumed, but a woman in her 30s. But immediately, she grew furious again. You called me a good-for-nothing? Nan Mingju was indignant. Nan Mingju smiled. You said that yourself. I bid 13,110,000 because I myself have 11,110,000, and the guard by my side has over 1 million. My family has 2 other martial artists who also came to the auction house. They've just stepped away for a moment. They hold the same status as the guard by my side, and they should each also have over 1 million on them. Added together, that makes over 13 million. Mingyu laughed. Since when did the money belonging to the guards by your side become yours? Never mind that your other 2 aren't even here right now. Has this guard beside you even agreed to lend you his money? Nan Mingju was momentarily speechless, then flared up in anger again. I am the young lady of the Nan family. They are bodyguards who have pledged allegiance to the Nan family. When I have a need, they should naturally provide. Mingyu sneered coldly. Bodyguards are also independent individuals. The money they have was earned by risking their lives for the Nan family. It is their private property. If they are willing to lend it to you, that's your good fortune. If they are unwilling, that is their right. Why should the money they worked hard for be given to you? Someone nearby chimed in, in her eyes, her family's bodyguards are probably just servants. So, in her view, the servants belong to her, and naturally the servants' money belongs to her too. Exactly. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why she would directly treat someone else's money as her own to bid on items without even asking them first. Who would have thought that becoming a Nan family guard meant becoming a servant? Good thing I never pledged allegiance to the Nan family back then. I'm quite relieved too. Mingyu hadn't expected the fire to end up burning the Nan family itself. She quickly said, the Nan family I know is not like this. In fact, I've heard the treatment for Nan family guards is excellent. Other members of the Nan family aren't like this young lady either. I think I've heard that too. The Nan family has always kept a low profile. How did they produce a young lady like this? Whether this young lady is genuine is still unknown. After all, if she were truly the Nan family young lady, why isn't she sitting in the Nan family's booth number 1? Mingyu added at the opportune moment. Recalling the Nan family's usual low profile and looking at this Nan Mingju who called herself the Nan family young lady, everyone saw not a hint of that low profile. Coupled with what Mingyu said, everyone couldn't help but show skeptical looks. Yes, so far it was only her own claim that she was the Nan family young lady. But the Nan family's booth hadn't even been opened. What kind of Nan family member was this? Little did they know, it was precisely because the Nan family kept a low profile that they had never accepted that booth number 1. But Mingyu didn't know that, and even if she did, she would still use this point to attack Nan Mingju. In the end, whether Nan Mingju was willing or not, her funds were verified, proving she had less than 13,010,000 on her. Finally, she was expelled from the auction house. Due to Nan Mingju's malicious price inflation earlier, the pair of white birds was put up for auction again. This time, without Nan Mingju causing trouble, once Mingyu bid 5 million, no one else followed. Thus, Mingyu acquired the white birds for 5 million. Chapter 772, Nan Mingju is kicked out 1. After that, Mingyu successfully bid on 2 more valuable items, soul nurturing wood and space stone. The soul nurturing wood could nourish the soul and could also be refined into pills to enhance a cultivator's spiritual sense. The space stone, on the other hand, was excellent material for crafting spatial rings. Although she had 3 rings, having given one to Gu Dongxing and still possessing 2 herself, they were always ones others had worn. She wanted ones that had never been worn by anyone. With this space stone, she could have Gu Dongxing craft 2 wedding rings for them. Finally, when settling the bill at the backstage, her foundation establishment pills had fetched 750 million. After deducting 8 million for the fire spirit stone she bought, 6 million for the spirit bird, 32 million for the soul nurturing wood, and 80 million for the space stone, she was left with 624 million. Adding the 300 million from selling 2 spirit pearls and the 500 million from selling a set of foundation establishment pills to the Wang family, her total earnings for the day amounted to 1.424 billion. Oh, right, she also needed to subtract the 10.1 million she advanced for Nan Yueta, leaving her with a net profit of 1.4139 billion. Due to the auction house's special nature, there was a bank service point on site. Moreover, at this time, bank deposits did not yet require real name registration. Therefore, Mingyu immediately opened a single passbook in her own name and deposited 13.9 million. She opened an account in Jing Suizhu's name and deposited 50 million, earmarked for welfare projects. She opened an account in A. Xian's name and deposited 30 million, intended for the expansion of the waste recycling company. Additionally, she opened accounts in the names of Shenqi, Wu Jiangxing, Xiao Hua, Zhang Shuiyu, Wang Huilan, Gu Mingxing, and others, depositing 2 million into each account. This money was for them to use in collecting antiques. Previously, with limited funds, she couldn't provide much operating capital. Now that she had money, this funding naturally had to be distributed. All these passbooks were set up for nationwide deposit and withdrawal, allowing access to the funds locally. The remaining 1.3 billion was deposited into the passbook of her Hong Kong account, Yuhang. She planned to keep 300 million as a reserve fund and exchange the entire 1 billion next year into Japanese yen in Japan for stock market investments. She would withdraw it at its peak in 1987. By then, she would truly have no worries about money. Returning to the courtyard at Yong'an Alley, Auntie Chin was already waiting for her. The kindergarten blueprints were ready, and she had already hired a construction company. They were just waiting for Mingyu to provide the funds to start construction. Mingyu was very satisfied with the work of Auntie Chin, who had been removed from a leadership position in her youth due to a minor conduct mistake. She directly handed her a passbook with 1 million. Auntie Chin, I start school tomorrow. I'll leave the entire kindergarten construction project in your hands from now on. The password for this passbook is. Auntie Chin, nearly 50 years old, was full of energy. She patted her chest. Thank you for your trust, Comrade Jiang. You can go to school with peace of mind. I will definitely build our kindergarten well. Mingyu was very pleased. Good, then I'll wait to see the excellent results Auntie Chin achieves for everyone in our entire neighborhood to see. Also, it seems our kindergarten didn't have formal procedures before, right? Previously, we were using someone else's land. Now that we have our own site, we must have formal procedures. Auntie Chin nodded. Don't worry, leave all these matters to me. However, should our kindergarten be considered collectively owned by the neighborhood or a private institution? I funded this entire kindergarten myself, so of course it's private. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, isn't private enterprise allowed now? Let's simply apply for our kindergarten to be a welfare-oriented private enterprise. Chapter 773, Nan Mingju is kicked out too. Auntie Chin understood very well that once this kindergarten became collectively owned by the neighborhood committee, there would likely be all sorts of interference in the future, and she could forget about managing the kindergarten's affairs anymore. It was even possible that the land purchased by Comrade Jiang would eventually be used under the kindergarten's name by others, and the staff dormitories she had built would become cozy nests for certain people. Therefore, upon hearing Mingyu suggest establishing it as a welfare-oriented private enterprise, she naturally agreed wholeheartedly with both hands raised. Who will be the legal representative? Mingyu pointed at the bankbook in Auntie Chen's hand. Use the name on that. Only then did Auntie Chen notice the name on the bankbook. It wasn't Jiang Mingyu, but someone named Yu Xing. Auntie Chen was puzzled. Who is this person? She's a friend of mine, from Hong Kong. The 1 million I'm giving you is her donation. Auntie Chen was immediately moved. Comrade Jiang, please rest assured, I will definitely make this happen. A Hong Kong person. People in the country always have a bit more caution towards those from outside, not daring to easily touch things belonging to outsiders, for fear of causing an international incident. Mingyu asked again, when will Auntie Chen retire? Auntie Chen was a bit embarrassed. Back then, my family had many siblings and was in difficult circumstances. To start working earlier, I added 2 years to my age. So, although I'm retiring this December, I'm actually only 48. Auntie Chen wasn't a cadre. She had to retire at 50. Mingyu was quite satisfied with her older reported age. I know, Auntie Chen is full of energy. From now on, you will be in charge of this kindergarten. In fact, 48 is the prime age for undertaking endeavors. There are many talented people in this world who lack only an opportunity. Give them a stage and they can accomplish great things. Just like Auntie Chen. On the surface, she made a mistake and was removed from her leadership position, but in reality, it was simply because she and a certain noblewoman fell in love with the same man. Having been suppressed for half her life, she now treasures the opportunity given by Jiang Mingyu immensely. As for her health, after drinking the concentrated spring water Mingyu steeped into strong tea for her, she could definitely work for another 20 years without any problem. On the other side, Nan Mingju returned home from the Huaxia Dragon Auction House and was summoned to the family ancestral hall. Yes, the family head had actually opened the ancestral hall for her, because her auctioning of stone marrow had been exposed. But even if she had auctioned the stone marrow, surely it wasn't serious enough to warrant opening the ancestral hall, was it? She looked fearfully at Steward Ming, who turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. This made her even more worried. Speak. Where did the stone marrow you auctioned come from? Nancheng was furious. In the entire family, only the direct lineage could be issued stone marrow. Even though he used it very sparingly and carefully, there wasn't much stone marrow left. Yet this Nan Mingju had actually taken stone marrow to auction. Nan Mingju glanced timidly at Steward Ming, which prompted him to glare fiercely at her. She quickly lowered her head. I saved it up by not using my allotted stone marrow for the past 2 years. Steward Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least she hadn't exposed him. Otherwise, his room would probably face a search. Although he wasn't afraid of being searched, it would leave a stain on his record and make him feel humiliated. Nancheng stared into her eyes. Is it really what you saved up? Chapter 774, Public or Private? The physical transformation of Nan Mingju was something anyone could see. If she had saved the stone marrow essence allocated to her by the clan, and if she hadn't received any this year, then at the very least, she hadn't consumed any stone marrow essence last year or the year before. How could her body have become almost entirely free of impurities? He knew very well that the stone marrow essence he distributed to the direct descendants could never achieve such transformative results. At best, it could only help cleanse the accumulated waste and toxins from consuming foundation establishment pills and regular diet. For someone like Nan Mingju to achieve such physical transformation, 1 drop a year was absolutely insufficient. He even suspected that she might have been taking stone marrow essence every month. Your body simply cannot look like someone who hasn't used stone marrow essence for 3 years. So, tell the truth. Where did your stone marrow essence really come from? Steward Ming's expression changed. He had forgotten that those who had taken stone marrow essence were completely different from those who hadn't taken it for years. Uncle. Speak. With a thud, Steward Ming knelt down. I gave it to her. The young mistress made a mistake and couldn't receive this year's cultivation resources. Seeing how truly heartbroken she was, I saved the reward I received last time for contributing to the family and gave it to the young mistress. Nan Cheng glared fiercely at Steward Ming. We'll deal with your matter later. He turned to Nan Mingju. Once you had the stone marrow essence, the most important thing you should have done was to take it, cultivate, and transform your body to its best state. But what did you do? Do you have any idea how precious stone marrow essence is? Do you know that the 4 hidden families and the 10 great families are all watching us, constantly seeking to purchase stone marrow essence? We've been telling them we have none left ourselves. But by putting it up for auction, aren't you making the Nan family slap its own face? Nan Mingyu wanted to say, what does the Nan family have to do with me? But then she heard Nan Chung continue, by letting people know the Nan family still has stone marrow essence, even enough to auction off. What excuse can we use to fend them off when they come asking for it again? In the future, how would we dare to distribute stone marrow essence to any of you? Nan Mingju thought to herself, if you don't distribute it, my Uncle Ming will still give me some. But then she noticed Steward Ming's face had turned pale. She immediately realized that if the family stopped distributing stone marrow essence, then Uncle Ming wouldn't be able to easily give her any either. Thinking this, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Little did she know, Steward Ming was thinking about something entirely different. And another thing, why did you participate in the bidding for the very item you put up for auction? Even if you did participate, how did you let yourself get discovered? This was what Nan Cheng hated the most. You drove up the price yourself and were recognized as the young mistress of the Nan family. Do you have any idea how much shame you brought upon the entire Nan family by doing that? If Nanyu hadn't borrowed money in the end to win those 2 drops of stone marrow essence, think for yourself what the consequences would have been. Would the Nan family ever be able to hold its head high again? What you should never have done was, after Nanyu got you out of that situation, you should have honestly handed over the money for him to cover the cost of the stone marrow essence he won. But what did you do? You refuse to contribute a single cent. Nan Yu is not a direct descendant of the Nan family. The auction house wouldn't give the Nan family any face. The most likely outcome for him would have been having his cultivation crippled and being expelled from the auction house. You actually stubbornly refused to pay. How could you be so heartless as to watch him get his cultivation crippled? I thought the person you sent would handle it. The person I sent was him. He was only there to keep an eye on you, to make sure someone was there if you caused trouble. He was there representing me. Not only did you not listen to him, you even refused to provide the money. If a friend hadn't lent him the money, both he and Ding would have faced the fate of having their cultivation crippled. Chapter 775, The Nan Family Opens the Ancestral Hall 1. They're just 2 servants. So, what if they're crippled? Nan Mingju said defiantly. Nan Cheng was utterly disappointed in Nan Mingju. With a direct descendant like this, wouldn't those who had pledged allegiance to the Nan family feel disheartened? Fortunately, she wasn't his real niece. But even so, he felt a chill in his heart. Who told you that the shadow guards are servants? Do you not know that what upholds the Nan family isn't just the direct descendants, but also the many martial artists who have pledged allegiance to us? What's most detestable is that later, during the auction for the spirit beast, you actually lumped their money together with yours. The shadow guards' money is their personal property. What right do you have to use their money to buy things? Nan Mingju truly believed that. A servant's money could naturally be used at will. Let me tell you, those who have pledged allegiance to our Nan family form the foundation of our clan. No one is allowed to trample on their dignity, nor covet their property. The guards stationed outside the ancestral hall all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the family head's words. To be honest, upon hearing that the young lady had, without even asking, included Ding, and Nan Yu's money as her own to bid on items at the auction house, who wouldn't feel a chill in their hearts? Guards are people too. They have their own dignity and their own property rights. They pledged allegiance to the Nan family because it was powerful and could protect them. If their dignity and property couldn't even be guaranteed, then what use was pledging allegiance to the Nan family? Fortunately, the family head was wise. Fortunately, they hadn't acknowledged the young lady as their master. Finally, the family head announced the punishment for Nan Mingju. First, kneel in the ancestral hall for a full day and night to reflect on her actions. Second, all the money from the auction of the stone marrow would be confiscated to repay the debts Nan Yu and Ding had borrowed from outside. Third, the 10% handling fee from the Huaxia Dragon auction house would be paid by Nan Mingju. Fourth, from now on, Nan Mingju would no longer receive any stone marrow. Fifth, Nan Yu and De had salvaged the family's reputation. The 2 drops of stone marrow bought back would be awarded to them, 1 drop each. Upon hearing this punishment, Nan Mingju collapsed. This way, she would be left penniless. Losing over 10 million was one thing, but why on earth should she have to pay the handling fee? Moreover, taking the money was bad enough, but those 2 drops of stone marrow were clearly hers. Why were they being awarded to Ding and Nan Yu? She looked towards Steward Ming, but Steward Ming didn't dare meet her gaze. Her heart turned cold. Uncle Ming wasn't going to stand up for her either. The next day, Ming Yu went to meet up with Xiaohua and Wang Huilan. First, she saw Xiaohua off to register at Beijing University, then Ming Yu and Huilan went to register at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Unexpectedly, during registration, she actually saw Nan Mingju making a high-profile entrance with Di in tow. She and Nan Mingju were actually classmates? And that Di, wasn't he a shadow guard? How could he so blatantly follow behind her like that? Was she using a shadow guard as a bodyguard? Elder sister, do you know that female student who cut in line? Huilan, who was waiting in line to register, asked curiously. Her master had been staring at that female student. It didn't seem like she was looking at a stranger. Even if the other party was acting arrogantly, there was no need to keep staring at her, right? Meng Yu nodded. I know her. You really know her? Huilan was puzzled. Her master had only arrived 3 to 5 days earlier than her. From now on, if you see her, take a detour, Meng Yu said. Huilan nodded. She was so arrogant. Of course they should avoid her. They were here to study, not to compete and fight with others. However, oftentimes, some things cannot be avoided just because you want to avoid them. Chapter 776. The Nan Family Opens the Ancestral Hall, Part 2. Their dorm room was on the 4th floor. Mingyu discovered that she and Nan Mingju were actually assigned to the same room. At this time, a dorm room typically had 4 bunk beds, sleeping 8 people. To avoid disturbing others and to avoid being disturbed themselves, Mingyu and Huilan occupied the upper and lower bunks of one bed. Just as the two were putting up their bed curtains, an arrogant voice reached their ears. How much is this fabric you're using for the curtains? I'll buy it. The fabric Mingyu and Huilan were using was something Mingyu had taken from the palace. Back when Mingyu first entered the palace, she discovered over a dozen large gold inlaid jade chests in a side hall and also in a bedchamber. Opening the chests, she found they were filled with extremely high-quality silk fabrics, most in very bright colors, all perfectly preserved. Besides these, there were also several bolts of fabric that were neither like satin nor cotton or linen, nor were they any kind of gauze. They felt light and warm to the touch, almost as if they were nothing at all. Mingyu had stored all those dozen or so large chests in her ring at the time. Later, even after refining the palace, she didn't return the chests. Therefore, while she returned the palace to Gu Dongxing, these fabrics remained in her possession. After making the bed earlier, she had thought about putting up bed curtains. This way, she could create her own private space on the bed, preventing outsiders from seeing what she was doing. However, using ordinary fabric would provide privacy but lack breathability. So, Mingyu thought of that material she had found in the palace side hall, the one that wasn't quite gauze, light and warm to the touch. After taking it out, she discovered another benefit of this gauze-like fabric. It was one way. If made into bed curtains, looking from the inside out, everything outside would be clearly visible, but looking from the outside in, nothing could be seen. Moreover, this light gauze was fine and breathable, and could even be used directly as a mosquito net. It was truly excellent. So, she immediately cut 2 large pieces and made them into bed curtains. For the lower bunk, it was easy to simply nail the fabric to the bed frame. But for the upper bunk, it was better to make it like a mosquito net. Therefore, she cut the gauze into 2 large pieces, one for the top and another for the 4 sides. They were just sewing them together when this Nan Mingju arrived. Nan Mingju knew at a glance that the gauze was something special. Picking it up, she discovered its one-way property, transparent from one side, opaque from the other, and was even more pleased. I asked you how much this gauze costs. Are you both deaf? Nan Mingju asked unhappily. Seeing it was Nan Mingju, Mingyu thought to herself that the two of them must have been enemies in a past life. Otherwise, why couldn't she avoid her even when she tried? Not for sale. Mingyu glanced at Nan Mingju indifferently. Di hadn't come in with her, but in just this short time, Nan Mingju had already gathered a few followers. Several female classmates trailed behind her, clearly taking her as their leader. Hearing Mingyu say it wasn't for sale, one of the followers immediately stepped forward, pointing at Mingyu and saying, "Don't you know what's good for you? For the Nan family's young lady to take a liking to your bed gauze is an honor for you. Hurry up and take down the gauze to present to her." Nan Mingju's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The title of Nan family's young lady was very useful. She had just mentioned it in passing, and these female classmates were scrambling to help her. "No need to take it down," Nan Mingju said, glancing at the location of the bed Mingyu had chosen, and then at the obviously very comfortable-looking bedding. "This spot is very good. Thank you for making the bed for me. I'll give you a bit more money." Chapter 777, The Nan Family Opens the Ancestral Hall 3. When it came to money, Nan Mingju was filled with resentment. She had saved for over a decade, accumulating just over 1,000,000 yuan. But because of the auction for the marrow within the stone, not only was the auction money confiscated, but almost all of her own funds were used to pay the handling fees. And those 2 drops of marrow within the stone were actually given as rewards to Nan Yu and Di. Those 2 had the nerve to accept them without even thinking to return them to her privately. What was even more infuriating was that her money was completely wiped out, yet her rightful annual allowance of 100,000 yuan was withheld. If Uncle Ming hadn't privately given her 10,000 yuan, she would have no money to use now. Therefore, she absolutely had to save money, save money, save money. Nan Mingju's entourage was somewhat dumbfounded. Did she not only want that Jiang classmate's bed curtains, but also the other person's bedding? Wang Huilan couldn't help but flare up, but was stopped by Mingyu. If a dog barks a few times, why bother paying attention? She finished the last few stitches. "All right, take it and hang it up above." Wang Huilan understood. "Yes, big sister. We're humans. We don't need to pay attention to a dog's barking." Nan Mingju never expected that she, the esteemed eldest young lady of the Nan family, would be treated like a dog on her very first day at school. How could this be allowed? "I said I'm buying your bed curtains. Can you understand human speech?" Mingyu gave her a disdainful look. "You can't afford it." Nan Mingju, who had always been accustomed to flaunting her wealth, instantly felt looked down upon. "Just a few feet of gauze, and you dare say I can't afford it? Are you sure you can afford it?" Mingyu said disdainfully. "Fine, I'll tell you. This fabric is called mermaid silk. Volume 1 of Records of Strange Things by Renfeng of the Southern Liang Dynasty states, mermaid silk comes from the South Sea, woven in secret by water-dwelling creatures. Also called dragon silk. Its price exceeds 100 gold. Made into clothing, it does not get wet in water. And the gauze I used for these bed curtains is precisely the legendary mermaid silk, costing 100 gold per bolt. This 100 gold doesn't mean 100 taels of gold, but 100 jin of gold. The amount I used for the bed curtains today happens to be exactly 1 bolt. If you want to buy it, fine." Bring 100 jin, which is 1,000 taels, of gold. The current price of gold is about 26 yuan per gram. That 100 jin comes to 1.3 million yuan. If you want half a bolt, that's 650,000. May I ask, eldest young lady Nan, do you have 650,000? Nan Mingzhu glared at Meng Yu resentfully. You're lying. This fabric isn't mermaid silk at all. You're just calling it mermaid silk to cheat people out of money. The other classmates also stared at Meng Yu. Even if this wasn't mermaid silk, and even if it really was, it couldn't possibly be this expensive, right? This was clearly a case of asking an exorbitant price. Meng Yu said calmly, I say it's mermaid silk, so it's mermaid silk. If you want to buy it, that's the price. Besides, you're the one trying to force a purchase, not me forcing you to buy. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. I'm not short on money and don't particularly want to sell it to you anyway. You're making it seem like I'm engaged in profiteering. The other students immediately felt Meng Yu had a point. It wasn't like she was asking you to buy it. She didn't want to sell in the first place. You're the one insisting on buying her fabric, so naturally, she can name her price. If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. If you're not short on money, then give these bed curtains to me. If you can give them to her, why can't you give them to me? Clearly, you're just a stingy miser, yet you claim you're not short on money, Nan Mingzhu said resentfully. Everyone who heard this found it laughable. Just because someone isn't short on money means they should give their things to you? And if they don't give them to you, they're a stingy miser? That logic is truly impressive, isn't it? Chapter 778. Don't be so ungrateful. Mingyu smiled. Whether I'm generous or stingy is none of your business. Who are you to me? Why should I give you a piece of mermaid silk worth 1.3 million? As for why I gave it to Huilan, it's naturally because she's my little sister. And Mingyu glanced at Nan Mingzhu with disdain once more. Aren't you the young lady of the Nan family? Would the young lady of the Nan family really covet someone else's belongings and then complain about the price? In the end, Nan Mingzhu gave up resentfully, but she harbored a deep grudge against Mingyu in her heart. She said viciously, if you have the guts, tell me your name. Heh, Mingyu chuckled, staring into her eyes. Listen carefully. My name is Jiang Mingyu. Jiang Mingyu. Nan Mingzhu was shocked. Her face instantly turned pale. Which Jiang Mingyu are you? Mingyu stared Nan Mingzhu down. I am Jiang Mingyu from Xiaoyao Village, Jiangzhou Brigade, Damian Commune, Xiangyang County, Ji Province. Is that clear enough? Nan Mingzhu, how is that possible? Weren't you supposed to be unable to come? How could you have come? Jiang Mingyu sneered. Why wouldn't I be able to come? Did you think sending a few small fries would be enough to stop me from coming to university? I don't know what you're talking about, Nan Mingzhu panicked. You do know. If you didn't, why did you say earlier that I couldn't come? So, those people who intercepted me on the road were sent by you, right? I didn't. You're talking nonsense. If you didn't, how did you know I couldn't come? Clearly, it was you who sent people to stop me from coming to university. What are your intentions? You're slandering me. Nan Mingzhu retreated several steps. As soon as she reached the doorway, she rushed out and ran downstairs. A few classmates who had come with Nan Mingzhu earlier wanted to chase after her, but Mingyu said coldly, I advise you not to chase her. Whoever goes after her will surely bear the brunt of her anger. The classmates were all baffled. What's wrong with Miss Nan? Moreover, the conversation she just had with Mingyu seemed to involve something serious. This Mingyu was intercepted on the road, and it seems the one who sent people to intercept her was Nan Mingzhu? Why would she do that? The classmates all turned their eyes to Jiang Mingyu. Jiang Mingyu spread her hands. Don't ask me. I don't know why either. Previously, while I was attending a celebration banquet at a classmate's house, some people came to try and capture me, wanting to send me abroad. Later, I heard those people said they were sent by the young lady of the Nan family. This time, on my way to university, someone again used a sick person to stage a scam, insisting on detaining me and forcing me to cure a cerebral hemorrhage patient before letting me leave. Someone with a slight understanding of medicine immediately exclaimed, how is that possible? It's unthinkable to cure cerebral hemorrhage in less than a month. Exactly. But that's precisely what they used to detain me. If I hadn't been clever, I wouldn't be able to attend school with all of you today. Another classmate with slender eyes asked, you suspect the person who wanted to detain you was also sent by Nan Mingzhu? Why would she do that? Mingyu snorted coldly. Apparently, it's because I look like the Nan family's missing eldest young master, Nan Shao, and the Nan family's deceased matriarch. Just because you look like Nan Shao and the matriarch, she would treat you like that? Because she herself doesn't look like Nan Shao, much less the matriarch, Mingyu said with a cold laugh. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Jiang Mingyu. Don't tell me. You're the real young lady of the Nan family? Chapter 779. I'm not short on that money. Mingyu's goal was to make others suspect that she was the real Miss Nan. But she couldn't say this herself. Moreover, even if others said it, she had to express some doubt. So, she shook her head. You can't say that. Even I don't know who my own parents are. I was taken home as a child and raised as a servant. I wasn't allowed to study. Later, it was the production team leader who said that the new society couldn't have new illiterates, so I was allowed to earn money for my own schooling, but I still had to do all the housework. I always thought my adoptive parents were my birth parents, and I resented them. Why could my younger sister avoid housework, wear new clothes, and carry a new school bag to study, while I had endless chores, wore my sister's worn-out clothes, and wasn't allowed to study? Why did they give the university spot I worked so hard to test into through grade skipping to my sister to attend, and then sell me into the deep mountains to be a shared wife for two men, using the money from selling me as my sister's travel expenses? It wasn't until someone came to my door claiming to be family that I learned I wasn't my adoptive parents' daughter at all. And the reason my adoptive parents forbade me from studying and sold me into the deep mountains, ensuring I could never leave, was because they were acting under someone else's orders. I had already started treating the person who came to claim me as my birth mother, but who knew she showed no real affection for me, and I couldn't feel close to her either. Later, when I confronted her and asked if I was truly her biological daughter, she finally admitted that I wasn't. Mingyu knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was aware of her origins and had been secretly targeting her all along. If her identity remained hidden, that mastermind would surely continue hiding in the shadows, using various methods against her. But now, by taking advantage of Nan Mingju's scheme to deliberately reveal her background, she had made everyone doubt her identity. Under the premise that she might be the real Miss Nan, the mastermind wouldn't dare to act so brazenly when targeting her. Of course, her purpose in doing this was also to force that mastermind out into the open. Nanqing feared that the other party, cornered, might act desperately, so he didn't dare to acknowledge her immediately and bring her home. She, however, felt that even if the enemy jumped out, it was better than having them hidden in the darkness, constantly causing trouble. The students listened to Mingyu's story as if it were a tale. It was too bizarre. And the more they listened, the more they felt Jiang Mingyu might very well be the real Miss Nan. Otherwise, why forbid her from studying? Why prevent her from succeeding? Why go to such lengths to stop her from coming to the capital even after she tested into university? And why was Nan Mingju involved in stopping her from coming to the capital? The student with narrow, long eyes said worriedly, "Classmate Jiang, it's not good for you to always be targeted like this. Why don't you go directly to the Nan family? Tell them you are the real Miss Nan." Mingyu smiled bitterly. "You suspect I'm Miss Nan? I never said I was Miss Nan. Besides, I have no evidence to prove I'm Miss Nan." Another student said with concern, "Classmate Jiang, you must be careful. Before, they just didn't want you to come to the capital. Now that you're here, be on guard against them using underhanded tricks against you, or even trying to eliminate you outright." Mingyu smiled bitterly again. "What can I do? I can't just obey someone else's arrangement and let myself be sold into the deep mountains as a shared wife for two men just because someone wants to suppress me, right? Originally, I didn't want to come to the capital to study. But later, to solve this mystery, why couldn't I come to the capital? Could it be that the secret of my origins could be unraveled here? That's why I studied desperately and tested into a university in the capital." Chapter 780, Revealing Her Origins. Mingyu's words only made people more suspicious. Indeed, if her identity had been stolen, she would certainly not be allowed to come to the capital. It made sense now, the suppression since childhood, the repeated attempts to stop her after she got into university. And when everyone thought about what Nan Mingju had done to her, wasn't Nan Mingju the very person who had stolen her identity? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Mingyu knew what they were thinking and pressed on. "It was only after I came here that I heard about the Nan family. I learned that I look about 50 or 60% like the eldest young master of the Nan family and 70 or 80% like the late Madame Nan. I also realized that it's this face of mine that has brought me trouble. But I can't just hide my face day and night out of fear, can I? I believe that people here, right under the feet of the Son of Heaven, won't be like those in our rural areas. It probably won't be so easy for anyone to try and get rid of me." Hearing Mingyu's words, her classmates became even more convinced that she was the true young lady of the Nan family. Otherwise, why would she look 50 or 60% like the eldest young master of the Nan family and 70 or 80% like Madame Nan? Everyone felt indignant on Mingyu's behalf. It was obvious her identity had been swapped. But even if it was swapped, how could they go to such lengths to suppress her, make things difficult for her, and even try to ruin her? Although Mingyu never explicitly stated that she was the true young lady of the Nan family, even hinting at times that she was merely envied for resembling the eldest young master, people had plenty of room for speculation. Thus, in less than a day, rumors about the true and false young ladies of the Nan family spread across the entire campus. Some speculated that Mingyu was simply unlucky to have a face resembling the eldest young master and the late Madame Nan, which had attracted jealousy. Others speculated that there was no smoke without fire. Perhaps the student, Jiang Mingyu, really was the biological daughter of the eldest young master of the Nan family? Otherwise, how could such a coincidence exist, resembling both the eldest young master and Madame Nan? Moreover, if it were merely a resemblance, why would she face such persecution? Wasn't this a case of protesting too much? There were also those who speculated that this was the work of the Nan family's enemies, aimed at making the Nan family doubt whether their direct lineage had been compromised. Hadn't they heard about cosmetic surgery abroad? Perhaps this Jiang Mingyu had undergone such procedures. Otherwise, how could a rural child from the far south have a face resembling the eldest young master of the Nan family in the capital? This was clearly a conspiracy. In a certain villa of the Nan family, a man, furious and flustered, smashed a pile of porcelain shards on the floor. How dare she? How dare she reveal her identity? Doesn't she fear I'll silence her for good? Beside him, another man sighed. Master, by doing this, she is precisely trying to avoid being silenced. Think about it. She has now made her origins public. She is an orphan with no parents. She resembles the eldest young master by 50% and Madame Nan by 80%. That alone gives people endless room for imagination. Coupled with her past experiences, being prevented from studying, being sold into the deep mountains after getting into university last year, encountering numerous incidents after getting into university this year, and even being detained by someone on the train. She has made all these things public. Anyone who thinks about it will realize that the current young lady of the Nan family is an imposter, and she is the real one. If she were killed now, her mouth would be silenced, but the young lady's true identity would be completely exposed. What's more, the Nan family has the tradition of the souls of direct descendants returning to the ancestral hall to form soul tablets after death. There's no way to hide that. The man seated above let out a long sigh. Then what should we do? Chapter 781. The True and False Young Miss of the Nan Family. Remain still to counter movement. The man waved his hand. Forget it. Tell those people to postpone their actions for now. Originally, he had wanted to find a way to capture and imprison her. But at this moment, if she were to disappear, people would easily suspect something. Once a thorough investigation is launched from above, nothing can be concealed. How is Mingju? She has been very unwell lately. Tell her to endure it a little longer. Yes. However, Mingju simply couldn't endure it. The floor of her room was covered in shattered porcelain pieces, all smashed by her. How dare she? How dare she? Hurry up and capture her for me. I want to lock her up and torment her every day. Young miss, we can't do that now. Her disappearance would cause too great an impact. Even if we are to take action against her, we must wait until the commotion dies down. Minyu didn't know that her public revelation of her background had actually caused those who originally intended to make a move to postpone their actions. However, at the same time, the opposing side had also gone into hiding. Was this outcome ultimately good or bad? Elsewhere, in the family head study, Nanqing was also scolding Lead. Why didn't you stop her? Revealing her identity at this time is too dangerous for her. Lead, however, shook his head. She revealed her background right in the dormitory, taking advantage of Nan Mingju's attempt to slight her. I simply didn't have time to stop her. But actually, I think that by making it public like this, the other side won't dare act rashly. It also buys us time for our arrangements. Nanqing pondered for a while and sighed. Well, if it's fortune, it cannot be misfortune. If it's misfortune, it cannot be avoided. Let's hope she has great fortune and a strong fate. He then said to Lead, you should still return and protect her in secret. However, with rumors already circulating, he couldn't simply ignore the matter. Otherwise, if a suspected bloodline of the Nan family is left adrift outside and the Nan family pays no heed, what would others think of the Nan family? She was also forcing him to legitimize her identity. He summoned Nan Lei. Send someone to investigate Jiang Mingyu's background. Nan Lei found it strange. Hadn't they already investigated? The results had even been submitted to the family head. It was already confirmed that Leng Xiangning and Ning Xiangyu had given birth at the same hospital back then. Leng Xiangyu's child was swapped by the pre-prepared Lin family, who brought back their illegitimate child. The Lin family then made a deal with Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua, having the Jiang couple take Leng Xiangyu's child back to the southern countryside. When they found Leng Xiangyu, she did not speak and was unwilling to come forward to prove that Nan Mingju was her daughter. But after meeting Leng Xiangyu and recalling Nan Mingju's appearance, they were already fairly certain that Nan Mingju resembled Leng Xiangyu more than Jiang Mingyu did. Because of this, they confirmed that Nan Mingju and Jiang Mingyu had indeed had their identities swapped. However, they had not uncovered who swapped Nan Mingju and Jiang Mingyu. Without evidence for this crucial step, there was no way to have her return to the Nan family. The most difficult part was that when Nan Mingju was brought back, it had already been proven that her bloodline was that of the Nan family's main line. Wait, the family head said to send someone to investigate, but didn't specify to do it secretly. This is for show, for others to see. Yes, the Ling family in the northeast. Old Master Ling looked at his eldest son. What are you saying? That Nan Mingju currently living with the Nan family is actually a fake? She's not our Xiangning's child. Eldest Uncle Ling, Lung Xiangzhong, nodded. Yes. Today, our people in the capital called. They said that girl named Jiang Mingyu had a conflict with Nan Mingju at school and even angered Nan Mingju into leaving to request a dormitory change from the housing administrator. Afterwards, she told her classmates about her grudge with Nan Mingzu. That's what led to everyone's speculation. Chapter 782, Reactions from All Sides, Part 1. Elder Uncle Lang recounted the experiences Mingyu had shared at school. So, that child was taken away as a baby to a southern village, raised as a servant girl, suffered endless bullying, and almost couldn't even go to school. Even after she managed to get into university, someone stole her identity. She herself was even sold into a remote mountain area to be a shared wife. After escaping, she took the university entrance exam again and got in, only to be schemed against repeatedly, almost losing her chance at university. Based on all this analysis, this Jiang Mingyu is truly our Xiangning's child. That Nan Mingju is simply an imposter. It must be that her biological father, for some ulterior motive, swapped our Xiangning's child, letting that Nan Mingju impersonate her and enjoy everything the young lady of the Nan family should have. Younger Uncle Lang interjected, I always felt that Nan Mingju wasn't close to us, treating our Long family like country bumpkins. So it turns out she isn't even related to us by blood. You're wrong, Elder Uncle Lang said. Even if she isn't the young lady of the Nan family, she is still related to us by blood. According to information our people obtained, she is the daughter of our elder sister, Lung Xiangyu, but her father is unknown. She was actually Lung Xiangyu's daughter? That can't be right. Wasn't Ling Xiangyu back then? Everyone in Ling village knew that back then, the twin sisters Lang Xiangyu and Ling Xiangning both fell in love with Nan Xiao, who had been sent down to their village. Nan Xiao chose the younger sister, Xiangning. After Nan Xiao and Lang Xiangning held their wedding, Lung Xiangyu disappeared. Coincidentally, human traffickers had been in the village around those days, and several other women had also gone missing. Therefore, everyone assumed she had been taken by the traffickers. There had been no news of her all these years. Who would have thought she was still alive and had even replaced the position of Mingyu, the daughter her sister Xiangning risked her life to give birth to, with her own daughter, Mingju? How could she do such a thing? Just because her sister married the man she loved, she swapped her own daughter with her sister's daughter, letting her daughter become the daughter of the man she loved. How could she be so vicious? Actually, they were wronging Lung Xiangyu. The person who swapped Mingyu and Mingju's identities was not Lung Xiangyu. She didn't even know for a long time that she had given birth to a daughter. This matter concerns bloodlines. We can't just assume. Xiangchen, you should set off for the capital tomorrow. Go see that Jiang Mingyu and find out what's really going on. Younger Uncle Lang, Lung Xiangchen, promptly agreed, yes. Mingyu had no idea that her public revelation of her background would trigger a chain reaction. She didn't care about the pointing fingers and gossip from others. The few roommates introduced themselves. The slender-eyed classical beauty was Zhu Chunhua. The more straightforward, round-eyed beauty was Hong Jinxiu. The others were named Wang Yan, Zhou Wenmei, and Lin Xiuji. Together with Mingyu, Huilan, and Nan Mingju, they made 8 people. Hong Jinxiu was quite displeased. Nan Mingju said she was going to treat us all to a meal outside. She just left like that. Does she not plan on coming back? Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. So that was it. No wonder Nan Mingju had gathered a group of people so quickly. She had used the promise of a free meal to win them over. Wanting to eat is easy. If she won't treat, I will. Really? That's great. Can I order dishes I like then? Of course. You'll be in charge of ordering later. Order whatever you want to eat, Mingyu said. Wow, Mingyu, you're the best. The foodie Hong Jinxiu was easily satisfied. So, after arranging their various affairs, the group headed to a restaurant not far from the campus. But, unexpectedly, at the restaurant, they once again ran into someone she had hoped not to see. Chapter 783, Reactions from All Sides, Part 2. This restaurant was located next to the school and naturally catered to students, so about 80 to 90% of the diners here were students. Hence, it was simply named the Student Canteen. At this moment, as the school had just started registration, there were naturally quite a few people coming to eat. A group of people found a table in the main hall and sat down. Hong Jinxiu said, I'll go order the dishes. It turned out there were relatively few waitstaff here, so customers ordered their own food, and then the waitstaff would deliver it. After Hong Jinxiu left, another group of people walked into the restaurant. This group immediately caught everyone's attention because the person leading them was none other than the eldest daughter of the Nan family, Nan Mingju. Nan Mingju and her group also spotted Mingyu and her friends and walked directly over to their table. A girl behind Nan Mingzhu lifted her chin and looked down her nose at Mengyu. Well, look who it is. It's the country bumpkin who had the audacity to claim she's the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Before Mengyu could speak, Wang Huilan had already retorted, well, look who it is. It's the dog of the audacious, eldest daughter of the Nan family. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever responds is who I'm calling. Don't you believe I can make you get kicked out of the academy gates? I don't believe it. The academy isn't your family's property. Don't believe it? Just wait and see. Do you dare to give your name? Do you dare to give your name? This young lady goes by her true name unchanged. I am Huang Zifeng, daughter of Vice President Huang Jingqing of this academy. Do you dare to say your surname, given name, and class? So she was the daughter of the academy's vice president. No wonder she dared to be so arrogant. Just as Wang Huilan was about to speak, Mengyu pulled her behind herself. Miss Huang, it seems you were the one who came to provoke us today, right? Did we offend you? Huang Zifeng snorted. You didn't offend me before, but you offended Nan Mingzhu. Oh? How did I offend her? She was the one who, upon seeing my mermaid silk, immediately tried to force me to sell it to her. I didn't want to sell it, so I quoted a high price to deter her. Is that bullying her? Should I just hand over my things to her whenever she wants them? Huang Zifeng was momentarily speechless. She glanced at Nan Mingzhu and saw the deep-seated hatred in Nan Mingzhu's eyes as she looked at Mengyu. Hurriedly, she said, then why did you say you were the eldest daughter of the Nan family? Mengyu lifted her chin slightly, looking at Huang Zifeng. Did I ever tell anyone I was the eldest daughter of the Nan family? Huang Zifeng choked. Jiang Mingyu indeed had never said she was the eldest daughter of the Nan family, but everything she had said led people to imagine she was. But the things you said, directly and indirectly, made people guess you were the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Mengyu smiled sarcastically. I was merely recounting the experiences I've had since I became aware of the world. How can I stop others from thinking what they will? Let me give you an analogy. You look at the weather and remark, the weather is really nice today. Someone else hears you say this and, based on your words, imagines that such nice weather is perfect for an outing. So they go on an outing. Can you say that person went on the outing because of your single sentence? Huang Zifeng couldn't answer for a moment. She bit her lip before saying no. But the implication shouldn't be so pointed. Mengyu immediately followed up, now, suppose that person who went on the outing gets into a car accident. They remember they went because of your sentence and hold you responsible. Would you also think that's correct? Huang Zifeng immediately refuted. I merely said the weather was nice today. How could I possibly be held responsible for someone else's outing? You're really stretching things too far. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she froze. Chapter 784, isn't this too vicious? Mengyu smiled. That's exactly it. You also know that you merely stated the fact that the weather is nice today. Others inferred from your words that it's a good day for an outing, but you shouldn't be held responsible for any accidents during the outing. So why is it that when I only talked about the treatment I received growing up, and others inferred that I am the eldest daughter of the Nan family, I should be held accountable? Therefore, from beginning to end, I never said I am the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Whether others infer the truth or a falsehood, it has nothing to do with me. The facts I stated can withstand investigation. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to my hometown to conduct a detailed investigation to see if I lied. When Mengyu gave that analogy, Huang Zifeng already felt that she had made a mistake by standing up for Nan Mingzhu today. But she didn't want to admit she was wrong, so she pointed at Huilan and said, then she called me a dog just now. Isn't she at fault? Mengyu found it amusing. You came here and immediately stood up for Nan Mingzhu to scold me. She is my younger sister and only retaliated against you to protect me. How about this? You scolded me and she scolded you. Let's call it even between us, alright. Seeing that Mengyu was offering a way out, Huang Zifeng quickly wanted to take the opportunity to step down. But how could Nan Mingzhu, who was beside her, agree? She forcefully interjected, not alright. Huang Zifeng frowned and wanted to speak, but Nan Mingzhu pulled her behind. Nan Mingzhu pointed at Huang Zifeng. She is the daughter of the college's vice dean. Then she pointed at Wang Huilan, and she is just the daughter of a rural farmer. Their statuses are different. Can they be considered even? As soon as Nan Mingzhu finished speaking, the girls behind her immediately chimed in. Yes, their statuses are different, so naturally they can't be even. Exactly. You're putting a vice dean's daughter on the same level as a farmer's daughter. This is an insult to Zifeng. Yes. It's really inappropriate for you to place the vice dean's daughter together with the farmer's daughter. She should compensate Huang Zifeng. Right, she should compensate Huang Zifeng. For some reason, Huang Zifeng found these words a bit grating, but she didn't know how to refute what they were saying. Moreover, they were all speaking up for her, and it seemed that if she refuted them, she would be ungrateful. So, she could only stand there frowning. When Nan Mingzhu and those girls mentioned the farmer's daughter, their eyes were directed toward Mengyu. Therefore, the person they were actually alluding to was not Huilan, but Mengyu. Mingyu, however, only looked at Huang Zifeng. Huang Zifeng, do you also think that putting you, a vice dean's daughter, together with Wang Huilan, a farmer's daughter, is an insult to you? Huang Zifeng hadn't felt this issue before. She was usually a bit spoiled and willful, indeed relying on her status. But to explicitly admit that her status was higher than that of a farmer's daughter, and that putting them together was an insult to her, felt wrong. Yet, having her admit that she and Wang Huilan were of equal status also felt wrong because, in her heart, she still felt superior. Slam. A loud crash echoed as the table where Mingyu and the others were sitting was actually smashed to pieces, stunning everyone in the entire cafeteria. What immense strength it must have taken to smash a solid wood table into fragments. Mingyu lifted her hand. Oh dear, my hand seems to have been reddened by the counterforce from this table. Boss, come over here. The boss came over with a bitter face. This young lady was clearly a martial arts expert. His restaurant was a small business, and a table cost money. Moreover, what nonsense was this about his table reddening her hand? Chapter 785. The truth others speculate has nothing to do with me. Boss, your table has too much recoil. Look, my hand is all red from slapping it. Shouldn't you compensate me for my hand? Mingyu asked with a smile, but in reality, was her hand even the slightest bit red? Everyone was stunned. You broke the boss's table and should be compensating him, yet you're blaming his table for having too much recoil and hurting your hand? Isn't this just shameless? Another girl behind Nan Mingju, wearing a faded floral shirt, angrily said, how can you be so shameless? Action equals reaction. You struck the boss's table first, and the table reacted. How can you blame the table? You should compensate the boss for his table. Mingyu let out a long oh-so. The one who strikes first should compensate the one who retaliates. But my status is much higher than this table's, so the table's owner should compensate me. What do you think, Huang Zifeng? Only then did everyone realize that Mingyu had been setting this up all along. Indeed, Jiang and her group were here waiting to eat. Before the food even arrived, Nan Mingju brought people over to insult them. Just like the table's recoil, wasn't it natural for them to retaliate? You slapped the table first, can you blame the table for the recoil? If you break someone's table, you have to pay for it. You attacked first, and instead of demanding compensation, they only suggested calling it even. That's already magnanimous of them. Yet you want to flaunt your status? No wonder they slapped the table to make a point. If a person and a table, with their incomparable statuses, still require compensation, then those who earlier claimed the vice dean's daughter and the farmer's daughter had different statuses were even more unreasonable. Moreover, in a society where, at least on the surface, everyone is equal before the law, saying that the vice dean's daughter and the farmer's daughter have different statuses, or even claiming that placing them together is an insult, is utterly unreasonable. Nan Mingju's side was left speechless. Especially the girl who had said putting Huang Zifeng and Wang Huilan together was an insult to Huang Zifeng. She kept shrinking her head, trying to minimize her presence. A classmate earlier was quite right. Clearly, I should be compensating the boss for this table, not the boss compensating me for my hand being reddened by the table. As Mingyu said this, she took out 100 yuan from her pocket and handed it to the boss. Boss, I'm sorry. This is to compensate for the table. Could you please bring another table so we can eat? The boss was delighted. He had thought he'd encountered an unreasonable customer, but it turned out she was just using his table to make a point. He quickly replied, of course, of course. I'll bring another table right away. But this table doesn't cost that much. Such a table only cost about 50 yuan. Mingyu then took out 500 yuan. It's fine, no need to calculate the exact amount. This 500 yuan is for our meal today. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. Boss, bring us all your signature dishes. At this time, student restaurants like this charged low prices, relying on thin margins to attract customers. A typical meal for a group would cost only 10 or 20 yuan. So when Mingyu took out 200 yuan, not only was the boss happy, but the girls who had come to eat were also thrilled. Yeah, the boss was even more delighted. Of course, of course. I'll arrange it right away. Seeing that Mingyu was only focused on arranging the meal and ignoring her, Huang Zifeng felt dissatisfied. Chapter 786. The vice dean's daughter and the farmer's daughter. Huang Zifeng was both displeased and helpless. What Mingyu said was true, she had been the one to start the trouble. The other party had offered her a way out, and she had originally intended to take it. However, Nan Mingyu had intervened, and with several others chiming in, she had been left with no way to back down. Her father had specifically warned her not to bully others at the academy by relying on his influence. If her father found out she had stood up for Nan Mingyu today, she had no idea what would happen. Moreover, after hearing Mingyu's explanation, she already knew she shouldn't have stood up for Nan Mingju in the first place. When Mingyu shattered that solid wood table with a single slap, she regretted it even more. She had actually offended a martial arts master. She began to resent Nan Mingju. On the other hand, she also started to think about the rumors that Jiang Mingyu was the true young lady of the Nan family. If Nan Mingju was truly innocent, why would she send people to deal with Jiang Mingyu? Where there's smoke, there's fire. If what Jiang Mingyu said was true, perhaps she really was the young lady of the Nan family. Otherwise, it was impossible to understand why someone would target her from a young age, preventing her from studying, selling her into the deep mountains after she passed the college entrance exam last year, and doing everything possible to stop her from going to the capital after she passed the exam again this year. The key point was that among those sent to deal with her, there were people dispatched by Nan Mingju herself. The more Huang Zifeng thought about it, the more she felt that Mingyu had been persecuted precisely because she was the true young lady of the Nan family. She took a deep breath, a determined look appearing in her eyes. She walked over to Jiang Mingyu and bowed to her. "Classmate Jiang, I apologize to you." No one had expected Huang Zifeng, the daughter of the academy's vice dean, to apologize to Mingyu. Nan Mingju called out, "Classmate Huang Zifeng, you didn't do anything wrong. Why are you apologizing? Come over quickly. I'll treat you to a big meal." But Huang Zifeng kept her eyes on Jiang Mingyu, waiting for her response. Mingyu smiled. "It's all right. You were just being used, becoming someone else's tool. Just be more discerning in the future. Today, I'm treating all the girls in our dormitory to a meal. Would you like to join us?" "Yes, yes, yes," Huang Zifeng said excitedly, immediately pulling over a chair and sitting next to Mingyu. "Classmate Jiang, is it okay if I sit next to you?" Nan Mingju was dumbfounded. What was wrong with Huang Zifeng? She actually wanted to accept Jiang Mingyu's treat? She said anxiously, "Classmate Huang Zifeng, let's just go. I have my bodyguard bring the car. Let's go to the city center for a big meal." But Huang Zifeng only had eyes for Mingyu at that moment. She just waved her hand at Nan Mingju. "Sorry, Classmate Mingju, I won't go. I'll eat here." Nan Mingju was furious. She had used tricks to win Huang Zifeng over, but now, just because Jiang Mingyu had shattered a table with one slap, Huang Zifeng had been swayed by Jiang Mingyu. She had no choice but to say, "Forget it. Let's eat here too. Boss, take our order." Looking at the admiration in Huang Zifeng's eyes, Mingyu thought, this is a child who grew up being pampered. Her heart isn't bad, but she's too naive and easily used by others. She smiled. "I wouldn't call myself amazing." But she pointed at Nan Mingju. "I could take on 10 like her." In reality, she could take on 100 like Nan Mingju. "Really? Then can I become your disciple?" In this era, eating meat wasn't an everyday occurrence, especially for students from rural areas. They could only have meat during holidays or when guests visited. Therefore, Nan Mingju could win over classmates by treating them to braised pork. But Huang Zifeng was different. Her family was well off financially, and she had been pampered while growing up. A single meal of braised pork couldn't win her over. Mingyu guessed that Nan Mingju must have promised to teach her martial arts to win her over and have her stand up for her. That was why she had deliberately revealed her martial arts skills to attract Huang Zifeng. Sure enough, Huang Zifeng couldn't wait to ask to become her disciple. Chapter 787, Winning over Huang Zifeng. Mingyu looked at Huang Zifeng's eager eyes. Accepting a master is a very serious matter. Both master and disciple must evaluate each other. The master must evaluate the disciple's character and aptitude, while the disciple must evaluate the master's skills and character. Therefore, I can only agree to consider it and to evaluate you over a certain period. Only if you pass can I accept you as my disciple. Hearing Mingyu's words, Huang Zifeng fell into deep thought. If accepting a master was so serious, why had Nan Mingju so casually offered to take her as a disciple? It seemed her offer wasn't sincere at all. She merely wanted to use her. Thankfully, she hadn't agreed yet. Huang Zifeng said very seriously, "Yes, master. I will definitely behave well and strive to pass your test." Nan Mingju, sitting at a nearby table, was furious. She had actively offered to take her as a disciple, yet Huang Zifeng was unwilling and was now shamelessly begging to become Jiang Mingyu's disciple? She couldn't help but walk over. "Classmate Huang Zifeng, weren't you going to become my disciple? Why are you now begging to become Jiang Mingyu's disciple?" She deliberately emphasized the word begging, hoping to provoke Huang Zifeng's pride. Huang Zifeng waved her hand as if shooing a fly. "Don't come over. You were the one who said you wanted to take me as a disciple." "I never agreed." Nan Mingju persisted, unwilling to let it go. "But didn't you agree to go back and ask your father?" "But I don't want to become your disciple now. I only want to become master's disciple now," Huang Zifeng said. "That won't do. I've already reported to my family that I'm taking you as a disciple," Nan Mingju said. Huang Zifeng hesitated. If Nan Mingju had already reported taking her as a disciple to the Nan family, it wouldn't be easy for her to change course. After all, the Nan family was no ordinary clan. She didn't want her father to be affected because of this master-disciple matter. Seeing Nan Mingju's expression, Mingyu smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. Accepting a master is a very serious matter. In the cultivation world, the relationship between master and disciple is like that of father and child, even closer than father and child. Once you accept a master, you cannot accept another without your master's permission. Therefore, one must be very cautious when choosing a master. So, as long as you haven't formally accepted a master, no one can force you. Moreover, classmate Nan Mingju's cultivation level probably doesn't meet the Nan family's standard for taking disciples, does it? For members of the Nan family to take disciples, they needed to be at least at the peak of the martial artist level. Nan Mingju is speechless. How did you know that? You are only a 6th level martial artist now and fundamentally cannot take disciples. So, your claim of having reported to your family about taking classmate Huang Zifeng as a disciple is a lie, isn't it? Nan Mingju was somewhat alarmed. Jiang Mingyu could actually see through her martial artist level. When Didi returned from a mission, he had mentioned encountering an innate expert, which was why he abandoned the mission. Could it be that innate expert was Jiang Mingyu? No, that couldn't be. She was the same age as her. She herself had relied on Peiyuan pills to advance and had consumed countless rare treasures from Uncle Ming, Stone Marrow, to expel the toxins and impurities left by the Peiyuan pills. Only then could she reach the 6th level martial artist at 17. But even after consuming so many precious resources, she was now stuck at the bottleneck of the 7th level martial artist, with no signs of it loosening at all. Jiang Mingyu had no resources, yet she had cultivated to the innate level? How is that possible? However, that palm strike that shattered the table had also shocked her. At the very least, she, Nan Mingju, could smash a table with one palm, but she couldn't shatter a table into pieces with one palm. The most crucial thing now was that Huang Zifeng, this disciple, was about to be snatched away. She was the person Uncle Ming had specifically instructed her to bring back under the guise of taking her as a disciple. If Huang Zifeng left with Jiang Mingyu, how would she complete Uncle Ming's directive? Chapter 788. Can I take you as my master? Seeing the anxious look in Nan Mingju's eyes, Meng Yu's heart stirred. Could it be that this Huang Zifeng was extraordinary? Meng Yu took Huang Zifeng's hand and circulated her spiritual power through her body for a cycle. She discovered that Huang Zifeng's meridians were exceptionally broad, indicating great talent for cultivation. When probing her dantian, Meng Yu found that inside Huang Zifeng's dantian, there was actually a ray of earthy yellow light. Was she an earth spiritual root? She took out the 5 elements fan and fanned it a few times, isolating herself, Huang Zifeng, and Wang Huilan from the people outside. Then, she took out a spirit testing stone from her space and said to Huang Zifeng, "Place your hand on this stone and focus all your attention on it." Although Huang Zifeng found it strange, she still followed Meng Yu's instruction and placed her hand on the stone. Sure enough, a ray of earthy yellow light rose, and it turned out to be a full spiritual root. Another heavenly spiritual root. Fortunately, she had set up an array. Otherwise, this light might have pierced the sky. Since it was a heavenly spiritual root, she was definitely going to take her as a disciple. Meng Yu quickly put the stone away and said to Huang Zifeng, "Your aptitude is excellent. As for your character, judging from today's events, it also meets my requirements. So, I agree to take you as my disciple. I plan." Huang Zifeng was overjoyed. Was Master really agreeing to take her as a disciple? Meng Yu was still talking about her plans, but Huang Zifeng, regardless of the fact that they were in a restaurant, suddenly threw herself to the ground, knelt down and bowed to Meng Yu. "Master above, please accept your disciple's bow." Meng Yu couldn't help but laugh silently. She was still saying she planned to find a day to hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony for her, and yet she had already knelt down and kowtowed. Wasn't this a bit too impatient? Was she afraid she might go back on her word? Fortunately, she had used the 5 elements fan to set up an isolation array when testing her earlier, so others couldn't see what they were doing. She hurriedly helped Huang Zifeng up, smiling, "Good. From today on, you're my, Jiang Mingyu's, second formal disciple. We'll find another time later to hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Come, meet your senior apprentice sister first. This is your senior apprentice sister, Wang Huilan." Huang Zifeng quickly bowed to Wang Huilan. "Greetings, senior apprentice sister." Wang Huilan smiled. "Hello, junior apprentice sister. I'll give you a meeting gift when we go back." Huang Zifeng called out loudly, "Boss." The boss didn't hear the first call. On the second call, Meng Yu quickly removed the array, and then the boss heard. The boss came over. "Student Huang, is something the matter?" Huang Zifeng pointed at the entire restaurant. "Today, I've taken a master. Serve 2 signature dishes to everyone eating here on me." Meng Yu was both amused and exasperated. Was she afraid she might go back on her word, and couldn't wait to publicize the fact that she had taken her as a master? The boss thought he had misheard. There are over 100 tables eating here today. And the signature dishes cost 10 yuan each, so 2 would be 20 yuan. For over 100 tables, that's over 2,000 yuan. He looked at Huang Zifeng. "Do you have that much money on you?" Seeing Huang Zifeng's expression, Mengyu knew she didn't have that much money with her and quickly said, "Let master cover this expense." As she spoke, she took out 2 thick stacks of money. "Here's 2,000 yuan. Refund the excess or cover any shortfall." The boss was even happier. "Great. I'll go take care of it right away." Nan Mingyu had been thinking about pressuring Huang Zifeng to change her mind after returning, but who knew she would announce it in such a way? Was this guarding against her? She looked at Jiang Mingyu, adding fresh hatred in her heart. It was clearly the disciple she had spotted first, yet she had been snatched away by her with just a few words. How could she not hate her? She completely forgot that this disciple hadn't even become her apprentice yet, and she had already started using her. Chapter 789. Adding New Resentment. After lunch, Mingyu brought Huang Zifeng and Wang Huilan back to the house on Yong'an Alley. Over the past few days, the walls inside had been scrubbed clean, and the stains on the doors and windows had been thoroughly removed by Mingyu using a strong cleaning agent. So, when the two entered Yong'an Alley, all they saw was a small, tidy courtyard. "This is a courtyard I bought. You can come here to cultivate in the evenings or on weekends from now on." She looked at Huang Zifeng. "Go back and discuss it with your parents today. Once they agree, we can formally hold the apprenticeship ceremony." Huang Zifeng was puzzled. "Master, didn't I already become your apprentice at the restaurant today? Everyone saw me bow to you." Mingyu found it amusing. "That was just you being impulsive. It doesn't count as a formal apprenticeship. A proper apprenticeship requires a ceremony. Besides, do you really think everyone saw you kowtow today?" Huang Zifeng blushed slightly. At the restaurant, she had seized the moment when her master agreed to take her as an apprentice and immediately knelt down to kowtow, afraid her master might change her mind. But hearing her master say that no one had seen her kowtow, she was confused. "I bowed to you in front of everyone in the restaurant, master. You can't just dismiss it." Mingyu smiled. "When I took out the spirit testing stone to check your spiritual roots, I had already set up a formation around us. Others only saw the 3 of us sitting there talking. They couldn't see or hear you testing your spiritual roots or kowtowing to become my apprentice." Instead of being surprised, Huang Zifeng was delighted. Her master was truly incredible, able to set up a formation without anyone noticing. Wait, a formation? Her master actually knew formations like those written about in novels. This was a solid golden opportunity. She absolutely had to become this master's apprentice. That night, Mingyu and Wang Huilan stayed at Yong'an Alley, while Huang Zifeng returned alone to the college. Yong'an Alley was only about a 10-minute walk from the campus. Since they were in her own courtyard, and she had set up formations around it, after arranging for Wang Huilan to cultivate, Mingyu immediately entered her space. Whenever she entered the space to cultivate, she always went into the thatched hut because the space inside had time acceleration. The Peach Blossom Spring space had already expanded 100-fold compared to its initial size, and the time acceleration had also increased to 100-fold. This meant that for every 100 days she cultivated inside the space, only 1 day would pass in the outside world. However, because her lifespan also drained at the same accelerated rate inside the time-accelerated space, if she cultivated inside the hut for 100 years, even though only 1 year would pass outside, her actual lifespan would have decreased by 100 years. Therefore, she generally preferred not to cultivate inside the accelerated space. She didn't want to enter as a young girl and exit as an old woman, raising suspicions. But after deciding to reveal her background, she began entering the space to cultivate every night. She had to reach the golden core stage as soon as possible to have the ability to protect herself when facing the dark forces of the Nan family. At 100-fold speed, a little over 2 months would be equivalent to 200 months, or about 8 years. However, since she only entered to cultivate at night, it was actually equivalent to gaining an extra 2 years of cultivation time. Because her cultivation technique was special, she required an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Even with 2 extra years, she had only advanced to the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Master. As soon as Mingyu entered, Xiao Tao rushed over. She knew her master's thoughts. If her master wanted to cultivate quickly to reach the golden core stage, instead of spending time grinding away in the thatched hut, she could eat one of the peaches from her tree. She held out a peach to her master. "Master, for you." Meanwhile, Huang Zifeng had just returned home when Vice Dean Huang called her over. "I heard you became the apprentice of that Jiang Mingyu, the rumored eldest daughter of the Nan family, today?" Huang Zifeng pouted. "Dad, what do you mean rumored? My master is the real eldest daughter of the Nan family, okay? Heck, you're so naive, child. You might get sold out and still help count the money," Vice Dean Huang said. Chapter 790. Is this afraid she'll change her mind? Professor Gong's son, Huang Zifeng's mother, tapped her daughter on the forehead. "You silly child, what's a girl doing learning martial arts? Did you really become a disciple? Are that person's intentions in taking a disciple honorable? Don't get deceived." Huang Zifeng said unhappily, Dad, Mom, your daughter wanted to become a disciple, even deliberately hosting a banquet at a restaurant to publicize the matter, because I know that encountering a good master isn't easy, and I need to settle it quickly. But Master said that becoming a disciple is a very serious matter and wouldn't let me do it lightly. She said something about how a disciple must test the master's character and ability, and the master must test the disciple's character and aptitude. If I weren't so thick-skinned, I wouldn't even be able to become a disciple. Vice Dean Huang and his wife exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Did she agree to you becoming a disciple later? Later, Master tested my aptitude and said it was very good. Judging from today's events, my character isn't bad either, just too naive and easily taken advantage of. But in the end, Master still agreed to let me become a disciple. However, she told me to come back and seek your opinion, saying I can only become a disciple if you agree. Dad, Mom, if I miss this person, I definitely won't find such an amazing master again. Please agree. Vice Dean Huang frowned and asked, Your master, no, you haven't become a disciple yet. Is that classmate Jiang Mingyu really that impressive? At the mention of her master's skills, Huang Zifeng's eyes lit up. Of course. My master just casually slapped a wooden table and shattered it into pieces. Isn't that impressive? Vice Dean Huang probed. I've heard people say that martial cultivation has 4 major realms: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. What realm is your master at? Huang Zifeng sighed. I asked Master, what realm are you at now? But my master wouldn't say. Then I asked, have you reached the Xiantian realm? And my master said, Zifeng, do you think Xiantian is the highest realm? Once you start cultivating, you'll know that so-called Xiantian is merely another beginning. So I estimate my master is at least beyond Xiantian. Xiantian is just another beginning? Huang Zifeng's parents exclaimed simultaneously. Yes, I feel that if I follow Master, my life will embark on another journey, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of humanity. But my master also said that once you step onto the path of cultivation, you are no longer within the 5 elements. However, with that comes more danger. My master told me to explain this clearly to you. No longer within the 5 elements? The Huang couple looked at each other in astonishment. That's what my master said. Oh, right, she also said that if you agree, she wants me to give you these 2 pills. She said taking them will allow you to live out your natural lifespan. Live out our natural lifespan? The 2 were even more shocked. That means 120 years. Professor Gongsun hurriedly opened the bottle and poured out the pills. Are these Peiyuan pills? The 2 looked at each other. Finally, Vice Dean Huang nodded. This is fate. Huang Zifeng was puzzled. Fate? What do you mean, Dad? All right, Zier, Dad will tell you. Actually, your mother and I are not your biological parents. Your birth mother, she was actually a cultivator. What? A cultivator? Huang Zifeng felt like things were getting a bit fantastical. She wasn't her parents' child? And her birth mother was a cultivator? Like the cultivators in the legend of the swordsman of Shu Mountains who could soar through the skies and traverse the earth? Chapter 791, Sold Out and Still Counting the Money for the Seller. Deputy Dean Huang slipped into reminiscence mode. When the gate of the 4-9 immortal sect opened, your birth mother, pregnant with you, fled from the immortal realm to the mortal world, severely injured. Your mother and I happened to be traveling and saved her. However, after she exerted herself to give birth to you, she only had time to hand you over to us before she passed away. We knew your mother was a cultivator, but nothing else. Your mother left behind a small pouch, but none of us could open it. From your account, your master likely isn't just a practitioner of ancient martial arts, but a cultivator. The fact that she could casually give you an ancient-style foundation establishment pill suggests she wouldn't be interested in the so-called resources of a mundane family. Therefore, it's highly probable she is the true eldest miss of the Nan family. Before, we always feared we might hold you back, unable to let you inherit your mother's path and become a cultivator. Now, you've actually managed to apprentice yourself to a cultivator on your own. Isn't this destiny? Since Miss Nan has taken a liking to you, you should follow her from now on. We'll give you the pouch your mother left. This way, we can also rest assured. Huang Zifeng cried, even if I cultivate immortality, I will always be your daughter. Minyu never expected that upon accepting a disciple, the disciple's parents would immediately wash their hands of the matter, completely entrusting their daughter to her. Was she taking on a disciple or adopting a daughter? Fortunately, Deputy Dean Huang helped by putting in a word for her, granting her special privileges. She could skip classes when necessary, but she had to achieve high scores on exams. However, she also hadn't anticipated that Deputy Dean Huang's only daughter wasn't actually their biological child. Whether they are your biological parents or not, they raised you. There exists karma between you and them. You must honor and care for them as you would your birth parents. Yes, I know. I will repay them in the future. Coincidentally, Nan Mingzhu moved out of dorm room 407. Huang Zifeng applied with the dorm management and moved in. Like Mingyu and Huilan, she also set up a bed curtain to create her own private space. What puzzled Mingyu was that after being humiliated by her at the student restaurant and having her disciple taken, Nan Mingju actually didn't go on a rampage or do anything crazy after returning to school, allowing Mingyu a few quiet days. However, Mingyu didn't believe this person would truly remain quiet. She was surely plotting something else. Since Mingyu had already memorized the knowledge from the medical classics very thoroughly, she basically understood the textbook material at a glance and could even integrate the two. Therefore, after just a few days of classes, Mingyu had already mastered the textbook knowledge. At night, Mingyu fanned the 5 elements fan a few times, setting up an array around her own upper bunk and Huelan's lower bunk for cultivation. However, for the first few days, she still attended classes because she quickly found a way to practice her cultivation during lectures. After fanning the fan a few times, she would set up a personal array around herself. While the teacher lectured above, she would circulate her cultivation method below, practicing the wood immortal art. After observing Huang Zifeng for a while, Mingyu confirmed that Huang Zifeng's character was indeed solid and set a date for the formal apprenticeship ceremony. The location for the formal apprenticeship naturally couldn't be at the college. It was finally decided to be at Yong'an Alley. At 10 o'clock that night, Mingyu lit an onshi incense stick to induce deep sleep for everyone in the dorm. After extinguishing the incense, she woke up Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng. Come with me back to Yong'an Alley. Huang Zifeng was a bit confused. Going out in the middle of the night, were they going to climb the wall? Little did she know, after all 3 had dressed, Mingyu took out the fan she often carried, tossed it into the air where it enlarged, and hovered outside the window. She climbed onto the windowsill and jumped onto the fan. Watching their master standing on the fan suspended midair outside the window, both Huilan and Zifeng were stunned. Chapter 792, Huang Zifeng's biological mother's background. Seeing Huilan and Zifeng both staring blankly at her fan, Mingyu called out softly, "Hurry up and come on." The two snapped out of their daze, glanced at each other, then climbed onto the windowsill and jumped onto the fan. Mingyu used her spiritual power to close the window. The 5 elements fan carried the master and her 2 disciples, flying towards the direction of Yong'an Alley. After the initial shock, Huang Zifeng was ecstatic. "Master, are you an immortal?" She had previously heard her father speculate that her master might be a cultivator, but now it was truly confirmed. She suddenly remembered that day at the restaurant when Nan Mingju led the others in talking about how her own status was noble, and how being with a farmer's daughter was an insult to her, and so on. If they knew that this farmer's daughter was an immortal they couldn't even dream of, the distinction between cultivator and mortal was the real difference between clouds and mud. Mingyu gave her a sidelong glance. "What do you think?" Huang Zifeng said with certainty, "Definitely. If you weren't an immortal, how could you possibly be flying with us in the sky?" Mingyu burst out laughing. "What flying with you in the sky? This 5 elements fan of mine is a magical artifact. As long as you insert enough spirit stones, even a fool could use it to fly." Wang Huilan, however, was worried. "But master, what if someone spots us flying in the air? Could we be mistaken for an enemy aircraft and shot down?" Mingyu was speechless for a moment, then quickly reassured her 2 disciples. "Don't worry. This magical artifact of mine has its own array formations. Once the concealment array is activated, there's no need to worry about others seeing us." Suddenly remembering something, she asked Huang Zifeng, "Did you ask for a week off as I told you?" Huang Zifeng quickly nodded. "I did." Mingyu added, "Actually, I don't know how many days it will take for you to guide the qi into your body." "How many days does it usually take for others?" "It varies. Normally, under typical circumstances, it takes a month. But your aptitude is good, so a week should be enough." Huang Zifeng was delighted. "Master says my aptitude is good." The 3 of them landed directly in the courtyard of Yong'an Alley. Led by Mingyu, they entered the main hall, then walked out through the kitchen into the back garden. However, the current back garden was no longer a garden at all, but another courtyard with an antique charm. Pushing open the courtyard gate revealed a world of its own inside. There was a main hall, practice rooms, an alchemy room, a storeroom, and a pet room, all separated by a large courtyard of over 300 square meters. The main hall was the largest, over 100 square meters. It contained a divine wall screen, a throne, and chairs below. The throne, chairs, and even the pillars were all made of jade. Against the walls stood display shelves holding various works of art. There were 2 practice rooms, each over 50 square meters, containing more than 30 meditation cushions. The medicinal herb field at the back had been divided up by Mingyu. This backyard had rooms on all 4 sides, a total of 32 rooms, much larger than the small courtyard at the front. "There's a big courtyard behind this one? Why didn't we notice it last time?" Wang Huilan found it strange. And what was even stranger to her, this courtyard has dense spiritual energy. Mingyu smiled. "This is a spatial magical artifact. It has a spirit gathering array activated inside, so of course the spiritual energy is dense. A spatial magical artifact. It was actually the spatial magical artifact written about in novels. Seeing the things in her master's home, Huang Zifeng's shock was indescribable. Jade paved the floor, precious wood formed the pillars, and the items on the display shelves were each comparable to national treasures. Her master's wealth probably surpassed that of the entire Nan family, didn't it? Thinking of Nan Mingzhu, who constantly targeted her master, Huang Zifeng felt a secret disdain. Wasn't she just afraid master would take her status and claim the entitlements of the Nan family's eldest young lady? If she knew that the power and wealth she desperately pursued were things master already possessed long ago, and that the Nan family's little bit of stuff wasn't even worth a glance in master's eyes, wouldn't she be furious to death? Chapter 793. Formal Apprenticeship. If Wang Huilan heard her thoughts, she would surely look down on her. Master wouldn't care for such worldly possessions. Once one cultivates immortality, worldly treasures become unimportant. If Mengyu heard Wang Huilan's thoughts, she would definitely tell her. Even after cultivating immortality, worldly wealth is still important. Otherwise, what would she use to perform good deeds and accumulate virtue? Without virtue, what would she use to exchange for elixirs? Without elixirs, how would her cultivation increase? Moreover, at auction houses, one can even use money to bid for some treasures from the cultivation world, like that pair of white birds with phoenix bloodline currently being raised in her space. Not to mention, when facing tribulations in the future, this light of virtue can even help her ward off calamities. Mengyu took out tea leaves and a teapot. The pot was already filled with space water, and Wang Huilan conjured fire to boil it. Seeing Wang Huilan produce fire from her hand, Huang Zifeng once again felt ashamed for looking down on this farmer's daughter at the student restaurant before. At that time, there was indeed a world of difference between her and her senior sister's status. However, as a cultivator, her senior sister's status was the lofty cloud, while she herself, as a mortal, was merely the mud on the ground. In just a moment, the tea was ready. Mengyu sat in the high seat in the main hall. Huang Zifeng first performed a full kowtow to Mengyu, then held up the tea with both hands and presented it respectfully. "Master, please have some tea." Mengyu accepted the tea, took a sip, and then spoke. "Upon entering my sect, you step onto the path of immortality from this moment, undergoing a complete transformation. However, from now on, you must also abide by my sect's rules. You must never deceive your master, betray your ancestors, or commit evil deeds. Otherwise, your cultivation methods will be pursued, your power will be abolished, and you will be expelled from the sect." Hearing her master's words, which seemed to be directly poured into her soul, Wang Zifeng shuddered with awe. "Yes, master." Mengyu took out 100 treasure pouch as a meeting gift. Huang Zifeng couldn't use the storage bag left by her mother just yet. "Because you are already older, before teaching you the cultivation method, we must first transform your body. After drinking the contents of this bottle, you will experience some pain, but great benefits follow great pain." Hearing there were great benefits, Huang Zifeng took the bottle and gulped down the entire contents, a bottle of dragon's blood, in one go. Wang Huilan was dumbfounded. "How could you drink it all at once?" Huang Zifeng was puzzled. "Didn't master tell me to drink it?" "Master, this medicine transforms the body. It's rather rough, but the effects are excellent. Later, no matter how much it hurts, you must endure it. You are not allowed to faint." Mengyu said. "Yes, master," Huang Zifeng replied. However, it wasn't long before the pain became so intense she wished she could faint. Just as Huang Zifeng was about to faint from the pain, her master's voice sounded in her ear. "Hold on. You must hold on no matter how much it hurts. If you dare to faint, you can forget about cultivating immortality." Cultivate immortality. For me, I want to cultivate immortality. Huang Zifeng couldn't bear it any longer and let out a loud, miserable scream. But she had to endure the pain, absolutely could not faint. After about an hour of agony, the pain gradually began to ease, and Huang Zifeng stopped screaming. Mengyu handed her a cup of wood spirit liquid. "Drink this." At this point, Huang Zifeng didn't care about anything else and drank it directly. A warm current entered her body, and all the places that had been in pain before became warm. Mengyu grabbed her hand to check and said, "The transformation is complete. Very good. You don't need to bathe now anyway, as you will undergo another marrow cleansing later when guiding qi into the body. Sit properly, relax. I will now impart to you the foundational cultivation method." Huang Zifeng forcefully suppressed her excited emotions. She was finally going to cultivate immortality. And so, Huang Zifeng also stepped onto the path of cultivating immortality. Looking back after her transformation, she felt that her past self, standing up for Nan Mingzhu, was truly childish. She also felt that Nan Mingzhu's constant antagonism towards her master was utterly ridiculous. No matter how skilled a martial artist is, they are still merely a mortal. How dare a mortal antagonize an immortal? It was laughable in the extreme. If her master hadn't revealed her identity as a cultivator, she probably would have been scared to death, right? It's just a pity that Nan Mingju herself didn't find antagonizing Mingyu ridiculous. Chapter 794. The entire Nan family can't compare. While Huang Zifeng was in seclusion at Yang'an Alley, Mingyu at the college received wave after wave of visitors. The first to arrive were naturally members of the Nan family. Mingyu had long anticipated that after she revealed her background, the Nan family would come looking for her. Although they wouldn't make a grand public appearance, they would certainly come to question her. But what was the deal with the two interrogators, one fat and one thin? What is your name? Jiang Mingyu. How old are you this year? 17. What is your ethnicity? Han. Are you in a romantic relationship? Mingyu was growing increasingly puzzled. Are you interrogating me? What mistake have I made? The fat man glared fiercely at Mingyu. Answer, are you in a romantic relationship or not? Mingyu showed no fear. I refuse to answer questions unrelated to the Nan family. The fat man suppressed his anger. Fine, then I ask you, what did you mean by those words you said in the student dormitory? Mingyu pretended not to know. I said many things to my classmates in the dormitory. I don't know which statement you're referring to. Why did you say to Nan Mingju? Did you think sending a few small fries could stop me, keep me from coming to university? Huh. The fat man's voice rose an octave. Oh, that statement. Naturally, it's because she sent 3 people to Hongsher village pretending to be relatives of my classmate's family to capture me, but they were instead caught by my master. My master directly hypnotized them, and they revealed that they were sent by the Nan family's eldest young lady. Was I wrong in saying that? Mingyu had indeed learned this from Led, one of the men sent to capture her. However, Led, Les Han, and Les we had all become her subordinates. She couldn't implicate them, so she dragged out her non-existent master. Hypnosis? Even if you said it, you wouldn't know. Hypnosis? The 2 Nan family members exchanged a glance. The thin man asked Mingyu, you said you were almost detained on the train and couldn't come to the capital. Is that true? This thin man's tone was much better than the fat one's. Mingyu nodded, of course it's true. If I hadn't been clever, I wouldn't have been able to come to the capital. The thin man asked again, then how can you be sure the person trying to detain you was also sent by Nan Mingju? I had my suspicions, but I didn't say it was Nan Mingju who sent them, did I? I only stated the fact that I was targeted by a scam on the train. The thin man, you told your classmates you resemble the Nan family's missing eldest son, Nan Xiao, and the deceased Nan family matriarch. Is that true? Mingyu nodded very firmly, it's true. The fat man immediately pressed, how do you know who you resemble? My master learned this when he hypnotized those men who went to Hongsher village to capture me. Hypnosis again. So, the fact that the Nan family's eldest young lady doesn't resemble either eldest young master Nan or the matriarch was also learned through hypnosis? Mingyu nodded, yes. The 2 asked some more about Mingyu's childhood in the Jiang family. Mingyu naturally answered truthfully. The thin man remembered something. You said the Jiang parents' original intention was not to let you study? Yes, I was 10 years old and still hadn't started school. I wanted to study. I made a fuss to the team leader. The team leader wouldn't allow new illiterates to be created and forced the Jiang family to let me study. The Jiang family said they had no money. I said I would earn my own money to study. Later, I collected scrap to pay for my schooling. The thin man, so it's also true that last year, after you passed the university entrance exam, your stepsister impersonated you to attend university, and you were sold into a remote mountain area? Of course it's true. If I hadn't desperately jumped off a cliff, I'd probably be a shared wife in Tiger Hollow by now, with no way to escape heaven or earth. Chapter 795. Nan Mingju's targeting is utterly ridiculous. Speaking of that period, Mingyu's face showed a mix of grief and indignation. The Jiang family tried every possible means to ruin me, to ensure I could never amount to anything. If it weren't for my master, 10 of me would have already been living a fate worse than death. Later, it was my master who helped me find out that the reason the Jiang family forbade me from studying since childhood, then later tried every trick to stop me from leaving for university, and even sold me into the deep mountains, was because someone was secretly pulling the strings. A flicker of anger seemed to pass through the thin man's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Your master is. I'm sorry, my master forbids me from speaking about anything concerning her. I cannot tell you anything about my master. The 2 men exchanged another glance, then stood up. The fat man looked down at Mingyu with disdain and said, because of the things you've said among your classmates, which have caused confusion for the Nan family, we came to question you. We hope you'll be more careful with your words in the future and avoid saying things that could be misunderstood. The Nan family isn't just anyone who wants to enter can enter. Mingyu gave a cold laugh. Were these 2 members of the Nan family here to warn her? Then what was the deal with having Luda deliver the cultivation resources meant for the Nan family's young lady earlier? Wasn't it said that the Nan family had already believed in her identity? I originally had absolutely no connection with your Nan family. I don't even know which direction your family's gate faces. If it weren't for your Nan family sending people to deal with me, do you think I'd want anything to do with your Nan family? Instead of coming here to warn me, you'd be better off keeping your young lady in check and telling her not to provoke me anymore. You. Hearing Mingyu say she didn't want to be associated with the Nan family made the two men's backs stiffen slightly. When she told them to control their young lady, their mouths twisted wryly. What this girl said was true. She was living her life peacefully in the South, and it was the Nan family who interfered with her life. They wanted to say it wasn't their young lady who sent people, but they had no grounds to stand on. Because the girl had a capable master who hypnotized people to get the truth and then released them without their knowledge. Can you blame her for trying to climb the social ladder by associating with your Nan family? The two men hurriedly uttered a few perfunctory remarks and left. As soon as they left, Lida appeared. Young lady. Let me ask you, last time you said the family had believed in my identity and even had you bring the cultivation resources meant for the Nan family's young lady. What was that about? This. Mingyu asked. The Nan family head hasn't actually confirmed that I am the daughter of the Nan family's eldest young master, has he? Lida, the family head indeed doesn't have evidence for confirmation yet, but he personally already believes it. Then, were those two people's words today the family head's intention? Of course not. Lida said with certainty. Those people's words definitely do not represent the family head's intention. Mingyu looked at Lida. Are you telling me the Nan family head cannot control the entire Nan family? Lida sighed. Yes. He immediately added. The Nan family has a steward named Nan Ming, whom the old master brought back and raised as a son. Before the old master passed away, he instructed the family head that as long as Nan Ming doesn't make any major mistakes, he can never be removed from his position as steward. So, Mingyu understood instantly. A steward who has been in position for a long time and faces no threat of dismissal would indeed be a headache for the family head. Which one of the two who came to see me today is that steward's man? The fat steward. Lida replied. Mingyu felt frustrated. It seemed the saying was true. Where there are people, there is conflict. The waters of the Nan family run deep indeed. Chapter 796. The Nan family isn't somewhere you can just enter, Part 1. Mingyu returned to the classroom, and Wang Huilan asked nervously, Big sister, how did it go? Not well, Mingyu said. Those people don't seem to want me to return to the Nan family. As if I'm so eager to go back. Wang Huilan let out an Big sister, you don't want to return to the Nan family? A hint of disdain flickered in the corner of Mingyu's eye. If the attitude of those two today represented the attitude of most people in the Nan family, then she would rather not return to that Nan family at all. On the other side, the two stewards, the fat one and his companion, returned to the Nan family. After reporting the questioning situation to the family head, the fat steward went to find Chief Steward Nan Ming. In Chief Steward Ming's villa, there was a female guest. Seeing there was a guest, the fat steward was about to withdraw, but Chief Steward Ming said, This is my sworn sister, surnamed Gone. No need to avoid her. Speak directly. The fat steward glanced at this sworn sister and began recounting the situation of their visit to Mingyu that day. She refused to talk about her romantic relationship? Yes. She said she doesn't want to be associated with our Nan family? Chief Steward Ming was somewhat surprised. Yes, Chief Steward, the fat steward said. Judging by her expression, it didn't seem feigned. Impossible, right? Miss Gone didn't believe it. Who wouldn't want to be the young lady of the Nan family? But the fat steward remembered the mermaid silk that had caused the conflict between her and Mingyu and added, she even possesses a treasure like mermaid silk. She might genuinely not want to return to the Nan family. Could her mermaid silk be fake? Miss Gone asked again. Whether the mermaid silk is real or fake, I don't know, the fat steward said. However, according to the young lady, that gauze feels light and warm to the touch, almost as if it's not there. You can see clearly from the inside looking out, but from the outside looking in, you can't see anything. It's truly excellent as a bed curtain. That's why the young lady wanted to forcibly buy it from her. Did you investigate where her mermaid silk came from? The fat steward shook his head. Couldn't find out. Then he said with certainty that Jiang Mingyu genuinely seems to have no interest in our Nan family. If the young lady hadn't provoked her, or if she had apologized and explained, the fat steward didn't know about the incident where he had sent people to suppress Jiang Mingyu, nor did he know about the young lady sending people like Didi to capture Mingyu. Therefore, seeing Mingyu's attitude towards the Nan family, he thought the matter wouldn't be difficult to resolve. It's useless to talk about what if now, Chief Steward Nan Ming interrupted him. You may leave first. The fat steward said yes, bowed, and left. Chief Steward Nan Ming fell into deep thought. Perhaps he had been wrong from the very beginning. If he had let everything take its natural course, Jiang Mingyu wouldn't have suspected she was the young lady of the Nan family at all. So, what if she looked similar? In the end, there was no evidence to prove she was the Nan family's young lady. Perhaps if he hadn't interfered and tried to suppress her, she wouldn't have become so outstanding as she is now. But now, precisely because he was so intent on suppressing her growth, she turned out to have a personality that thrives under pressure. Instead, she soared to great heights, becoming the provincial top scorer in the college entrance exam and ostentatiously enrolling in the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. And precisely because Mingju was at the same school and pushed her, she ended up revealing everything. This situation was very unfavorable for them. Noticing that Miss Gon beside him seemed lost in thought, he asked, "Does Sister Hua have a good strategy to deal with this Jiang Mingyu?" Gon Hua nodded. Brother Ming, her refusal to talk about her romantic situation indicates she is already in a relationship. She's in a relationship, so what? Nan Ming found it strange. Chapter 797. The Nan family isn't just anyone can enter, too. Gon Hua's smile carried an unclear meaning. Brother Ming, you're not a woman, so you don't know that once a woman is in a relationship, her heart and eyes are completely filled with that man in her heart. Nan Ming was puzzled. What do you mean? Gon Hua, what I mean is, naturally, we should start with the man she loves. She glanced meaningfully at Nan Ming. Brother Ming, think about it. Why doesn't that Jiang Mingyu want to be associated with the Nan family? She probably doesn't know how powerful the Nan family is, right? If she didn't know before, what about later? Gon Hua extended a finger. Later, she must have found out. Knowing yet still not wanting to be associated, it must be related to her partner. You mean, we investigate her partner and then use him to pressure her, make her. Gon Hua nodded. As long as we know who her partner is, we can use him to pressure her into speaking out. We can even hold a press conference to clarify this matter. But is she willing to do that? Steward Ming worried. It's quite obvious she probably hates Mingzhu now and would love for others to misunderstand Mingzhu, right? Gon Hua, even if she's at odds with Mingzhu, if she wants to protect her partner, she'll have to listen to us. Especially if we offer her some money. She could produce mermaid silk gauze, so she probably isn't short of money, right? Whether it's really mermaid silk gauze is hard to say. I estimate it was probably fabric given to her by her master. She might not even know herself if it's mermaid silk gauze, just saying it casually. Otherwise, she wouldn't have knowingly cut several pieces of such a treasure to give to classmates. So, according to you, how much money is appropriate to give her? Nan Ming looked at Gon Hua and asked. Gon Hua thought for a moment and said, she's from the countryside. Logically, 80 to 100,000 would be the limit. But to make her work for us, it's best to prepare a bit more. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. But, the situation with her partner. Her partner is Gu Dongxing from the Gu family. What, Gu Dongxing? It's actually Gu Dongxing. Gon Hua seemed somewhat puzzled. Mingyu had just woken up from her afternoon nap when someone came looking for her again, asking her to meet at the college gate. Wang Huilan was worried. Big sister, it's not the Nan family again, is it? Let me go with you this time. But Mingyu still shook her head. No need. Have you forgotten my abilities? Nothing will happen. Mingyu walked out of the school gate. This time, it was a fashionable woman in her late 20s, with a young girl following behind. Before even getting close, Mingyu sensed overwhelming malice. She frowned and was about to turn back. But that person stopped her. Don't go. Are you Jiang Mingyu? Mingyu turned around and looked at this woman with permed hair and light makeup. Yes, I am Jiang Mingyu. Come with me, the woman said. Mingyu didn't say much and directly followed the woman to the small grove behind the college. The woman pointed at Jiang Mingyu. Was it you spreading rumors at school that you are the Nan family's young lady? Mingyu brushed her hand away. Who are you? What right do you have to come here and question me? I am Nan Mingzhu's aunt. The rumors you spread are harmful to my Mingzhu. Why can't I come find you? Aunt? That's not right. The main branch of the Nan family only had one daughter, and I remember she passed away. When did the old lady come back to life? Chapter 798. Not wanting to be associated with the Nan family, 1. The woman's face flushed with embarrassment. The young girl behind her quickly stepped forward to speak. Our young lady is the goddaughter recognized by Old Master Nan. Mingyu still felt something was off. How come I've never heard that Old Master Nan recognized a goddaughter? If Old Master Nan had recognized a goddaughter, others might not know, but Lead would definitely know. Yet when he introduced the direct line of the Nan family, he never mentioned it. Clearly, this so-called goddaughter of the Old Master couldn't be genuine. A flicker of guilt crossed Ganhua's face. The girl she brought along spoke up from the side. Chief Steward Ming is Old Master Nan's godson. Our young lady is Chief Steward Ming's sworn sister. Since Chief Steward Ming treats the eldest young lady as his own daughter, our young lady naturally is the eldest young lady's aunt. Chief Steward Ming? A steward, no matter how high-ranking, is still a servant of the Nan family, right? How does the sister of a servant become the aunt of the Nan family's eldest young lady? Or are you saying that Chief Steward Ming secretly became Old Master Nan's godson without letting the Nan family know? Mingyu sneered coldly. Secretly becoming a godson. Ganhua, feeling ashamed and angry, retorted, "Our Nan family's affairs are none of your concern. Just tell me, why are you spreading rumors that you are the Nan family's eldest young lady?" "I never said I was the Nan family's eldest young lady," Mingyu replied calmly. "You may not have said it, but the things you mentioned have led to speculation and caused a negative impact. Therefore, you have a responsibility to correct it. Tomorrow afternoon, our Nan family will hold a press conference to clarify this matter. You must attend and explain that what you said in the dormitory that day was untrue, in order to mitigate the impact." Mingyu sneered inwardly. "So they want me to slap my own face and then they can move against me?" Mingyu coldly laughed. "Then tell me, which part of what I said was untrue? Was it that the Jiang family didn't suppress me, or that they never planned to sell me into the deep mountains as a shared wife? Or that no one instructed my stepsister Jiang Huayu to try to ruin me at school, to prevent me from taking the college entrance exam? Or perhaps that your eldest young lady didn't order Nan Feng to dispatch the Nan family's hidden guards Di Ding, Xian Wu, and Xian Lu in the form of a family head's decree to capture me, intending to send me to a foreign brothel?" As Mingyu spoke these words, she infused them with spiritual power, each syllable striking Ganhua's heart. Ganhua was left speechless by the relentless questioning. After a long while, she finally found her voice. "You have no evidence for any of this." Whether there's evidence or not isn't important. What matters is that you did it. Don't think that just because it was done secretly, no one knows." Mingyu pointed upward. "The gods are watching from above." Ganhua said sharply, "Aren't you afraid something might happen to your significant other?" Mingyu suddenly remembered her past life. Gu Dongxing had encountered trouble around this time. A wave of anxiety surged within her, and she fiercely grabbed the front of Ganhua's clothes. "Where is Gu Dongxing?" Since Ganhua intended to use Gu Dongxing to threaten Mingyu, she had naturally looked into Gu Dongxing's whereabouts first. Gu Dongxing was on a secret mission, and his location was supposed to be top secret. However, Chief Steward Nan, using the Nan family's influence, had managed to find out. He's at the South Sea. He was actually at the South Sea. She suddenly recalled that in her past life, Gu Dongxing had encountered trouble at the South Sea and was saved by Lang Xiangyu. Later, Lang Xiangyu used the debt of saving his life, along with Gu Dongxing's mother, to arrange an engagement between Gu Dongxing and her own daughter. In this life, she absolutely would not allow Gu Dongxing to owe Lang Xiangyu such a debt again. She had to rush to the South Sea immediately to save Gu Dongxing. Chapter 799, Not Wanting to be Associated with the Nan Family, 2. Mingyu grabbed Ganhua's clothes at the chest again. "Gu Dongxing is carrying out a dangerous mission by the South Sea, isn't he?" "I don't know." "You do know. As long as you tell me, I'll consider your request." "Or is it that the one who acted against our Gu Dongxing is actually your Nan family, and that's why you don't dare to say?" Ganhua didn't expect Mingyu to suddenly become so terrifying, but hearing her say she would consider his request gave him other ideas. I didn't do anything to your Gu Dongxing. It's someone who wants Gu Dongxing dead, sending him on a dangerous mission that shouldn't have been his to carry out." "How dangerous?" Mingyu didn't even realize her voice was trembling. Yes. There are 2 internationally wanted arms dealers who will be conducting an illegal transaction there. Gu Dongxing is going to capture them. To others, such arms dealers might be formidable, but for Gu Dongxing, capturing them shouldn't be a problem, right? There must be something else going on. She stared at Ganhua. Ganhua said, "That place. There's also a monster." "A monster?" "Yes, a monster from the sea came ashore to eat people." Gu Dongxing not only has the task of capturing the arms dealers, but also a secondary mission to kill the monster. Gu Dongxing isn't part of the special department. Why would he have a monster-slaying mission? Others might not believe in monsters, but Mingyu did. However, if that place was the arms dealer's transaction point, Mingyu suspected that the so-called monster was a rumor spread intentionally to keep people away from that harbor. Wait, she suddenly remembered. When Gu Dongxing met her in this life, he was already a 6th-level martial artist. So in his previous life, he must have been at least a 6th-level martial artist as well. If he were only dealing with arms dealers, how could he have been severely injured and on the brink of death? After all, that time, all the people Gu Dongxing brought with him died, leaving only him, critically injured, to be rescued by Lang Xiangyu from the small fishing village. Could there really be a monster? What was the name of that fishing village? Why couldn't she remember? Seeing Mingyu silent, Ganhua added, "That monster is extremely powerful. Several groups of ability users have gone, but none returned." Ability users went? So the monster was real. Mingyu was filled with rage, a place where ability users never return from, and they sent Gu Dongxing there? If it were just to kill the monster, fine, but there were also arms dealers. Were they trying to send him to his death? Ganhua felt the temperature around Mingyu drop sharply, and since he was still being held by her, he hurriedly said, "Miss Jiang, I've told you everything. You said earlier that as long as I told you you would." I said I would consider it, but I never said that considering it means I'll definitely agree. Ganhua was furious. You're despicable, but he quickly softened his tone. Miss Jiang, I'm just asking you to clarify at the press conference that you're not the Nan family's young lady. Didn't you say you don't want to be associated with the Nan family? Meng Yu coldly replied, no. I'll give you 100,000. No. 200,000. No. 300,000. No. 1 million. Meng Yu suddenly smiled. Fine, 1 million. Transfer the money first, right now. 1 million. Why refuse what's offered for free? Taking it costs nothing. Her kindergarten was still short on funds. Meng Yu took out a passbook. Transfer it to this account. Ganhua refused. We'll pay after you clarify the rumors at the press conference. Our Nan family keeps its word. But I don't trust your Nan family. Meng Yu looked at Ganhua disdainfully. Besides, you're not even a member of the Nan family. Chapter 800. Gu Dongxing is in danger. In the end, Ganhua reluctantly went to the bank with Meng Yu and transferred 1 million to the account Meng Yu specified on the spot. If you dare. Haha, thank you, Miss Gan. On behalf of Meng Kindergarten, I thank you for your generous donation, Meng Yu said with a smile. Ganhua's face changed dramatically. What did you say? A donation? That was clearly hush money for you. Her original plan was to give the money to this girl first, and then find another reason to get it back after the matter was settled. But she never expected that the girl wasn't keeping the money for herself, it was being donated to a kindergarten. In that case, how could she possibly get it back? Gritting her teeth, Ganhua said, remember to attend the press conference tomorrow afternoon. Remember to clarify the rumors and make it clear that you are not the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Not possible tomorrow, I'm busy tomorrow. Today is September 19th. I'll be free on the 26th, Meng Yu said. The 26th is too late. The latest is the 23rd, Ganhua insisted. Fine, the afternoon of the 23rd, I've noted it. She would make everything clear at the press conference and force the person behind the scenes in the Nan family who was plotting against her to reveal themselves. After Ganhua left, Meng Yu did not return to the academy. Instead, she suddenly spoke toward the right rear. Come out, Luda. Luda was helpless. No matter how well he hid, the young lady could always find him. Young lady, come with me to the school to ask for 3 days leave. Say I have some family matters to handle. Luda was frustrated. Young lady, wherever you go, I must go with you. But Meng Yu shook her head. No, I'm going to the South Sea to rescue someone. Taking you would be too much trouble. Luda was shocked. Young lady, you. Meng Yu directly rose into the air on a fan in front of him. He was her sworn guard, bound to her for life and could never betray her. Therefore, she decided not to hide her identity as a cultivator from him. Seeing the young lady soaring into the sky on a giant fan, Luda was so frightened he almost collapsed. What kind of being was this master he had pledged himself to? Remember, ask for leave on my behalf. And don't speak of my affairs to anyone. Meng Yu's voice still echoed in Luda's ears, but she had already risen into the sky, flying southward and disappearing into the clouds. Luda's legs were weak. Good heavens, he had actually pledged himself to a deity as his master. No wonder he had been able to break through to the Xiantian realm so easily. He immediately became as excited as if injected with adrenaline. His master was a deity. What incredible fortune he must have to have a deity as his master. What Meng Yu didn't know was that her departure would cause trouble for her Uncle Lang, who came looking for her. This time, Meng Yu inserted a top-grade spirit stone and flew at full speed. Thus, in less than 2 hours, she reached the South Sea. But the South Sea was vast. How was she going to find Gu Dongxing? She couldn't afford to hide her presence anymore. When no one was in sight, she flew at a low altitude, searching for any sign of Gu Dongxing. However, after flying along the coastline of the South Sea for a full circle, she neither sensed Gu Dongxing's aura nor saw the two groups involved in the arms trade. She remembered clearly that Ganhua had said it was by the South Sea shore. So why was there no one there? Could it be that the transaction was taking place at sea? In her past life, Ling Xiangyu went to the small fishing village by the sea to visit a sister of hers, and that was when she saved Gu Dongxing. What was the name of that fishing village? Meng Yu hated herself for not remembering the name of that village. Ignoring the darkness, Meng Yu flew at a low altitude, searching for any trace of Gu Dongxing while trying to recall the fishing village Ling Xiangyu had mentioned. Chapter 801. Why not take it if it's free? In her previous life, she hadn't known the specific details of how Gu Dongxing's battle unfolded. She had only learned about it one day while flipping through old newspapers and overhearing Ling Xiangyu telling the story to Jiang Huayu's daughter. Thus, all she knew was the outcome. In that battle, all the arms dealers had died, and all the young and middle-aged men from a nearby fishing village had also perished. Only Gu Dongxing remained, but he was on the brink of death and was saved by Ling Xiangyu. It was said to be Gu Dongxing's only defeat. Although the arms dealers were eliminated, his own men were also wiped out, and the villagers were dragged into the tragedy as well. She slapped her own head, suddenly realizing something was off. In her previous life, Gu Dongxing should have also been a 6th-level martial artist. Those arms dealers shouldn't have been a match for him, and any supernatural beings should have avoided an expert like him. So why did he fail? And why, aside from the arms dealers and his own troops, did almost all the young and middle-aged men in the village die? There was another strange point. Why did the arms dealers choose a transaction location so close to the small fishing village? And why did it lead to the deaths of all the young and middle-aged men in the village? A sudden flash of insight crossed Meng Yu's mind. That's it, the fishermen. What likely caused Gu Dongxing's failure was the villagers of the small fishing village, who he initially assumed were harmless. In other words, the entire village of fishermen was most likely part of the arms dealers' alliance. Meng Yu strained to recall the information she had gathered from Long Xiangyu's story to her granddaughter about Gu Dongxing in her previous life. The most plausible scenario was that Gu Dongxing and his team had first received intelligence about 2 groups conducting an arms deal at a certain location. They then arrived early and found a place to set up an ambush. Since the location was close to the small fishing village, the place they chose for the ambush was likely the village itself. The most likely course of action was to evacuate the villagers and replace them with their own men, lying in wait within the village. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, they probably only evacuated the elderly and weak, leaving some of the young and middle-aged men in the village. But they didn't know that this small fishing village had long been part of the arms dealers' alliance. Thus, the young and middle-aged men they left behind became accomplices of their enemies. She wondered, if she were a villager of that small fishing village, how could she assist the arms dealers without exposing her village's alliance with them? The best method would be to capture Gu Dongxing and his men in one fell swoop. Therefore, what the villagers most likely did was poison the water they drank, a type of poison that wasn't easily detectable. This would render them unable to fully utilize their abilities during the fight against the enemy, ultimately leading to their annihilation. However, they might not have anticipated that Gu Dongxing, as a 6th-level martial artist, had some resistance to poison. Relying on his tenacious will, he managed to kill the enemies and the traitorous villagers. In the end, he too collapsed on the road out of the village. She remembered Long Xiangyu saying at the time that she had gone to the fishing village to visit a friend. Before even entering the village, she encountered the dying Gu Dongxing and immediately rescued him. Having analyzed this far, Meng Yu realized what kind of place she should be looking for. It must be a small, secluded cove, a hidden spot suitable for a secret transaction. And not far from that small cove, there should be the small fishing village. Chapter 802, to the South Sea. If they conducted the transaction in that small cove, the only people who might discover them would be the villagers of the small fishing village. Therefore, they developed that fishing village into an allied village so that if anyone came, someone could still sound an alarm for them. After determining the target, Meng Yu didn't wait for nightfall. She flew along the coastline, searching for such a cove and such a small fishing village. There were many places with both a small fishing village and a cove, but they weren't secluded enough. Meng Yu eliminated them one by one. Fortunately, her 5 elements fan used spirit stones, not her own spiritual power. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to sustain flight for such a long time. Finally, she saw an ideal cove, formed by a peninsula extending into the sea. From the east side of the peninsula, the view would be blocked by that peninsula, making it impossible to see anything inside the cove. Even better, after the peninsula extended into the sea, it also held back the seawater, forming a semi-enclosed cove within its embrace. Because the terrain of the peninsula was relatively high, if a ship sailed into this cove, it would be invisible from the east, the north, or even from the sea itself. The only place from which ships in this cove could be seen was a fishing village to the west. Moreover, to the west of the fishing village, another island extending into the sea provided cover. In other words, aside from the small fishing village, this cove was invisible from anywhere else. This was indeed a perfect location for criminal transactions. Still flying in the sky, Meng Yu was almost certain this small fishing village was probably the place where Gu Dongxing was injured and nearly died in her previous life. In this life, with her, Meng Yu, here, she definitely wouldn't let Gu Dongxing repeat that mistake. Meng Yu surveyed the surroundings. Because it was night, both the cove and the small fishing village were quiet. She thought to herself that she must have arrived early. The arms dealers hadn't arrived yet, and Gu Dongxing and his team hadn't come either. Perfect timing for her to thoroughly explore the area. Her spiritual sense first probed towards the cove and discovered that the water's spiritual energy here was extremely dense. This was determined by the geographical location. Essentially, this cove and the fishing village were surrounded by water. The spiritual energy that entered here was basically trapped and couldn't escape. She suddenly thought again about the rumor of the monster. With such dense water spiritual energy here, it was indeed possible that intelligent aquatic creatures could be nurtured. However, Ganhua had said that several groups of ability users had come here, and none had returned. This made her feel strange again. How powerful must that monster be? As soon as her spiritual sense entered the water, she found that while it could explore 10 li on land, it could only reach about 5 li in the water. And the depth of this cove, she actually couldn't probe to the bottom. That meant the depth of this cove exceeded 5 li. Unable to find anything, she could only let it go for now. She directed her spiritual sense towards this small fishing village. She hadn't noticed anything before, but this time, looking carefully, she discovered a problem. This village was too quiet. It was only a little past 8, not even 9 o'clock yet. Logically, people shouldn't be sleeping so early, yet it seemed everyone in this village had gone to bed early. This was highly abnormal. Previously, her spiritual sense had only swept over the area briefly. After sensing the abnormality, she decided to inspect each household one by one with her spiritual sense. This inspection indeed revealed the problem. The elderly, women, and children were all absent from this village. Only the young and middle-aged men remained. Chapter 803. The Arms Dealers Alliance. Mingyu thought about the situation she had deduced. Could it be that Gu Dongxing had already arrived and had already evacuated the elderly, women, and children from this small fishing village, leaving only the able-bodied men behind? Looking again, she noticed many young men in plain clothes inside those houses. Although they were concealing their presence, one could still tell their vitality was stronger than that of ordinary people. Those people were soldiers. Mingyu's heart raced. No wonder she couldn't find him. He had arrived long ago and had already set up an ambush. But why couldn't she find Gu Dongxing? Wait, if her deduction was correct, then the villagers and the dealers in this village were allies. If Gu Dongxing's men were ambushed in the village, could they have been poisoned as she suspected? Just as she was about to investigate carefully, she heard the sound of a boat approaching. She quickly activated the 5 elements fans formation and swept her spiritual sense toward the sea. Sure enough, a large ship was approaching from the sea, carrying over 50 people. What made Mingyu's heart pound was that the ship's cabin was filled with many long and short boxes, and inside those boxes were firearms. The ship sailed directly into the harbor. The engine was cut, the lights were turned off, a signal was sent, and then it waited quietly in the darkness. Before long, the sound of vehicles came from the shore. Indeed, a line of more than 10 vehicles drove over. However, the vehicles didn't proceed to the mouth of the bay. Instead, they stopped at the location of the small fishing village. Then, 50 or 60 people quickly got out of the vehicles, facing the bay. From the bay, 50 or 60 people disembarked from the ship, carrying several boxes, and also headed toward the fishing village. Mingyu's heart raced. They were clearly using the fishing village as the transaction site. Mingyu realized it, and the soldiers ambushed in the village naturally realized it too. If they usually used the fishing village as a transaction site, it was impossible for the villagers not to know. The villagers knew, yet they didn't inform the soldiers. Instead, they cooperated by sending away the elderly, weak, women, and children, while the able-bodied men voluntarily stayed behind to assist them. What did this mean? Almost simultaneously, the soldiers in the houses pounced on the villagers beside them. However, as they lunged at the villagers, they found their bodies growing weak, only able to let out angry roars. At almost the same time, the two groups quickly dispersed, surrounding the small fishing village and aiming their guns at it. The leaders of the two groups stood together, watching the small fishing village. The villagers, however, remained expressionless, taking out ropes and tying up the soldiers in the houses one by one. Mingyu thought to herself that it was indeed as she had speculated. These soldiers had been poisoned by the villagers. She shook her head inwardly. Were these soldiers led by Gu Dongxing? How could they so easily fall for the villagers' trap? If the soldiers could hear Mingyu's thoughts, they would surely cry out in protest, because they themselves had no idea when they had been poisoned. After entering the village, fearing that innocent fishermen might be caught in the crossfire if a conflict broke out, they had quietly sought out the village chief. They only mentioned that there was a military operation and asked him to evacuate the villagers. The village chief was very cooperative and immediately dispersed the villagers, leaving only about 10 able-bodied men. He said they were familiar with the area and could stay to run errands if needed. Seeing that they carried no hostility and were honest fishermen, and considering that having a few locals familiar with the terrain could be helpful for running errands in emergencies, plus, their skin clearly showed they were people who made a living at sea, the soldiers allowed them to stay. And the result? Chapter 804. The fishing village is the trading ground. However, they hadn't even taken a sip of water in the village, let alone eaten anything. They simply had no idea how they had been poisoned. They roared in fury but were helpless. They had never fought a battle like this, defeated before it even began. Seeing that the villagers weren't killing anyone, only tying people up, Mingyu also refrained from taking action. She decided to wait and see what those people intended to do. Before long, these weakened soldiers were pushed out by the villagers and brought before the two groups of men. A man in his 40s stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute to the two leaders. Master Hai, Master Lu, all of today's guests are here. Master Hai said, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Dao." Uncle Dao hurriedly replied, "Serving Masters Hai and Lu, I dare not speak of hardship. I only hope the two masters will abide by the old rules and refrain from killing within Seaside Village." Master Hai nodded. "Rest assured. Your village has rendered great service today. Your commission will be increased by 0.5% compared to usual." Uncle Dao expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Master Hai, Master Lu." Master Lu's gaze had been scanning the soldiers, trying to identify them. Suddenly, he asked, "Why is one missing?" Uncle Dao frowned. "That can't be. Unless they never entered the village, anyone who steps into my village cannot escape the divine incense on the household altars in every home." Hearing his words, Mingyu suddenly understood. Their method of poisoning was actually the incense on the household altars in every village home. This was a seaside area. Every household had members who went out to sea, so it was perfectly normal for families to burn incense at home. Who would have guessed that the incense on every household altar could be poisonous? In other words, as soon as Gu Dongxing's men entered the village, they had already fallen into the trap. There was no need for the villagers to do anything else. Master Lu gave Uncle Dao a cool glance. Today's entire performance was staged precisely to capture one person. This person is the military god of a certain military region, Regimental Commander Gu Dongxing. But Gu Dongxing is not among those captured. Mingyu was greatly shocked. Today's events were actually a setup to capture Gu Dongxing? Mingyu couldn't help but recall Ganhua's words, "Someone wants Gu Dongxing dead," sending him on a dangerous mission that shouldn't have been his to execute. Connecting this with Uncle Dao's statement, "Anyone who enters my village, unless they have taken the antidote beforehand, cannot escape the divine incense on the household altars in every home of our village." Given this bay's geographical location, anyone who learned that arms dealers had chosen it for a transaction would, out of a desire to protect the villagers, certainly order the villagers here to evacuate. And once they entered the village, they would inevitably be poisoned, succumbing long before the arms dealers even arrived. This meant that whoever was put in charge of today's operation would find it extremely difficult to avoid capture. Unless that person could disregard the villagers' lives entirely, or knew in advance that the villagers had been turned into allies of the arms dealers. Realizing this was a conspiracy specifically targeting Gu Dongxing, Mingyu was enraged. She separated 3 strands of divine sense, forming needles, and sent them flying directly towards Uncle Dao, Master Hai, and Master Lu. 3 screams later, all 3 men collapsed. The 2 groups, over 100 men strong, immediately fell into chaos. They cocked their weapons, shouting, "Who's there? Come out. We'll shoot if you don't show yourself." It must be Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing, show yourself. If you don't come out, we'll kill your soldiers. Chapter 805, To Capture Gu Dongxing. Mingyu discovered that by condensing a very small amount of spiritual sense into a needle and attacking the opponent's soul, she could render them unconscious. Moreover, this needle was very small and formed much faster than a condensed spiritual sense cone or spike. It appeared almost instantly upon her will. She felt that by controlling this spiritual sense needle properly, she could subdue people without killing them. Standing on the 5 elements fan, Mingyu looked down from above at the people scurrying around like headless flies. She found it amusing that they had mistaken her for Gu Dongxing. But honestly, she was also curious. Where had Gu Dongxing gone? Suddenly, she noticed a man who was clearly a second-in-command aiming his gun at a soldier, about to pull the trigger. She immediately sent a spiritual sense spike at him. The next moment, the man let out a loud, "Ah," and followed in the footsteps of the previous 3, collapsing unconscious. Wait, this man twitched a few times after falling and then lay still. Shouta shouted from within the space, "Ah, master, you gained 20 virtue points." Gaining virtue points meant either performing a good deed or killing an evil person. Had she just killed someone? Frowning, Mingyu probed the second-in-command with her spiritual sense and found he was no longer breathing. So, in her urgency, she had used a bit too much spiritual sense, turning the intended spiritual sense needle into a spike, and thus, this second-in-command had met his end. Seeing 4 of their own fall while the enemy remained unseen, the others grew panicked. "Who are you? Come out. I'll count down from 3. If you don't come out, I'll kill 1 soldier every minute." 3. Another person fell. The first killing was unintentional, but this one was deliberate. After all, these people were heinous criminals, and killing them could indirectly save lives. "Congratulations, Master. You've gained another 30 virtue points," Xiaodao exclaimed cheerfully again. It turned out this time she had killed the right-hand man of Boss Lu. Next, several more people who tried to approach the soldiers were struck by Mingyu's spiritual sense needles, screaming as they fell. The arms dealers realized that anyone who tried to threaten the unseen person by using the captured soldiers, or even merely approach them, would fall dead. Thus, no one dared to use the soldiers to threaten Mingyu anymore. They didn't even dare get close to the soldiers. However, they still surrounded them. By now, Mingyu's face had also turned pale. Although the spiritual sense spikes and needles were effective, using them depleted her spiritual sense, which couldn't recover immediately. She felt extremely fatigued and even nauseous. She knew this was due to overusing her spiritual sense. The villagers had long since fled back to their homes upon seeing Uncle Dao collapse, shouting, "The sea god has come," and shut their doors tightly. Therefore, only the two groups and the 100+ weakened soldiers remained on the beach outside the village. Remembering the soul-nurturing wood she had auctioned, Mingyu quickly took it out, broke off a small piece, and swallowed it. The nauseous feeling subsided a bit. It seemed spiritual sense attacks could only be used to catch the enemy off guard and subdue them, not as a regular weapon. But what should she do now? She couldn't use her spiritual sense anymore, and she wasn't entirely sure her defensive shield could block the guns those people were carrying. She couldn't decide whether to risk going down. Just then, huge waves suddenly surged from the sea, crashing onto the shore. Each wave was higher than the last, with the first batch reaching over 20 meters high. As the waves receded, several arms dealers who had been standing close to the sea to surround the soldiers were swept into the water. They floated and sank with the waves a few times before disappearing. Chapter 806, Divine Sense Assassination. Between life and death, everyone desperately scrambled toward the shore, with no one able to spare a thought for anyone else. Seeing the waves still surging upward and about to crash onto the soldiers, who, weakened and with their hands bound, were momentarily unable to flee, Mingyu knew they would surely die if swept into the sea. While tossing out several small throwing knives, controlling them to swiftly cut the ropes binding the soldiers' hands and feet, she quickly descended to the ground. Wielding the 5 elements fan, she swept it toward the waves. The 30-meter-high wave, struck by Mingyu's fan, actually turned and retreated back into the sea. However, as soon as this first wave was fanned back into the sea, an even larger wave surged from the ocean, rushing toward the shore. Mingyu had no choice but to fan again. As the wave subsided, her divine sense detected a colossal creature rolling in the sea, the very thing that had stirred up the waves earlier. Moreover, she caught a whiff of blood. Clearly, the massive creature was injured. Its thrashing had stirred up towering waves. Mingyu hastily threw down the fan, took out her spirit artifact bow and arrows, drew the bow and shot an arrow toward the colossal creature. The arrow struck right between the creature's eyes, hitting a bleeding wound. The massive creature thrashed even more violently, but suppressed by Mingyu, it could no longer easily stir up towering waves. Suddenly, Mingyu noticed someone clinging to the creature's body. A sweep of her divine sense made her heart sink. This person was actually Gu Dongxing. Though Gu Dongxing clung tightly to the serpent's body, he had already fallen unconscious. His eyes were tightly shut, his face pale, yet his peerless appearance remained undiminished, making Mingyu's heart ache with distress. Clearly, Gu Dongxing's earlier disappearance must have been due to battling this colossal creature beneath the sea. But this massive creature had evidently begun to grow horns, while Gu Dongxing was only at the peak of Foundation establishment. It seemed both were severely wounded. Gu Dongxing was unconscious, and even if Mingyu hadn't shot it, the serpent wouldn't have lasted much longer. Mingyu thought, if she hadn't come, even if Gu Dongxing had managed to kill the serpent, he would have been at the end of his strength, and his subordinates would have been completely wiped out. By then, even if he could escape to shore, would he have been able to survive? Mingyu shot 2 more arrows, each piercing through pre-existing wounds. The massive serpent's body twisted a few times before continuing to thrash. Each time, it dragged Gu Dongxing to the surface and then back underwater. Without waiting for the serpent to die, Mingyu cast a protective shield on herself and jumped into the sea. The serpent, seeing the person who had shot it enter the water, immediately opened its bloody maw, trying to bite Mingyu. Mingyu agilely dove underwater to avoid the serpent's mouth, swimming to its 7-inch vital point. There, she tried to pull Gu Dongxing free. He held a long sword firmly lodged in the serpent's 7-inch spot, his entire body clinging tightly to the serpent. But Gu Dongxing held onto the serpent so tightly that she couldn't pull him off. Meanwhile, the serpent was making its final death throes, desperately trying to twist its head to bite both Mingyu and Gu Dongxing, while continuously thrashing to shake off or drown those on its body. Unable to pull Gu Dongxing free, Mingyu could only hold on to him, expanding her defensive shield as much as possible to protect him, while moving horizontally with the serpent's thrashing. Moreover, she had to dodge the serpent's occasional tail strikes and launch attacks to neutralize them. Whenever an opportunity arose, Mengyu would strike the sword Gu Dongxing had lodged in the serpent's 7-inch spot, driving the flying sword deeper into the serpent's fatal point. Mengyu didn't know how long she had been battling the serpent in the water. She had only one conviction: kill the evil serpent, protect the unconscious Gu Dongxing. If Gu Dongxing lived, she would live with him. If Gu Dongxing died, she would die with him. Chapter 807 Shooting the Flood Dragon. Chapter 808 Targeting Gu Dongxing. Finally, the flood dragon's powerful vitality was slowly fading, and the force of its thrashing was also gradually weakening. But every time the two surfaced, Mengyu would plead in Gu Dongxing's ear, "Brother Gu, it's me, Xiao Meng. Please let go. I'll take you back." Perhaps Gu Dongxing heard Mengyu's persistent pleas. Perhaps he sensed the flood dragon had lost its vitality, or perhaps he had exhausted the last of his strength. Gu Dongxing finally relaxed his body and released the flying sword embedded in the flood dragon's 7-inch vital point. Mengyu pulled him into her protective shield. Seeing Gu Dongxing covered in wounds, Mengyu quickly fed him a revitalizing pill. Discovering his dantian was completely depleted of qi, she promptly gave him a qi-gathering pill, directly using her own spiritual energy to help him circulate and absorb it. Because those people were far away and hadn't spotted Gu Dongxing in the water, she initially considered simply sending him into the thatched cottage within her peach blossom spring space. But then she remembered that the people Gu Dongxing brought should know he went into the sea to fight the flood dragon. Therefore, she honestly held him and swam back. However, that flood dragon was Gu Dongxing's trophy. She couldn't leave it behind. Seeing the flood dragon finally on the verge of death, Mengyu collected it into her space while still in the water. Only then did she hold Gu Dongxing and swim to shore. By now, the sky was fully bright. As Mengyu carried Gu Dongxing ashore, she found the soldiers staring at her dumbfounded. As for the arms dealers, except for a few still lying on the ground, the rest had all fled. The vehicles had naturally been driven away, leaving only the ship. Of course, along with the large cache of arms inside. Seeing the 1.65-meter-tall Mengyu carrying the 1.89-meter-tall Gu Dongxing, everyone found the scene comical and felt like laughing. But remembering how Mengyu had fanned back the waves, drawn her bow to shoot the flood dragon, and even jumped into the sea to battle the creature and bravely rescue Gu Dongxing, they didn't dare laugh. This woman was too formidable. Mengyu set Gu Dongxing down, helped him sit cross-legged, and kept one hand on his wrist, channeling spiritual energy into him to aid in circulating the medicinal effects. Looking up, she noticed a tall man watching her and asked, "Are you Gu Dongxing's subordinates?" "No," the officer replied. "I am the person in charge of this operation to capture the arms dealers. You can call me Regimental Commander Zhou. Thank you for your rescue today." The other soldiers also quickly bowed. "Thank you, miss, for saving our lives." It could be said that today over 100 officers and soldiers were saved by Mengyu. Mengyu found it strange. This person was actually the leader in charge of capturing the arms dealers, meaning these people weren't Gu Dongxing's troops. Then what about Gu Dongxing? Did he not bring his own soldiers this time? Regimental Commander Zhou seemed to sense Mengyu's confusion and said, "Although Regimental Commander Gu came with us, our mission focuses were different. I was responsible for capturing the arms dealers, while Regimental Commander Gu was responsible for going into the sea to kill the flood dragon." Hearing Regimental Commander Zhou's words, Mengyu felt like cursing again. If the missions were different, why go together? Mengyu was furious. Was this to ensure Gu Dongxing would be killed by the dealers if he survived the flood dragon? Regimental Commander Zhou frowned. The joint mission was a requirement from above. He also realized this was a setup targeting Gu Dongxing, and they had merely been used as cannon fodder. If this young woman hadn't arrived today, they would certainly have been finished, and Regimental Commander Gu would definitely not have survived. Since they were on a joint mission, they had to advance and retreat together. In reality, they could offer little to no help regarding Gu Dongxing's task of fighting the flood dragon in the sea. In other words, tying Gu Dongxing to them meant if they were in trouble, Gu Dongxing couldn't escape, but if Gu Dongxing was in danger, they couldn't help him. Chapter 808, The Fight. Regiment Commander Zhou had also heard what those people said. This arms deal was a setup, its purpose to capture Gu Dongxing. And Gu Dongxing's territory wasn't even in this area, yet he had been specially transferred here under the pretext of killing the flood dragon. Just who is it that wanted to harm Regiment Commander Gu so badly? But fine, you want to harm Regiment Commander Gu, why did you have to drag me into it? While Gu Dongxing was recovering from his injuries, Mengyu took the opportunity to invade the minds of each soldier, erasing their memories of her flying in the sky, fanning back the waves, shooting the flood dragon with arrows, and cutting the ropes with flying knives. Gu Dongxing finally woke up. The injuries on his body were mostly healed. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Mengyu, he reached out, pulled her close, and held her tightly, burying his face in her thick hair. He was terrified in retrospect. He had almost died, almost never seen his little thing again. That flood dragon's vitality was too strong. He had almost perished together with it. And in the end, it was actually his little Meng who came and saved him. Thank you, thank you, thank you, he whispered in her ear. Mingyu's heart melted completely. She declared, anyone who wants to harm you will have to step over my dead body first. At that, Gu Dongxing immediately got angry. You're a woman. What are you trying to prove, huh? Do you have any idea how dangerous your actions were today, jumping into the sea to save me? Do you know how strong that flood dragon's vitality was? Do you know it still didn't die even after I stabbed its 7-inch point for so long? Do you know that even in that state, it could still have killed you with one swipe of its tail or one bite? How reckless were you to just jump into the sea to save someone without a second thought? And what's this about anyone harming you having to step over your dead body? Why are you stealing my line? That's what I'm supposed to say, don't you know? Listening to Gu Dongxing vent, Mingyu understood. He was worried about her, he was scared for her. Moreover, he wanted to protect her, not have her protect him. Mingyu hugged him back. Dongxing, I was scared. I was scared you would die, leaving me all alone. In that case, I'd rather die with you. Gu Dongxing pushed Mingyu back a little, stared into her eyes for a long moment, then pulled her back into his embrace. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I will always protect you, never let anyone hurt you. You will never be alone. The soldiers being force-fed this display of affection. Enough, you two. Can't you see all us single people here? Can't you act normal? As if sensing the soldiers' inner thoughts, the two seemed to suddenly realize they were still in public. Gu Dongxing quickly pulled Mingyu behind him and said to Regiment Commander Zhou, my mission over there is complete. You've captured the 3 ringleaders here. I won't be involved in the follow-up. I'm leaving first. With that, without waiting for Regiment Commander Zhou's reply, he took Mingyu's hand and they ran off. In the eyes of these soldiers, Mingyu had come to rescue Gu Dongxing. She saved him from the sea. Then she left with him. Mingyu scratched Gu Dongxing's palm. Hey, are you going to interrogate those 2 arms dealers? They set up this whole trap just to catch you. Gu Dongxing felt his heart itch from her scratching. Little thing, you've learned how to tease people. He couldn't help but grab her and give her a few fierce kisses before saying, they won't reveal anything under interrogation. Besides, I already know who it is without interrogating them. It seemed he had been too gentle, allowing others to step all over him. If he didn't fight back, he wouldn't be Gu Dongxing. Chapter 809. Targeting Gu Dongxing. Alright, my dear wife, you don't need to worry about these things. Your husband isn't so incompetent that he can't handle a little matter. Mingyu scoffed, a little matter? You were almost killed by a scheme. In reality, he just needed to outlast the flood dragon in the sea, so victory against it was certain. The key point was, even if he defeated the flood dragon, would he have a good outcome after coming ashore? If it weren't for Mingyu today, he truly would have been doomed. However, Mingyu knew clearly that if she hadn't come today, that Lang Xiangyu would have appeared and rescued him. She had come on purpose to intercept this. She didn't want Gu Dongxing to owe Lang Xiangyu a life-saving debt. From then on, she wouldn't have to worry about Lang Xiangyu using that debt of gratitude to force Gu Dongxing to marry her daughter. As for Lang Xiangyu saving his father's favor, what did that have to do with her husband? Gu Ming's second wife had 2 sons and a daughter, let them repay it. Everything of Gu Dongxing's belonged to her, Jiang Mingyu. Gu Dongxing asked about Mingyu's studies, and she told him everything that had happened these past few days. Gu Dongxing furrowed his handsome, imposing brows. The Nan family, how dare the Nan family treat his little one like this? Were they not afraid of his retaliation? Mingyu naturally knew that if a cultivator truly set their mind to dealing with a mortal family, the consequences would be unbearable to witness. However, she didn't want Gu Dongxing to expose his identity as a cultivator, nor did she want him to interfere in the Nan family's affairs. She quickly said, the head of the Nan family treated me quite well. He even gave me a year's worth of cultivation resources as the Nan family's eldest young lady. Gu Dongxing pulled her over and kissed her, comforting her, don't worry, I won't act rashly. Besides, I'm already at the peak of Foundation establishment now. Investigating matters is much easier. Even if I help you get revenge, I'll only use legitimate means to uncover the mastermind behind your persecution. After saying this, he sighed again. If only I had formed my golden core. Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. The reason Gu Dongxing couldn't form his golden core was that the basic cultivation technique only allowed cultivation up to Foundation establishment. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried now, without the proper technique, he couldn't form a golden core. But the Thunder Attribute technique Gu Dongxing cultivated required 100,000 merit points, and they were still far short. It seemed she had to speed up her charitable work. Mingyu suddenly thought of the flood dragon and hurriedly asked, are you going to turn in that flood dragon for the mission? Last time, the strange fish Mingyu caught in Tianhu Lake, which carried a trace of dragon bloodline, brought great benefits to her, Gu Dongxing, and Cheng Jioha. This flood dragon, which was almost a dragon, was a treasure trove from head to tail. Just now, after throwing the not-quite-dead flood dragon into her space, she had already instructed Xiao Tao to extract its blood. Not only the blood, but its heart, liver, lungs, and meat were also treasures. Not to mention, there was also a flood dragon pearl. If such a treasure were to be handed in for the mission, she wouldn't agree to it. Gu Dongxing, of course, also knew the flood dragon was a treasure and was reluctant to hand it over. But he couldn't just say he failed the mission, could he? Logically, since he killed the flood dragon, it belonged to him. But would greedy people reason with you? Moreover, the Special Abilities Group had lost several members because of this flood dragon. They would definitely pressure him to hand it over. He gritted his teeth. At most, I'll just say I didn't complete the mission. No, you completed the mission. But because the flood dragon was stronger than you used a mutually destructive method to kill it, but you were also severely injured and near death, falling unconscious. You woke up later on the beach, probably saved by a master. The dead flood dragon was taken by someone who knows who. Gu Dongxing hesitated. Regiment Commander Zhou and the others saw you, right? If Regiment Commander Zhou saw, then he should understand that it was clearly you who saved me, not some master. Chapter 810. The little thing learned how to flirt. Minyu nodded. I saw them, but I erased all their memories related to me. All right, his wife was wise. Gu Dongxing stopped dwelling on it. Let's do as you said. You can keep that dead flood dragon snake for now. However, Minyu shook her head. Let's find a place, enter the palace, and I'll take out the flood dragon's body to process it. Gu Dongxing naturally listened to his wife. All right, whatever Xiao Meng says goes. The two entered the palace, looked around, and still walked to the middle of the courtyard before releasing the flood dragon snake. By now, Xiao Tao had already drained most of the snake's blood in the space. For this purpose, she had specifically exchanged essence points for a spatial container capable of holding 1,000 jin of water, which now contained 1,000 jin of dragon blood. Minyu released the flood dragon snake. Coiled in the courtyard, it piled up like a small mountain and was still continuously bleeding. Minyu quickly took out a large bucket to collect the blood, then asked Gu Dongxing, "Do you have any spatial containers?" Gu Dongxing rummaged through his ring and actually found a bottle, perfect for holding blood. This flood dragon snake was over 150 meters long and as thick as a water vat. Its blood alone weighed over 3,000 jin. A lot had been lost in the water, and Xiao Tao had already collected 1,000 jin in the space earlier. The bottle Gu Dongxing took out now was also 1,000 jin bottle, which quickly filled up, yet there was still plenty left. Gu Dongxing took out a wine gourd and collected the remaining blood, managing to fill it with over 500 jin. And this was after the flood dragon snake had lost a lot of blood in the sea. If all the blood had been collected, it probably wouldn't have been less than 3,000 jin, showing just how massive this flood dragon snake was. Gu Dongxing handed the 1,000 jin bottle to Mengyu. She shook her head. I already took some earlier. How about you keep this 1,000 jin bottle for yourself and give that gourd with 500 jin to Brother Cheng? Seeing Mengyu constantly thinking of Cheng Jioha, Gu Dongxing couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. But afraid of upsetting Mengyu, he could only quietly put the gourd away without showing it. He decided in his heart that even if this gourd of blood was Mengyu's gift to Cheng Jioha, he wouldn't say so. He would just say it was from him to his brother. Next was processing things like the skin, teeth, scales, and bones. These were all excellent materials for artifact forging. Mengyu didn't understand artifact forging, so all these things went to Gu Dongxing. Finally, there was a large amount of meat left. Although the spiritual energy in the meat was far less than in the blood, it was still good stuff. However, Gu Dongxing only cut about 100 jin of meat, giving the rest to Mengyu. Isn't it said that dragon meat in the sky is like donkey meat on earth? I'll take some back to cook and eat with Jioha. You keep the rest for now and don't casually invite others to eat it, to avoid giving anything away. We can eat it slowly after we get married, and our children will have some to eat too. Mengyu shot him a glance. Who agreed to marry you? They weren't even married yet, and he was already thinking about having children. Gu Dongxing kissed her forehead. Naturally, my dear Xiao Meng did. I've already stamped my mark, you are mine. You can't run away in this lifetime. Mengyu cut the remaining meat into pieces of 10 jin each, ending up with over 10,000 pieces. She directly stored them in the underground warehouse of her Taoyuan space, sealing them away. There were still over 100 jin of scraps left. Mengyu cut them into 1 jin pieces and similarly placed them in the underground warehouse of the Taoyuan space. Mengyu didn't discard the internal organs either, processing them all. Just the oil alone yielded over 10,000 jin. Finally, as for the inner core, Gu Dongxing said he had no use for it, so it also went to Mengyu. Chapter 811. Legitimate Means. After dealing with the flood dragon, Mengyu prepared to leave. Gu Dongxing held her tightly, unwilling to let go. Xiao Meng, when are we getting married? Mengyu scoffed. You can't get a marriage certificate until you're 20. I'm only 17 this year. Gu Dongxing thought of what Qing Jiohe had once said about him being an old cow eating young grass and grew worried. You don't think I'm too old for you, do you? Meng Yu rolled her eyes at him. If I did, would you let go? No, never. I'd rather die than let go. Gu Dongxing hugged Meng Yu tighter. I'd fight anyone who tries to make me let go. Meng Yu scoffed again. What if your mother makes you let go? She had been preoccupied with something earlier. Gu Dongxing had been saved by Leng Xiangyu, and just like in her previous life, the two families might arrange a marriage. Although she had already won over Gu Mingxing, she couldn't be sure about Gu Dongxing's mother, Hai Shui. After being defeated by Yang Meiying's schemes, Hai Shui had been fixated on using her son to outdo Yang Meiying. If she could make her son struggle for 10 years less, she would definitely interfere in Gu Dongxing's marriage. Hearing Meng Yu's words, Gu Dongxing's affectionate gaze instantly turned stern. Have you heard something? Meng Yu immediately backed down. Xiao Meng, I haven't heard anything. I'm just worried your mother doesn't like me. Gu Dongxing rubbed his chin against her hair. Our bond has lasted for lifetimes. No one can tear us apart. What if your mother insists you marry someone else, even threatening to kill herself? What would you do? Xiao Meng, Gu Dongxing's voice carried a hint of fear. Meng Yu said, when I was in middle school, my math teacher was forced by his mother to leave his lover and marry another girl. The math teacher refused, so his mother tried to hang herself. After she was saved, she still demanded her son marry the girl she had chosen. In the end, the math teacher had to break up with his lover and marry that girl. Later, his mother noticed that her son and his wife hadn't had any children after several years of marriage. Feeling suspicious, she confronted her daughter-in-law, who pulled her into their bedroom and opened the mosquito net that had been closed for years. To her shock, she found a wooden board dividing the bed in the middle. In other words, after several years of marriage, her daughter-in-law was still a virgin. The mother angrily accused her son, but he said, Mom, I married the person you wanted me to marry. I can't get it up for any woman other than Xiaohua. What do you want me to do? His mother regretted it and wanted them to divorce, but the daughter-in-law refused because she relied on her husband's teacher salary to support her younger brother's education. Meng Yu looked at Gu Dongxing. The math teacher had initially resisted his mother's interference, but when she threatened suicide, he gave in. As Gu Dongxing listened, his heart trembled. He held Meng Yu tightly. That won't happen. My mother may be a bit soft-hearted, but she wouldn't resort to suicide, and I wouldn't listen to her. Meng Yu sighed inwardly. If Leng Xiangyu saved Gu Dongxing again and his mother met her, it was hard to say whether she wouldn't try to arrange another marriage. Although Gu Dongxing's mother might not threaten suicide like her middle school math teacher's mother, she would undoubtedly use countless other methods to force Gu Dongxing to comply. Fortunately, in this life, she had saved Gu Dongxing, cutting off his path of repaying Leng Xiangyu. But who knew if Gu Dongxing would face other dangers and be saved by Leng Xiangyu again? So she still asked, what if your mother really does threaten suicide? What would you do? Chapter 812. Who agreed to marry you? Gu Dongxing held Meng Yu's hands, looking at her with determination. Listen, Xiao Meng, maybe I've made mistakes sometimes when dealing with my mother. Maybe my attitude towards childhood playmates has been wrong. But my love for you will never change. In this lifetime, I will only marry you. I absolutely will not, just because my mother makes a fuss, end up like your junior high math teacher, forced to marry someone I don't love, and then put a partition on the bed. If my mother really tries to force me by threatening suicide, I will save her in time and reason with her. If I can't convince her in 1 day, I'll try for 2, if not in 2 days, then 3, even a year, 2 years. What if you can't convince her? If I can't convince her, I still won't marry another woman. If she threatens suicide to force me, I simply won't marry for the time being. At most, I won't marry while she's alive. Gu Dongxing looked into Mingyu's eyes. Anyway, in this life, I will only take Jiang Mingyu as my wife. Whether in name or in reality, you will be my only wife. If Gu Dongxing had said that no matter whether his mother lived or died, he would marry her, she might not have believed him. But he spoke of reasoning, of not marrying temporarily if persuasion failed, of her being the only one who could be his wife in this lifetime, and she believed him. In any case, under any circumstances, you will be my only wife. No threat can make me marry another woman. This is my promise. Mingyu knew that Gu Dongxing valued his promises. If he said this, he would surely do it. Therefore, she was finally at ease. Earlier, when you went to report, I happened to be assigned a task. Now, let me take you back to the academy. Gu Dongxing couldn't bear to part with Mingyu just like that. However, flying back to the academy from here would take just over 2 hours on the 5 Elements fan, but at least 3 hours by sword flight. Mingyu felt sorry for him getting too tired. Let's forget it. But Gu Dongxing insisted on seeing her off. We won't fly by sword. We'll take an aircraft directly, so we won't expend our own spiritual power. He took out a cloud-shaped aircraft. Come on, get on. Mingyu was a bit reluctant about the spirit stones. Doesn't it cost spirit stones? We're not short of spirit stones. Did he make his beloved hesitate to use spirit stones? Had he given too little before? Gu Dongxing took out a bag of spirit stones and pressed it into Mingyu's hand. Here, this is from your husband. Take it. Mingyu scanned it with her spiritual sense and found the bag was full of high-grade spirit stones, at least 1,000,000 of them. Good heavens, Gu Dongxing might as well change his name to Extravagant Dongxing. Mingyu was a bit dazed. Brother Gu, did he give her all his spirit stones? How would he cultivate in the future? This world had sparse spiritual energy. With these spirit stones, one had the guarantee for immortal cultivation. Call me Dongxing or Brother Dong. Take the spirit stones. Listen, we are not short of spirit stones. In his distant past life, Gu Dongxing was an emperor and the spirit stone mines under his jurisdiction primarily supplied him first. Therefore, he truly had a lot of spirit stones. Last time, he didn't give Mingyu many, thinking a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't need much. If Mingyu could hear his thoughts, she would surely be shocked. The amount he gave her last time wasn't small either. There were over 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and even over 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. And now he gave another 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Mingyu felt a bit dizzy. Just how wealthy was her man? Could she cultivate directly using spirit stones from now on? Chapter 8:13. If your mother threatens suicide. Mingyu straightforwardly stored the spirit stones in the underground warehouse of her Taoyuan space. Since my husband is rich, I won't stand on ceremony. Gu Dongxing was overjoyed that she called him husband. He hugged her again and kissed her fiercely for a while. Call me that from now on. Now, get on my little cloud. I'll take you back to the academy. Since her husband was so wealthy and unafraid of spending spirit stones, how could Mingyu possibly refuse? The cloud-shaped flying vessel could just accommodate 2 people, and it was a bit cramped. Therefore, Gu Dongxing took the opportunity to hold her in his arms during the flight. Mingyu found it strange. Isn't this vessel of yours too cramped? Well, it is a bit cramped, but it saves spirit stones and its speed is decent too. Gu Dongxing felt a little guilty. This cloud-shaped flying vessel could change size. At its largest, it could hold over 100 people. At its smallest, it was exactly as it was now. But Gu Dongxing would never let the vessel enlarge. He wished he could have zero distance with Mingyu. Naturally, the smaller the vessel's interior, the better. The flight took over 5 hours to reach the traditional Chinese medicine college. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already time for breakfast. Mingyu was exasperated. He claimed it was fast, but even sword flight wasn't this slow, was it? Moreover, she had clearly told him not to enter the campus, yet he insisted on escorting her inside. It was just after morning classes ended. Was Gu Dongxing entering the college to put himself on display for her classmates? He even deliberately wore his military uniform. As soon as they stepped onto campus, they ran into students rushing out after class for lunch. After all, many students still weren't used to the college cafeteria food and preferred to eat at small stir-fry places. Furthermore, the looks those students gave them were filled with unspoken meaning. He did this on purpose, didn't he? Mingyu looked at Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing secretly smiled. Of course, he did it on purpose. This was him declaring sovereignty. He wanted Mingyu's classmates to see that Jiang Mingyu was already spoken for. Mingyu was quite helpless. Because of the family background she had previously announced, she was now quite a celebrity. Many people were paying attention to her. Finally, they encountered a certain narrow-eyed classmate from their dorm. Oh, isn't this classmate Jiang Mingyu? And who is this beside you? Her meaningful gaze shifted from Gu Dongxing to Jiang Mingyu, wearing an expression that clearly said, caught in the act. Before Mingyu could answer, Gu Dongxing stepped forward. Fiancé. Huh? I am classmate Jiang Mingyu's fiancé. Please take good care of my fiancé in the future. The narrow-eyed classmate was dumbfounded. This Jiang Mingyu was the youngest in their dorm, only 17. She already had a fiancé? The narrow-eyed classmate, Zhu Chunhua, was quite displeased. She shot a glance at Mingyu. Some people really. We're even dorm mates, yet she didn't tell us she has a fiancé. But her face immediately lit up with excitement. Since the fiancé has arrived, shouldn't classmate Jiang Mingyu treat everyone to a meal? Gu Dongxing's heart leapt with joy. He looked at Zhu Chunhua with appreciation, naturally. Xiaoming, why wait for another day? Let's seize the moment. Today, treat your classmates to a meal. Great, great, great. Zhu Chunhua was completely charmed by Gu Dongxing. Good heavens, wasn't Jiang Mingyu's fiancé just too captivating? Mingyu really wanted to roll her eyes. By now, how could she not know this guy was doing it on purpose? He was trying to declare his sovereignty on campus. Chapter 8:14. A trip to Haodong. Mingyu checked her watch. It's only 10:30, not time for lunch yet. Besides, do you have the time? Gu Dongxing smiled slightly. Let's go order first. By the time they finish class, the food should be ready. I can leave after lunch, it's not too late. Mingyu thought for a moment. Fine, so be it. Letting it slip that she had a fiancé might save her a lot of trouble. She had only been here a few days and had already received many love letters. Zhu Chunhua hadn't expected that her casual remark would make Mingyu's fiancé eagerly agree. She cautiously glanced at Mingyu, worried she might be angry. To her surprise, Mingyu just rolled her eyes at her. What are you looking at? Hurry up and notify the other classmates. Zhu Chunhua was instantly delighted. I'll go right away. The food at school was terrible. In all her days here, she had only been treated by Mingyu once, on the day she arrived, and even that was ruined by Nan Mingju's commotion. Now she could enjoy Mingyu's treat again. How could she not be happy? You two go ahead and order. I'll gather everyone, and we'll come as soon as class is over. Gu Dongxing smiled. All right, we'll go order first. Make sure to come quickly. Zhu Chunhua's heart fluttered like a startled deer, and she hurried away. Mingyu snorted. What do you mean by deliberately charming my classmates? Gu Dongxing protested innocently. Darling, how could I? I just wanted to leave a good impression on your classmates. Probably not to leave a good impression, but to show off in front of my classmates and make everyone admire you, right? Gu Dongxing looked at her helplessly. Darling, you know you're the only one in my heart. However, the two of them, having just entered the campus, had to head back outside to a student restaurant to place their order. She suddenly felt like trying the taste of the flood dragon snake meat, but was afraid the energy in the meat would be too much for ordinary people to handle. So she dismissed the idea and instead gave the restaurant owner 200 yuan, asking him to arrange for signature dishes, with any change to be returned or supplemented. By the time the dishes were almost ready, their dormitory classmates arrived. As soon as they saw Mingyu, they asked questions like, "Where were you last night?" But after catching sight of Gu Dongxing, they all giggled knowingly. Mingyu glared at Gu Dongxing. It's all your fault. Gu Dongxing good-naturedly replied, it's me, it's all my fault. Mingyu couldn't even bring herself to get angry. Instead, it made everyone privately aware of their affection, exchanging knowing glances as if they understood the reason for her absence from the dormitory the previous night. Finally, the dishes were served, and the group of young girls returned to normal. Today's lunch had become even more sumptuous after Gu Dongxing made a trip to the kitchen. Especially one particular plate of meat, exceptionally fragrant and delicious, making everyone's mouths water. The classmates were curious. What kind of meat was this? Come, this is a type of fish I caught in the deep sea. It's highly nutritious. Please, everyone, try it. Mingyu also found this plate of meat particularly delicious and wondered about it. She glanced at Gu Dongxing, who nodded at her. Mingyu nearly bit her tongue. Was this actually flood dragon meat? Mingyu cursed inwardly. To win over her dormitory classmates, this guy had even brought out flood dragon meat. Wasn't he afraid the energy in the meat would overwhelm these ordinary mortals? Who was it that said not to casually treat others to it, to avoid giving away the secret? Gu Dongxing took a deep breath in her direction. She immediately understood. Gu Dongxing had first absorbed the spiritual energy from the meat, leaving only the flesh. Since it was cut into neat cubes, it was naturally hard to tell what kind of meat it was. Just then, a voice from a few tables away rang out. Boss, give us a plate of that meat dish you just served over there. Mingyu found the voice somewhat familiar. She turned to look. It was Nan Mingju again. Had she followed them here? Chapter 815, Declaring Sovereignty. Actually, Mingyu was wronging Nan Mingju. The restaurant near the school served the best food, so when Nan Mingju wanted to treat someone, it was only natural to come to the student restaurant. And today, by coincidence, she was treating her relative, Uncle Lang Xiangchen. Lang Xiangchen had arrived yesterday. Originally, he had come to find Mingyu, but she happened to be away from school last night. Unable to find her, he had no choice but to stay at a hotel outside the school. Today, he went to the school again to inquire and happened to run into Nan Mingju. Nan Mingju's public identity was the daughter of Lang Xiangning, making her Lang Xiangchen's niece. Under normal circumstances, Nan Mingju wouldn't have wanted anything to do with him. But now, because Jiang Mingyu had revealed her own background, people were questioning her identity as the young lady of the Nan family. She urgently needed someone from her maternal family to help verify her status. Therefore, as soon as Nan Mingju spotted Lang Xiangchen, she eagerly invited him out. She even skipped the last class before noon to treat Lang Xiangchen to a meal at the student restaurant. She also invited a few of the prettiest female students to join them and ordered the best dishes the restaurant had to offer. However, no matter how exquisite the dishes she ordered, they couldn't compare to the aroma of the single plate of flood dragon meat at Mingyu's table. When the server carried that plate past their table, Nan Mingju caught a whiff of the extraordinary fragrance and couldn't help but ask the owner to serve them the same dish. Hearing that Nan Mingju also wanted to order the flood dragon meat dish from Mingyu's table, the owner's face fell. I'm sorry, that meat was brought in by them for us to prepare. We don't have it available here. As he spoke, he glanced toward Gu Dongxing. This was because Gu Dongxing had brought out a large piece of meat, of which only half had been sliced, the other half remained uncut. If Gu Dongxing agreed, he could certainly cook it for Nan Mingju's table. Nan Mingju followed the owner's gaze, and her eyes landed on Gu Dongxing, who looked like a celestial being, as if all the sunlight in the world had been drawn to him. Her attention was immediately captivated. Heavens, how could there be such an outstanding man in this world? Long, sword-like eyebrows, slender, phoenix eyes, a handsome, chiseled face, a straight nose, lips neither too thick nor too thin. Even seated among a group of young women, he stood out like a crane among chickens. His presence was powerful, his aura divine. Nan Mingju had never seen a man like this before. She felt as if a door had opened in her heart, and she urgently wanted to claim this man for herself. He should belong to me. Nan Mingju stared obsessively at Gu Dongxing, her gaze seemingly unable to tear itself away. Seeing Nan Mingju staring fixedly at her fiancé, Mingyu immediately became displeased. She stood up and walked in front of Gu Dongxing, blocking Nan Mingju's line of sight. Nan Mingju had been admiring the handsome man when suddenly a beautiful woman blocked her view. Although this woman was also exquisitely beautiful, what Nan Mingju wanted to see was the handsome man, not a beauty. Her focus sharpened, and she realized that the one blocking her view of the male god was none other than Jiang Mingyu. Fury surged within her. Jiang Mingyu, it's you again. Upon hearing Nan Mingju's exclamation, Jiang Mingyu, it's you again, Lung Xiangchen's heart skipped a beat. He followed her gaze and looked toward Jiang Mingyu. Mingyu felt a pair of intense eyes on her and turned to look, her gaze meeting that of a man around 37 or 38 years old. At the sight of this man, Mingyu's heart suddenly raced a few times. This person shared a blood connection with her. Who is he? But at that moment, she had no time to dwell on the man. She gave him a slight nod before turning back to Nan Mingju and asking calmly, what about me? Chapter 816. It's me, it's all my fault. Nan Mingju was actually left speechless. Yes, she wanted to say it was Jiang Mingyu again, but Jiang Mingyu hadn't done anything. Wait, she had done something. She had blocked that godlike handsome man. Only then did she realize that this godlike handsome man was sitting at the same table as Jiang Mingyu. She suddenly remembered that earlier, when she had asked the restaurant owner about the meat dish emitting an extraordinary fragrance, the owner had glanced at this man, which was how she had noticed him in the first place. That meant the meat had been brought by this man. She quickly ran over, adjusting her expression into the most beautiful smile for Gu Dongxing, and said in a pleasant voice, "Hello, I'm Nan Mingju from the main branch of the Nan family. Was that meat dish brought by you? It's a delicacy I've never encountered before. Could you please let me have a taste? May I sit next to you?" She first introduced her family background, using the Nan name to capture Gu Dongxing's attention, then presented her most charming side before making her request to sit beside him. In her view, Gu Dongxing had come with Jiang Mingyu. Since she had never seen this man in the upper-class circles of the capital, his family background must be nothing special. With her own prestigious Nan family status and her own striking beauty, she was humbling herself to make this request. Surely, he wouldn't refuse. She had completely forgotten that she herself was the host of another table today. Gu Dongxing didn't even turn his head, continuing to eat elegantly. He even urged the female students, "Everyone, eat up. Don't just watch, or I'll finish this dish all by myself." He hadn't expected the meat to be so delicious that he couldn't stop himself. He looked up and said to the owner, "Go ahead and cook the other half and bring it out." This was the first time Nan Mingju had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with someone, only to be completely ignored. She felt deeply embarrassed. But she took a deep breath. "If you won't invite me to sit, I'll just sit down myself." So, she stepped forward, about to take the seat next to Gu Dongxing. However, the moment she moved her foot, someone had already sat down in that spot. It was Jiang Mingyu. She had been sitting there earlier, but had stood up and moved to the other side of Gu Dongxing because she felt uncomfortable with Nan Mingju staring fixedly at him. Now, seeing Nan Mingju shamelessly trying to take her seat, she instantly slipped back into it. Seeing her like this, Gu Dongxing found it amusing and picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, placing it in her bowl. And he didn't use serving chopsticks, he used his own. Nan Mingju's eyes widened almost to the point of cracking, because she saw Jiang Mingyu actually eat the meat that the godlike man had placed in her bowl. Jiang Mingyu even nodded appreciatively at Gu Dongxing and said, "It's delicious. You have some too." With that, she used her own chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and placed it in the male god's bowl. The other students all lowered their heads and ate vigorously. I didn't see anything. Nan Mingju was both heartbroken and furious. The male god had completely ignored her, and Jiang Mingyu was openly flirting with him in public. How dare she? How dare she eat food the male god had picked up with his own chopsticks? How dare she use her own chopsticks to serve him? Why didn't she use the serving chopsticks? Where was her sense of shame? Had she no face at all? Nan Mingju was utterly ignored by the male god. He neither invited her to sit nor told her to leave. Standing there, she was unwilling to go back, yet staying felt wrong too. Naturally, her hatred for Jiang Mingyu deepened. It must be because of this Jiang Mingyu that the male god didn't dare to acknowledge her. Chapter 817, Jiang Mingyu, it's you again. Nan Mingju gritted her teeth. Investigate. She would launch an investigation as soon as she returned. She would definitely have the hidden guards find out everything about this male god, and then her family would step forward to propose marriage to his family. She refused to believe his family would be willing to give up the chance to become in-laws with the Nan family. She also refused to believe that Jiang Mingyu had already won over this man. A man like this was not someone a wild girl raised in the countryside was worthy of. Even if she had already won him over, she would have to give him up for her. No matter what, the one currently sitting in the position of the Nan family's eldest young lady was her, Nan Mingju. Just at that moment, Lung Xiangchen, who had been cold-shouldered by Nan Mingju, walked over towards Jiang Mingyu. The aroma of your dishes attracted me. May I join you? Seeing it was the person with whom she felt a similar bloodline connection, Mingyu quickly stood up, pulled a chair from an empty spot nearby, and placed it next to her own. Of course. Please have a seat. She called to the owner. Add a set of bowls and chopsticks. Gu Dongxing saw Mingyu warmly receiving Ling Xiangchen and placing the chair next to her, not next to him. He found it strange. His Xiaoming was not a girl who liked to entertain strangers. Although he felt it was odd, whatever Mingyu did was naturally right. Even if it was wrong, in a public setting like this, he would go along with her first. Moreover, when he looked at the two of them again, he noticed the man looked at Mingyu with a kind of affection. He quickly used his spiritual sense to check and discovered their bloodlines had similarities. This man actually shared a blood relation with Mingyu. He hurriedly stood up to offer the seat. Please have a seat. Nan Mingju saw that earlier, when she had humbly and pitifully asked the male god if she could sit. He hadn't reacted at all. Yet now, her uncle simply said, the aroma of your dishes attracted me. May I join you and receive such a warm welcome from that cheap woman Jiang Mingyu? How cheap must one be to reject a woman more outstanding than herself? She absolutely refused to admit Jiang Mingyu was more outstanding than her, and welcome a man instead. She angrily shouted, Uncle. Seeing Nan Mingzu call him, Lung Xiangchen waved his hand. I'll sit here. You go back to your table. Your classmates are still at that table. Nan Mingju instantly transformed back into a well-behaved girl. How could that be? Uncle, you are my guest today. Since you are sitting at this table, I should naturally sit here too. Waiter, bring me another set of bowls and chopsticks. She then said to Hong Jinxiu, who was sitting on the other side of Gu Dongxing, move over. I'm sitting here. At that moment, the waiter happened to bring over a set of bowls and chopsticks. It was clearly the set Mingyu had earlier asked the owner to bring for Ling Xiangchen. But Nan Mingju reached out to take it. Bring another set of bowls and chopsticks. However, just as her hand touched the set, Mingyu took it first and placed it in front of Ling Xiangchen. Please use these. Ling Xiangchen, regardless of whether Nan Mingju was happy or not, took the bowls, chopsticks, and wine cup. Mingyu immediately poured him a cup of wine. Uncle, you should try this wine. It's wine I brewed myself. Although it was an ordinary wine pot, the wine poured out was the special fruit wine she had brewed herself. Is that so? Then I must have a proper taste. He picked up the wine cup, clinked it with Mingyu's and Gu Dongxing's, took a small sip, and his eyes lit up. It truly is excellent wine. Nan Mingju saw the bowls and chopsticks taken first by Mingyu and given to Ling Xiangchen. Ling Xiangchen was also only drinking and ignoring her. The male god next to Mingyu didn't even glance her way. Looking down again, she saw that Hong Jinxiu, whom Ling Xiangchen had earlier ordered to give up her seat, was still sitting in the chair and hadn't yielded her seat. She immediately found her target for venting. Didn't you hear me tell you to give up this seat? Chapter 818. Where's her face? Hong Jinxiu had finally managed to sit next to Gu Dongxing. Although she couldn't get her crush to look at her more, with this meal, she could at least brag in the future. My crush once sat right next to me. When Nan Mingju demanded she give up the seat, she naturally refused. But Nan Mingju's presence was too overpowering, and Hong Jinxiu's face paled slightly. Sigh, she had been greedy to sit a little closer to her crush, but she hadn't harbored any other intentions. To be marked by Nan Mingju's hatred over the seat seemed rather unwise. Therefore, she was about to stand up and yield the seat. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mingyu's voice rang out. Classmate Nan Mingju, today my fiancé and I are treating our dormitory mates. You are not from our dormitory. If I invited you, it wouldn't be fair to the others, so please return to your own table. Hong Jinxiu sat back down and even echoed Mingyu's words. Yes, today Mingyu and her fiancé are treating us, their dormitory mates. As for other classmates, inviting some and not others would just offend people. Hearing Mingyu say it was her and her fiancé treating everyone, Nan Mingju was greatly shaken. This godlike man is actually Jiang Mingyu's fiancé? Asterisk no, I won't allow it. A man like this should belong to me, asterisk. Asterisk so, what if he's already engaged to Jiang Mingyu? If I want him, I'll take him. What can you do about it, Jiang Mingyu? Asterisk. Nan Mingju, who had been clearly seething with indignation moments before, suddenly had a shift in her eyes, as if she had transformed into a different person, a proper young lady. She very skillfully performed a flawless curtsy to the group. I apologize for my earlier behavior. The thing is, I'm hosting my uncle today and naturally wanted to offer him the best. When I smelled such fragrant meat, I tried to buy it from the owner, not realizing it belonged to this gentleman. Now that my uncle has joined this table, I should naturally be here too. But what classmate Jiang said is also right. Today is your dormitory gathering, and it wouldn't be proper for my uncle and me to just join. How about this? Let's combine tables. This meal can be my treat for everyone. How about that? After witnessing Nan Mingju's various actions, Mingyu had always thought she was just a spoiled, willful, and empty-headed young lady. But at this moment, she no longer dared to think so. Beneath that spoiled and willful personality, there was likely another, lesser-known side. She was adaptable. Moreover, her mind worked quickly. When told it was inconvenient to invite her as only dorm mates were being treated, she suggested combining tables. If you said no, her main guest was already at this table. Having accepted her main guest, could you really refuse to combine tables? And now, with her being so polite and proper, you couldn't exactly treat her rudely, could you? I'm sorry, our table is already full. Mingyu refused Nan Mingju's proposal without hesitation. There are only 8 people at your table altogether. With my uncle, that's 9, and with me, 10, exactly a full table, Nan Mingju reminded Mingyu with a smile. Mingyu pointed toward Nan Mingju's table. Classmate Nan Mingju, have you forgotten? You invited several other classmates today. They are all waiting for you, the host, to return. Nan Mingju's heart sank. She had almost forgotten. To please her uncle, she had also invited some beautiful female classmates to keep him company. And at that moment, those several female classmates were also feeling very awkward. After all, Nan Mingju had originally told them she was inviting them to a meal. Only upon arriving did they realize the main guest was a man, and they had been called here to be his companions. Chapter 819. Vacate this seat. Being an accompanying guest was one thing. After all, she was the one who wanted to cling to the Nan family's coattails. But now, not only had the main guest left, but how could even the host go and share a table with others? What were they supposed to do now? Who was going to settle the bill later? Nan Mingju smiled. They're just classmates I invited to keep me company. Since they're no longer needed, don't worry about them. Mingyu sneered inwardly but maintained a calm expression. Oh, that won't do. They were invited by you. If you come to my table, those who know might think you came over on your own, but those who don't might assume I was rude and dragged you here. The classmates you invited will surely blame me. So, to avoid being resented, you'd better not come over. In short, no matter how she put it, she wasn't allowing Nan Mingju to sit at her table. Finally, Nan Mingju could only turn to Leng Xiangchen for help. Uncle, they don't welcome us. Let's just go back. Leng Xiangchen had come specifically to find Jiang Mingyu. Now that he had found her, how could he be willing to leave? With a mouthful of dragon meat, he mumbled, "You go back. Don't worry about me." Nan Mingju looked anxious. No, uncle. You're my guest. How can I let you eat with a bunch of strangers? Please come with me. As she spoke, she stole glances at Gu Dongxing, hoping he would say, "You can sit here too," so she could stay. However, Gu Dongxing seemed completely oblivious to her presence. He focused on eating while urging Leng Xiangchen and the other girls, "Everyone, eat up. After we finish the boiled meat, there's still stir-fried meat as backup. This is a kind of unknown fish meat I got from the deep sea. Isn't it delicious?" Feeling that the restaurant owner was taking too long to stir-fry the meat, he called out loudly, "Boss, is our dish ready?" The boss personally brought over a large plate of meat. It's ready, it's ready." The meat was incredibly fragrant. To taste it, he had taken on the role of chef to cook this dish himself. After all, when slaughtering pigs or sheep, the chef gets to taste first. He had tasted a piece after adding salt to check the seasoning, another after adding spices to see if they were balanced, and one more before taking it off the heat to ensure it was cooked perfectly. Having tasted 3 pieces, he was quite satisfied. Hearing Gu Dongxing's question, he quickly replied and personally brought the plate of meat to Mingyu's table. Placing it down, he asked Gu Dongxing, "Sir, do you have any more of this kind of meat? Could you sell some to me? I'm willing to pay a high price." Gu Dongxing lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. "No more." "Huh? I said there's no more." "Oh, what a pity. If you ever get this kind of meat again, could you save some for me?" Gu Dongxing looked at Mingyu and said, "If I ever get this kind of beast meat again, I'll have Jiang Mingyu bring some to you." The boss was overjoyed. "Thank you in advance, Mr. Gu." Seeing that Gu Dongxing didn't even acknowledge her but chatted so much with a restaurant owner, Nan Mingju felt even more resentful. This man, she had already told him she was the young lady of the Nan family. Why didn't he know to flatter her a little? Could it be that, like Jiang Mingyu, he was also from some small, remote place and didn't know how influential her Nan family was? Mr. Gu Dongxing finally lost his patience. What's wrong with you? The host here told you there's no room. Do you think there really isn't? That's just them being polite. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Don't ruin our meal. I went to great lengths to get this delicious meat for everyone. It would be a shame if it made them lose their appetite. Chapter 820, Able to Bend and Stretch. Gu Dongxing's unexpected sharp tongue left Nan Mingju completely stunned. Was this the man she had set her sights on as her idol? When he didn't speak to her, she resented his silence, but now that he had spoken, she wished he had never opened his mouth. She stared at Gu Dongxing in disbelief, seemingly unable to understand why he would speak that way. Couldn't he see that she liked him? Didn't he know what benefits he would gain if he married her, the eldest daughter of the Nan family? She could offer him wealth and honor, and even teach him to cultivate ancient martial arts, helping him stand at the pinnacle of humanity. Noticing his gaze occasionally drifting affectionately toward Mingyu, she began to doubt. Did he know that Jiang Mingyu was the true eldest daughter of the Nan family? However, since there was no evidence to prove that she wasn't the Nan family's eldest daughter, nor any evidence to prove that Jiang Mingyu was, Jiang Mingyu simply couldn't return to the Nan family. Both the old master and his wife of the Nan family had passed away. Nan Shao of the eldest branch had been declared dead due to his disappearance, and his wife had died while giving birth to their child. Even if a blood test were desired, it couldn't be conducted. Moreover, when she was brought back to the Nan family, it had already been verified that she belonged to the direct bloodline. Even her birth mother, Lang Xiangyu, couldn't prove that their identities had been swapped. Unless Nan Shao, who had been missing for over a decade, suddenly reappeared for a blood test, what did it matter if Jiang Mingyu was the true eldest daughter of the Nan family? She couldn't return, she simply couldn't return. Yes, this was Nan Mingju's reliance. First, when she entered the Nan family, she had been tested with her grandfather, confirming she belonged to the direct bloodline of the Nan family. Second, even if Jiang Mingyu bore a 5 or 6 out of 10 resemblance to Nan Shao and a 7 or 8 out of 10 resemblance to the deceased old lady, without evidence to prove she was a member of the Nan family, she couldn't return. Because the only remaining direct blood relative within 3 generations was her. Even if she wanted to find someone for a blood test to prove her identity, it was impossible. Seeing Nan Mingju staring at him with wide eyes, Gu Dongxing's disgust deepened. Didn't you hear what I said? My fiancé didn't invite you to dinner. Please step aside. Nan Mingju could no longer keep up her act, and words spilled out without thought. She's jealous. She's jealous that I'm the eldest daughter of the Nan family, so she deliberately made those ambiguous remarks to make people think she's the Nan family's eldest daughter. In reality, she isn't. Gu Dongxing looked coldly at Nan Mingju. Did my fiancé ever claim to be the eldest daughter of the Nan family? Does the woman of Gu Dongxing need to rely on an illusory title to elevate her status? Nan Mingju couldn't believe it. Was Gu Dongxing implying that she relied on the title of the Nan family's eldest daughter to elevate her own status? But upon reflection, she realized she had indeed been using the title of the Nan family's eldest daughter to boost her standing. Without this identity, she didn't dare to think about it. How dare you look down on the Nan family? Nan Mingyu felt uneasy. Gu Dongxing's voice rang out again. I don't look down on any family. It's you who has been using the Nan family to suppress my fiancé. Do you think my fiancé is afraid of you? In reality, she disdains competing with you because you're not worthy. Because aside from the title of the Nan family's eldest daughter, you're nothing. Mingyu hadn't expected Gu Dongxing to possess such a sharp tongue, and that he would use it against Nan Mingju to protect her. A warm current surged in her heart, filling her entire body with energy. Her man truly was the best. Chapter 821. Don't ruin our meal. Nan Mingju was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. Thus, she gazed at Gu Dongxing with a pitiful, heart-wrenching look. How can you say that about me? She was about to say, I am the young lady of the Nan family, but then she remembered Gu Dongxing's earlier words. You are nothing but the title young lady of the Nan family. Furious, she turned and rushed out. Hey, don't go. The several beautiful students she had invited to accompany the guests saw Nan Mingju leave and couldn't stop her no matter how they called out. Each of them secretly thought, this is bad. With Nan Mingju gone, who was going to pay for this entire table of food? After all, to please Lung Xiangchen, Nan Mingju had ordered very expensive dishes, over 10 of them at that. This table of food, plus the alcohol, probably added up to 50 yuan. How could they possibly have that much money? Besides, even though they had eaten a lot from this table, they weren't the ones hosting. Why should they pay? Therefore, seeing that Nan Mingju had run off, they each wanted to sneak away as well. However, while the waitstaff hadn't dared to stop Miss Nan when she ran off, they weren't about to let these students leave. A young woman blocked their way. "Hey, you haven't settled the bill yet. How can you all just leave? What, trying to dine and dash?" Hearing the phrase dine and dash, everyone looked over, casting disdainful glances at the female students. Huh, aren't these students? Female students dining and dashing? I thought only ruffians did that. They're so pretty. Does being pretty mean you can dine and dash? These days, being pretty just means. The group of beautiful students hung their heads, utterly embarrassed. Initially, they had been delighted when Nan Mingju invited them to eat. But after arriving, they learned she had invited them to accompany her uncle, which already left them very dissatisfied. Now, to be accused of dining and dashing was naturally even more humiliating. A student with big eyes and a long braid suddenly raised her head, scanned the crowd, and said, "Miss Nan of the Nan family invited us to eat, so naturally she should pay. I don't care who invited you. All I know is if you eat at our restaurant, you pay. You haven't paid, so you can't leave." Even though the waitress knew they were invited guests, the host had already left. She could only try to collect the money from these few. The female students were indignant. If that's the case, why didn't you stop Miss Nan when she left? Someone recalled that these beautiful students had indeed been brought in by Miss Nan. Miss Nan was the host. Earlier, because she had tried every possible way to join Jiang Mingyu's table, Gu Dongxing had made some sharp-tongued remarks that angered her into leaving. She left, but did she even consider that she had invited other people? The crowd's previously disdainful looks toward the beautiful students turned to sympathy. No one would be happy if the person who invited them to a meal ran off first. Who carries much money when they're an invited guest? Exactly, she made the reservation, she ordered the dishes. She left, so why didn't you stop her? The long-braided girl questioned the waitress. Another girl with short hair chimed in, Right. You were afraid of Miss Nan, didn't dare to stop her, but you stop us, the invited guests. Your restaurant is just bullying us." Chapter 822, Her Man is the Best. The waitress rolled her eyes. How should I know if she just stepped out for a moment or what? Am I supposed to keep track of every customer who leaves briefly during a meal? Honestly, as long as someone is still at your table, I wouldn't care if she was gone for a while or even a long time. But now all of you are leaving. Who am I supposed to ask for the bill? The waitress spoke with righteous indignation. She brought over the menu, enough talk. The total is 302 yuan. We'll round off the 2, so just 300. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, it won't sound good if people say you dined and dashed. Actually, when she saw Nan Mingju run out of the restaurant crying, the waitress knew Nan Mingju wasn't coming back. But would she dare to stop Nan Mingju? She didn't dare. So, she could only hold on to the female students who were invited to this table. How did it get so expensive? The girls were dumbfounded. They had thought it would be at most 50 or 60 yuan, something they could pool together to cover. Who knew this single table had racked up over 300 yuan? Expensive? This is what you ordered. Look for yourselves. You ordered all these delicacies. Just the shark fin soup alone is 30 yuan per serving. You ordered 6 servings, that's 180 yuan. Then there's the sea cucumber, you wanted the best. This plate costs 20 yuan, and also, the waitress listed item by item. Based on what they ordered, the 300 yuan really wasn't overcharged. But, we really were invited by Nan Mingju to accompany the guest, a girl with phoenix eyes said. The big-eyed girl with long braids suddenly pointed at Lung Xiangchen, who was eating at Jiang Mingyu's table. Who says everyone from our table is gone? Isn't he still here? He is the main guest Nan Mingju invited. We were all invited by Nan Mingju to accompany him. Even if Nan Mingju left, her uncle is still here. Shouldn't it be his turn to pay this bill, not ours? Mingyu originally didn't want to get involved. After all, it was Nan Mingju who invited them. They ate the meal, so they should pay. Otherwise, how would they learn their lesson about accepting invitations from anyone? But now this fire had spread to her uncle, and she couldn't just ignore it. She stood up. Let me ask you, had your table started eating when this uncle arrived? The few beautiful students were stunned by Mingyu's question. Because when Lang Xiangchen arrived, their table, with the main dishes not yet served, indeed had not started eating. Especially since after Nan Mingju spotted Gu Dongxing, she was too busy admiring the handsome man to remember suggesting they start the meal. And Lang Xiangchen, at their table, hadn't even picked up his chopsticks. After hearing Nan Mingju utter the name, Jiang Mingyu, he shamelessly ran over. That's not right, is it? Your table hadn't started eating yet when this uncle came over because he smelled our meat. He asked to join us, and I agreed. He didn't eat or drink anything at your table, and he isn't familiar with you. Do you think it's appropriate for him to pay for your meal? The beautiful students were speechless. In fact, not only had Lung Xiangchen not eaten or drunk anything at that table, even Nan Mingju hadn't. The only ones who actually ate and drank at that table were these 4 beautiful students. Moreover, while the hostess was still entangled with Gu Dongxing and hadn't suggested starting the meal, they couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious dishes on the table, and, being hungry, they started eating on their own. Truly, only they had eaten the food at that table. Even when the shark fin soup was served, they finished their own portions and felt the amount of vermicelli was too small. Seeing that Nan Mingzhu and Lang Xiangchen's portions were untouched, the 4 of them divided and ate those 2 bowls of vermicelli. How were they to know that such a small bowl of rather tasty vermicelli was actually the legendary shark fin? Chapter 823. The Cheated Beautiful Female Students. The waiter seized the opportunity to shout, "Take a look for yourselves. Aside from the 4 of you, has anyone else eaten at your table? How can you have the nerve to ask someone else to pay? On what grounds? Just because you're pretty." The 4 female students felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this. The girl with the long braid said, "Today, we've learned a lesson. Let's all pool our money first and see how much we can come up with." As she spoke, she was the first to empty her pockets, but all the money she took out amounted to only 46 yuan. She looked at the other 3. "You all should check your pockets too." The other 3 also emptied their pockets, but even when combined, the total didn't reach 100 yuan. Lang Xiangchen sighed when he saw the distressed expressions of the 4 female students and said to the waiter, "Let them go. I'll settle the bill later." But the girl with the long braid handed the collected 92 yuan to the waiter and said, "We were the ones who ate the food. If Nan Mingju had paid, that would have been one thing, but now Uncle Lang is helping us out. We can't take it for granted. We'll pay 92 yuan, and Uncle Lang can cover the rest." "Thank you, Uncle." After saying this, she bowed to Lang Xiangchen. Mengyu hadn't expected this girl with the long braid to be so principled, and she couldn't help but admire her a little more. Moreover, she could tell that the girl with the long braid had taken out all the money she had. Of the 92 yuan, she alone had contributed 46. In contrast, the other female students hadn't given everything they had. Mengyu sighed and said, "What's your surname, classmate?" "My surname is Xiao." "Xiao Jiao Jiao." "Classmate Xiao, you've given all your money. How will you manage your meals from now on?" Xiao Jiao Jiao frowned. "I plan to work part-time while studying." Mengyu interrupted her. "You're studying medicine. Even if you devote all your energy to studying, you might not master it well. How can you work part-time while studying? How about this? Each of you 4 pays 10 yuan, and the rest will be covered by this uncle." Xiao Jiao Jiao looked apologetically at Lang Xiangchen. Is this really okay?" Lang Xiangchen waved his hand. "Didn't I say you don't need to pay? I'm Nan Mingju's uncle. It's only right for an uncle to pay when his niece treats guests." He then pointed at the leftover dishes on the table. "Don't waste them. Take the leftovers with you." The 4 female students blushed a little, but insisted on paying 10 yuan each. They borrowed bowls from the restaurant, packed up all the leftovers, and took them away. Mengyu thought to herself, although the problem was solved, these female classmates probably harbored resentment toward Nan Mingju now, right? Especially that strong-willed Xiao Jiao Jiao, she likely wouldn't want anything to do with Nan Mingju in the future. However, thinking about how Nan Mingju had taken a liking to Gu Dongxing, Mengyu felt a bit disgusted. After settling the bill, the classmates left, and Gu Dongxing also bid farewell to Mengyu because he had to return to his unit as soon as possible. To assert his claim, he had stayed to have a meal with Mengyu's classmates, and they had even come to a student restaurant to eat. Most of the people in this restaurant were students from the Chinese Medicine College. His high-profile appearance had achieved its purpose, so it was only natural for him to leave now. Mengyu walked him to the entrance of the restaurant, but Gu Dongxing stopped her. "You still have a guest inside. Be careful, it's obvious he came looking for you." Mengyu sighed inwardly. She had also noticed that Lang Xiangchen had come specifically to see her. "All right, I won't see you off. Take care of yourself, especially when you're on missions. Make sure to stay safe." Chapter 824. Who pays the bill? Gu Dongxing grabbed her hand fiercely. "Wait for me to come back." With a determined heart, he left. Mengyu returned to the restaurant, where Lang Xiangchen, having eaten and drunk his fill, was sitting at the dining table watching her. "Is your name Jiang Mengyu?" Hearing him initiate the conversation, Mengyu fanned the 5 elements fan beside her a few times, setting up an isolation barrier between them. Sounds from outside could still come in, but sounds from inside could no longer be heard. "Yes, my name is Jiang Mengyu." Mengyu thought the other party would ask her a bunch of questions like the 2 from the Nan family, such as why she said those suggestive words, whether she wanted to enter the Nan family, and so on. But she didn't expect Lang Xiangchen to say directly, "I am your uncle, Lang Xiangchen." Mengyu was stunned. He actually directly claimed to be her uncle? Without even asking, he had already confirmed her identity? Wait, he used sound transmission. This uncle was a master? Mengyu's heart raced as she looked at Lang Xiangchen. "Are you mistaking me for someone else?" Lang Xiangchen shook his head. The moment I saw you, I could feel that you are my sister Lang Xiangning's daughter. You look so much like my sister. So, when I heard Nan Mingju call you Jiang Mingyu earlier and looked up to see you, I felt it. You are my niece. Mingyu smiled. But people can look alike. Don't you think it's too simplistic to identify me as your niece based solely on appearance? No, it's not simplistic. Because what you share with my sister isn't just appearance. In fact, you're only about 50% similar in looks. What you share most with my sister is your spirit. Seeing you feels like seeing my second sister, Xiangning. Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Spirit? Yes, like Xiangning, you have an ethereal quality, as if you both carry an immortal aura, the kind that feels like you might float away at any moment. Mingyu's heart stirred. She knew that this sense of carrying an immortal aura was actually having spiritual energy. Only those with spiritual roots gave off such a feeling of being full of spiritual energy. Could it be that her mother also had spiritual roots? But thinking about it, to give birth to someone like her with heavenly spiritual roots, at least one of her parents must have spiritual roots. Perhaps both of them did. But there's no evidence to prove that I am your niece, Mingyu said, looking at him curiously. Wasn't the main reason the head of the Nan family hadn't acknowledged her precisely because there was no evidence to prove she was the young lady of the Nan family? Evidence. Lang Xiangchen laughed. With the bond of blood between us, I can tell at a glance that you are my niece. What more evidence do we need? Our Long family isn't a prestigious family like the Nan family. As long as I recognize you, that's enough. Mingyu's heart stirred. Yes, blood relatives. The moment she saw this Lung Xiangchen, she had felt the bond of blood. She knew the man before her was her family. With such a bond of blood and kinship, what need was there for evidence to acknowledge family? Mingyu smiled. You're right. Close blood relatives don't need evidence. The bond of blood is evidence enough. However, even with blood ties, does that necessarily mean there's kinship? Lang Xiangchen hadn't expected Mingyu to say something like this. But she wasn't wrong. Having blood ties didn't necessarily mean having kinship. Otherwise, there wouldn't be sayings like, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find another spot to have a proper conversation. Chapter 825, Just Because You're Good Looking? Mingyu originally wanted to say that she had already set up a formation there, but although Lung Xiangchen was her uncle, it was their first meeting, and she couldn't reveal her secret of cultivating immortality. She thought of going to the small courtyard in Yong'an Alley, but then remembered that Huang Zifeng was inside, secluded and guiding qi into his body. So she looked at Lang Xiangchen and said, let me take you to my courtyard to sit for a while. Lang Xiangchen nodded. That's fine. After arriving in the capital, because Yong'an Alley was closer to the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Mingyu mostly went there. As for the courtyard in Hohai, she had never visited it. When the two arrived at the courtyard in Hohai, they found the gate open, with people moving things inside, seemingly preparing to renovate the courtyard. She ran around to check, then took out the property deed from her ring. It was indeed correct. This courtyard was the one Qing Jioha had given her. But when had she asked anyone to renovate it? Moreover, the keys were still in her hands. Who had opened the courtyard gate? Looking at the gate again, she noticed the lock had even been replaced. Lang Xiangchen stopped a renovation worker carrying tools. Who asked you to come here? The worker glanced at Lung Xiangchen. Naturally, the owner of this courtyard. Mingyu scolded, nonsense. Who told you to come and renovate? The worker was surprised. Didn't they say the owner is getting married in this house before the new year, so they asked us to renovate? Getting married? Mingyu and Lung Xiangchen exchanged glances. Who's getting married? On the surface, this courtyard appeared to have only 2 sections, but it was very spacious, measuring 26 meters wide and 36 meters deep, with a total of 16 rooms, plus a kitchen and a bathroom. The land originally had space for a 3-section courtyard, but no rear rooms were built at the back. Instead, a garden of over 200 square meters was enclosed. The buildings in the courtyard were adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, made of rosewood, and the layout was very reasonable. Mingyu had always loved this courtyard. How could she possibly want to remodel it? The worker looked Mingyu up and down. It's not you getting married. It's the owner of this courtyard. Lang Xiangchen sensed something was wrong. Which family do you mean by the owner of the courtyard? Naturally, the Chung family. The second young master of the Chung family, Chung Jumian, is getting married before the new year, and this courtyard is to be the new home. You too, don't tell me. Mingyu understood. She had once heard Brother Cheng say that his half-brother in the family had long coveted this courtyard, which his grandfather had given him. That was why he had wanted to sell it. Later, after he and Mingyu became sworn siblings, he gave the courtyard to her. But she never expected that, even knowing Brother Chung had sold the courtyard, these people still wanted to seize it. The renovation workers had initially thought they were the owners when they saw them walking in confidently. But now, hearing this, were they not? Who are you? Mingyu showed the property deed to the worker. Look carefully. I am the owner of this courtyard. The worker was shocked. What? You're the owner? But, no buts. You've been deceived. I have no plans to renovate this house. Fortunately, I came to check on the courtyard today. Otherwise, if you had renovated it, not only would you not get paid, but you'd also have to restore it to its original state and compensate me for the damages. I advise you to stop what you're doing. From the materials prepared in the courtyard, Minyu could tell that the second young master of the Chung family didn't want to live in an old house. It seemed he intended to remodel the courtyard into a more modern-style building. Chapter 826. Are you mistaking me for someone else? The renovation worker didn't dare to make a decision. I'll go make a phone call. It was clear he was going to call the owner. There were other workers in the courtyard who had been moving sand inside. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, they all stopped and looked at the three people who had just entered. What's going on? I just heard that girl say the courtyard is hers. Isn't it the Chung family's? She even showed the property deed. But should we keep working? Why bother? The work we've already done might be for nothing. Really? The Chung family hired us. Would they really not pay? Hard to say. If the house isn't theirs anymore, why would they pay? Maybe we should ask this girl for payment. After all, we're working for the owner of this house. Every word from those people reached the ears of the three. Mangyu led Lung Xiangchen inside. The workers wanted to stop them, but didn't dare. Because the property deed Mangyu had just shown was enough proof that she was the rightful owner of the courtyard. Once they passed through the moon gate, Mangyu closed the door, shutting out the prying eyes of the workers in the front courtyard. In the main courtyard, the two entered the living room. Seeing the set of rosewood furniture, Lung Xiangchen couldn't help but admire it. This courtyard is a true traditional Chinese sihiyuan. Mangyu was quite proud. Everything in the sihiyuan was her favorite. However, thinking about the Cheng family trying to seize the courtyard and even planning to renovate it filled her with anger. Shouldn't the Chung family, who bullied her brother, be punished? But she immediately sighed. Her cousin didn't want others interfering in his family matters. Still, if they hadn't brought this to her doorstep, she might have ignored it. But now, they were trying to seize her courtyard. Could she really stand by this time? Turning around, she noticed the strange look in Lung Xiangchen's eyes. She sighed and explained the situation of the courtyard's original owner, Chung Jioha's family. They had already planned to take over this courtyard before, so my cousin decided to sell it. Coincidentally, I was looking to buy a courtyard, so he gave it to me. The person behind today's renovation plans is definitely my cousin's half-brother. Lung Xiangchen's eyes narrowed. Chung Jioha knew someone was eyeing this courtyard, yet he still dared to sell it to his niece? Well, it didn't matter if he wasn't here. As long as he was around, he wouldn't allow anyone to bully his niece. Actually, Chung Jioha was quite helpless, wasn't he? He planned to sell the courtyard, and Mangyu wanted to buy one. Naturally, he brought her to his courtyard. After they became sworn siblings, he simply gave the courtyard to Mangyu. As for his family, he had made it clear that he sold the courtyard to buy a foundation establishment pill and had already completed the transfer procedures. He thought the Chung family would no longer have designs on the courtyard. Who would have thought Chung Jionian would be so shameless? After finding out the owner was someone unknown and seeing the courtyard vacant, he assumed Chung Jioha had faked the sale to prevent him from occupying it. So, he decided to strike first. Seeing Lung Xiangchen's expression, Mangyu knew he was blaming her cousin. She quickly explained, "Actually, my brother made it very clear to his family that the courtyard was sold. He even signed an extra sales agreement specifically for his father. My brother never expected these people would dare to forcibly occupy the courtyard, right?" Chapter 827. Someone is renovating her courtyard. Lung Xiangchen sneered. "I'm afraid the Chung family probably thinks the purchase agreement is fake." He guessed correctly. Several members of the Chung family believed that the purchase agreement Chung Jioha left for his father was fake, with the sole purpose of preventing Chung Jumian from getting married in that courtyard. Chung Jioha's stepmother, Xiao Yuhua, said to Chung Dajuan, "Look, the materials we prepared have been sitting in that courtyard for over 10 days, and no one has interfered. This clearly shows that the whole courtyard sale is just a scheme Chung Jioha cooked up to stop his brother from getting married there." He knew full well that Jumian's partner demanded to hold the wedding in that courtyard, otherwise she wouldn't marry him. Yet he still did this. He must resent me, his stepmother. Sigh, being a stepmother is so difficult. Chung Dajuan's face darkened. The thought that his son would forge a purchase agreement just to keep the courtyard filled him with rage. But he still retained a shred of reason. Tell them not to start the renovations yet. I'll call Jioha and ask. However, his hand hesitated as he reached for the phone because he knew his son had led a team on a mission and would be away for about 2 months. Although he could call, it was during a special mission period. Unless it was a major issue, he generally shouldn't disturb him. Xiao Yuhua immediately pressed his hand down. "Dajuan, if you make this call, even if the sale is fake, he'll find someone to make it real. Do you really want to let him sell that courtyard?" Chung Dajuan hesitated. "Besides, we've already waited. Our materials have been in the courtyard for half a month, and the so-called owner hasn't shown up. That's proof enough the sale is fake. Why not let them start renovating the courtyard today? But in reality, she knew very well that during this time, she had teamed up with someone from the Gu family to send Gu Dongxing on an impossible, suicidal mission. As the deputy regiment commander, Chung Jioha had taken troops to carry out a mission. From that place, not only was communication impossible, but returning itself was uncertain. Precisely because she knew he couldn't return within 2 months, and even if he had supporters at home, they couldn't reach him, she had generously waited half a month after moving the materials in before starting work. She was absolutely certain the other party wouldn't find out about the work on his courtyard within 2 months. And by the time he returned after 2 months, the courtyard would already be renovated. Could he still stop Jumian from getting married in the courtyard and occupying the main house? By then, wouldn't the courtyard belong to her son? In the adjacent room, Chung Jumian stood on the balcony, listening to his parents' conversation, feeling quite pleased with himself. Ching Jioha's courtyard, he was determined to get it. Chung Daju sighed and said, since that's the case then. Just at that moment, the phone rang. Chen Dajuan quickly picked up the phone. After hearing just one sentence, his face changed. What did you say? Say that again. The voice of the renovation foreman came clearly through the phone. Boss, someone came to that courtyard claiming to be the owner. They even showed the property deed to prove their identity. They're telling us to remove our things, restore the courtyard to its original state, and also demanding compensation for damages. Chung Dajuan forcefully suppressed a surge of inexplicable anger. You stall them first. I'll send someone over right away. Chapter 828. The sales agreement is fake. Chung Dajuan put down the phone and looked at Xiao Yuhua, saying word by word, just now, the owner of the courtyard appeared and ordered the renovation team to stop work. So, your claim that Jioha forged a sales agreement simply doesn't exist. Xiao Yuhua hadn't expected that the owner of the courtyard would actually show up. This really was a slap in her face. Could it be that the sales agreement Chung Jioha made was real? Did he really sell the house? Then where would her Jumian get married? No, the woman demanded to get married in that courtyard. If the house was gone, what about her demand? She felt a bit panicked. Could it be that Jioha, after finding out, deliberately sent someone to impersonate the owner of the courtyard? Impossible. Ching Dajuan said resolutely. The person brought the property deed. What, brought the property deed? Are you sure? It's not fake, is it? Xiao Yuhua was furious. It was actually sold, and the ownership was transferred? Then how could she get her hands on this courtyard? The door to Chung Jumian's room suddenly opened. Dad, Mom, let me go take a look. Ching Dajuan nodded. That house was originally renovated for your wedding. It's good for you to go take a look. If the other party has the property deed, apologize to them and agree to their demands. After all, we messed with someone else's house. Yes, Chung Jumian agreed. But in reality, he deeply despised his father's way of thinking. Apologize? Would the Chung family apologize so easily? So, what if the other party has a property deed? If they know what's good for them, offer some money. If they don't, just take the courtyard back directly. His woman had taken a liking to this courtyard. As a man, if he couldn't help his woman get this courtyard back, what kind of man was he? He was just about to leave when the phone rang again. Thinking it was the renovation foreman calling again, he answered it. Jumian. Chung Jumian's expression immediately softened. Xiao Jia, didn't you work the night shift last night? Didn't you rest? I slept enough this morning. It's already 1 o'clock now, how could I still sleep? Anyan, I want to go see our courtyard. Ching Jumian fell silent for a moment. The other party sensed it. What's wrong, Anyan? Xiao Jia, that courtyard was most likely sold by that ungrateful wretch. Xiao Jia's exclamation came through the phone. Then what about our wedding? Chung Jumian gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I'll get it back. That courtyard, the family has already agreed to let me use it for my wedding. What right does he have to sell my wedding house? He completely ignored the fact that the courtyard was given to Ching Jioha by his maternal grandfather. He had no right to live there at all. Anyan, Xiao Jia's soft, sweet voice gently scratched at Ching Jumian's heart like a kitten. I'm going over there right now to get the house back. You just wait to be the most beautiful bride. Anyan, I want to go too. You'd better not go. The people over there are quite rough. It wouldn't be good if they offended my treasure. Ching Jumian was a little worried. He planned to use his status as a martial artist to force the property owner to give up the house. It wouldn't be good if Xiao Jia saw his rough side. I want to go, Xiao Jia cooed. Alright. Let's go. Ching Jumian surrendered immediately. And so, just as Lung Xiangchen was wholeheartedly telling Meng Yu about his hometown in the northeast and earnestly inviting her to visit, the sound of a car came from outside the courtyard. Chung Jumian had arrived with his bride-to-be. Chapter 829. Are we really going to let him sell the courtyard? Anyan, how big is this courtyard? I measured it last time I was here. It's 26 meters wide. The depth is 36 meters on one side and 39 meters on the other. Wow, so it's almost 1,000 square meters? Just about. Anyan, I love the carved beams and painted rafters of this house, but I also like living in a multi-story building. What should we do? Then we'll tear down this reverse-facing house and build a 2-story wooden building. Really? That's perfect. Just what I was thinking. We can even use the ground floor as a storefront. The man and woman walked along, discussing how to handle the house. The renovation foreman followed behind them with several workers, surrounding them and lending them an air of authority. Minyu felt a headache coming on. She refused to believe the renovation foreman hadn't made it clear to them that this house had an owner, and that the owner was waiting in the courtyard to speak with him. Yet here he was, bringing a woman along and discussing how to dispose of someone else's property as if no one else was around, as if the house already belonged to them. Minyu wondered if she was a magnet for trouble. When she bought a small courtyard in Yong'an Hutong, someone always tried to seize it. Now, with this courtyard gifted by her brother, people were still trying to take it. Would someone try to snatch the property she bought to build a kindergarten in the future too? Ugh, what a jinx. Minyu and Ling Xiangchen watched coldly as the man and woman approached with their entourage. Seeing Ling Xiangchen and Minyu sitting in the central hall without even standing up, Zheng Jionian frowned. The woman looked like a student, the man like a peasant, utterly lacking in manners. His confidence grew a little. People like this, you just had to scare them a bit, and they'd hand over the property deed. Maybe he could even get this courtyard without spending a single cent. He walked into the living room and looked down at the two of them coldly. Which one of you claims to own this house? Ling Xiangchen was about to speak, but Jiang Mingyu had already stood up, facing Qing Jionian without fear. I am the owner. Seeing the owner was just a young girl, Cheng Jionian's confidence grew a bit more. Bring out the property deed. Instead of producing the deed, Mingyu raised her chin. You barged into my house and even brought in a lot of materials. I thought you might have made a mistake, and that upon seeing us, you'd apologize first before saying anything else. But now it seems you didn't make a mistake at all. You came here to forcibly occupy my courtyard, didn't you? Cheng Jionian hadn't expected Mingyu to be intimidated into obediently handing over the property deed. Instead, she accused him of trying to seize the courtyard. His face darkened. The woman beside him, Xiao Jia, spoke up, little girl. This courtyard originally belonged to the Cheng family, and the Cheng family has decided to allocate it to us as a wedding home. We had people prepare materials to renovate the house. But now you show up and claim the courtyard is yours? You must have proof, right? If you don't show the property deed, how can we possibly believe the courtyard is yours? Mingyu looked at this woman. It was because this woman had taken a liking to this courtyard that the Cheng family pressured her brother to give it up. She smiled. You think just because I'm young, I'm a fool? That you can scare me into giving you the property deed? Just looking at your attitude, it doesn't seem like you want to see the deed. You probably plan to take it and destroy it, don't you? Chapter 830, Knowing What's What and Not Knowing What's What. Qing Jionian was startled inwardly, his expression unreadable. Because he did indeed have that plan. As soon as he got the other party's property deed, he would claim it was fake and then destroy it. As for the copy on file at the Land and Property Bureau, he just needed to make a call, and they would definitely help him change it. But he never expected this girl to see through his plan. She simply had no intention of producing the property deed. Ling Xiangchen, observing Cheng Jionian's expression, knew that Mingyu was right. This man actually intended to seize his niece's courtyard as soon as he got the deed. He was secretly furious. Had he asked me Ling Xiangchen, the northeastern tiger? Nevertheless, he remained seated, considering how his niece would handle this matter. Xiao Jie glanced at Qing Jionian and understood his intention. She smiled slightly. Young lady, what you're saying isn't right. This courtyard originally belonged to the Cheng family. You come here claiming the courtyard is yours. You should know the principle. Whoever makes a claim must provide evidence, right? Since you haven't produced the property deed to prove the courtyard is yours, we could also say you're here to extort us, couldn't we? Mingyu gave Xiaojia a cold look. This courtyard was never the Cheng family's from the start. Cheng Jionian's heart skipped a beat. How did she know? Then Jiang Mingyu continued. This courtyard originally belonged to the Nan family. Later, a daughter of the Nan family married into the Cheng family, but she passed away soon after giving birth to her eldest son, Cheng Jioha. Heartbroken for his grandson, the Nan family patriarch transferred this courtyard to his grandson Cheng Jioha's name before his death. She looked at Qing Jionian. I'd like to ask, when did the courtyard that Cheng Jioha's maternal grandfather transferred to him become part of your Cheng family? Xiao Jia quickly interjected, is that even a question? Qing Jioha is a member of the Cheng family. Their family hasn't divided the property, so the courtyard under his name naturally belongs to the Cheng family. Mingyu laughed in anger. Huh, Cheng Jioha is part of the Cheng family? Would you dare say that in high society? Would you dare say that to the Nan family? Just because the Nan family patriarch is gone, do you think the Nan family has no one left? Qing Jionian hadn't expected this young girl to be unafraid of him. He unleashed his aura. That is still a matter of my Chung family and has nothing to do with you. Mingyu sneered. You seizing the property of your half-brother from the same father is indeed none of my business. The problem is, Chung Jioha has already sold this courtyard to me. Now you're trying to seize my property, and you say it has nothing to do with me? I am now formally warning you. Immediately cease the renovation and construction on my courtyard, withdraw the construction team, apologize to me, and compensate me for my losses. Impossible. The house belongs to my family. The family has already decided to give it to me as a wedding home. No one has the right to sell it. Therefore, your transaction is invalid. If you have the ability, produce the property deed. Qing Jionian unleashed his full aura, pressing toward Mingyu. In his view, people at that time didn't place much importance on property deeds. At most, both parties would sign a sales agreement and hand over the old deed. What the Nan family patriarch gave to Chung Jioha back then was probably just such a deed and a will. They likely didn't formally process any property certificate. Therefore, even if Qing Jioha sold it, he probably couldn't obtain a property certificate. He was betting that this young girl hadn't processed any property certificate, otherwise, she would have produced it already. Moreover, by unleashing his full aura and pressing it upon Jiang Mingyu, he also wanted to intimidate her. Little did he know that his meager aura was simply not enough to faze Mingyu. Chapter 831. Produce the property deed. Seeing that his imposing manner had no effect on Mingyu, Chung Jionian's heart sank. Could it be that the other party was also a martial arts expert? Mingyu remained calm and composed. Whether our transaction is valid or not is not for you to decide. As for wanting to see the property deed, you are not qualified. If you insist on seeing it, then find a public official to come and look. All I know is that whether this house belongs to Chung Jioha or to me, you have no right to dispose of this courtyard. Yet you are currently doing exactly that. Therefore, I can sue you for encroaching on another person's property. Qing Jionian laughed. Sue me? Go ahead and sue. Mingyu glanced at the renovation team behind him. You want to say that even if I sue, I can't sue you, right? Because the ones entering the site to renovate my courtyard aren't you, but the renovation team. So, even if there's a lawsuit, it can only be against the renovation team and not against you, is that it? The leader of the renovation team looked at Qing Jionian in surprise, only to find him completely unperturbed. He then turned back to Mingyu. Miss, don't try to stir up conflict between us. Qing Jionian's gaze toward the renovation team leader held a hint of appreciation. Mingyu, however, looked at the renovation team leader as if he were an idiot. Did he sign a contract with you for renovating this courtyard? Does the contract bear his personal signature? This courtyard is now mine. Before, it was Chung Jioha's. And before that, it belonged to the Nan family. Whether in the past or now, he has never been the owner of this courtyard. So, I believe he is very clear about this point himself. Therefore, he definitely would not sign this renovation contract with you. Am I guessing correctly? The renovation team leader was taken aback because, indeed, no contract had been signed. However, the other party had paid up front. The money for the initial materials and even the advanced labor costs had all been given to him by Qing Jionian. He didn't need to advance a single cent, and the labor fees were paid promptly, so he naturally felt that signing a contract was unimportant. But if this courtyard isn't his, then this renovation is illegal. If I sue, he can easily shift the blame and walk away. But you are the one who brought in these materials. If the renovation starts, you are the one doing it. Can you shift the blame so easily? Qing Jionian hurriedly said, don't listen to her nonsense. Whether it's nonsense or not, you decide for yourself. Think about it. Why is he so dismissive when I talk about suing him? It's because he knows that if I sue, there will be no evidence linking him to the actions. In the end, the scapegoat can only be you, the one actually doing the work. The renovation team leader was completely bewildered by Mingyu's words. Qing Jionian was furious. You're slandering me. When have I ever used anyone as a scapegoat? Mingyu completely ignored Chung Jionian and continued speaking to the renovation team leader. My advice to you is that in the future, whenever someone hires you to renovate a house, you must check whether they have the right to do so. The right to do so? The team leader didn't quite understand. Yes, you need to see if they have the property deed for the house being renovated. Because without the property deed, they simply have no right to dispose of the property. Just like him, Mingyu pointed at Chung Jionian. He hired you to renovate and remodel the house, but he could never produce the property deed. That's why he didn't dare sign a contract, always ready to shift the responsibility off his own shoulders. I suggest you never take on jobs like this, where the client doesn't have the property deed. This time, you're lucky. You've only prepared materials and haven't actually altered anything of mine. The damage to some facilities on the path, you can easily restore for me. Otherwise, if I sue you, not only will you have worked for nothing, but you might also get entangled in a lawsuit. Chapter 832, Apology. The renovation foreman had seen Meng Yu's property deed before and knew that she was the true owner of this courtyard. Initially, he had thought he was just there to do a job and that whatever dispute arose between the two parties had nothing to do with him. But now, hearing Meng Yu's words, he understood that if she decided to sue, he would be the first to suffer. He immediately backed down. Second young Master Cheng, you should first clarify the ownership of this courtyard. Once you've sorted it out, I'll bring my crew back to start the renovation. For now, I'll take my men and leave. Qing Jianyan panicked a little. No, don't go yet, Second young Master Cheng, until the ownership issue is resolved, we can't proceed with the work. It's better for us to withdraw now to avoid you paying wages for nothing, right? As he spoke, the foreman leaned close to Qing Jianyan's ear and whispered, that girl has the property deed. Then, he called out to the workers, let's go, and led the entire crew away, leaving the place completely empty. He had arrived with his crew, surrounding Qing Jianyan to bolster his presence. But now, with everyone gone, Qing Jianyan was suddenly left as a commander without an army. The imposing atmosphere he had carefully cultivated vanished in an instant. Qing Jianyan could only watch helplessly as all the workers filed out of the courtyard. He then turned to look at Meng Yu. I never imagined you had such skills. However, I am determined to have this courtyard. How much did you pay Cheng Jioha for it? Meng Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. Was this Qing Jianyan, having failed to seize the courtyard by force, now planning to force her to sell it? She had also heard what the foreman whispered into Qing Jianyan's ear. In truth, she hadn't been hiding the fact that she possessed the property deed. She simply hadn't shown it to them because of their poor attitude. If they had approached her with a better attitude from the start, she wouldn't have treated them this way. Qing Jianyan must have heard the foreman's words, and with the foreman's departure stripping him of his borrowed influence, he had changed his strategy, hadn't he? Instead of answering Qing Jianyan's question, Meng Yu lazily yawned. I really like this courtyard. Look, there's a garden in the back, and this corner in the northwest is perfect for growing vegetables or even raising a few chickens for eggs. Living here, one could be almost self-sufficient. So, I have no intention of selling it. You entered my courtyard and started renovating my house without my permission. Some of the flower beds in the yard were also damaged. Logically, I should demand that you restore everything to its original state. But that would mean enduring your presence and work in my courtyard again. So, let's just consider the materials you brought in as compensation. You may see yourself out. Hearing Meng Yu's words dismissing him, Qing Jianyan was both furious and humiliated. I advise you not to be too arrogant. Meng Yu snorted coldly. How am I being arrogant? Should I have politely said to someone who barged into my home trying to seize my property, thank you for coming to take my courtyard. I'll hand it over to you right now. Anian, maybe we should just forget about it. We can live with your parents, or you could come live at my place. Hearing Xiao Jie's words, Qing Jianyan felt even angrier. What kind of man was he if he couldn't even secure a place for his wife to live? Suppressing his rage, he said, name your price. How much do you want for this courtyard? If you absolutely must buy it, then this number. Meng Yu held up a single finger. Lang Xiangqin watched Meng Yu raise one finger, feeling puzzled. She didn't seem like she wanted to sell the courtyard, so why was she naming a price? Chapter 833. I must have this courtyard. Seeing Meng Yu extend one finger, Xiao Jie was overjoyed. 10,000? That's fine, I can give it to you right away. But Qing Jianyan knew this courtyard couldn't possibly be 10,000. Forget such an exquisite courtyard in this location. Even an ordinary 3-section courtyard couldn't be bought for 10 or 20,000. Sure enough, he saw Meng Yu shaking her head. You mean 100,000, right? That price is a bit high, but... Actually, Qing Jianyan wasn't just thinking 100,000 was a bit high, it was incredibly cheap. How could you buy a courtyard like this, in such a location, for 100,000? Could it be that Cheng Jioha had sold it to her cheaply back then to buy body-tempering pills? Did this girl only spend 100,000 to buy this courtyard? No, he remembered Cheng Jioha saying back then that he sold the courtyard to buy 2 body-tempering pills, and even managed to break through to a 7th-level martial artist because of them? So, 100,000 didn't add up either. Sure enough, Meng Yu was still shaking her head. Qing Jianyan was stunned for a moment. Could it be 1 million? 1 million was already beyond his budget. But when he saw the gleam in Xiao Jie's eyes as she looked at the courtyard, he couldn't bear to let it go. He wondered if his family might be willing to cover the cost for him. Over the years, the pills he had taken added up to about 1 million already. They had already spent a fortune on his training. Would they be willing to spend another 1 million on him? Hearing the words, 1 million, Xiao Jie was shocked and pointed at Meng Yu. 1 million? Why don't you just go rob someone? If she had that much money, would she even need to buy this courtyard? Meng Yu was still shaking her head. This time, Qing Jianyan couldn't stay calm. 10 million. Meng Yu continued shaking her head. Qing Jianyan ventured a guess. It can't be 100 million, can it? This courtyard wasn't made of gold. How could it possibly be worth 100 million? Unexpectedly, Meng Yu finally nodded. Exactly. If you want to buy this courtyard, the price I can accept is 100 million RMB. So, do you still plan to buy it? With 100 million, you could even build a golden house. Are you really thinking of hiding a beauty in a golden house? Mingyu had no favorable impression of this Xiaojie. It was because of her that the Cheng family had pressured her brother into giving up the courtyard. Back then, her brother would rather have destroyed it than let them live there. How could she possibly sell it to him after taking it over from her brother? Cheng Jionian finally understood. She had no intention of selling at all. She was just toying with him. He wanted to take action, but as soon as he took a step toward Mingyu, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. He quickly retreated 2 steps and noticed the pressure was emanating from the living room. He immediately remembered the middle-aged man who had been with Mingyu earlier. He glared coldly at Jiang Mingyu. One shouldn't be too greedy. If you're too greedy, you'll end up with nothing. Mingyu wasn't the least bit angry. I'll return those words to you. Cheng Jionian knew he wouldn't gain anything today. He glanced at Lang Xiangchen, took Xiaojie's hand, and said, let's go. Xiaojie was extremely disappointed. We're not taking such a nice courtyard? Of course not. This courtyard will be mine sooner or later. Just wait and see. Mingyu watched the man and woman leave, a faint smile on her face. She knew Cheng Jionian wouldn't give up, but if he came again, she would make sure he left in disgrace. If he dared to resort to underhanded tactics, she would have the perfect opportunity to get a little revenge for her brother. Her brother might tolerate them because of their father, but she had no reason to. Do you have a grudge against him? Lang Xiangchen's voice rang out. Mingyu had been so focused on confronting Cheng Jionian and venting her anger on behalf of Cheng Jioha that she had almost forgotten there was still a cheap uncle in the house. Well, they're gone now. Mr. Lang, shouldn't you be leaving too? Chapter 834. One should not be too greedy. Mingyu, shouldn't you call me uncle? Lang Xiangchen said with a hint of grievance in his tone. Mingyu smiled. The day before yesterday, the Nan family sent someone to tell me that they plan to hold a press conference tomorrow afternoon to clarify the matter of the real and fake young miss. They asked me to attend, and I agreed. Lang Xiangchen immediately understood. She was going to attend the press conference held by the Nan family to clarify the issue of the real and fake young miss. By agreeing to attend, she naturally intended to make it clear at the conference that she was not a member of the Nan family. If she was going to openly deny being the Nan family's young miss, how could she possibly acknowledge being the niece of the Lang family? He was furious. This Nan family, they were protecting Nan Mingju, and it was bad enough that they couldn't openly and clearly acknowledge Mingyu as their young miss, but they actually had to hold a press conference to deny this granddaughter. If the Nan family won't acknowledge you, our Lang family will, Lang Xiangchen said angrily. Mingyu sighed. Uncle Lang, all I want right now is to focus on my studies. What she really meant was to focus on her cultivation. Lang Xiangchen felt heavy-hearted. She was clearly a blood relative, yet he couldn't acknowledge her. Moreover, his family back home was waiting for him to bring this niece back. How could he possibly feel at ease? Mingyu, you could first. Uncle Lang, sometimes, having blood ties doesn't necessarily mean having family bonds. Conversely, not having blood ties doesn't necessarily mean you can't have family bonds. Lang Xiangchen understood. Right. I'm so much older, yet I don't see things as clearly as you do, little girl. Mingyu smiled. Uncle Lang, you're not old at all. Lang Xiangchen laughed heartily. Then, little girl, could you come back to the Northeast with me for the new year? Mingyu thought for a moment and said, let's talk about it then. I can't say for sure right now. Seeing that Mingyu hadn't agreed, but also hadn't refused, Lang Xiangchen nodded. Alright, I'll call you when the time comes. Once it's confirmed, I'll come pick you up. Mingyu smiled slightly. Okay, what are your plans for this courtyard? Mingyu thought for a moment and said, my master taught me the Kongming 8 trigrams formation. I might as well set it up in this courtyard. In reality, she intended to set up an isolation formation to prevent anyone from entering the courtyard. Hearing her words, Lang Xiangchen was secretly astonished. Who was her master to have taught her the Kongming 8 trigrams formation? He watched as Mingyu placed several stones according to their respective positions, then led him out. When he looked back, he found that the courtyard had actually disappeared. He was greatly shocked. How is this the Kongming 8 trigrams formation? Why has the courtyard disappeared? Seeing Lang Xiangchen's doubtful look, Mingyu had no choice but to explain further. I added a concealment effect to the 8 trigrams formation to prevent them from causing trouble for this courtyard after I leave. After a moment's thought, she added, but if you look carefully, you can still see it. For the 5 years she would be studying, she had no plans to live here for the time being, so she would hide the house. Lang Xiangchen looked in the direction Mingyu had indicated and, sure enough, saw the courtyard again. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't walk up to it. Lang Xiangchen refused to believe it. How could it be impossible to walk up to it? He exerted a bit of his cultivation, and sure enough, he was able to walk in. But once inside, he couldn't find the courtyard gate no matter how hard he looked. Moreover, he suddenly noticed that the sand and stones in the front yard had multiplied, blocking his path wherever he went. He actually couldn't get out. Helplessly, he called out, "Mengyu, little girl, let me out." As soon as he finished speaking, the area before him suddenly brightened, and he found the courtyard gate. Mengyu was walking in through the gate. "What do you think, Uncle Lang?" As soon as Long Xiangchen saw Mengyu, he suddenly understood. "Are you warning the Cheng family with this?" Chapter 835, Playing Around. Mengyu gave a faint smile. "They treated my brother too harshly." "Your brother? It's Cheng Jioha." Ling Xiangchen tentatively asked. "Girl, you and Jioha have already." He naturally knew that Cheng Jioha was the grandson of the Nan family, and Mengyu was the granddaughter of the Nan family. They were first cousins. What Long Xiangchen suspected was, had they already acknowledged each other? "We are sworn siblings," Mengyu said with a light smile. Ling Xiangchen suddenly understood, then grew excited. That's right, the Nan family didn't acknowledge her identity, so naturally, she couldn't recognize him as her uncle. But why couldn't they do as she and Cheng Jioha did and form a godparent relationship? "Girl, how about I adopt you as my goddaughter?" Seeing Ling Xiangchen's eager expression, Mengyu felt a stir in her heart. "Were you and my mother very close?" Ling Xiangchen nodded repeatedly. "Of course. Among us 4 siblings, I was closest to your mother. When we were young, Xiangyu loved to bully me, but my second sister always protected me." When he mentioned Ling Xiangyu, he used her full name directly, but when speaking of Ling Xiangning, he referred to her as my second sister. Ling Xiangchen then looked at Mengyu with shining eyes. "It's perfect. Your little uncle here only has 2 sons, no daughter. If you recognize me as your godfather, I'll protect you from now on." But then he immediately remembered Mengyu's skill in setting up formations. Even Cheng Jioha's imposing pressure couldn't affect her in the slightest, showing she was capable. Where would she need his protection? He grew somewhat dejected again for a moment. Seeing her little uncle's expression, Mengyu felt her heart soften for some reason and replied, "Okay." Ling Xiangchen was overjoyed. "You agreed?" Mengyu rolled her eyes. "You don't want me to agree?" Ling Xiangchen hurriedly said, "How could that be? How could that be? I've always dreamed of having a daughter like you." "Wonderful, wonderful. I, Dong Beihu, finally have a daughter. No one will ever bully you from now on." "Dong Beihu?" Mengyu suddenly remembered something she had heard Jiang Huayu complain about in her previous life regarding Dong Beihu, a man who could make the ground tremble with a single stomp in the northeast region. It was said that in the early 1980s, due to his elder brother's death, he bloodily purged the entire underworld of the northeast, which also spread his reputation, Dong Beihu, throughout the country. Who would have thought that such an impressive person was actually her little uncle? Wait, his elder brother's death. Could it be that her eldest uncle died in the early 1980s? Mengyu couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Ling, is your eldest brother doing all right?" Ling Xiangchen patted her. "What Uncle Ling? Call me dad or father." In her previous life, Mengyu had always called Jiang Haidong dad, but she had never felt a shred of paternal love from him. After being reborn in this life, she had stopped calling him dad, but deep down, she undoubtedly yearned for parental love. Now, seeing Ling Xiangchen looking at her with such fatherly affection, her heart swelled, and she called out, "Dad." Yes, Ling Xiangchen was ecstatic. "Good daughter, my eldest brother is your uncle. He's doing just fine, can punch a bear to death. Not only is he doing well, but your grandparents are also doing very well." Mengyu breathed a sigh of relief. Her eldest uncle was still alive, that was great. But then she immediately grew anxious again. "Dad, is uncle involved in business?" Ling Xiangchen's eyes narrowed. "How did you know?" Mengyu said anxiously, "Last night I had a dream. I dreamed that a relative came looking for me, but another relative got into a conflict with someone called Ghost Shadow over business and was shot dead." Chapter 836. Blood ties don't guarantee family bonds. Mengyu remembered. It was said that back then, to deal with the Northeast Tiger's older brother, the polar bear, those people had someone lure the Northeast Tiger away. Unfortunately, she didn't know the exact time. Ling Xiangchen initially didn't believe Mengyu's story about the dream. However, upon hearing the words Ghost Shadow, he was shocked. Because his older brother had indeed been in contact with someone called Ghost Shadow these past few days. Just yesterday, before he came here, he had heard his brother mention that they had arranged to meet Ghost Shadow at the Grand Cinema at 7 o'clock tonight. The girl dreamed of him coming, and that part of the dream had already come true. He didn't dare gamble on whether the part about his brother being shot dead would also come true. He immediately stood up. "Girl, your uncle is meeting that Ghost Shadow at 7 tonight. Dad must go back immediately to check on your uncle." Mengyu stopped him. "Dad, if you leave now, will you make it in time?" Ling Xiangchen checked his watch. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Even by taking the fastest train, the trip back would take over 6 hours. There simply wasn't enough time. But No matter what, I have to get back as fast as possible. Lung Xiangchen, frantic and losing his composure, immediately rushed towards the courtyard gate. Mengyu was also hesitating. If she used her fan to fly her uncle back, she would certainly make it in time. But doing so would expose her identity as a cultivator. So far, she had only revealed her cultivator identity in front of Gu Dongxing, her Chung brother, and her personal disciples. But her uncle's life was at stake. Watching her newly recognized father anxiously rushing to the gate, she thought helplessly, forget it, so what if it's exposed? I've already acknowledged him as my godfather. Given how he protects me, he probably won't do anything to me, If absolutely necessary, I can just erase his memory later. She tossed out her fan, jumped onto it, and called out, Dad, wait, I'll take you back. Ling Xiangchen didn't turn his head. No need to see me off, girl. Suddenly looking up, he saw Mengyu standing on a fan, which was suspended in the air right in front of him. He was greatly astonished, staring at Mengyu. Had he just acknowledged a celestial being as his daughter? Seeing Ling Xiangchen stunned and staring blankly, Mengyu helplessly lowered the fan to his feet. Dad, if you don't get on soon, Uncle will be in danger. At the thought of his brother in peril, Ling Xiangchen snapped back to reality. On, I'm coming right on. He stepped onto the 5 Elements fan. Mengyu said, stand steady, and then made the fan rise directly from the courtyard into the sky, flying towards the northeast. Of course, she had already activated the fan's defensive shield, concealing it within the clouds. Soaring into the sky, Ling Xiangchen's mind was still buzzing. The fact that he had acknowledged a celestial being as his daughter continuously overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to process it. Girl, you. Mengyu explained, this is a flying vessel my master bestowed upon me. As long as energy stones are inserted, it can fly. Your master. My master is a cultivator, and I am also training under him. Dad, please don't tell anyone about this. Ling Xiangchen repeatedly agreed, yes, I won't tell. In his heart, he was both shocked and overjoyed. He had acknowledged a celestial being as his daughter, and his brother would be saved. He cautiously asked, Girl, does the Nan family know you are a cultivator? Mengyu shook her head, no. If the Nan family knew she was a cultivator, forget that she was originally the Nan family's eldest young lady. Even if she weren't, the Nan family would definitely acknowledge her first and ask questions later. They certainly wouldn't have sent some fat steward or thin steward to warn her that the Nan family isn't a place you can just enter if you want. And they definitely wouldn't have held any press conference to clarify the facts. Chapter 837, Uncle Becomes Godfather. Seeing her little uncle become so cautious, Mengyu felt utterly speechless. If her uncle was going to be like this from now on, then what was the point of her acknowledging him as her godfather? Forget it. Once they arrived, she would just erase this part of her uncle's memory. She activated the defensive shield, simply preventing her uncle from seeing outside. This way, he was only facing an enclosed space. Later, it would be easier to erase this segment of memory. After controlling the 5 Elements fan to fly for over an hour, Mengyu arrived above the train station. Just then, she saw a train that had just pulled into the station. People were disembarking, flowing out through the passageway. An idea struck Mengyu, and she controlled the 5 Elements fan to land amidst the crowd. Because the 5 Elements fan had its formation activated, they only appeared before people the instant she deactivated the formation. However, due to the sheer volume of people, even though she chose a less crowded spot, the sudden impact still pushed people aside. Coincidentally, someone was running outwards, so people assumed it was that anxiously running person who had pushed them aside. No one noticed that 2 people had suddenly appeared in the passageway. The moment they appeared in the passageway, Ling Xiangchen was stunned. And almost instantly, Mengyu's spiritual power invaded his sea of consciousness, erasing the memory of her flying back with him using the 5 Elements fan. Ling Xiangchen suddenly found himself at the train station passageway entrance. He only remembered that after hearing his newly acknowledged goddaughter mention that his eldest brother was in danger meeting with Ghost Shadow, he had rushed back. But how he got back, he had forgotten. But it was already past 6 o'clock now. There wasn't much time for him to recall. Saving his eldest brother was the priority. He pulled Mengyu out of the station and immediately went to find a phone. He had to call his eldest brother and tell him not to go to the meeting with Ghost Shadow tonight. There were far too many people making calls at the train station. Ling Xiangchen glanced at the queue and immediately pulled Mengyu to run outside the station. Reaching the street, they finally found a public phone and managed to get through. The person who answered was his mother. Mom, let me speak to eldest brother. It's Chinner. Your eldest brother isn't home. Ling Xiangchen's heart sank. His eldest brother had already left. They were too late. Mom, do you know where eldest brother went? How would I know? Your eldest brother never tells me where he goes. Weren't you looking for your niece? Do you need something from your eldest brother? Ling Xiangchen was frantic. I need to talk to eldest brother urgently. Quickly ask Dad, where did eldest brother go? Seeing Ling Xiangqin's anxious questioning, Mengyu said from the side, Grand Cinema. Ling Xiangqin turned to look at Mengyu. What Grand Cinema? Mengyu quickly said, in my dream, Uncle was at the Grand Cinema when he was. Ling Xiangqin immediately hung up the phone, pulled Mengyu, and they ran back into the train station, heading towards a taxi. Grand Cinema. Mengyu remembered that in her previous life, the polar bear and the northeast tiger were too formidable. Even people in the underworld didn't dare provoke them. Later, their enemies devised a plan. As long as they could lure away the northeast tiger and kill the polar bear, then this pair of bear and tiger brothers would no longer be a problem in the northeast. This plan was to lure the tiger to kill the bear. So, someone lured the polar bear to the Grand Cinema, shot him dead, and then framed the underworld. After that, her uncle went on a rampage, slaughtering the underworld. Mengyu didn't know the specific details, but it was certain that in her previous life, the polar bear died at the Grand Cinema. She didn't know if he was really at the Grand Cinema now. However, Mengyu also felt a bit strange. Since he was called the polar bear, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. How could he be so easily set up? Chapter 838, The Uncle's Calamity. If Polar Bear could hear Mengyu's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel very helpless. Because, at this moment, he was furiously roaring at Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow, there's an old saying in the underworld. One should answer for their own actions. The crime does not extend to parents, nor does misfortune reach wives and children. You lured me here under the pretense of discussing business, and then you captured my wife and child. What exactly is going on? Ghost Shadow, thin as a monkey, laughed heartily. Everyone calls you Polar Bear. When doing business with you, wouldn't I keep a backup plan? Just agree to my proposal. Use your channels to transport a shipment for me, and I'll naturally release your wife and child. The man, built like a bear, roared angrily. Ghost Shadow, you should know that my family, the cold family of the Northeast, never touches prostitution, gambling, or drugs. You want me to traffic drugs for you? And besides, Polar Bear, Cold Xiangzhang, was puzzled. Since when did you, Ghost Shadow, start dealing drugs? Ghost Shadow felt a chill in his heart. If he couldn't drag Polar Bear into this now, he would have to kill him. Just passing the time, making a bit of money for fun. Polar Bear, I know your business is big, but think about it. No matter how profitable your business is, can it compare to drugs? I bet what you earn in a year isn't even as much as I make in a month, right? Polar Bear stared coldly at Ghost Shadow. Release my wife and child first, then we'll talk. He had married late, and what's more, he had no children for over a decade after marriage. Finally, he was blessed with a precious son. He truly cherished the boy, holding him in his hands afraid he might crush him, holding him in his mouth afraid he might melt. He adored him exceptionally. Yet now, Ghost Shadow had captured both his wife and son. Polar Bear, do you think if you were in my place, you would easily release your wife and child? Ghost Shadow's original plan was to use the business discussion as an opportunity to pull Polar Bear into the drug trade. He was determined to succeed in this venture, ready to risk everything. If he didn't succeed, he would perish. Of course, this perish referred to Polar Bear. If Polar Bear agreed, all would be well. If not, he would have to use the wife and child as leverage and then kill him. As for the aftermath of killing Polar Bear, how the Northeast Tiger would rage, he had already considered that. He would simply pin Polar Bear's death on the Northeast underworld, and he would be in the clear. Naturally, the best outcome would be for Polar Bear to agree to traffic drugs with him. He knew that the Cold family had over a century of foundation in the Northeast. Even during the turbulent times of the Cultural Revolution, the rebel factions dared not provoke the Cold family of the Northeast. With the support of the Cold family's transportation and distribution channels in the Northeast, he could definitely recoup his capital in a short time. Once he had enough money, he would go legitimate, wash his hands of this, and engage in proper business. He knew that Polar Bear loved his wife and child deeply. As long as he could firmly control them, he had a 60% chance of making Polar Bear work for him. Therefore, he was willing to gamble. If he won, money would flow into his pockets like water. If he lost, he would simply kill Polar Bear, frame someone else, leave, and start over elsewhere. Polar Bear, Cold Xiangzhang, glared coldly at Ghost Shadow. I want to see my wife and child first. Ghost Shadow shook his head. Polar Bear, I'll take good care of your wife and nephew, don't worry. Just transport this one shipment, and I'll let you see your wife and child. In his view, once Polar Bear transported even one shipment, he would become a drug trafficker, and one handling an especially large quantity at that. He would be in the trade, and there would be no need to fear him reporting anything anymore. From then on, he would have no choice but to cooperate with him. Polar Bear stared motionlessly at Ghost Shadow, neither agreeing nor refusing. Chapter 839, Luring the Tiger to Kill the Bear. Before Mingyu even entered the vicinity of the Grand Cinema, she had already gained a thorough understanding of the situation in its basement. Although she was far away, and it wasn't easy to discern bloodlines, with Ghost Shadow repeatedly calling him Polar Bear, how could she not see clearly? The man who stood like a black pagoda was her eldest uncle, Lung Xiangzhang. At that moment, her eldest uncle was glaring, seemingly ready to devour the monkey-like man opposite him. That monkey-like man was probably the legendary Ghost Shadow. From the content of their conversation, her eldest aunt and cousin had been captured by them. But where were they being held? However, she couldn't very well tell her youngest uncle that she had scanned the situation with her divine sense and asked him to go rescue them. Moreover, in the current circumstances, her eldest uncle didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the most crucial task now was to find her eldest aunt and the child. Minyu's divine sense swiftly swept through every room of the Grand Cinema. The upper floors were indeed a regular cinema, showing normal films, but in some private boxes, they were playing indecent videos. Some were shown collectively, with a small room packed full of people, while other boxes had only a few individuals, mostly men and women together. Thus, as the videos played scenes of intimacy between men and women, the viewers, watching, would begin to grope the women in the same box. The women watching the videos initially resisted, but those who came to a private box to watch such films and didn't leave, how much could they really refuse? They could only endure while watching the screen. Before long, the actions inside and outside the screen synchronized. A man and a woman, or even several men and one woman, imitated the movements in the video, filling the entire box with a foul atmosphere. Minyu wanted to skip over them, but fearing she might miss her eldest aunt and cousin, she had to check each one. Suddenly, her divine sense swept over a familiar person. It was actually Jiang Huayu. Minyu was utterly shocked. Jiang Huayu, how did she end up in the Northeast? And she had even entered the Grand Cinema. At that moment, she was watching a video while being held by a man. The man's hands roamed all over her body, eventually boldly slipping inside her clothes. Jiang Huayu merely let out a soft moan and allowed the man to continue. At first, her eyes were still on the video, but she soon closed them, fully immersing herself in enjoying the man's special services. Clearly, Jiang Huayu was not the one selling, but the one buying. Even her demeanor carried a sense of superiority. Minyu's heart sank. She already knew that behind the Jiang family was that mastermind. Jiang Huayu's appearance here was definitely no coincidence. Could it be that the incident involving her eldest uncle was orchestrated by that mastermind who had harmed her in both her past and present lives? After all, in her past life, the events of this day not only led Ghost Shadow to directly kill her eldest uncle's entire family and frame the underworld, but also caused her youngest uncle to massacre the underworld, surely meeting a grim end as well. So, was that mastermind afraid that her uncle's family would discover that the young lady of the Nan family was an imposter, and thus struck preemptively to eliminate the Lang family of the Northeast? The more Mingyu thought about it, the more she felt her speculation was correct. The fury in her heart burned even fiercer. Previously, she had kept Jiang Huayu alive to use her as bait to lure out the mastermind. But now, knowing that the mastermind was within the Nan family, most likely that steward Nan Ming, Jiang Huayu, naturally, no longer served any purpose. Since that mastermind had extended their reach to her maternal grandmother's family, she would give them a warning first. Minyu concentrated a divine sense spike and fiercely thrust it toward Jiang Huayu. Chapter 840, Uncle Ling the Polar Bear. Jiang Huayu had been in the throes of passion with a man. At that moment, she was lying face down. When Mingyu's divine sense spike pierced her sea of consciousness, she let out a sharp cry, but the man on top of her didn't pay it any mind, simply thinking she was reaching another climax. He had no idea that the woman beneath him was gradually losing her vitality. It wasn't until he let out a roar of his own that he finally sensed something was wrong with the person underneath him. Why had someone who was so responsive moments ago suddenly become as still as a corpse? He flipped Jiang Huayu over and discovered her eyes wide open, a look of satisfied smile frozen on her face. No matter how he shook her, that smile remained unchanged. The man was shocked. He reached out to check for breath under Huayu's nose. Finding none, he was so terrified that he threw Jiang Huayu's body onto the bed and scrambled off in a panic. He screamed inwardly. He had actually fucked this woman to death. The next moment, he frantically put on his clothes, left the private room, and fled. After killing Jiang Huayu and successfully making the man believe he was responsible, Mingyu was about to withdraw her divine sense when she suddenly noticed a ring on Jiang Huayu's finger that hadn't been visible before. Was that a storage ring? Had Jiang Huayu actually cultivated immortality and even concealed her identity as a cultivator? Mingyu couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Huayu's luck. In her past life, she had completely usurped Mingyu's identity, obtained Long Xiangyu's hundreds of millions in assets. Even if she couldn't win Gu Dongxing's love, she still had Xie Hongjun who loved her. If not for Lang Xiangyu dragging her into a suicide leap from a building, she would have had many good days ahead. In this life, even after being stripped of everything by Mengyu, her father dead, her mother imprisoned, she still managed to encounter strange fortunes, first becoming a martial artist, then a cultivator. Fortunately, Mengyu had gone all out this time, like a lion using its full strength against a rabbit. She had launched her most powerful Divine Sense attack, the Divine Sense Spike, and because she struck during the height of Jiang Huayu's distraction, she managed to kill her in one blow. Otherwise, facing her head-on in an attack, with Jiang Huayu's defensive shield activated, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy to kill her. Regardless, this Jiang Huayu, who had stolen her identity in her past life, then run her over with a car and killed her, and in this life still schemed relentlessly to harm and oppose her, was finally dead by her hand. She had avenged her past life. She no longer had to worry about Jiang Huayu lurking in the shadows, constantly plotting against her. Mengyu sent a wisp of her divine sense into the ring. Inside, there were quite a few valuable items. After a moment's thought, she sent another wisp of divine sense into Jiang Huayu's sea of consciousness, taking control of her body. She withdrew her divine sense and continued searching for her aunt and cousin. She had searched everywhere but still couldn't find her aunt and little cousin. Mengyu felt a bit frustrated. Could it be they weren't in the Grand Theater? No, that ghostly figure, in order to intimidate her uncle, definitely wouldn't keep them too far away. Otherwise, if her uncle flew into a rage, what would they use to appease his fury? Therefore, her aunt and little cousin could only be inside the Grand Theater. Mengyu searched carefully once more. Suddenly, she remembered she had overlooked the basement. Earlier, after finding that one basement room where her uncle and the ghostly figure were, she had assumed it was the only one in the Grand Theater. Perhaps there was more than one basement room? Mengyu searched again and finally discovered another basement room. This one was located directly beneath the basement where her uncle was being held. The entrance to this basement was right under the seat of that ghostly figure. As soon as Mengyu's divine sense swept over that area, she was certain it was her aunt and little cousin. It was mainly because her 3-year-old cousin looked so much like her uncle. At that moment, both mother and son were unconscious. What frustrated Mengyu was that the ghostly figure had placed his own chair right over the entrance. To rescue her aunt, she would have to deal with the ghostly figure first. And the ghostly figure and his subordinates all held weapons, their gun barrels aimed directly at her uncle. The slightest reckless move on her part, and if any of them fired, her uncle would be riddled with bullets. Chapter 841, Jiang Huayu also came to the northeast. Of course, uncle and his men were also holding their weapons, their gun barrels likewise aimed at Ghost Shadow. Even though Mengyu could use her divine sense needles, there were 38 opponents, and the number of divine sense needles she could release at once did not exceed 5. In such a tense standoff between the two sides, if Ghost Shadow or a few of his men fell, the others would definitely open fire. The only way was to lure all the people in the basement out, so she could enter the sub-basement below and rescue aunt and little cousin. But how could she explain this to uncle? She couldn't very well tell him that through her divine sense scan, she saw Uncle and Ghost Shadow's 2 groups pointing guns at each other in the basement, and that aunt and little cousin were locked in the sub-basement beneath it, still unconscious, could she? Suddenly, she slapped her own forehead. Lang Xiangchen saw her slap her forehead and immediately asked, "What's wrong now?" I suddenly remembered, in my dream, Uncle seemed to be right at this time tonight, facing Ghost Shadow with a group of people. Both sides were armed in a standoff. Lang Xiangchen was stunned. "Are you telling the truth?" Mengyu nodded. "That's what I saw in my dream." The worst part is that Ghost Shadow captured aunt and little cousin and locked them in the sub-basement right below where Ghost Shadow is standing. But Uncle clearly doesn't know. He was talking to that Ghost Shadow. In the dream, that Ghost Shadow ended up killing Uncle, aunt, and little cousin, then framed some brother Zhao from the underworld. Then you, Dad, went berserk and slaughtered your way through the northeast underworld. What Mengyu described was naturally what happened in her previous life, but she only said it was a dream she had. But Uncle clearly believed her. "Dad, what should we do now?" Lang Xiangchen's gloomy gaze looked ahead, right at the Grand Theater. Suddenly, he laughed. "Call the police." "Call the police?" Mengyu was surprised. Wouldn't that risk dragging Uncle down with them? After all, Uncle's men were also carrying guns. The police arriving would be bad for Ghost Shadow, but it would be just as bad for Uncle. However, Mengyu immediately thought of something else. Uncle and Ghost Shadow's men were in a deadlocked armed standoff, but with aunt and little cousin in Ghost Shadow's hands, the situation was clearly unfavorable for Uncle. If the stalemate continued and Ghost Shadow's patience ran out, as long as Uncle still refused to transport drugs for them, Ghost Shadow would most likely bring out aunt and little cousin as threats. By then, uncle, who deeply loved his wife and son, would likely become a fish on the chopping block. Right now, Ghost Shadow was still trying to persuade uncle and aunt and little cousin hadn't been brought out yet. Calling the police now would break their deadlock. When the police arrived, Ghost Shadow naturally wouldn't dare to kill anyone at that moment. To avoid the police, both sides would put away their weapons and quickly leave through secret passages. And Ghost Shadow, confident that no one could discover the sub-basement, wouldn't have time to take aunt and her son away. Afraid that uncle might snatch them if they were brought up, he would have to leave aunt and her son in that sub-basement for the time being. As soon as they fled, she could enter the sub-basement, rescue aunt and little cousin, send the unconscious pair into her space, and then leave the Grand Theater. Chapter 842, Calling the Police. Alright. In my dream, their private room was playing pornographic videos, and there were women engaged in prostitution. You go call the police immediately, and I'll sneak into the basement to find an opportunity to rescue aunt and little cousin, Mingyu said. No, that's too dangerous. I'll stay and you go call the police. Lang Xiangqin firmly refused. Mingyu was quite helpless. Dad, you're only a 7th level martial artist, but I'm an innate master. With that, she released her aura fully but immediately withdrew it. Although it was only a brief release, Lang Xiangqin still felt Jiang Mingyu's innate aura. He was deeply shaken. Mingyu continued, I can already release internal energy to form a protective shield. Bullets can't kill me, so I'm the most suitable one to go rescue aunt and her son. Moreover, only with your status will the police come the fastest if you go to report it. I'll call the police and then go with you to the Grand Cinema. No, if you call, there's no telling how long it will take for them to dispatch. You must go in person to bring them here as quickly as possible. Lang Xiangqin finally agreed. Alright, be careful. He ran directly to the police station to report the crime and bring people to the Grand Cinema, while Jiang Mingyu simply bought a movie ticket and entered the cinema. After entering the Grand Cinema, Mingyu did not go into the theater but instead headed downstairs. Holding her 5 elements fan, she activated the defensive and concealment arrays, hiding her body as she quietly made her way down. At the entrance to the basement, 2 burly men were standing guard, chatting about trivial matters. They suddenly felt a gust of wind, and their conversation abruptly stopped. Did someone just go down? No, I only felt a slight breeze, like someone fanning the air. Me neither, I just felt a breeze. I thought someone was there. Really, if someone went down, how could it just be a breeze? Wouldn't there be footsteps? And this is a staircase. Could someone run so fast that our 4 eyes couldn't see them? Good, no one then. However, after a moment, the one who first mentioned someone going down suddenly felt something was off. How could there possibly be wind here? The other also found it strange. Yeah, how is there wind? Indeed, due to the importance of the basement, this exit wasn't an open staircase, but was located inside a relatively hidden room. The door concealing the basement staircase. When did it open? The 2 men looked at each other, unsure whether to report it. Just then, someone hurried over and said to them, there's a call from inside. The police are coming. Go report to the boss immediately. The 2 guards immediately forgot about the breeze and rushed down the basement stairs, shouting as they went, Boss, the cops are here. What? Ghost Shadow couldn't believe it. He had connections inside the police department, and aside from routine inspections, surprise raids were rare. The station called and said the cops are coming to inspect our place right away. Ghost Shadow immediately pointed his gun at Polar Bear. Did you call the police? Polar Bear sneered. Would I call the police to arrest myself? Ghost Shadow looked at the firearms in the hands of Polar Bear and his men and immediately believed him. If it wasn't you, we'll talk next time. Let's go. But Polar Bear suddenly grabbed him. What about my wife and son? Ghost Shadow lowered his eyes. They're safe. Let's get out of here first. Chapter 843. Did someone just go down? Of course, Uncle and his men were also holding their weapons, their gun barrels likewise aimed at Ghost Shadow. Even though Mengyu could use her Divine Sense Needles, there were 38 opponents, and the number of Divine Sense Needles she could release at once did not exceed 5. In this tense standoff between the 2 sides, if a few of Ghost Shadow's men were to fall, the others would definitely open fire. The only way was to lure all the people in the basement out, so she could enter the sub-basement beneath it and rescue aunt and little cousin. But how should she explain this to little uncle? She couldn't possibly tell him that through Divine Sense scanning, she saw Uncle and Ghost Shadow's 2 groups facing off with guns in the basement, and that aunt and little cousin were locked in the sub-basement beneath that basement, still unconscious, could she? Suddenly, she slapped her own forehead. Lang Xiangqin saw her slap her forehead and immediately asked, What's wrong now? I suddenly remembered, in my dream, Uncle seemed to be right at this time tonight, leading a group of people face to face with Ghost Shadow. Both sides were armed in a standoff. Ling Xiangqun was stunned for a moment. Are you serious? Suddenly, he laughed. Call the police. But little uncle clearly believed her. If the stalemate continued and Ghost Shadow's patience ran out, as long as uncle still refused to transport drugs for them, Ghost Shadow would most likely threaten him with aunt and little cousin. What Mingyu described was naturally what happened in her previous life, but she only said it was a dream she had. But uncle clearly didn't know that while he was talking to that Ghost Shadow, in the dream, that Ghost Shadow ended up killing uncle, aunt, and little cousin, then framed some brother Zhao from the underworld. Call the police? Mingyu was surprised. Wouldn't that risk dragging uncle down with them? After all, uncle's men were also carrying guns. At that point, uncle, who deeply loved his wife and son, would likely become a fish on the chopping block. And then you, Dad, went berserk and massacred the underworld in the northeast. Dad, what should we do now? However, Mingyu immediately thought of another point. Uncle and Ghost Shadow's men were in an armed standoff, deadlocked. But because aunt and little cousin were in Ghost Shadow's hands, the situation was clearly unfavorable for uncle. Mingyu nodded. That's exactly what I saw in my dream. The worst part is that Ghost Shadow captured aunt and little cousin and locked them in the sub-basement right beneath where Ghost Shadow is standing. Ling Xiangqun's gloomy gaze looked ahead, right at the Grand Theater. If the police came, it would be bad for Ghost Shadow, but it would be equally bad for uncle. At this moment, Ghost Shadow was still trying to persuade uncle, and aunt and little cousin hadn't been brought out yet. Calling the police now would break the deadlock between them. If the police came, Ghost Shadow naturally wouldn't dare to kill anyone at that moment. To avoid the police, both sides would put away their weapons and quickly leave through the secret passage. And Ghost Shadow, confident that no one could discover the sub-basement, wouldn't have time to take aunt and her son away. Fearing that uncle might snatch them if they were brought up, he would likely have to leave aunt and her son in that sub-basement for the time being. As soon as they fled, she could enter the sub-basement, rescue aunt and little cousin, send the unconscious pair into her space, and then leave the Grand Theater. End of chapter. Chapter 844 Hidden Malice. Chapter 844 Hidden Malice. Chapter 843 Hidden Malice. Alright. In my dream, their private room was playing pornographic videos, and there were women engaged in prostitution. You go report to the police immediately, and I'll infiltrate the basement to seize the chance to rescue aunt and little cousin, Mingyu said. No, that's too dangerous. I'll stay, you go report to the police. Ling Xiangqun firmly refused. Mingyu was quite helpless. Dad, you're only a 7th-level martial artist, but I'm an innate master. With that, she released her aura fully but immediately withdrew it. Although it was just a brief release, Ling Xiangqun still felt Jiang Mingyu's innate aura. He was deeply shaken. Mingyu continued, I can already release internal energy to form a protective shield. Bullets can't kill me, so I'm the most suitable one to go rescue aunt and her son. Moreover, only with your status, by going to report to the police, can you bring them here the fastest. I'll call the police, then go with you to the Grand Cinema. No, if you call, there's no telling how long they'll take to dispatch. You must go in person to bring people here as quickly as possible. At the entrance to the basement, 2 burly men were standing guard, chatting about some meaningless topics. Yes, due to the importance of the basement, this access point wasn't an open stairway passage, but was located inside a relatively concealed room. Just then, someone hurried over and said to the 2 men, a call came from inside. The police are coming. Go report to the boss quickly. Polar Bear sneered. I reported to the police to arrest myself? She held the 5 elements fan in her hand, activated the defensive and concealment arrays, hit her body, and quietly made her way downstairs. Ghost Shadow immediately pointed his gun at Polar Bear. Did you call the police? Did someone just go down? The station called to say the cops are coming here for an inspection right away. What? Ghost Shadow couldn't believe it. He had contacts at the station. Aside from routine checks, surprise inspections were rare. He directly ran to the police station to report the crime and bring people to the Grand Cinema, while Jiang Mingyu simply bought a movie ticket and entered the Grand Cinema. The door that concealed the basement stairs. When did it open? The 2 men looked at each other. Should they report it or not? After entering the Grand Cinema, Mingyu didn't go into a theater but headed downstairs. The other guard also found it strange. Yeah, how is there a breeze? No, I just felt a gust of wind too. I thought someone was there. They only felt what seemed like a wind sweeping past, and their conversation abruptly stopped. However, after a moment, the one who first mentioned someone going down suddenly felt something was off again. How could there possibly be wind here? If there's no one, then it's fine. Seriously, if someone went down, how could it just be a gust of wind? Wouldn't there be footsteps? And this is a staircase. Could they run so fast that our 4 eyes couldn't see them? No, I only felt a slight breeze, like the kind when someone fans with a fan. Ling Xiangqun finally agreed. All right, be careful. The two guards immediately dismissed the matter of the slight breeze, rushed down the basement stairs, and shouted as they ran, "Boss, the cops are here." Ghost Shadow looked at the firearms in the hands of Polar Bear and his crew and immediately believed him. Since it's not, we'll talk next time. Let's go. But Polar Bear suddenly grabbed him. What about my wife and son? Ghost Shadow lowered his eyes. They're safe. Let's get out first. End of chapter. Chapter 845, A Large Quantity of Drugs. Polar Bear also knew this wasn't the right moment. You'd better guarantee they're safe, otherwise, I won't let you off. Fine, if anything happens to them, you come after me. Now, holster your guns at the same time. Polar Bear nodded. Both teams simultaneously holstered their weapons, rushed out of the basement, and charged outside. What made Mingyu furious was that after Ghost Shadow went out, he immediately sealed the entrance to the basement. Meanwhile, on the first floor, guests in the private rooms were being knocked on one by one. Each room had one of their own people hidden inside. The usual task of these covert operatives was to listen for secrets and record some restricted videos for future use. Upon receiving the notification, these individuals immediately emerged from their hiding spots, stopped the people in the middle of their activities, removed the pornographic videos that were playing, and replaced them with normal recordings. With someone inside the Grand Cinema tipping them off, all sorts of illegal activities were swiftly transformed into legitimate ones. Even if the police arrived, they wouldn't be able to find anything. However, this time, they were probably destined to be disappointed. Because with Jiang Mingyu here, how could she let this cancer remain unscathed? She simply extended some of her spiritual consciousness, condensed it into needles, and attacked the covert operatives appearing in those private rooms with spiritual needles, rendering them unconscious. This way, those replacements could no longer be made, and the men and women locked in passionate combat on the sofas didn't stop either. The ventilation for the lower basement originally relied on the upper basement. After the upper basement was sealed, the air circulation became much poorer. She found the mechanism, opened the entrance from the basement leading to the next level down, and jumped in. If her eldest uncle agreed to drug trafficking, upon his return, he would only find the corpses of his wife and child. He would certainly confront Ghost Shadow, his drug trafficking would be exposed, and the Lang family would still fall. In the even lower basement, air circulation became even more difficult. When Mingyu jumped down and picked up her little cousin, she immediately noticed something was wrong. He was actually running a fever, and his condition was already critical. Looking at her eldest aunt, her physical condition wasn't very good either. It took only an instant for Mingyu to incapacitate the covert operatives in over a dozen private rooms. Her main focus was saving her eldest aunt and little cousin. In other words, the mastermind behind the scenes had intended from the very beginning to eliminate the Lang family. Both mother and child had been drugged. If her eldest uncle hadn't agreed to Ghost Shadow's demands, Ghost Shadow would definitely have killed the eldest uncle's entire family, then framed third brother of the underworld, luring her youngest uncle to massacre the underworld, after which he could only wait to be wiped out by the government. Rage surged in Mingyu's heart. That Ghost Shadow simply hadn't cared about the lives of her eldest aunt and little cousin. Given their physical condition, after another night, the eldest aunt might not necessarily die, but the little cousin certainly would. If she hadn't intervened, whether her eldest uncle agreed to Ghost Shadow's demand to use the Lang family's resources to help him traffic drugs or not, the Lang family would not have escaped its doomed fate. Fortunately, her youngest uncle had sought her out. Fortunately, she remembered the incident from her previous life where her eldest uncle's family was killed and her youngest uncle massacred the underworld. Otherwise, even though she had been reborn, the Lang family in the northeast would still have declined just as in her previous life. She took a deep breath, brought her eldest aunt and little cousin into her space, and then entered the quadrangle courtyard transformed from the thatched cottage. She first gave her cousin fever-reducing medicine, then had Xiaodao exchange for detoxification pills for the two of them, and gave each of them a pei-yuan pill. Seeing that both were now out of danger, she finally felt relieved. End of chapter. Chapter 846. Ling Xiangzhang's wife and child are still locked in the basement. After confirming that the two were unharmed, Mingyu began thinking about how to get out. Exiting the lower basement was easy, but leaving the upper basement was difficult because the exit had been sealed by Ghost Shadow. Meanwhile, Zhao Xianrong, the ostensible owner of the Grand Cinema known by the nickname Ghost Second, was staring dumbfounded as the police opened the doors of each private room. Inside, pornographic videos were playing on the televisions, and couples on the sofas were synchronizing their actions with those on screen. He inwardly cursed, wondering what was going on. Hadn't he already sent people to notify his own men in the private rooms? Why hadn't they changed the videos or stopped the prostitutes? Where were his hidden operatives? Something was wrong. The people lying unconscious on the floor were precisely the private room managers, the hidden operatives. Someone had taken action against them. Captain Li, the leader in charge, was secretly shocked. Because the informant this time was from the Lang family, they had no choice but to dispatch immediately. He had thought it would be like before, with nothing substantial found. Yet, to everyone's surprise, not only were many private rooms in the Grand Cinema showing pornographic videos, but they were also harboring prostitution. As he was puzzling over this, a voice sounded in his ear. There is a large quantity of drugs hidden beneath the front desk in the main lobby on the first floor. You'll find them if you break open the desk. Captain Li found it strange. Even if there were drugs, who would hide them under the lobby's front desk? Nevertheless, he walked toward the service counter. Seeing Captain Li approach the front desk, Ghost Second grew extremely nervous. What had he discovered? Ghost Second wanted to stop him, but for one, he was already under control, and for another, if he intervened now, wouldn't that be a blatant admission of guilt? Typically, front desks only have drawers on top, while the space below is empty to allow room for the attendant's legs. Captain Li was greatly astonished. When the second son of the Lang family reported the case at the station, he had only mentioned pornographic videos and prostitution in the private rooms. He hadn't said that the Grand Cinema was also holding the wife and child of the Lang family's eldest son, Leng Xianzhong. The area beneath this front desk also appeared empty, but after a quick inspection from front to back, Captain Li realized that what seemed like empty space actually contained a hidden compartment. Captain Li was already thrilled to have discovered a large quantity of drugs when the voice sounded in his ear again. Enter the room next to private room number 4 on the first floor. Inside, there is an empty room with a concealed entrance. Descend from there to enter a basement where the wife and child of Lang Xianzhong, the eldest son of the Lang family, are being held. When Captain Li pulled out packet after packet of drugs from the hidden compartment under the front desk, everyone was stunned. Ghost Second was filled with despair. Pornography was one thing, but with this amount of drugs, he was surely facing execution by firing squad. But he was merely a puppet. The true owner of this Grand Cinema was actually Ghost Shadow. He didn't have time to slowly figure out how to open it. Instead, he directly had someone bring an axe and personally hacked open the front desk. However, this voice had previously guided him to find the large quantity of drugs, earning him significant merit. If he could also rescue the wife and child of the Lang family's eldest son, his achievement would be even greater. Without hesitation, he said to the people beside him, "Follow me." Leading a team, he entered an empty room next to private room number 4. After searching for a while, they indeed found a floorboard that didn't align with the surrounding ones. Clearly, this was the entrance to the basement. But how to open this entrance? The voice sounded in his ear once more. There is a switch on the wall behind the door. Press it to open the basement entrance. End of chapter. Chapter 847 All is lost. Chapter 847 All is lost. Chapter 846 All is lost. Captain Li took a look. There was indeed a protrusion behind the door. He had initially thought it was the light switch, but it turned out to be the switch for the underground entrance. He pressed the switch, and a mechanical scraping sound came from inside. A large slab of wood rose up before his eyes, then shifted to one side, revealing a downward staircase passage. Captain Li ordered some men to guard the top and personally led 3 others, cautiously descending the steps. The basement was empty. However, at one end of the basement, there was another tunnel entrance. This entrance was pitch black, with no light inside. Captain Li shone his flashlight down. Below was a small room of about 10 square meters. In the corner, a woman was sitting against the wall, holding a boy of about 3 or 4 years old. Awakened by the flashlight beam, the woman immediately became alert, shielding the child behind her and blocking the light with her hand. She asked, "Who is it?" Captain Li inquired, "We are the police, here to rescue you." "You are?" Hearing they were police, the woman in the basement visibly relaxed. "I am Qiao Yudong, the daughter-in-law of the Long family. This is my son, Ling Chunqing. We were kidnapped and locked here for a day. Thank you for coming to rescue us. May I ask which leader you are?" Captain Li did not take credit. "No need to thank me. I only found you with someone else's guidance." Because Jiang Huayu had been discovered and eliminated, Mengyu had previously decided not to show herself in the northeast for the time being. Therefore, she used the method of transmitting her voice secretly to guide Captain Li in discovering the drugs and rescuing her aunt and little cousin. Following his instructions, Xiao Yudong first lifted her son up and handed him to Captain Li. Afterward, someone brought a ladder and lowered it for Qiao Yudong to climb up. After escaping from the Grand Cinema, Ghost Shadow heard that it had been raided for showing pornographic videos, prostitution, and even a large quantity of drugs had been discovered. He couldn't help but feel furious. Mengyu, hidden in the shadows, thought to herself, "The one who really saved you is me, okay?" Next, she had another important task to do: kill Ghost Shadow. "I am Li Zhaochun, captain of the Criminal Police Brigade in D-City. Can you still move? Could you please hand your son up first?" Thank you, Captain Li, for saving our lives. My Long family will remember this favor, Xiao Yudong said. Hadn't he contributed enough to the people in this bureau? Why were they so determined to investigate him? And what about Ghost Lauer? What was he doing? Weren't arrangements made with their own people to immediately replace those videos as soon as they were checked, and even disconnect any linked connections? How could they have been discovered? And those drugs, they were so perfectly hidden, in a counter with no door or lock. When he put them in himself, he had to dismantle the boards to place or retrieve them. How did the police find them and even use an axe to chop them open? What infuriated him the most was that Polar Bear's wife and son were locked in the second basement. How did they find them? This way, not only would Polar Bear not be of use to him, but he would also become an enemy. Polar Bear, Northeast Tiger, the Lang family had been entrenched in the Northeast for over 100 years. Even the Zhang family back in the day couldn't do anything to them. Now that he had made a move against them, but failed to take them down in one go, this time, since the snake wasn't killed, he was probably in danger. He regretted listening to that woman's words. He called the hidden manager of the Grand Cinema, Ghost Lao San, capture that Jiang Huayu for me. If necessary, use her to quell the Lang family's anger. End of chapter. Chapter 848, Ghost Shadow's Regret. Ghost Third took a moment before replying, I'm afraid we can't capture her anymore. Ghost Shadow was furious. Why can't we capture her? Did she run away after realizing something was wrong? Ghost Shadow blinked repeatedly. Those familiar with him knew that when he was particularly angry, he loved to blink. Ghost Third's voice carried a hint of regret. She called for a male escort in the private room. Before the cops arrived, she died under the escort. Impossible. Ghost Shadow couldn't believe that woman would die under a man. He knew her capabilities. She was a level 5 martial artist, with a physique so robust she could take on 20 men without issue. How could she possibly be fucked to death by some private room escort? I couldn't believe it either, Ghost Third said. But she is indeed dead. There are no wounds on her body, and there's even a smile on her face. It looks like she died at the moment of a woman's ultimate pleasure. Ghost Shadow suddenly roared. You're telling me a level 5 martial artist was fucked to death by an escort? How the hell am I supposed to believe that? Yes, it was unbelievable. But that Jiang Huayu was truly dead. And now, the Lang family remained unscathed. While he was severely wounded, the Grand Cinema City was found to have prostitution and drugs. It was definitely finished. Although, on paper, the Grand Cinema City wasn't under his name, and he had escaped quickly, so Ghost Second was taking the full blame for this incident. But this territory, he had worked so hard to build over the years. All his assets were tied to the Grand Cinema City. With it sealed, everything was lost this time. And with that woman dead, he didn't even have a target for revenge. It was precisely because those hidden young masters fell unconscious that our Grand Cinema City was caught unprepared for a major inspection. Ghost Shadow was stunned. Ghost Shadow finally realized he had made a mistake. He shouldn't have listened to that dead woman's words and ended up destroying his own Grand Cinema City. A chill of fear ran through Ghost Shadow. The Lang family, right, a behemoth like the Lang family, able to pass down for a century without falling, was not something a newcomer like him could easily deal with. Not only was Jiang Huayu dead, but those hidden young masters had also collectively fallen unconscious. This whole thing was fucking bizarre. Furthermore, the drugs he had hidden so well were discovered, and the wife and child of Polar Bear, locked in the basement's basement, were also found and rescued by the cops. And now he also had to guard against Ghost Second possibly giving him up. How could he have so easily believed that woman's words, to provoke the Lung family, thinking he could either make them work for him or kill them to eliminate a threat? I suspect she was ambushed, just like the hidden young masters in the other private rooms. They were also ambushed. The only difference is, those young masters just fell unconscious, while that woman was completely dead. Everything about this was bizarre. Too bizarre. Ghost Third tentatively suggested, boss, could it be the Lang family's doing? What they didn't know is that Jiang Huayu's body later went missing. If that woman hadn't also died, he would have suspected she was specifically sent to oppose him. Wait. He heard from people in the bureau that the one who reported it this time was Northeastern Tiger. It was Northeastern Tiger who screwed him over. He couldn't let Northeastern Tiger off. His eyes blazed with hatred. He had to avenge his Grand Cinema City. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly felt something was off. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped by a degree. A voice sounded by his ear, want revenge? Want it? Of course he did. He dreamed of it. End of chapter. Chapter 849, Kill. Immediately after, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before his eyes. Ghost Shadow nodded numbly. Was this woman a celestial being? Who do you want to take revenge on? That damned woman. What's her name? Jiang Huayu. Meng Yu's heart sank. It really was Jiang Huayu causing trouble. And since Jiang Huayu belonged to the mastermind behind the Nan family, That meant the ones targeting the Lang family were indeed the Nan family's mastermind. Suppressing her anger, Mengyu asked, "What exactly did she tell you?" Ghost Shadow answered honestly. "She said the Lang family has been sitting too comfortably in the northeast. It's time for someone else to take their place." "And then?" Mengyu asked through gritted teeth. He suddenly became alert. Why was he telling the stunning beauty everything as soon as she asked? Ghost Shadow shook his head. "I can't be sure either, but at the time, her plan seemed beneficial and harmless. She even delivered the Lang family's eldest daughter-in-law and grandson to me." Mengyu was inwardly shocked. She actually wanted to control the Lang family. Ghost Shadow dealt in prostitution and drugs. Black Third dealt in gambling. On the surface, they seemed powerful. The Lang family, however, ran legitimate businesses and appeared the weakest on the surface. "No, I won't kill myself," he shouted. Ghost Shadow jolted awake. "Make him commit suicide?" A ferocious look appeared on Ghost Shadow's face. "If he doesn't agree, we eliminate him, then frame Black Third for it. Let his younger brother, Northeast Tiger, deal with Black Third. After that, I'll be the sole power in the Northeast." Mengyu's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Huayu was actually representing the Nan family? But she found it hard to believe. How can you be sure she was sent by the Nan family? Or rather, what reason did she give you to believe she was sent by them? Before Polar Bear could even make a move, he had already lost the grand cinema he relied on for survival. What would happen to him after Polar Bear took action? He didn't dare imagine. However, considering she was not only a level 5 martial artist, but also a cultivator, capturing his aunt and young cousin didn't seem like much. Indeed, Northeast Ghost Shadow and Black Third were underworld figures, while the Lang family were martial arts figures entrenched in the Northeast for years. To outsiders, these three forces formed a tripartite balance of power. Then, she delivered Polar Bear's unconscious wife and son to me, telling me that as long as I told Polar Bear his wife and child were in my hands, he would definitely come. She looked at Ghost Shadow. "Did she make you do anything else?" "Nothing else," Ghost Shadow said. "Kill yourself," Mengyu said. Ghost Shadow answered very directly. "It's simple. Because she was sent by the Nan family." But in reality, the Lang family was the strongest. In her previous life, after Ghost Shadow captured Polar Bear's wife and child, killed Polar Bear, and framed Black Third, Northeast Tiger alone was able to slaughter the entire underworld. Even Ghost Shadow couldn't escape, showing how terrifying the Lang family was. She asked, "What if he doesn't agree?" Mengyu was still puzzled. Why did you listen to her? This time, Ghost Shadow also only realized the true depth of the Lang family's power after taking action, understanding that the Lang family was simply not someone he could provoke. Then, she forced me to use the Lang family's resources to traffic drugs once, planning to use that leverage to control the Lang family from then on. Therefore, if one wanted to be the sole power in the Northeast, the best method was to first swallow up the Lang family. It was actually her who captured aunt and little cousin. "You're a devil, a devil." He drew the dagger from his body and lunged at Mengyu. Mengyu reached out and grabbed Ghost Shadow's hand, swiftly slashing it across his own neck. A gurgling sound came from Ghost Shadow's throat as a large amount of blood sprayed out. His eyes wide open, he fell forward onto the ground, dead. 4 days of explosive updates. Dear readers, cast your votes. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 850, A Sense of Danger. Chapter 850, A Sense of Danger. Chapter 849, A Sense of Danger. Mengyu wiped the place where she had grabbed the other person's hand with a piece of paper, erased any traces of her presence here, and then left. When leaving, she bolted the door from the inside, exited through the window, used her spiritual power to control the window latch to fall back into place, and then stepped onto her 5 elements fan to depart. When people discovered Ghost Shadow tomorrow, they would only think he had committed suicide out of guilt for kidnapping the wife and children of the Polar Bear. Next, she controlled Jiang Huayu's body to leave the Grand Shadow City and then brought her to a mountain cave outside the city. Because she had taken over Jiang Huayu's body immediately after her death, she had accessed her memories. Jiang Huayu had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. It was true she was a 5th-level martial artist, but in terms of cultivation, she had actually already built her foundation. If Mengyu hadn't hated her so much and immediately attacked with a divine consciousness all upon meeting her, she wouldn't have been so easy to kill. The reason she had built her foundation so easily was because she had encountered a rare opportunity. Back when she was expelled from school and originally barred from taking the college entrance exam, she had impersonated Zheng Hongdong to take it anyway. The reason her cultivation's spiritual power fluctuations weren't revealed was because she possessed a technique that could conceal her cultivation level. Therefore, others didn't know she had already begun cultivating. In this lifetime, likely influenced by her, the people behind her taught her martial arts. And because Mengyu had driven her out of university, the subsequent events occurred, leading her to obtain a cultivation inheritance and embark on the path of cultivation. Wait, that's not right. In her previous life, she hadn't cultivated or practiced martial arts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been pulled off the building to her death by Lang Xiangyu. Mengyu took out her ring and poured everything inside it out. Mengyu sighed inwardly. Was it also her who came to exterminate the Lang family in the previous life? Mengyu was drawn to a jar among the items. Its contents were milky white in color and emitted a rich spiritual energy. Was this the kind of rare treasure Jiang Huayu had consumed nectar? Mengyu was overjoyed. This jar contained over 30 kilograms. This was a rare treasure, even higher grade than stone marrow, a treasure that could directly enhance one's cultivation power. However, Jiang Huayu had also used a technique of absorbing male yang energy. Afraid of advancing too quickly and developing inner demons, she had consumed relatively little. Now, it all belonged to Mengyu. There were many items. Mundane gold, silver, and jewels made up a small part, but more were spirit stones, magical instruments, spiritual tools, and some materials for crafting artifacts and medicinal herbs. In reality, she had faked her death and was taken to a training base, undergoing brutal training that greatly increased her martial artist level from a 2nd level to a 5th level martial artist. She had come to the northeast this time under her master's orders to destroy the Lang family. The ring contained a large amount of cultivation resources. From then on, she embarked on the path of cultivation. However, the path she took was not an orthodox one. She absorbed the yang energy of men to cultivate her own yin energy. But she never expected to encounter Mengyu. A single divine consciousness all ended her life. Regardless, she was dead now, no longer a threat. Relying on absorbing yang energy and consuming a rare treasure called nectar, she had managed to build her foundation in a short time. Originally, it would have been one thing if she had just taken the college entrance exam, but she also wanted to harm others. Therefore, Mengyu had attacked her with a divine consciousness needle. After returning, she had died. But most importantly, while undergoing extreme training in the mountains, she had discovered a cave dwelling in a mountain cave, obtaining a cultivation inheritance and a storage ring. Mengyu stored the jar of nectar in her space and then put the other items one by one into the ring. With this jar of nectar, she could increase her cultivation speed. Suddenly, among those items, she discovered a black pearl. A sense of danger prompted Mengyu to first cast a defensive shield around herself. Then she threw the black pearl away while simultaneously launching a with thunder attack towards it. The most precious thing in life is not the wealth you possess, but the people by your side. Good morning. End of chapter. Chapter 851, Jiang Huayu Possessed. Wood thunder is an offensive technique of the wood immortal art, which compresses wood spirit energy into pellets that are thrown to explode and injure the enemy. However, this offensive method belongs to sorcery, and Mengyu never used it. Today, the sense of danger was simply too dreadful, which is why she employed it. That black bead exploded in midair, and a surge of black energy assaulted Mengyu, but it was repelled by the defensive shield. The black energy immediately changed direction, pouncing towards Jiang Huayu's body on the ground. Jiang Huayu opened his eyes at once, and Mengyu hurriedly directed the wooden vines to entangle the other party. But Jiang Huayu moved even faster. With a flash, he had already rushed out of the cave. Mengyu promptly gave chase and saw that person standing on a large tree, shouting viciously at Mengyu, "You detestable girl, you've ruined this venerable one's great undertaking." But she was not in a hurry to escape. She still wanted to retrieve her storage ring, especially that jar of nectar. She absolutely had to get it back. However, Mengyu also cultivated through merit, so her wood thunder contained the golden light of merit power, giving her a sense of danger. Therefore, she could only evade. The Ling family. If it could make Mengyu sense danger, that person's soul was certainly stronger than Mengyu's. At the very least, it was the remnant soul of a nascent soul stage cultivator. That person shouted, "Detestable! How dare you blast this venerable one?" Now that Jiang Huayu's body had been possessed by someone, and that person had become her enemy, she was even more afraid to meet the Lang family. Therefore, she blamed Mengyu for ruining her great undertaking. What? Mengyu left. Old Master Ling felt it was unbelievable. Fortunately, she had obtained Jiang Huayu's storage ring. That possessor had no resources, so at least she wouldn't recover her power too quickly, right? Old Master Ling waved his hand and said, "Tell me about your experience of going to find her this time." She controlled the body to leap, landing on another large tree. Seeing Mengyu launch another with thunder and sensing the destructive power within it, if she didn't flee now, not only would she fail to obtain resources to consume, but even her life would be extinguished. Thus, she had no choice but to escape. With such a powerful enemy, she had to cultivate as quickly as possible. That person's escape speed was extremely fast. By the time Meng Yu stepped onto the Five Elements van to pursue, she had already fled to an unknown location. She was quite disheartened. This person had clearly been raising Jiang Huayu like a piglet, planning to kill her, no, to possess her, once she was fattened up. It was probably because her own level was too high to possess an ordinary mortal, so she guided Jiang Huayu to obtain the inheritance, let her cultivate, and waited until she had cultivated to a certain level before possessing her. Meng Yu launched another with thunder at that person. This individual was clearly a dangerous character and had to be killed while she had just taken possession and could not yet properly control the body. Yes, Dad. Because elder brother's matter this time involved traces of the Nan family, she said it was inconvenient to expose the news that she had come to the northeast. Therefore, she went directly back again. The whole family surrounded Ling Xiangchen, the northeast tiger. Meng Yu suspected she had hidden herself. She flew around on the Five Elements fan but couldn't find that individual. Seeing that she truly couldn't be found, she finally returned to the cave. Such a terrifying person, once she harmonized with the body and came looking for her, Meng Yu would certainly be no match. Yes, Ling Xiangchen recounted how he couldn't find Meng Yu, was received by Nan Mingzhu, encountered Meng Yu at the student restaurant, and then latched onto Meng Yu's table, etc. However, he did not mention going to her courtyard with Meng Yu and encountering the Cheng family's attempt to seize the courtyard. He only said that when he wanted to acknowledge her, she was unwilling. She was actually unwilling? Second Aunt Long, Lin Xiang, didn't believe it. She's an orphan. Shouldn't she be eager to acknowledge relatives who recognize her? What right does she have to be unwilling? End of chapter. Chapter 852 Suspected. Chapter 852 Suspected. Chapter 851 Suspected. Ling Xiangchen glared at his wife. What she said at the time was that the Nan family didn't acknowledge her or take her back because they had no evidence. Moreover, the Nan family will hold a press conference tomorrow afternoon to clarify the matter of the real and fake young miss, and they will require Meng Yu to clearly state at the conference that she is not a member of the Nan family. Ling Xiangchen let out a long sigh. So, since Meng Yu denies being from the Nan family over there, naturally she can't acknowledge us here. However, she did acknowledge Qing Jioha as her sworn brother. Qing Jioha, the child born from Nan Lan of the Nan family marrying into the Cheng family. He's currently a deputy regimental commander in a certain army unit. He's quite accomplished. Everyone understood, Cheng Jioha and Meng Yu were first cousins. I saw that they didn't acknowledge being cousins but instead acknowledged being sworn siblings, so I proposed to acknowledge her as my sworn daughter, and she agreed. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. Their own niece had become a sworn daughter? Lin Xiang was shocked. What? You acknowledged her as your sworn daughter. The Ling family lacked granddaughters, but she didn't lack daughters. Her niece was often by her side, and she had raised her as her own daughter. Ling Xiangchen ignored his own wife and instead looked at his elder brother's family of 3. This time, it was all thanks to Meng Yu that sister-in-law and nephew were rescued. Otherwise, I would have had no idea that elder brother was confronting Ghost Shadow. Ling Xiangzhang was also filled with retrospective fear. He never would have imagined that at that time, his wife and child were right beneath their basement, to be precise, right under Ghost Shadow's feet. Given the situation at the time, if the police had arrived any later, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Everyone was bewildered. Even if lunch started at noon, they couldn't possibly have boarded the train at 1 o'clock, right? Even if they boarded at 1, there's still half an hour to enter the station. After arriving in the northeast and disembarking, it would take more time to get home. How did she know that your sister-in-law and nephew were in Ghost Shadow's hands, and that he was using them to pressure me? He found it strange. Ling Xiangchen was a bit confused. He shook his head. I'm not clear either, how we got back. She said she dreamed it. Ling Xiangchen glanced at everyone and said, when we were in the capital, she said she had a dream last night. She dreamed that a relative came looking for her, but another relative got into a conflict with someone called Ghost Shadow over business and was shot dead. And in reality, when Captain Lee of the criminal police led the officers to the Grand Shadow City, they ended up in the basement beneath that basement and rescued sister-in-law and nephew. Even Ling Xiangchen going to find her was part of the dream? Ling Xiangchen waited for everyone to digest his words, then continued. After arriving at the Grand Shadow City, she mentioned again that in her dream, elder brother would lead a group of people to confront Ghost Shadow tonight. Both sides were armed, facing off against each other. And sister-in-law and nephew were locked in the basement beneath Ghost Shadow's feet. Old Master Ling suddenly asked, how did you get back? Didn't you say you were having lunch at the student hotel in the capital at noon today? The train takes 7 or 8 hours to get here. So, how did you and she get back? Everyone was digesting Ling Xiangchen's words, stunned by the accuracy of Jiang Mingyu's dream. And Ling Xiangzhang's confrontation with Ghost Shadow happened at 7 o'clock. Where are your train tickets? The old master asked again. Ling Xiangchen patted his body and shook his head. No tickets. They should be with a girl, right? Actually, he had a feeling that he didn't come back by train. End of chapter. Chapter 853, Form the Golden Core. It shouldn't be a dream. Old Master Lang suddenly spoke without rhyme or reason. They say old age brings cunning. The second son's inexplicable return and his rescue of the eldest son's family, this was definitely not some omen from a dream. Rather, this Jiang Mingyu was no ordinary person. What isn't a dream? Lang Xiangqin didn't understand for a moment. Nothing. Old Master Lang swept his gaze over everyone and said, anything related to Jiang Mingyu must not be spread. Yes, everyone replied. The old master then said to the second son, come to my room. Lang Xiangqin's heart skipped a beat. The old master seemed to have grown suspicious of his goddaughter. Mingyu was unaware that old Master Ling had already begun to suspect her. That spiritual power continuously crashed against her meridians while also relentlessly battering the barriers of her cultivation realm. As it constantly transformed her body, it also continuously pushed her cultivation level higher. The accompanying pain nearly caused Mingyu to faint. Fortunately, her meridians were sufficiently broad and robust. Fortunately, she cultivated the wood immortal art, and with spiritual power possessed a freakish restorative ability. However, upon reaching the peak of foundation establishment, all the spiritual energy in her dantian had turned into a liquid state, and an endless stream of spiritual power continued to flow into her dantian. Master, drinking some stone marrow at this time will make your repaired body even more formidable after its transformation. It was just that this nectar could usually only be used drop by drop. The amount of nectar clinging to the inner walls of the jar, however, was countless drops. Mingyu simply didn't want to waste this nectar. She intended to consume all the nectar adhering to this jar. Even if there were some consequences, relying on her robust physique, she should be fine. But she knew she couldn't faint. She could only forcefully suppress the faintness with her spiritual sense, mobilize the wood's spiritual power, circulate the wood immortal art, and continuously repair those meridians. All right. Mingyu took out the stone marrow and drank it. Suddenly, she felt an intense heat surge within her body. A massive amount of heat entered her dantian and then rushed into her meridians. The meridians, originally made extremely resilient by the transformation from the strange fish's blood, were now inflated by the impact, swelling up like balloons being blown. After inserting the top-grade spirit stone, Mingyu sat on the 5 elements fan, activated its defensive shield, and then eagerly entered the thatched hut within the space from the fan, taking out that jar of nectar. After portioning the nectar, Mingyu noticed some of it still clung to the inner walls of the jar. Unable to resist, she used her finger to scrape off the nectar from the jar's rim and ate it. Some of the finer meridians were instantly shattered into pieces. Blood immediately seeped from Mingyu's 7 orifices and body, a terrifying sight. After sending a message to Lang Xiangqin, she returned. Because she didn't want anyone to know she had been to the northeast, she had to return as soon as possible. Master, begin forming the golden core. Xiao Tao reminded. Her body refining had been pushed from the 2nd layer of innate realm to the 4th layer, while her immortal cultivation power had directly advanced from late foundation establishment to the peak of foundation establishment. Sensing the dense spiritual energy, she spent 10 essence points to have Xiao Tao exchange for 10 jade pots, 5 large and 5 small, to portion out that jar of nectar, which held 30 kilograms. The large pots could hold 5 kilograms each, and the small pots could hold 1 kilogram each. They exactly held all 30 kilograms of nectar. She even stuck her head into the jar and licked off the nectar on the walls. If Mingyu hadn't consumed the strange fish's blood to transform her body, resulting in broad and robust meridians, the consequence of her jar licking this time would have been death by bodily explosion. Mingyu knew that she had absorbed too much spiritual energy from licking the jar. If she didn't form the golden core now, her dantian probably couldn't withstand it either. All right, exchange for a pill to form the golden core. Yes, master. A short while later, a core formation pill appeared in Mingyu's hand. She placed the core formation pill into her mouth. The pill melted upon entry, releasing another wave of energy into her dantian. Mingyu hurriedly followed Xiao Tao's instructions, beginning to desperately compress the energy. End of chapter. Chapter 854, Undergoing the Tribulation, Part 1. Finally, all the spiritual liquid in Mingyu's dantian was compressed into a perfectly round bead. However, this bead was not golden in color, but a woody bluish-green. Little Peach, didn't you say there would be a Dan tribulation when forming the golden core? Why haven't I experienced it? Master, your current space is bathed in the heavenly Tao. How could there be a Dan tribulation here? The tribulation will come once you leave the space. Master, you should leave the space quickly. Undergoing the Dan tribulation will bring great benefits. Upon hearing this, Mingyu said, all right, I'll go out right away. She exited the space and appeared within the defensive shield on the 5 elements fan. Although 10 hours had passed for her in the space, only about an hour had passed in reality. Therefore, the 5 elements fan, which she had set on a course earlier, was still flying. She opened the defensive shield and discovered dark, oppressive tribulation clouds gathering in the sky. Master, aren't you going to descend to the ground to undergo the tribulation? Little Peach grew anxious seeing Mengyu remaining in flight. Mengyu, however, didn't take it seriously at all. Little Peach, have you forgotten? I have over 60,000 merit points. I have nothing to fear from a lightning tribulation. But despite this, her body was still struck black, with blood oozing from her skin. If not for the 5 elements fan catching her from below, she might have fallen to her death, potentially becoming the first cultivator to die from a fall. What should I do? Mengyu asked. The lightning struck directly at Mengyu, but just as it was about to hit her, a golden light blocked it, and then it vanished. As soon as her words fell, a bolt of lightning struck down. Her heart leaped with joy, and she immediately focused all her efforts on operating the wood immortal art, voraciously devouring the abundant spiritual power left behind by the tribulation lightning and converting it into her own spiritual power. Little Peach couldn't guarantee it. Master, that depends on the intensity of the tribulation lightning. You are not a great evildoer, so the tribulation lightning shouldn't be too strong. However, considering the master's body tempering, this lightning wouldn't be weak either. But this point she didn't mention, as the master would likely know. Little Peach shouted, Master, don't use your merit light to block the lightning anymore. Just that one strike consumed 100 merit points. Generally, to repair the body, one must first expel this kind of lightning spiritual power. Just as Mengyu was about to expel the lightning spiritual power, she discovered that her wood spiritual power had actually begun to devour the lightning spiritual power. Either replace the spirit stones in the 5 elements fan with top-grade ones to enhance its defense, directly unleash wood lightning to counteract the tribulation lightning, or simply withstand the tribulation lightning head-on. However, I recommend you withstand it directly, because the tribulation lightning will baptize your body once more. Anyway, your wood spiritual power can help you recover, which is equivalent to another major transformation. Little Peach shouted, Master, what you should do now is repair your body. Upon hearing Little Peach's words, Mengyu decided to withstand the tribulation lightning directly, but still had concerns. Little Peach, are you sure I won't be struck to death by the lightning? Mengyu suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit. Fine, I'll withstand the tribulation lightning directly. No sooner had she finished speaking than another bolt of lightning struck her, smashing both her and the 5 elements fan to the ground. This was a direct smash. She didn't even have time to activate any bodily defenses. What? One bolt of lightning consumed 100 merit points? That's such a poor trade-off. Because Mengyu hadn't ordered the 5 elements fan to stop, it carried her into midair. She sat on the fan, operating the wood immortal art to repair her body, only to find it filled with lightning spiritual power that was still damaging her physique. Fortunately, her body tempering had reached the Xiantian level, making her body much sturdier than that of an ordinary cultivator. Additionally, her body had been transformed by the strange fish's blood and had undergone another transformation from the impact of the Qiongjiang earlier. But Mengyu paid no heed to Little Peach's words, solely focusing on operating the wood immortal art to devour the lightning's spiritual power. Thankfully, the lightning didn't pour down all at once. Instead, after each bolt struck, it left some time for recovery. After Mengyu finished devouring the tribulation lightning spiritual energy, she found her body mostly repaired. Just as she thought about joking with Little Peach, another tribulation lightning bolt descended. End of chapter. Chapter 855, Undergoing the Tribulation, Part 2. This bolt of lightning was twice as powerful as the previous one, once again smashing Mengyu, who was continuously flying while seated on the 5 elements fan, along with the fan itself, fiercely onto the ground. Mengyu's recently repaired body was damaged again, blood flowing all over. Xiaotao shouted, quickly expel the thunder spiritual power. Stop absorbing the thunder spiritual power. Mengyu did not listen to Xiaotao and continued to devour the thunder spiritual power, converting it into her own spiritual power. Moreover, she discovered that because of the thunder spiritual power she had absorbed and converted earlier, her devouring speed this time was twice as fast. Therefore, she finally managed to devour and convert the thunder spiritual power before the 4th wave of the tribulation lightning descended. When the 5th bolt of lightning came down, she found it was a bit too large. Afraid that she couldn't withstand it if it hit her body, she unleashed a wood thunder. The wood thunder offset a portion of the thunder spiritual power, but most of it still struck Mengyu. Mengyu once again became a person covered in blood. The thunder god in the sky finally noticed the loss of his own thunder spiritual power. Seeing that Mengyu was actually devouring and absorbing his thunder spiritual power, he became furious. The final bolt of lightning he struck down was more than 10 times larger than before. However, fortunately, the 5 Elements fan had been flying midair earlier. Although it was struck down by the lightning, because the target of the tribulation lightning was Mengyu, and Mengyu hadn't had time to instruct it to retract its defensive shield, it actually wasn't injured. Xiao Tao cried out in fear, "Why is this tribulation lightning so huge? This isn't ordinary lightning." "Master, quickly use the Merit Golden Light, the defensive shield. Unleash with thunder." Seeing the golden light emanating from Mengyu's body, the Thunder God realized he had made a mistake with this final bolt. This bolt was the punishing evil thunder, used against utterly wicked and unpardonable evildoers. Seeing that the person lying on the ground like a corpse after being struck still had a trace of breath, he quickly slipped away secretly. This time, Mengyu was truly knocked unconscious. Mengyu didn't dare to gamble either. In an instant, she activated the defensive shield around her body. The 5 Elements fan's defensive shield couldn't be raised in time. Then she unleashed with thunder. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Why does it seem like this tribulation is constantly moving? The lightning first encountered the wood thunder, slowing down a bit, then struck the defensive shield. With a crack sound, the defensive shield shattered. Then it struck Mengyu's body on the golden light. The golden light also broke, and then it struck Mengyu's body directly. What Mengyu didn't know was that after she was carried away by the 5 Elements fan, a middle-aged man with an imposing aura arrived at this location. If Mengyu had heard his words, she would have said, "Of course it's constantly moving. I've been sitting on the 5 Elements fan. After 9 bolts of lightning, both the fan and I have been smashed down 9 times." That middle-aged man looked around strangely. "That's odd. It should clearly be a golden core tribulation, so why is there no one here?" If her body weren't tough enough, and the 5 Elements fan weren't so capable, just falling from the sky could have killed her. As for the Merit Golden Light, in her haste, she only unleashed golden light worth 1,000 merit points. As soon as the Thunder God left, it immediately carried Mengyu and flew up again, heading towards the predetermined destination. Fortunately, Mengyu's 5 Elements fan was traveling in a straight line, and this section where she was undergoing the tribulation happened to be in a mountainous area. Of course, it was also because Mengyu had instructed the 5 Elements fan to fly at a low altitude after leaving the space. Otherwise, if it had been flying at a high altitude, even falling from there would have caused injuries. That man followed the traces all the way. The last location was surrounded by charred blackness, but there was no one there. He couldn't help but feel both worried and puzzled. This last bolt was clearly the punishing evil thunder, which only utterly wicked and unpardonable people would encounter. Under the punishing evil thunder, there is absolutely no chance of survival. So why is there no corpse? The burst update ends. 6 chapters today. Thank you all for your subscriptions, tips, votes, and positive reviews. End of chapter. Chapter 856. Are you willing to form a contract with me? After sighing repeatedly and failing to find anyone, the man could only walk away. He was still muttering to himself, which family produced a golden core cultivator? They can't be used by the state, nor can they be sent to the immortal sections. And they're a villain too, this is bad. What worried him even more was that someone who could attract the punishing evil lightning was utterly wicked. Having such a wicked golden core true person remaining in the mortal world, wouldn't that mean another destabilizing factor for the secular realm from now on? No, I must investigate. I must definitely find out who this destabilizing factor is. The destabilizing factor, Mengyu, had already vanished on the 5 Elements fan. Although she had fainted earlier, the with spiritual power within her body was still repairing it. The moment she regained consciousness, she activated the 5 Elements fan's formation and entered the thatched cottage within her space. Unbeknownst to her, precisely because she underwent her tribulation on the 5 Elements fan and was immediately transported away by it after completing the tribulation, she happened to avoid the person in charge of the highest authority in the mortal realm, the management office of the Cultivation Alliance. To maintain the safety of the mortal realm, all those who formed a golden core were required to either enter an immortal sect or join a special state agency to serve the country. Therefore, whenever someone underwent a golden core tribulation, this person in charge would rush over to either send them to an immortal sect or recruit them for state use. Moreover, her aura had become even more ethereal. Big Black and Big White called out, "Mama, Mama." The 2 little white birds, however, chirped, "Gee, gee, gee, gee." Now, seeing Mengyu emerge from the thatched cottage with a changed presence, the 4 of them were not afraid. Instead, they pounced towards Mengyu. Being able to follow a powerful master was also an honor. Checking her cultivation level, she found it had actually reached the 3rd layer of golden core. Mengyu secretly rejoiced in her heart. It seemed this was the effect of absorbing all that lightning spiritual power. Mengyu extended both hands, and the 2 white birds landed on her palms. She walked out of the thatched cottage. Xiao Tao stood at the doorway, followed by 4 little attendants, Big Black, Big White, and, well, that pair of white birds. She had actually forgotten to give them names all this time. The two little birds were ones she had bid for at the Huaxia Dragon Auction House. According to Xiao Tao, they possessed a trace of phoenix bloodline. Needless to say, the owner of this voice was Xiao Tao. Mengyu smiled. The two puppies were eggs she found on the third floor of Song Yun's harem, hatched using her essence blood. According to Xiao Tao, they had a divine beast bloodline. At this moment, Mengyu, having devoured and converted all the lightning spiritual power forced into her body into her own spiritual power, began repairing her body. This time, she only cultivated for an hour inside the thatched cottage before ending her session. But this time, because Mengyu was transported away by the 5 elements fan immediately after completing her tribulation, the person in charge failed to catch her. Every part of her body conformed to the golden ratio defined by art. It was truly a case of being a fraction too plump or a fraction too slim. Even the best figure could not compare. Peeling off the skin charred by the lightning, the newly grown skin underneath was fair and tender, truly surpassing frost and snow in whiteness, so delicate it seemed it could be broken by a blow. Furthermore, her body seemed to have grown another 2 inches taller. Originally only 1.65 meters, she was now 1.68 meters. Big White and Big Black immediately became jealous, circling at her feet, calling out "Mama, Mama, hold me," in her sea of consciousness, while making whimpering sounds with their mouths. The effect of risking your life, a dissatisfied voice rang out. She smiled, placed the bird from her right hand onto her left arm, squatted down to stroke Big White and Big Black, then poured a little of the strange fish blood into 2 plates and placed them in front of the dogs. Big White and Big Black immediately wagged their tails, happily licking the strange fish blood clean. Then they found a spot in the space to sleep by themselves. Only then did Mengyu turn to face the 2 white birds. "Master, are you going to form a contract with them?" Mengyu looked at the 2 little birds. "Are you willing to form a contract with me? Good morning." End of chapter. Chapter 857 Cancel the press conference for me. Chapter 857 Cancel the press conference for me. Chapter 856 Cancel the press conference for me. 2 little birds chirped cheerfully. Xiao Tao spoke for them. They say they are willing. Hehe. Mengyu immediately formed a master-servant contract with the 2 little birds. The 2 birds were identical, and she couldn't tell them apart before, but after the contract, Mengyu could easily distinguish them because this pair of white birds turned out to be male and female. "Master, master," the 2 called out in her sea of consciousness. Although both voices were very pleasant, upon careful listening, one could still discern that one voice was more delicate and sweet. Mengyu gave them names. The male will be called Xiaofeng, and the female, Xiaohuang. Xiaofeng and Xiaohuang were very happy, calling out in the sea of consciousness. "Thank you, master, Xiaofeng likes it. Thank you, master, Xiaohuang likes it." Mengyu was very fond of this pair of little birds and was reluctant to leave, until Xiao Tao reminded her, "Master, it's almost time to enter the city." Only then did she exit the space. As soon as she left the space, she was filled with fighting spirit. She still had to attend the press conference specially organized by the Nan family that afternoon to clarify the true and false young miss. Finally, Mengyu managed to return to the academy just before class started. As soon as she returned to school, Wang Huilan was the first to notice and quickly ran over to her. "Master, you're back. Hurry to class. Today is Teacher Su's class on febrile diseases. You'll be marked late if you're not on time." Mengyu thought to herself, being marked late would be good. That way, everyone would know I came to class. "Wang Yan, if you reverse your surname, wouldn't it still be Wang?" Mengyu raised her hand to quiet everyone. "Don't worry about me. Everyone, hurry inside for class. The professor will be here soon." If Uncle Ming hadn't said that she would only speak according to their demands after taking the 1 million, she would have asked for that million back. Mengyu looked at her with a half smile. "I won't forget." Of course she would. When Zhu Chunhua, Hong Jinxiu, and a few others heard that Mengyu was going to attend the press conference held by the Nan family, they all crowded around. "Jiang Mingyu, are you really going to attend that press conference?" Nan Mingju looked at Mengyu with her chin raised. "Don't forget about this afternoon's press conference." "Annoying, can't you just not expose me?" Now, let alone 1 million, she didn't even have 100,000. But clearly, you look more like the Nan family's young miss than Nan Mingju. However, when she reached the classroom door, she was blocked by Nan Mingju again. "I only speak seriously." Wang Huilan worried. "Master, big sister, will they give you a hard time at the press conference?" Thinking about Mengyu taking the 1 million, she felt furious. An orphan who grew up in the countryside actually dared to ask for 1 million. Who knows if she even has the fate to spend it. "Yeah, Jiang Mingyu, are you going to tell everyone that you're not from the Nan family?" Exactly. "If you're not the Nan family's young miss, I'll write my surname upside down." Mengyu smiled. "Don't worry, I won't speak carelessly." Nan Mingju looked at Mingyu. You took 1 million for my family. Remember not to speak carelessly. The time for the afternoon press conference arrived quickly. The Nan family sent a car to pick up Mingyu. Firstly, to keep an eye on her and prevent her from not going. Secondly, to grandly announce the protagonist of today's press conference. Mingyu had no objections and got into the car sent by the Nan family. Meanwhile, at the Nan family, Nan Chung was still raging at Nan Ming, such a major event as convening a press conference, and you didn't even inform me, the head of the family? Do you not take me, the head, seriously? Cancel this press conference for me immediately. Nan Ming was not afraid because the family head was angry. He looked calmly at Nan Qing. When the old family head passed away, he said that I am the steward of this family. You only need to manage external affairs. Everything within the family is under my control. Nan Ming was staging a coup. End of chapter. Chapter 858, removing you from the chief steward position. Nanqing pointed at Nan Ming. You're holding a press conference now, one that's meant to announce it to the whole world. Is that internal? Matters concerning the authenticity of our Nan family's young lady are, of course, internal affairs. You, sophistry. He forcefully suppressed his anger. Cancel this press conference immediately. Nan Ming shook his head. Impossible. The journalists have already been notified long ago. Some have probably arrived by now. Canceling at this point would damage the Nan family's credibility. Fine, you won't cancel, is that it? Then I'll announce at the press conference that the true young lady of the Nan family is Jiang Mingyu, not Nan Mingju. This time, it was Nan Ming's turn to be furious. You can't make baseless accusations. Baseless accusations? Nanqing pointed at Nan Ming. Don't think I don't know that the people who have been monitoring Mingyu since she was a child weren't sent by you. Don't think I don't know that the one backing the Jiang Haidong family behind the scenes, letting the Jiang family mistreat Jiang Mingyu and suppressing her growth at every turn, is you. Don't think I don't know that the one who had Nan Mingju use a beauty scheme to entrap Nan Feng, falsely issued the family head's order to dispatch Di Dong and Xian Wu Xianglu to capture Jiang Mingyu and send her abroad, was actually you. Tell me yourself, why have you treated Jiang Mingyu this way? Isn't it precisely because she is the true young lady of our Nan family? Nanqing glared at Nan Ming. You're holding this press conference to clarify the rumors about the true and false young lady, aren't you? Isn't it just to consolidate Nan Mingju's position within the Nan family? But is Nan Mingju truly the young lady of our Nan family? What basis do you have to say she isn't the Nan family's young lady? What frustrated Nanqing the most was precisely this point. When Nan Mingju was brought into the Nan family, the old master personally conducted a bloodline verification, and the results showed she actually possessed the Nan family's direct lineage blood. Nanqing forced himself to calm down. Then let me ask you, why did you send people to suppress Jiang Mingyu's growth, even forcibly interfering with her future? I have my own reasons. Nan Ming was still inwardly panicked. Nan Ming suddenly became irritable, standing up and shouting at Nanqing. Why can't Mingju be the young lady of the Nan family? She is the young lady of the Nan family. Don't forget, when she was first brought back, the old master personally verified her blood. She possesses the direct lineage blood of the Nan family. Your reasons? Aren't you just afraid that her return would affect Nan Mingju's status? Because, judging solely by her appearance, 50% similar to my elder brother and 80% similar to my mother, one can deduce that she is the true young lady of the Nan family. I don't know what method you used to make Nan Mingju pass the Nan family direct lineage blood verification, but the truth is the truth, and a fake is a fake. Nan Mingju is not the young lady of our Nan family. What was your purpose in swapping the identities of Nan Mingju and Jiang Mingyu? What evidence do you have to prove that I swapped their identities? Nan Ming said viciously. You have no proof. Mingju underwent the direct lineage blood verification under the old master's personal supervision. She will always be the young lady of the Nan family. Nanqing gave a cold laugh. Bloodline kinship. Does it need evidence? I simply haven't felt any bloodline resonance from Nan Mingju. So, as long as I know myself that she is not the young lady of our Nan family, that's enough. What need is there for evidence? Feel? Nan Ming was greatly shocked. You can actually sense bloodline? Could it be, you have divine sense? No, you have spiritual roots? You cultivate immortality. End of chapter. Chapter 859, The Truth of the Swapped Identities 1. Nan Ming's expression drastically changed. He knows. I was jealous of him. Because he existed in the Nan family, his power was much greater than mine. I just wanted to pull him down. I knew from the start that Nan Mingju wasn't my eldest brother's daughter, yet I never exposed it. How vicious my heart is. Nanqing snorted. Is he more vicious than me? His Nan family raised me. His father even treated me like a son, supplying me with all cultivation resources as if I were a direct descendant. His kindness to me was like a second chance at life. But how did I repay his Nan family? Thinking of Nan Ming's actions, Nanqing felt furious. Truly, not investigating, one wouldn't know. Once investigated, it was a shock. Is this the Nan family? Nan Chung sneered contemptuously, flying the banner of the Nan family, providing an umbrella of protection for dark and evil forces. Is this the Nan family? Their Nan family has rules. The selection for Shadow Guard training primarily focuses on orphans. If a genius is encountered, they must also volunteer. But I forcibly seized cultivation talents, disregarding personal wishes, forcibly separating parents and children, flesh and blood. Is this the Nan family? Swapping the crown prince for a wildcat, exchanging their direct lineage's eldest young lady to be raised by them as a servant girl, while bringing a fake young lady to enjoy his Nan family's cultivation resources. Is this the Nan family? Even more, I even plotted to control the Nan family. Afraid that his eldest brothers-in-laws, the Lang family from the northeast, would become an obstacle to my control of the Nan family, I struck first, sending people to the northeast to destroy the Lang family. Is this also the Nan family? Nan Ming laughed heartily. Harming the Nan family? Ha ha. Nan Cheng, you need to understand clearly, if it weren't for my family saving your father, where would you people have been born? If it weren't for my family, would that direct lineage of your Nan family even exist? To save your father, my entire family suffered tragic, violent deaths, with only my mother escaping alone. It can be said, my family's kindness to your Nan family was like a second chance at life. But how did you treat me? Head steward, what does it matter how many cultivation resources you give? In the end, your Nan family still treats me as a servant. The son of your benefactor, you treat as a servant. You actually dared to say just now that your kindness to me was like a second chance at life. Nan Ming snorted. Everything I did was for the Nan family. Nan Ming was greatly shocked. This Nan Chung had actually uncovered everything he had done. He had done it all so secretly. Nan Ming was filled with hatred. My position as head steward was appointed by the old family head. You have no right to dismiss me. You promised the old master that unless I leave on my own, you would never dismiss me from my position as head steward. Nan Chung was so angry it hurt his heart. I only promised to retain your position as head steward under the premise that you do not harm the Nan family. But your actions have already harmed the Nan family. Why shouldn't I dismiss you? Nan Chung looked at Nan Ming. Your actions have already harmed my Nan family. I now declare you are dismissed from your position as head steward. Wrong. I just wanted to control the Nan family. What's wrong with that? Your Nan family's old master received a deep kindness from my father, which allowed him to preserve his life, and your Nan family has today because of it. Since it was my family that preserved the Nan family, what's wrong with me taking control? Moreover, your father was saved by my family. While staying at my home to recuperate from his injuries, he even slept with my mother and fathered me. So, I am actually the biological son of old Master Nan. But he abandoned my mother after having his way with her, just to evade his own fault. Using the excuse that I was his comrade's son, he took me home for your mother to raise. But how did your mother raise me? I was originally a legitimate, proper master of the Nan family, yet she raised me into a servant. End of chapter. Chapter 860. The Truth of the Swapped Identities, Part 2. Nan Ming snorted. Chief Steward. Forever the Chief Steward. We are both sons of the Nan family, so why are you the lofty master while I must become a lowly servant? What is wrong with me wanting to be the head of the Nan family? Nan Cheng was greatly shocked. This Nan Ming was actually father's illegitimate son? He had suspected that Nan Ming was father's illegitimate son, but seeing that mother did not reject him, and considering that his parents had always been together even during the war era, it seemed almost impossible for an illegitimate child to be born. Therefore, he had dismissed his suspicion. If Nan Ming hadn't spoken up himself, he truly wouldn't have known that he really was father's illegitimate son. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is Nan Mingju also your daughter? Nan Ming laughed heartily. Didn't expect that, did you? Nan Mingju is indeed my daughter. She was the eldest young lady of the Nan family in the past. She is the eldest young lady now, and she will remain the eldest young lady of the Nan family in the future. No wonder Nan Mingju could pass the bloodline verification by the old master. No wonder Nan Mingju didn't resemble eldest brother or eldest sister-in-law, nor did she resemble mother, but instead bore some resemblance to the old master. So, she was actually the old master's own granddaughter. Nan Chung thought of something else and pointed at Nan Ming. No, you are clearly. Nan Ming sneered. You want to say I'm a natural eunuch, right? You only saw my body after you built your foundation in cultivation, didn't you? Haven't you heard that there is a certain cultivation technique that, when practiced to a certain level, allows one to retract the genitals into the abdomen? Nan Chung was stunned. You've cultivated the hardened golden bell shield to its highest realm, retracting the yang into the abdomen? Nan Ming gave a sinister smile. If I hadn't been practicing that technique, why would I have needed to rape that Long Xiangyu before the technique was fully mastered, to have her bear a child for me? And so, Nan Ming swapped his own daughter into the Nan family, passing her off as Nan Zhao's daughter, allowing her to enjoy everything due to a legitimate child. Later, when he saw that Leng Xiangyu was pregnant with his child, he naturally kept a close watch. Seeing Leng Xiangyu marry Lin Hai, he then enticed Lin Hai to bring back the son born from his outside lover. When Leng Xiangyu gave birth to her children, he swapped the babies, selling the swapped child to Jiang Haidong. Therefore, it was necessary to leave behind offspring before beginning the cultivation. Furthermore, relying on his status, he obtained a large amount of resources from the old master for Nan Mingju's use. After achieving the highest realm of the hardened golden bell shield, retracting the yang into the abdomen, the body almost has no weaknesses. However, there is one drawback. After retracting the yang into the abdomen, sperm struggle to survive, meaning there would be no more descendants. It was precisely for this reason that, on the very night of Nan Zhao's wedding, upon seeing the heartbroken and heavily drunk Leng Xiangyu, Nan Ming took advantage of her drunken state and raped her. When Jiang Haidong was staying at the inn, he knocked out the Jiang couple and swapped the daughter born from Leng Xiangning and Nan Shao with the child born from Leng Xiangyu, who carried his own bloodline. Thus, Mingyu, who should have enjoyed all the glory and wealth as a legitimate daughter of the Nan family, became Jiang Haidong's adopted daughter and was raised as a servant girl. But he knew that the daughter of Nan Shao and Leng Xiangning absolutely possessed monstrous talent. Fearing that this daughter of Nan Shao would grow up accomplished and appear in the capital where she might be recognized, he instructed the Jiang family to suppress her as much as possible, even forbidding her from attending school. Even when, due to the team leader's intervention, they had no choice but to let her attend school, they piled all the household chores onto her and made her earn her own tuition and miscellaneous fees, leaving her no time to study. Yet, this child was simply too intelligent. Despite doing all the household chores and earning her own tuition, she still kept skipping grades in her studies. Starting school at age 10, she was admitted to university by age 16. That's all for today's update. Thank you, dear readers, for your subscriptions, tips, votes, and positive reviews. End of chapter. Chapter 861 The Truth of the Swapped Identities 3. Chapter 861 The Truth of the Swapped Identities 3. Chapter 860 The Truth of the Swapped Identities 3. Nan Ming had no choice but to have his subordinates take control of a human trafficking ring. The ultimate goal of recruiting this human trafficking ring was to sell Jiang Mingyu deep into the mountains. To ensure she was properly guarded, they even chose to make her a shared wife. That way, with two men watching her day and night, she could spend her entire life in the mountains without any chance of escaping. However, what he didn't expect was that this Jiang Mingyu had an extremely fierce temperament and actually jumped off a cliff halfway through the journey. When he heard she had jumped, Nan Ming was worried. He feared she would die and her spirit would return to the Nan family ancestral hall, exposing his daughter's impersonation of Nan Zhao's daughter. Fortunately, she survived the fall and, by a stroke of luck, ended up meeting a member of the Gu family, Gu Dongxing, the ex-wife of Gu Ming. If Jiang Mingyu ended up with Gu Dongxing, many things would slip out of his control. That was something he could not allow. Unfortunately, despite instigating numerous women to pursue Gu Dongxing, first Yi Rushui, then Yi Qing, none succeeded in winning him over. Even Jiang Huayu, who was already attending university, was dragged back by her. He had no choice but to send people to support Jiang Huayu in dealing with her, but unfortunately, Jiang Huayu was no match for her at all. In the end, the Lang family wasn't destroyed, but Nan Cheng managed to seize evidence against him. Today, because Nan Cheng had evidence against Nan Ming, he confronted him before Nan Ming could hold his press conference. But just today, the family head received a call from the Lang family. Although everything she said lacked evidence, many people believed her. That's why, at Ganhua's suggestion, he prepared this press conference and bribed Jiang Mingyu to come forward and clarify the rumors. He had kept it hidden all along, only issuing the notice at noon today for a press conference at 3 o'clock to clarify the rumors about the Nan family's true and false young miss. Yes, he sent Jiang Huayu to the northeast to destroy the Lang family, but she never returned. According to the news that came back, she actually died of sudden death during intercourse. So, what if Nan Cheng cultivated immortality? If he dared to use magic techniques at home, he would be caught immediately. Even if the authorities didn't punish him, they would send him to the immortal sect. Although she didn't explicitly claim to be the Nan family's young miss, her words attracted attention from many parties, and rumors began to spread that Jiang Mingyu was the true Nan family young miss. In truth, he had endured enough. Clearly, his mother was the Nan family's benefactor, and he was also a master of the Nan family, yet he was forced to serve as a servant for decades. Time and again, she stirred up trouble, and time and again, she failed. In the end, she brought about her own death. Today, he didn't want to endure it anymore. He sent people again to intercept her on the train, but they still failed to stop her. Jiang Mingyu came to the capital to attend university and, under Mingju's provocation, spoke of her experiences. As long as he didn't use magic techniques, with his skills, he could completely defeat Nancheng. Unfortunately, this time, she actually had a Xiantian-level master by her side, according to the report from the hidden guards. Not only did Diding and the others fail to capture her, but they also exposed Nanfeng in the process. But in the end, her body actually disappeared again. It's unknown whether she was truly dead this time. When Jiang Mingyu passed the university entrance exam again and was admitted to the Capital University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, he panicked. He wanted to send people to send her abroad again, but he didn't have the authority to deploy hidden guards. He could only use words to incite his daughter to act. Moreover, he had a backup plan. He had secretly trained 100 hidden guards. Since he couldn't slowly erode the Nan family's assets in secret, he might as well wage a direct battle and take control of the Nan family in one go. Nan Ming looked at Nancheng. How about this? Let's not involve anyone else. Just the two of us will fight. Whoever loses leaves the Nan family. When we were young, happiness was throwing ourselves into our mother's arms. When we grew up, happiness was achieving our goals. When we matured, we realized that happiness is actually a state of mind. Good morning, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 862, A Bastard Son Has No Right of Inheritance. Upon learning that Nan Ming was willing to go so far as to risk leaving no descendants just to cultivate his martial strength, Nancheng felt a complex mix of emotions. Wait, that wasn't quite right. He had already left behind offspring before achieving success in his cultivation. Moreover, after achieving cultivation success, it wasn't that he couldn't live a normal life. It was just that after retracting his yang into his abdomen, the temperature there became too high for sperm to survive. But he was still a normal man otherwise. Was he pushing himself so desperately because he had some deep-seated blood feud to avenge? Judging by his current actions, his target was clearly the Nan family. What grudge did he hold against the Nan family? Even if what he said was true, that during the war years, his entire family except his mother died tragically because they sheltered the old master, could that really be considered a feud? Sheltering old Master Nan was their own choice, and it wasn't old Master Nan who killed his family. Furthermore, the Nan family had raised him and allowed him to enjoy the treatment of a direct descendant. A chill ran through Nancheng's heart, but a smile appeared on his face. Nan Ming, you say your family saved the old master. Who can prove it? You say you are the old master's biological son. Who can prove that? The old master is no longer with us. Even if you wanted a blood test to prove kinship, it's impossible. So, since you are not a member of the Nan family, how can you become the head of the Nan family? Moreover, he had heard that during the war, his father had once been severely injured and couldn't travel with the main troops, so he temporarily stayed with a civilian family to recuperate. A guard had stayed with him. But before his injuries were fully healed, contact was re-established with the troops, and he was sent back. Even if you really are my father's bastard son, it must have been because your mother did something wrong. Nancheng suddenly found it strange. When you were brought to our family, you were only a little over 2 years old, not yet 3. You wouldn't have had any memories from that age, right? So how do you know your family was my father's benefactor? Nan Ming snorted. I naturally have a way to prove my identity. How could he possibly remember? Naturally, someone had told him. But he couldn't say that to anyone. Is it impossible that I gained awareness early? Nancheng didn't press the point further. Previously, not knowing he was the old master's biological son, he hadn't asked many questions. But this time, he was determined to seek out his father's old comrades and guards from those early days to get to the bottom of this. I'd like to see what method you have to prove you are the old master's bastard son, Nancheng said disdainfully, looking at Nan Ming. My father was loyal to the party and the people his whole life. He never made any major mistakes. There's no reason he would have made one just because he was injured and stayed at your house. Back then, if the old man had divorced that vile woman and married my mother, how could I have become a bastard? How hateful. Now, he couldn't even prove his status as a bastard. Under those circumstances, if a bastard child was really born, it must have been because Nan Ming's mother did something. Nancheng knew his own parents were deeply in love. Judging by Nan Ming's appearance, he knew Nan Ming's mother couldn't have been more beautiful than his own mother. Therefore, he absolutely refused to believe his father would have betrayed his mother. It's impossible that my father forced your mother. Moreover, a severely injured man couldn't have done such a thing. The term bastard son grated on Nan Ming's nerves. It was all that woman's fault. It was because she refused to divorce father that he became a bastard. So, even if she died, she got what she deserved. That old man too, he seduced and then abandoned her. Serves him right for not living long. Seeing his expression, Nancheng continued to provoke him. Also, don't you know that in the Nan family, the direct lineage is supreme? A bastard son has no right of inheritance. So, even if you can prove you are the old master's son, you're still just a bastard. No, wait. My father never acknowledged your mother's status. So, you can only be considered a child born of illicit relations. You want to become the head of the Nan family? Huh, keep dreaming. End of chapter. Chapter 863, Proof of Love. Yes, even though the main branch of the Nan family had entered the immortal sex, the ancient rules of the Nan family still remained. A son born of a concubine had no right of inheritance. Moreover, if there were no legitimate sons, a legitimate daughter could take in a husband to inherit the family business, while a son born of a concubine could not. Therefore, even if Nan Ming proved he was the old master's biological son, he was not qualified to assume the position of the Nan family head. Unless, of course, he killed all the legitimate descendants of the Nan family in one fell swoop. But if that happened, it would be a major incident for the Nan family. Once a major incident occurred, members of the Nan family from the immortal sex would emerge. At that point, forget about Nan Ming becoming the family head. Being killed would be a minor matter. He would likely be utterly annihilated. Yes, killing and annihilation are two different things. Killing leaves your soul to be reincarnated, while annihilation does not even spare your soul, making it difficult to even hope for reincarnation and rebirth. However, the fact that the main family would send someone when a major incident occurred in the Nan family was known only to the family head. As a steward, Nan Ming naturally had no way of knowing. Nan Ming looked at Nan Chung, his eyes blazing with hatred. So, you're unwilling to relinquish the position of family head? Moreover, that jade pot looked so familiar. Nan Chung was greatly shocked. Where did he get so much stone marrow? But he truly hadn't expected that this Nan Ming actually possessed so much stone marrow. The Nan family in the mortal world had stone marrow in their possession, but they had always been extremely cautious, not daring to let the world know. Even if some in the world were aware, it was merely a legend, believing the Nan family only had a few drops of stone marrow. However, the transformative effect of stone marrow on the human body was not very pronounced. Its greatest effect was to expel the waste and toxins left in the body after consuming Foundation Establishment pills. Stone marrow was produced by the Nan family, but the source was located within the immortal sections. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it could only be obtained when the immortal sex opened. Where did you get your stone marrow? He asked loudly, his voice trembling slightly. Nan Ching sighed. Didn't I just say? You have no right to sit in the position of the Nan family head. But if there was a large quantity of stone marrow, that would be different. The stone marrow in the hands of the Nan family head was already scarce, but there were still 18 years until the next opening of the immortal sex in the year 99. The fear was that without stone marrow, the Nan family children born during that time would not receive it, their bodies would not be transformed, and they would become mediocre in aptitude. As for the vast majority of people, they couldn't even obtain a few Foundation Establishment pills, so they weren't particularly envious of the effects of a few drops of stone marrow. Rules are made by people. Nan Ming snorted coldly. These ancient rules should have been abolished long ago. I don't believe that when the family members see that I am stronger than you and more capable of leading the family toward a prosperous life, they won't choose me. Therefore, he had always instructed the family to use it sparingly. He took out a jade pot of stone marrow. Look, I have this much stone marrow. Do you have any? Anyone willing to support me as the family head will receive stone marrow. It wasn't until stone marrow appeared at the last Huaxia dragon auction that people realized the Nan family truly possessed stone marrow. Wait, wasn't this the jade pot his father had given him when he assumed the position of family head, the one used to store stone marrow? Come to think of it, when he was young, he had seen that his father's jade pots were a pair. Later, only one remained. How did my father's jade pot end up in your hands? Nan Chung growled through gritted teeth. Father gave this to my mother. Nan Ming sneered. This is the proof of my father's love for my mother. Because he loved my mother, he gave her such an important item. Impossible. Nan Chung roared. End of chapter. Chapter 864. He didn't believe. Nan Chung roared. This doesn't belong to any single person. It belongs to the entire clan. It carries the hope for the clan's prosperity. Even if my father gave his life to your mother, he would never have given her this entire pot of stone marrow. So, your mother must have stolen it while my father was severely injured and unconscious. If Naming had said that his father entrusted it to his mother for safekeeping, he might have believed it. After all, if his father was gravely wounded and feared he might not survive, entrusting it to someone temporarily to hand over to the Nan family was plausible. But to claim that his father would give this entire pot of stone marrow to his mother? He didn't believe it. No, not even safekeeping was possible. Because if his father was truly dying, his belongings would have been passed to him. There was no need to entrust it to someone else and risk exposing this item. Nanqing speculated that it was highly likely, during the wartime separation of his parents, his father feared that if all the stone marrow was on him and he sacrificed himself, it would all be lost. Therefore, he split the pair of jade pots, keeping one and giving the other to his mother. Although there were several other jade pots in his storage bag, those were given by that clan member. And when his father was severely wounded in the war, during the retreat of the field hospital, they couldn't take such critically injured soldiers with them, so they had to entrust him to civilians. He had previously wondered where Nan Mingzhu got the stone marrow to auction at Huaxia Dragon. So, it was because she had used a lot of it and didn't regard this stone marrow as important. Hearing Nanqing's furious roar, Nanming was stunned, and a trace of panic actually arose in his heart. Wasn't this a token of love his father gave to his mother? This jade pot was something Nanming found at the bottom of his mother's keepsake box. The jade pot on his person must have been taken by the person caring for him at that time. The stone marrow the clan later used was probably what remained from what his mother had kept. When he accepted the position of clan head, the jade pot containing stone marrow that his father gave him was identical to this one. Clearly, they were one of a pair of jade pots. Of course, there was an even greater possibility. When his father was critically ill, that woman searched and found this jade pot and secretly took it. In other words, his mother was a thief. The batch of shadow guards he secretly trained had their bodies transformed and trained using the stone marrow from those pots. Initially, he didn't know it was stone marrow. It wasn't until the old master used stone marrow to transform his body that he noticed the scent was very similar to that from the jade pot. After pouring them out for comparison and realizing the entire pot was stone marrow, he accepted it with both shock and joy. If he was recuperating at Nanming's home back then, it was entirely possible for Nanming's mother to take his father's jade pot while he was severely injured and unconscious. Because she didn't know the preciousness of stone marrow, but this jade pot appeared to be the most valuable item on his person. But now he also had a feeling that the jade pot he originally thought was proof of his parents' love might actually be stolen goods. Recalling the interactions between old Master Nan and the old lady, they were indeed a loving couple. This had made him very dissatisfied with the old master. If he loved his first wife, why did he get involved with his mother, father him, and then not dare to acknowledge it? But now he had a bad feeling. If the entire pot of stone marrow wasn't given to his mother by his father, then perhaps his father never loved his mother at all. Otherwise, why didn't he ever give her anything? It's just that the reason for his own existence back then might not be as that person had said. If his father's feelings for his mother weren't true love, if his father didn't love his mother, and instead his mother had done something wrong, what should he do? End of chapter. Chapter 865 They were all tempted. Chapter 865 They were all tempted. Chapter 864 They were all tempted. No matter what, the old lady was his enemy. Even if his mother had hurt her, she had no right to send someone to kill his mother. The old master brought him into the Nan family and treated him extremely well, even making him the steward of the Nan family, in charge of the family's wealth. Moreover, on his deathbed, the old master made his son swear an oath that as long as he did nothing to harm the Nan family, he could never be removed from his position as steward. But he felt no gratitude because, no matter what, a steward was still a servant, not a master. Was he wrong to seek revenge for his mother and for himself? His hateful gaze fell on Nanqing. I don't want to dwell on the past, but the fact that I am the old master's biological son is undeniable. No matter what, you must hand over the position of family head to me today. Unless, of course, you wish to see the Nan family bathed in blood. Nanqing sneered. You think a single Xiantian practitioner who is trained in external hardening techniques can make the Nan family run with blood? He called out toward the door. Guards. At Nanqing's voice, a team of 10 shadow guards suddenly appeared, surrounding the study. Moreover, each held a thermal weapon, and all their weapons were now pointed at Nanming. Even if your external hardening skills are superb, how many bullets can you block? Seeing that Nanqing was also prepared, Nanming lowered his head, the corner of his mouth twitching, and sighed. It seems you have no intention of relinquishing the family head seat? This was nothing less than causing an earthquake within the Nan family. But, wasn't it wrong to say the family head was personally chosen by the old master? The old master clearly gave the family head position to Nanqing. Nanqing rebuked. I've said it before. Not only can you not prove you are the old master's son, but even if you could, as a bastard, you are unworthy of being the head of the Nan family. Before, everyone only felt that the old master treated Steward Ming like a son, but no one had imagined he was actually the old master's biological son. 10 drops of stone marrow. Which shadow guard wasn't shaken? With 10 drops of stone marrow, their bodies would undoubtedly be refined to a better state. Now, this jade pot is in my hands. The jade pot I control still contains a large amount of stone marrow. Therefore, any shadow guard who pledges allegiance to me as the head of the Nan family can receive 10 drops of stone marrow. The shadow guards were all stunned. This steward Ming was actually the old master's biological son? Everyone's Adam's apples bobbed. It had to be said, they were all tempted. Nan Ming was very satisfied with the shock he had created. He raised that jade pot. Everyone look. This jade pot is filled with stone marrow, and the stone marrow is something only the family head can control. The late family head entrusted this jade pot to me on his deathbed. Therefore, I am the successor chosen by the family head. What if I can make the Nan family even more glorious? He raised his head and looked at all the shadow guards. All shadow guards, listen. I am the biological son born from the old master's true love. I am the family head personally chosen by the old master. Do not believe his words. He cannot be the old master's son. Otherwise, the old master would have acknowledged him long ago. That pot of stone marrow was not passed down to him by the old master either. It was stolen by someone from his family when the old master was severely injured during the war and recuperating at their home. The old master had a pair of such jade pots. During the war, when husband and wife parted, the old master carried one bottle, and my mother carried the other. Later, my father's bottle went missing. All these years, everyone has been using the one for my mother. And the bottle Nan Ming has produced is precisely the one my father lost back then. Think about it. The old master indeed treated him like a son because he was the orphan of a comrade in arms, but did any of you ever hear the old master acknowledge him as his son? End of chapter. Chapter 866 You really disappoint me. Chapter 866 You really disappoint me. Chapter 865 You really disappoint me. Nanqing continued, also, if the old master wanted to pass the family head position to him, why make him the steward? And why pass the family head position to me instead? He even made me promise to keep him in the position of the Nan family steward forever. Nanming was taken aback. Of course he knew that the old master had Nanqing agree to let him remain the Nan family steward forever in order to protect him. But now, this protective measure also restricted him from advancing further to compete for the position of Nan family head. Nanqing's voice resonated in everyone's hearts, like a drumbeat, awakening all the hidden guards. Yes, if he were truly the old master's son, and the old master treated him so well while he was alive, why didn't he directly acknowledge him as his own son? Although acknowledging his own son might have had some impact on his reputation during the war years, losing contact for 2 years could lead to other arrangements. A leader having an extra son wasn't such a big deal. It wasn't like such situations hadn't occurred before. But old Master Nan, upon bringing him back, firmly insisted he was an orphan child of a comrade in arms. He didn't even adopt him as a godson. You claim the old master wanted to pass the family head position to you, but it was clearly agreed that you would remain in the position of Nan family steward. Moreover, you didn't say anything while the old master was alive. Now that he's gone, you come forward claiming to be the old master's son. Who would believe you? Instead, Nanqing's words were more believable. The hidden guards all looked at Nanming with disdain. Nanqing looked at Nanming with a half-smile. What's true is true, and what's false is false. Did you really think you could use the stone marrow to tempt my Nan family's hidden guards to betray the family? Do you take the Nan family's hidden guards too lightly? Seeing that the hidden guards were actually not tempted by the stone marrow and still stood by Nanqing's side, Nanming let out a soft sigh. Nanqing, for the future of the Nan family, hand over the family head seal. Announce at today's press conference that Jiang Mingyu is not the Nan family's young lady and declare that you are passing the family head position to me. If you do that, I'll let you go, Nanming said. But in reality, he was screaming internally, I'll let you go, but your children, and that little bitch Jiang Mingyu, must die. All direct descendants of the Nan family, who are that old bitch's offspring, must die. Only then would he have avenged his mother. Besides, who could he possibly call for help? The most powerful members of the Nan family were all here. In terms of magic arts, Nanqing might be the strongest, but in terms of physical cultivation, he, Nanming, had the highest skill. What a real pity. Nanqing suddenly had a bad feeling. These people each carried powerful thermal weapons, their gun barrels pointed at the dozen or so hidden guards of the Nan family. Lead, who was monitoring from a distance, quickly left. Nanming suddenly picked up the whistle hanging around his neck and blew 3 short, sharp bursts. A rustling sound suddenly arose from the surroundings. Immediately afterward, Nanqing's villa was surrounded by over 100 youths dressed in black clothes and black hats. If they were outside, he would certainly be afraid. But they were all in the same room. Magic arts couldn't play their proper role here. As long as he gave the order to fire, none of the Nan family's hidden guards would be spared. Nanming glanced at the spot where Lead had left, but didn't pay it much mind, just a hidden guard. Impossible. Nanqing could see that those people in black were all martial artists, the weakest being 3rd level, and the strongest already at the 6th level. He truly hadn't expected that this Nanming had secretly trained over 100 hidden guards. Didn't he know that while great families and clans were not allowed to raise armies, they were permitted to have bodyguards? Having a dozen or so guards in the family compound wouldn't draw attention, but training over 100 private hidden guards was not allowed. Goals and beliefs give people lasting motivation. Good morning, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 867. A Fish on the Chopping Block. Nan Ming had actually secretly raised so many hidden guards. Moreover, they were raised in the name of the Nan family. If anyone got hold of evidence, it would be the Nan family that suffered in the end. It seemed that Nan Ming had been planning this for a long time. What a pity he didn't know. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have just thought about investigating Nan Ming, obtaining evidence of his crimes, and then having someone arrest him. He would have made him disappear directly. Nan Ming had secretly trained over 100 hidden guards. This time, he had miscalculated. However, handing the Nan family over to Nan Ming was something he simply could not do. If the Nan family falls into your hands, it will only suffer disaster. So, even if you kill me, I will not hand the Nan family over to you. Nan Chung looked at Nan Ming with disdain. Also, you don't think the succession of the Nan family head is a simple matter, do you? The succession ceremony for the head of the Nan family must have members of the main family present. Huh. Nan Ming laughed. I don't believe that without members of the main family present, the succession of the Nan family head simply won't happen. However, if they put down their guns, the dozen or so of them would be safe, but he, Nan Chung, would truly become a fish on the chopping block. Those who practice the golden bell cover martial art, even if they reach the realm of retracting the yang into the abdomen, still have a weak point. Therefore, there was always someone standing behind him. This person was a hidden guard given to him by the old master back then, extremely loyal to him, who had even taken a knife for him once. And now it was this old Long, who was utterly loyal to him, who struck his Dazui acupoint. Should he order them to put down their guns, or should he order them to fire at Nan Ming? At that very moment, Nan Ming's back suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, an old man's voice sounded from behind him. Nan Ming, you have truly disappointed me. Moreover, from what you say, you seem to have misunderstood your father. His name was Old Long. He simply couldn't believe that the person to whom he entrusted his back would actually betray him. He looked at the dozen or so old hidden guards in the courtyard. Tell them to put down their guns. I'm afraid my men might lose control and shoot them dead. If you attack elsewhere, it's impervious to swords and spears, but if it's this weak point, even a little force can cause injury. This weak point is often a place one cannot train oneself, and Nan Ming's weak point was precisely the Dazui acupoint on his back. Nan Chung frowned. Earlier, these old hidden guards had resisted the temptation of the marrow within stone and resolutely chose to stand by his side. But now he hesitated. Old Long sighed again and said, Xiao Ming, have you perhaps misunderstood some things? Before his passing, the old master feared you might be led astray, so he sent me to follow you, to prevent you from doing wrong. But I never expected you would still make a mistake today. He was afraid that if the old hidden guards didn't put down their guns, the over 100 new hidden guards on the periphery, who only obeyed Nan Ming, would open fire. Everyone was very surprised to hear Old Long speak. Did he seem to know some truth? And when Nan Ming heard Old Long refer to the old master as the old master, he understood. This Old Long had been loyal only to the old master from beginning to end, not to him, Nan Ming. But he, because Old Long had once taken a knife for him, thought he was loyal to him and entrusted his back to him. So, he had miscalculated. Even Nan Chang, who, though not showing it on his face, had already felt despair in his heart, immediately straightened his back upon seeing Old Long succeed, looked at Old Long, and showed a respectful expression on his face. Because he understood, this man was his father's man. So, his father hadn't completely trusted Nan Ming. He had sent someone to follow Nan Ming, seemingly for his protection, but in reality, to keep watch over him. End of chapter. Chapter 868. The child was not conceived out of love. Old Long said, some things happened a long time ago. The master forbade anyone from mentioning them, and never spoke of them himself. He thought you were unaware, but since you intend to avenge your mother today, I have no choice but to speak. Of course, this was also the master's instruction. As long as you, Xiao Ming, lived well in the Nan family and honestly served as the steward, I would have kept this secret in my heart forever, never to be revealed. First of all, you are correct, you are indeed the master's bloodline. However, it was not because the master had an illicit affair with your mother. Rather, your mother, Bai Ling, who was a nurse at the time, schemed against the master. She used a container to collect the master's sperm and injected it into her own body, thus conceiving you. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. How could this be? Why would a woman resort to such a method to conceive another person's child? Your mother did this because she was an enemy spy sent to infiltrate the master's side. Her goal was to become the wife of the Nan family head and then act according to her plans. However, no matter how she tried to seduce the master, she could not succeed. Therefore, She resorted to this desperate measure, taking the master's essence and injecting it into her own womb, successfully becoming pregnant as she wished. Old Long looked at Nanming. So, your father and your mother did not love each other. You were not the product of their love, but the result of your mother's scheme. Nanming had never imagined that this was how he came to be. His face flushed with shame and anger. How could you possibly know that? You're making it up. Old Long shook his head. I am not making it up. I was the master's hidden guard. I was hiding in the shadows at the time, keeping watch over the master, and I personally witnessed your mother collecting the master's essence. Since Nanming's mother only took the old master's sperm, it was normal for him not to intervene. At this point, Old Long looked at Nanming again. Therefore, the deaths of your family are not the master's fault, but the result of your mother's wrongdoing. Of course, Baiwan's men were so ruthless also because of your mother, Bai Ling. To gain the master's trust, she had those people kill her entire family. Baiwan cooperated by sending men to attack the master. Although the master's injuries had not yet healed, to avoid burdening the villagers, he eventually escaped the village with his injuries, aided by your mother. After learning she was pregnant, your mother found a way to notify her brother, Baiwan, instructing him to deliberately send men to capture the master. However, to facilitate your mother's infiltration into the Red Side, Baiwan slaughtered your maternal grandparents' entire family, men, women, old and young. When Old Long revealed his identity as a hidden guard, everyone understood. A hidden guard operates in secrecy, only appearing in life or death situations. Under normal circumstances, if no Red Army soldiers were found sheltering and recuperating in a home, that side would not resort to killing. The master brought Bai Ling into the army, but even when she claimed to be pregnant with his child, he firmly refused to marry her. He always believed that he had not done anything with Bai Ling and that the child in her womb was not his. Moreover, he already had a wife and could not accept any woman other than her. However, the wife, who was behind enemy lines with their child, faced multiple assassination attempts. Those who tried to assassinate the wife were all sent by Baiwan at Bai Ling's behest. At that time, however, the master believed the wife needed more protection and assigned me to guard her. Thus, your mother's attempts to assassinate the wife were unsuccessful. End of chapter. Chapter 869. It was only right and proper for the madam to kill her. Bai Ling later gave birth to a son and used the child to force the master to marry her. Some in the military even suggested disciplining the master. Seeing her cause such an excessive disturbance, I told the master about her actions. I hadn't known Bai Ling's true identity before, thinking she was merely a woman infatuated with the master, which is why I didn't inform the master of the situation earlier. After hearing my report, however, the master grew suspicious of Bai Ling and ordered an investigation into her. This investigation revealed that her true identity was not Bai Ling, but a spy surnamed Che. Her goal was to marry the master and achieve long-term infiltration. She had killed the real Bai Ling, disguised herself as Bai Ling, entered Bai Ling's home, and proactively took on the task of caring for the master. But no matter how well she pretended, she eventually slipped up in some ways. Someone in that family had already grown suspicious of her, which is why she sent word to have Bai Ling's family killed. Old Long sighed at this point, looking at Nanming. So, Xiaoming, Bai Ling's family were not your mother's real family. Therefore, what you previously told the family head, that your maternal family suffered a tragic death for the master's sake, was also untrue. Because those who died tragically were not your true maternal family. Your mother's real name was Che Yurong. During the war years, the method for dealing with such spies attempting to infiltrate and stay close to leading cadres goes without saying. Especially since she had the lives of 7 members of Bai Ling's family on her hands, the final outcome was that she was executed. Yes, your mother, in her attempt to steal someone else's husband, repeatedly tried to assassinate that person. Was it excessive for that person to kill your mother just once? But by then, she had already been sentenced to death. Even if she hadn't died by the madam's gun, she would have died by someone else's. And since your mother had repeatedly sent people to assassinate the madam, trying to kill this rightful wife to take her place, it was only right and proper for the madam to kill her. He could have completely ignored your existence, left you to fend for yourself, but he still took you to Madame Nan and raised you under the guise of being an orphan child of a comrade in arms. Otherwise, what kind of fate would await the son of a female spy? You should know yourself. But it was wrong of you to come to the Nan family for revenge over this. Moreover, your mother's clear goal was long-term infiltration, to overthrow the rightful wife. What rightful wife wouldn't detest such a person? To openly kill the other woman, isn't that something any rightful wife would do? At the time, the madam, who had been repeatedly targeted for assassination by your mother and narrowly escaped death several times, hated her to the core and demanded to carry out the execution herself. So, your mother did indeed die by the madam's gun. After you grew up, He had you serve as the Nan family steward, not treating you as a servant, but because your existence was far too awkward, and your identity truly could not be exposed. Old Long continued, Xiao Ming, it's understandable that the master doesn't acknowledge you as his son because your mother stole the seed. It wasn't something he willingly gave to your mother. Everyone looked at Nan Ming. Everyone looked at Nan Ming. Yes, if we go back over a decade, the child of a female spy would have long been subjected to struggle sessions, sent down to the countryside, or even imprisoned over the past 10+ years. Back then, weren't old Master Nan and his wife also sent down? Didn't Nan Xiao and Nan Cheng also become educated youths? Yet only Nan Ming, because he had always served as the Nan family steward, managed to avoid that movement. Old Master Nan considered his well-being at every turn, yet he had been scheming against the Nan family from very early on, even scheming to have Nan Yao's daughter sent to a southern farming family as a servant girl. Now he has even secretly trained over 100 hidden guards, plotting to seize the position of family head of the Nan family. End of chapter. Chapter 870. Turning the tide again. Protect me? He was protecting himself, wasn't he? Nan Ming said, if people found out that there was a son of a spy in his house, and that son was his own flesh and blood, what would happen to him? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, if it were known that the Nan family had a spy's son, the entire Nan family would likely suffer, wouldn't they? Old Master Nan was protecting Nan Ming, but wasn't he also protecting the Nan family? No matter what you say, the master raised you and has always protected you. When you were young, you enjoyed the treatment of a legitimate son of the Nan family. When you grew up, you were made the steward of the Nan family, enjoying honor second only to the family head. What more are you dissatisfied with? Haha, no matter what you say, one thing is clear, I am the biological son of old Master Nan. But I, who should have been the master of this family, was forced to lower my head and become a servant. You ask me what I'm dissatisfied with? Old Long was speechless for a moment, then shook his head. Xiao Ming, even if the master acknowledged you as a son, you would still only be a concubine-born son. The status and cultivation resources of a concubine-born son are far inferior to those of a legitimate son, yet the resources you enjoyed were the same as a legitimate son's. Why can't you understand this? If I'm not mistaken, the one who deliberately stirred up hatred between you and the Nan family, who said the master abandoned your mother after taking advantage of her, and who said the mistress killed your mother to monopolize your father. That person must be from your mother's organization, right? Let me guess, his original name should have been Che Changgong, and he later changed it to Baiwan, right? You believed everything he said. You even cultivated that so-called external martial arts technique because of it, rendering yourself incapable of having descendants, all for the sake of revenge. Do you think it was worth it? Yes, although the old master brought this son home to raise, he had long been wary of him causing trouble. That's why he sent a hidden guard to be by his side, to restrain him and hand him over to the family head for disposal if he tried to harm the Nan family. But now Nan Ming's words left everyone puzzled. For decades, Old Long had diligently served by Nan Ming's side, revealing his skills at the critical moment and finally subduing Nan Ming. However, the next moment, in front of everyone, Nan Ming actually stood up and shouted to Nan Cheng, hurry up and order your hidden guards to lay down their weapons, then hand over the family head seal to me. No matter how much you delay, no one is coming to save you. Even though your men are still pointing guns at everyone, yourself have been subdued, like fish on a chopping block. Now that you've exposed yourself as the son of a spy, you still think you can become the head of the Nan family? Isn't that ridiculous? Or are you planning to perish together with everyone? And the mission given to him by that person was to seize the position of the Nan family head. Who says I have no descendants? Nan Mingju is my daughter. Nan Ming let out a long sigh. Uncle Long, I am very grateful that you told me everything today. But I must become the head of the Nan family. He had already pledged allegiance to that person and done so much. How could he possibly withdraw now? Everyone was greatly shocked. Hadn't Old Long already subdued him earlier? Even Old Long himself was extremely astonished. He pointed at Nan Ming. You deceived me? Nan Ming smiled on his face, but his eyes were icy cold. You were sent by the old master. Did you think I could trust you completely? Naturally, when you secretly watched me cultivate, I let you discover my vulnerable point. Haha. Was the so-called vulnerable point that the other party intentionally gave him really a vulnerable point? The answer was naturally no. The plan for the day lies in the morning. Dear readers, I have posted all the chapters during the morning hours. Does this make reading more enjoyable for everyone? Thank you for your subscriptions, tips, votes, and 5-star reviews. End of chapter. Chapter 871, Are you filming a show? Old Dragon slumped to the ground. He had followed his master's orders, lurking by Nan Ming's side for decades to prevent him from causing trouble. Yet, he never expected that his decades of loyalty had been completely deceived by Nan Ming. Old Dragon couldn't help but burst into loud sobs. Master, I have failed your expectations. Family head, I have wronged you. With that, he suddenly lunged forward, charging at Nan Ming. In his hand was a gleaming dagger. But since Nan Ming was already on guard against him, how could he possibly be stabbed? With a swift sidestep, he dodged the dagger and delivered a kick, sending Old Dragon flying out. Old Dragon was kicked directly into the courtyard, vomiting a mouthful of blood. His face rapidly turned ashen. Clearly, Nan Ming had used his internal energy. Having taken that kick, Old Dragon was obviously done for. At that very moment, a voice suddenly rushed in. Oh my, what are you all doing? Filming a show? Immediately after, a woman as beautiful as a celestial being descended, entering the courtyard. She caught Old Dragon and promptly slipped a pill into his mouth. Everyone who saw this woman felt their hearts skip a beat. What a beautiful girl. But this girl looks so familiar. Nan Ming, however, was deeply shocked. Who is she? Recalling the girl's words, everyone felt a violent tremor in their hearts. Moreover, she looked so much like the late madam. In contrast, that Nan Mingju didn't resemble a young lady from a great family at all, having developed a willful, unreasonable, and ruthless temperament. Hearing her speak, everyone understood. This girl was precisely Jiang Mingyu, whom the Nan family had invited to attend the press conference today, the legendary true young lady of the Nan family. Just seeing her appearance and bearing, everyone in their hearts believed, this is what the true Nan family young lady should be like. Nan Chung was also startled. How did you get here? But no one answered him. Wait, the hidden guards, why were they all standing there motionless and silent, not even reacting to someone's arrival? Nan Ming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Well, I found it strange, she said. You asked me to attend the press conference, but I waited there for a long time and none of you Nan family members showed up. So, I simply came to the Nan residence to see for myself. The Nan residence wasn't a place one could easily enter. Not only would people stop you on the roads leading into the Nan family area, but there were also guards at the entrance itself. This was bizarre. Seeing Mingyu save the person he had kicked out, Nan Ming was furious. He roared at the circle of new hidden guards standing outside. Are you all dead? Even if you managed to enter the courtyard, you shouldn't be able to enter the villa where the Nan family head resides, right? Furthermore, weren't there over 100 hidden guards stationed outside the study? The hidden guards he trained would absolutely not ignore him. That left only one possibility. These hidden guards had been compromised. People were standing right outside the study. The study was a room with light from 3 sides. To be precise, the study was divided into inner and outer rooms. The inner room was relatively normal, but the outer room was essentially a sunroom. 3 sides were glass windows, with only one wall connecting to the inner room. Therefore, there were 2 layers of encirclement outside. The inner layer consisted of about 10 old hidden guards summoned by the family head. The outer layer consisted of 8 or 9 new hidden guards summoned by Nan Ming's whistle. The old hidden guards of the inner layer had their gun muzzles pointed at Nan Ming. The new hidden guards of the outer layer had their gun muzzles pointed at the old hidden guards and Nan Chung. But now, while the people in the inner layer still seemed alert, those in the outer layer had all lost their spirit. Although they still held their guns, the muzzles had already drooped. Treat every morning after waking as a gift, and treat every smile after happiness as a habit. Good morning, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 872, The True Mastermind is Not Him. Nan Ming was certain that if he sent a child to push those new hidden guards now, they would definitely fall over. Nan Ming stared intently at Mingyu. Who exactly are you? Seeing that this man had a sinister and ruthless appearance, Mingyu knew without introduction that this person was Chief Steward Nan Ming. In fact, she had arrived long ago. She hadn't heard the earlier parts, but she had heard what Old Long said. So, this man really was Old Master Nan's seed. However, this seed wasn't sown by Old Master Nan himself, but was stolen through abnormal means by that female spy. It truly is a vast world where anything is possible. Even something like this could happen. What amazed her most was that the mother stole someone else's seed to raise a son, and the son, in turn, secretly took advantage of Long Xiangyu's drunkenness to sow his own seed in someone else's womb. They were all cut from the same cloth. The most detestable thing was that this guy, so his daughter could enjoy the treatment of a direct descendant of the Nan family, even swapped her identity with his own daughter's. Swapping identities was one thing, but he also sent people to watch her, trying every possible way to suppress and destroy her. That was the most despicable part. The tragedy of her previous life was caused by him. Yet, what was laughable was that the vengeance he sought couldn't even be called vengeance, because his mother was a female spy with blood on her hands, who deserved to die anyway. She wished she could tear him to pieces right then and there. But Mingyu ignored him and instead turned to the head of the Nan family. Patriarch Nan, is your press conference still happening? If not, I'll go back to class now. A celestial being gone with the wind, she had cultivated immortality. Therefore, the true mastermind was not him. Impossible. How could you be Jiang Mingyu? Nan Ming roared at Mingyu. What? This woman was Jiang Mingyu? She was only 17, how could she possess such a powerful aura? Even more bizarre was her demeanor, which carried more nobility than his own Mingyu. It was as if she were a celestial being who might vanish with the wind at any moment. Everything he did was entirely because he had been incited by others. However, it was clear that his reason for doing this was to avenge his mother, all because her own grandmother had killed his mother. She was merely his first target for revenge. For example, that human trafficking ring didn't seem to be his handiwork. Moreover, she could tell that some things weren't something a mere chief steward of the Nan family could accomplish. Besides, although he had never met her in person, he had always seen her photos. How could Jiang Mingyu be this beautiful, even more beautiful than his own daughter? In fact, everything Nan Ming had done today was secretly manipulated by someone else. In other words, Nan Ming was merely someone else's puppet. Mingyu chuckled twice. Chief Steward Nan, this is truly amusing. You sent people to have the Jiang family suppress me since childhood, forbidding me from studying and from coming to the capital for university. And now you claim not to recognize me? Nan Chung was taken aback. Shouldn't she be calling him uncle? For some reason, he saw cold indifference in her gaze, indifference toward the Nan family. Clearly, she had no intention of returning to the Nan family. Come to think of it, it made sense. She was clearly the eldest young lady of the Nan family and should have enjoyed all kinds of honor and privilege since childhood. Yet, she was taken away as an infant and raised as a servant girl, suffering all kinds of bullying and humiliation. And what about the Nan family? Not only did they offer her not a shred of protection, but there were also Nan family members constantly suppressing her. They even sent people to threaten her, saying it wasn't easy to enter the Nan family. End of chapter. Chapter 873. Too much? Although he, Nanqing, had not wronged her and had even given her the cultivation resources meant for the young miss of the Nan family, the truth was, after clearly knowing she was the Nan family's young miss, he had not promptly acknowledged her. The Nan family had only brought her harm, so how could she possibly have a good impression of them? Moreover, like Naming, he had also detected her immortal qi. What shocked him even more was that, despite being a Foundation establishment cultivator himself, he felt a sense of facing a powerful expert before this Jiang Mingyu. What did that signify? It signified that her cultivation level was higher than his. She might be at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, or even the late Foundation establishment stage. The reason he didn't consider that she might have formed a golden core was because golden core cultivators were not allowed to remain in the mortal world. They had to enter the immortal sections. Unless, of course, they were employed by the state. But she was clearly just a university student who had recently enrolled and was not in state service. Therefore, there was only one possibility. She was not a golden core perfected being. Now that she no longer needed the Nan family's protection, why would she still be willing to return to the Nan family and subject herself to all sorts of restrictions? He sighed helplessly and said, I had already sent people to replace the content of the press conference with the Nan family's plan to invest in building 100 Hope primary schools. Mingyu's heart stirred. Hope primary schools? Should she get involved? Nanqing looked at Mingyu, full of sincerity. Can't you stay? Mingyu looked at the eager face of the Nan family head, her eyes complex. This home had neither her parents nor her grandparents. This uncle, the family head, hadn't exactly welcomed her with open arms initially either. What was there for her to come back to? Besides, she had made an enemy of the entity occupying Jiang Huayu's body. That thing kept referring to itself as this venerable one, indicating it was no ordinary cultivator's soul. It might be a major power from somewhere. Whether it was the Lang family or the Nan family, it was better not to acknowledge them. No, I'm doing very well now. Mingyu opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. This person was the chief culprit behind the tragedy of her past life. She would not let him off. However, it wasn't very feasible for Mingyu to take action against him within the Nan family. The best method was to drive him out of the Nan family. Drive him out of the Nan family? Nanqing said without hesitation. He could tell that Mingyu wanted Naming dead. But even if Mingyu wanted to kill him, Nanqing wouldn't interfere. After all, Naming had done so many terrible things to Mingyu, it was normal for her to want him dead. Mingyu pointed at Nanming, changing the subject. How do you plan to deal with him? This sentence carried many hidden implications. When I was having a hard time in the past, you didn't want me. Now that I'm doing well, there's no need for me to return. However, he was, after all, a member of the Nan family, and she couldn't completely disregard the family's face. Therefore, she couldn't move against him within the Nan family. But upon hearing Nanqing say to drive him out, she understood. Nanqing was essentially telling her, I don't oppose you killing him, but please do it outside. Nanming was furious. They were actually discussing how to deal with him right in front of him. Had they asked for his opinion? Even if his 100 new shadow guards had been taken out, he was still here. He was, after all, a Xiantian expert with impenetrable, hardened martial arts skills. Were they underestimating him too much? If they didn't use magical techniques, no one here was a match for him. Even if Nanqing, as the family head, possessed the Nan family's treasures and he couldn't kill him, what about the others? He suddenly stood up and roared, "Aren't you all being too much?" End of chapter. Chapter 874. Wrong, wrong. Mengyu was stunned. Too much. She looked into his eyes. Do you know what kind of life I lived as a child? I started working at the age of 3. If I didn't do a good job, I wouldn't get to eat. From the age of 5, I took on all the household chores for the entire family. The Jiang family would sit in the main hall, waiting for me, a 5-year-old child, to cook and serve them food. As for myself, I never had the right to eat in the main hall. I could only eat some leftovers after they finished. If there were no leftovers, I had to go hungry. I also wanted to cook more rice so that I could have something to eat, but every time, Li Chenhua would measure out the rice. The amount of rice cooked with the normal amount of water was just enough for them to eat, leaving nothing for me. If I added more water and the rice turned out too soft, I would get beaten. So, I either starved or got beaten. I grew up like that, hungry and beaten. When I was 7, all the children my age went to school. I told Mother Jiang that I wanted to study too. Mother Jiang said, if you go to school, who will do the housework? Father Jiang beat me and said, a girl like you wants to study? I wanted to study, so I secretly learned characters from Jiang Huayu's books. When I was discovered, I was beaten again. When I was 10, the village team leader came and said they couldn't create new illiterates and that I must go to school. Mother Jiang said I could study, but I couldn't do any less housework. Father Jiang said I could study, but I had to earn my own tuition money. To study, I got up before dawn every day to cook, feed the pigs and chickens, sweep the floor, and then go to school. To study, I didn't go home at noon. Instead, I collected scrap to sell for tuition money. Naturally, I also had nowhere to eat lunch. To study, I went to gather pig feed right after school. If I came home too late and couldn't cook dinner in time, Mother Jiang would beat me again. To pay less tuition and skip grades, I studied late into the night every day. Mother Jiang forbade me from using the kerosene lamp, so I went up the mountain myself to find oily pine roots to use as lamps. I escaped from the traffickers by desperately jumping off a cliff, only to almost be caught by the buyer. It was only because Battalion Commander Gu saved me that I gained a second life. And all these disasters of mine were bestowed upon me by you, Nanming. Now tell me, am I being too much? When I went to the capital to reclaim my identity, I just wanted to study well and get into a good university. Despite Jiang Huayu's various schemes, I got into the Chinese Medicine College again, only to face various obstacles meant to prevent me from coming to the capital. To leave the Jiang family sooner, I only attended 1 year of high school before taking the college entrance exam. I was admitted to Capital Normal University, but just before starting university, the Jiang family sold me into the deep mountains to be a shared wife for the Zhou brothers. Meanwhile, Jiang Huayu took my university admission letter and went to university in my place. He looked at Nanming. Even if someone else took the identity of the precious young lady of the Nan family, why did you have to let the Jiang family abuse a little girl like that? Nancheng hadn't known before that Mengyu had lived such a life as a child. His heart ached a little. A person with weaker willpower would have died long ago living such a life, right? It was truly a miracle that she was still alive. Listening to Mengyu's account, Nanming was also very angry. He had given the Jiang family money to suppress Jiang Mengyu's growth, but he had never told them to abuse her. This daughter of Nan Shao was too strong-willed. If the Jiang family had raised her like a pig, she might not have achieved what she had now. But the Jiang parents had instead subjected her to all kinds of hardship. Her father, Nan Shao, was stubborn and someone who grew stronger when faced with adversity. As his daughter, her character was likely similar. The Jiang parents' harsh treatment only polished her, making her shine like a diamond, radiating a captivating brilliance. Wrong, wrong, he was wrong. End of chapter. Chapter 875 You Dare. Chapter 875 You Dare. Chapter 874 You Dare. For some people, adversity wears down their will, even extinguishing their vitality. But for others, adversity only tempers their will, making them stronger and stronger. And Jiang Mingyu is such a person. The torment from the Jiang parents instead forged a resilient Jiang Mingyu. He only wanted to avenge his mother, to crush the descendants of his enemy underfoot, but he never expected that he would actually end up shaping the enemy's descendant into a capable person. Is this revenge? Nanming's heart sank to the bottom. However, thinking back, his revenge was rather inexplicable. That person said his mother was abandoned by old Master Nan after being taken advantage of, but in reality, it was his mother who stole someone else's seed to conceive him. There was never any taking advantage from the beginning, so how could there be abandonment? That person said that old Madame Nan killed his mother out of fear that she would compete for favor. But in reality, his mother was never favored at all. Moreover, it was his mother who repeatedly tried to kill the other party first, which made the other party hate her. Even if she was killed, it was because his mother was a spy intending to lurk long term. This revenge of his was truly inexplicable. Nan Ming roared, "You dare." He let out a long sigh. Although you were tormented by the Jiang family, you didn't actually suffer any loss. On the contrary, without the Jiang family's torment, you wouldn't have grown to this point. Why must you hold on to me so tightly? Nan Ming, oh Nan Ming, I have never met anyone with a thicker skin than you. You nearly caused someone to die several times, and yet you dare claim credit, saying that their growth through adversity is your achievement? Hearing Nan Ming's nonsense, Mingyu laughed. Are you saying that because of the hardships you arranged, I grew to where I am today? Then should I also thank you for swapping me into the Jiang family as a servant girl, for arranging the Jiang couple to torment me, abuse me, steal the university spot I earned, sell me into the deep mountains as a shared wife, and for doing everything possible to ruin me, suppress me, and prevent me from attending university? Should I also thank you for the times I was beaten nearly to death by the Jiang couple, the times I nearly starved to death, the conflicts I had while scavenging through garbage, and the several times I teetered on the edge of life and death? Does that mean if you rape a girl and ruin her life, she should thank you because you made her understand the saying, disaster strikes from a clear sky? Does that mean from now on, if I send someone to steal your daughter's university spot, sell her into the deep mountains to be a shared wife for two men, make her go hungry and cold every day, with endless work during the day and being tormented by two men at night, she should also thank me because I created an environment that forced her to become strong? Mingyu sneered. Look, you treated me this way and you think I should thank you. Why is it that when I apply the same treatment to your daughter, you look like you want to devour me? When you had the Jiang couple sell me to Tiger Hollow to be a shared wife for the Zhou brothers, if I hadn't jumped off the cliff, wouldn't the scenario I just described have been my possible fate? Nan Ming was taken aback. He had genuinely felt that the environment he created for Jiang Mingyu had shaped the Jiang Mingyu of today. But he hadn't considered that if Jiang Mingyu hadn't been forced into a corner and fought back, her life would indeed have been exactly as she described. And the life she described was truly a living hell. For the first time, he felt that he had truly committed a crime against this girl. End of chapter. Chapter 876. This trump card is useless now. Chapter 876. This trump card is useless now. Chapter 875. This trump card is useless now. What Nan Ming didn't know was that in her previous life, Jiang Mingyu had truly been sold into Tiger Hollow. She became the shared wife of the Zhou brothers, living a life where she never had enough to eat or wear, with endless work during the day and being tormented by two men in turns at night. It was precisely because of this that she thought of becoming stronger to escape. Finally, after giving birth to a son, she pestered the Zhou brothers to teach her martial arts, to teach her to recognize medicinal herbs, forcing herself to grow stronger. Unfortunately, she escaped the clutches of the Zhou brothers, but could not escape Jiang Huayu's murder plot. In the end, she still died on the cliff. Moreover, because her hatred for Jiang Huayu reached its peak, her soul, due to unresolved obsession, attached itself to Jiang Huayu. She could not leave Jiang Huayu to become a wandering spirit, nor could she return to the Nan family ancestral hall to condense a soul tablet. It wasn't until Jiang Huayu told Leng Xiangyu the truth and was pulled by Leng Xiangyu to jump off a building that she was finally able to be reborn. As for Nan Ming, the one who started it all, could she possibly thank him for the growth she achieved through the adversity he artificially created for her? What must I do for you to let Mingju go? Nan Ming was truly afraid that Mingyu would inflict all the suffering she endured as a child upon Mingju. Mingju was the one he held in his palm and raised. He couldn't bear for her to suffer even a little bit. But this Jiang Mingyu before him, although she wasn't releasing her aura, he had a feeling that she was now very powerful. Coupled with the family head standing on her side, if she wanted Mingju to experience all the suffering she had endured, he didn't know if he could protect her. He did possess hardened martial arts skills, but if one bullet couldn't penetrate him, what about several more? He felt somewhat deflated and somewhat unwilling as he looked at Nan Cheng. Are you just going to let an outsider bully our Nan family like this? Nan Ming once again turned his gaze to the new guards in the courtyard. They were his trump card. He originally thought that by revealing this trump card, this Nan family would fall into his hands. These trump cards were already useless now. His trump card was useless, but the family head's guards were still effective, their guns aimed at him all along. Either I do everything you did to me back then to your daughter, or you take your own life, and I won't touch your daughter. Mingyu sneered. After all you've done to me, don't you think you deserve to die? If I still helped you, I would truly be a fool. Nan Cheng smiled. If her identity hadn't been swapped by you, she would be the most honored young lady of our Nan family right now. And you actually call her an outsider. Nan Ming said resentfully, but I never once made you die. Yes, you didn't make me die. That's because if I died, I would return to the Nan family ancestral hall, condense a soul tablet, and thus expose the fact that your daughter fraudulently occupied the position of the Nan family's young lady. Moreover, although you didn't make me die, every time you acted, it was to make me wish I were dead. I'm not as heartless as you. So, I'm only making you choose between yourself and your daughter. Outsider. But now, those new guards all had dull eyes, hearing his words but not listening. Not to mention, today you deliberately used the press conference as a smokescreen to force me to abdicate. Nan Ming was greatly shocked. You want me to die? What if I said only one of the two of you can live? Who would you want to live? Nan Cheng had originally been worried, afraid that Mingyu would be solely focused on revenge and end up trapping herself. Because this mortal world is a society governed by law. Even if you're a cultivator, as long as you're in the mortal world, you must abide by its laws. If Mingyu really killed Nan Ming, she herself would not escape legal sanctions. But Mingyu's words just now obviously surprised him. She didn't plan to take action herself, but she would force Nan Ming to take action against himself. Therefore, even if Nan Ming really committed suicide, she wouldn't face legal sanctions. However, would Nan Ming really commit suicide? The plan for the day lies in the morning, still posting at Chinchur, 7 to 9 a.m. Thank you, dear readers, for your subscriptions, tips, votes, and positive reviews. End of chapter. Chapter 877, Reckless Confidence. Nan Mingon laughed dryly twice. She is the most esteemed young lady of the Nan family? Has the family head made a mistake? Did she just agree to return to the Nan family? Nan Chung and the others were left speechless. Indeed, Mingyu had never agreed from start to finish to return to the Nan family as this young lady. Everyone looked at Jiang Mingyu, but in her eyes, there was only an inexplicable expression. She did not say she would return to the Nan family, nor did she say she would not. Moreover, the current young lady of the Nan family is Nan Mingju. And Nan Ming pointed at Nan Chung. Do you dare say Nan Mingju is not the young lady of the Nan family? Don't forget, Nan Mingju is also the old master's biological granddaughter. She is even one day older than Jiang Mingyu, so she was originally the young lady of the Nan family. Everyone was stunned. Although it is said that old Master Nan had Nan Ming after his semen was stolen, no matter what, Nan Ming is still the old master's bloodline. Therefore, as Nan Ming's daughter, Nan Mingju is naturally, like Jiang Mingyu, the old master's biological granddaughter. Since Nan Mingju is one day older, she naturally is the young lady of the Nan family. Nan Chung, however, snorted disdainfully. Young lady of the Nan family? You must know the difference between the legitimate young lady and the illegitimate young lady in the ancestral rules of the Nan family, right? But even if I were to take action myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to subdue him in a short time. She can only be addressed as Miss Mingju and cannot be called the young lady. Furthermore, even among legitimate young ladies, the legitimate eldest young lady is different from the other legitimate young ladies. Everyone found it strange. What did the steward mean? Nan Mingju had already been confirmed not to be Nan Zhao's daughter, so why should she still necessarily enjoy the treatment of the legitimate eldest young lady? Nan Ming stared at Nan Chung. If you dare to drive me out of the Nan family and cut off Mingju's treatment, you will regret it. Unless I take action myself, it would truly be difficult to subdue him. His eyes were filled with utter recklessness. Everyone was puzzled. Nan Chung couldn't even suppress Nan Ming, so how could he possibly listen to a young girl like Mingyu? Therefore, when discussing seniority within the family, only legitimate young ladies are included in the ranking. Illegitimate young ladies are also called young lady, but they have no ranking. Instead, their name is added before, followed by the character Jia's sister. For example, Nan Mingju, no matter where she might rank, can only be. Nan Cheng was secretly shocked. This aura was not that of someone who had just entered the Xiantian realm, but rather the second layer of Xiantian. With a wave of her hand, Mingyu summoned the jade pot he had been holding earlier and later put in his pocket. Nan Ming's expression turned very ugly. He naturally knew the difference between a legitimate young lady and an illegitimate young lady in the Nan family. The cultivation resources a legitimate young lady could enjoy were far beyond what an illegitimate young lady could compare to. Let's see who dares. Nan Ming released his Xiantian aura, suppressing the hidden guards who rushed in to apprehend him. Whoever comes first, dies first. Several hidden guards quickly swarmed in to apprehend Nan Ming. Everyone looked at Nan Ming, thinking to themselves, even at this point, with so many guns pointed at him, Nan Ming still remained recklessly confident. Did he still have some trump card? But to everyone's astonishment, Nan Ming actually did kneel down with a thud. Could it be that they really had to open fire and kill him? Such big talk. Seeing that Nan Chung couldn't deal with Nan Ming and that it was impossible to actually open fire and kill Nan Ming, Mingyu took action at this moment. She pointed at Nan Ming. Nan Ming, kneel down for me. Nan Ming gritted his teeth. But Nan Mingju must enjoy the treatment of the legitimate eldest young lady. This was also the main reason why Nan Ming swapped the identities of Mingyu and Nan Mingju. If he hadn't swapped Nan Mingju and Jiang Mingyu, the treatment Nan Mingju could have enjoyed would have been the same as those from the collateral branches of the Nan family. Everyone looked at Nan Cheng, wondering what he would do. Nan Cheng said indignantly, "Someone. Have him leave behind what belongs to our Nan family and drive Nan Ming out of the Nan family." Nan Ming panicked. "My stone marrow." Mingyu sneered. "Your stone marrow? It was just something your mother stole from my grandfather." Nan Ming wanted to say it wasn't, but he suddenly found himself unable to speak. He was shocked in his heart. He was a Xiantian expert. This Jiang Mingyu actually suppressed him with just her aura, rendering him speechless. How strong was her cultivation? Nan Ming, who had been recklessly confident before, finally showed fear. End of chapter. Chapter 878. Who is behind you? Mingyu handed the jade pot to Nan Cheng. "This belongs to the Nan family. It's better for you, the head of the family, to keep it." Nan Cheng was taken aback and caught the jade pot. His eyes held an incredulous look. How precious this stone marrow was, and she had handed it over to him without hesitation. "Don't you want to keep any for yourself?" Mingyu gave a faint smile. "This thing is of no use to me." She looked at Nan Ming. "Originally, I was thinking it wouldn't be good to just take him away directly from the Nan family. But now it seems it's better if I take him away to avoid leaving a calamity for the Nan family." Nan Ming's air of confidence, born from having a backer, made Nan Cheng hesitant. But Mingyu was determined to make Nan Ming pay the price. Therefore, Mingyu straightforwardly gave him a divine sense needle, knocking him unconscious. At the same time, she grabbed Nan Ming by his collarbone, took him onto the 5 Elements fan, and flew up into the sky. Before leaving, Mingyu's voice drifted down. "I've sealed the acupoints of those 100 martial artists. The seals will release on their own after 12 hours. You deal with them as you see fit. Also, forget that I was ever here." The souls of everyone inside and outside the house echoed with Mingyu's words. Forget, forget, forget. That's why Mingyu was so bold, directly grabbing Nan Ming from the Nan family and flying into the sky. High in the air on the 5 Elements fan, Mingyu took Nan Ming into her space and woke him up. When Mingyu entered the Nan family, she had circled around on her 5 Elements fan and sealed the acupoints of those 100 hidden guards. On the surface, they were still standing there with their eyes open, but in reality, all their 5 senses had been shut down. Moreover, she had just told people to forget about her, but it had no effect on herself. This showed her cultivation wasn't necessarily stronger than his. She probably just had some special ability in certain areas. Could it be that she was hiding her true cultivation level? The remaining people were only Nan Cheng and a dozen or so hidden guards. The first rule for a hidden guard is to never speak of any matter concerning their master's family. Even so, Mingyu still issued the command to forget. Everyone here, except for Nan Cheng the cultivator, would forget everything that happened after Mingyu entered the Nan family once she left. Therefore, they had no knowledge of what happened in the study after Mingyu arrived. Those 100 new hidden guards were secretly trained by Nan Ming. He had brought them back to the Nan family specifically to force Nan Cheng to relinquish his position as family head. The Nan family estate wasn't located in the city center. Coupled with today's overcast weather, after Mingyu activated the defensive and concealment formations on her 5 Elements fan, she didn't alert anyone. But then he immediately shook his head. How was that possible? For her to reach foundation establishment at this age was already incredibly rare. How could she be stronger than him? Nanchang's jaw hung open, unable to close. This niece of his clearly seemed to have just reached foundation establishment, yet her aura faintly made him feel a sense of danger. He didn't know Mingyu was doing it on purpose. "Speak. Who is behind you?" As soon as Nan Ming woke up, he found himself in a room with no windows on any side. His head was splitting with pain, and besides his head, his entire body was immobile. Hearing the voice, he jerked his head up and glared at Mingyu. "Where is this? What have you done to me?" Mingyu sneered. "You've done so many bad things to me. It wouldn't be excessive even if I killed you. And you dare ask me what I've done to you? You'd better answer my questions honestly. Who is the person backing you? Who is the one providing you with cultivation resources?" End of chapter. Chapter 879. The Main Family. Naming snorted coldly. "Who do I have behind me? Didn't you just say my mother stole it from your grandfather?" Mingyu also snorted coldly, directly snapping his belt and pulling off a treasure pouch that was hidden well along the belt inside his pants. "You have more than just that one flask of stone marrow." Seeing his treasure pouch pulled out, Naming finally showed a look of anxiety in his eyes. "You can't take my treasure pouch." Mingyu ignored him completely, directly emptying all the contents of the pouch onto the ground. A large amount of gold and cash appeared on the ground, along with various medicine bottles. There were healing pills, antidote pills, all in considerable quantities. Just Foundation Establishment pills alone numbered over 30 bottles, and there were also 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills for those above the innate realm. Additionally, there were several hundred weapons, including firearms and cold steel. What surprised Mingyu was that there were also 2 more flasks of stone marrow. Mingyu picked up the 2 flasks of stone marrow and looked coldly at Naming. Do you still say now that you have no one behind you? Seeing Mingyu find the stone marrow, Naming twisted his neck away, refusing to answer. Nanming's expression didn't change, but a strange flicker appeared in his eyes. However, why would the other party give the items to Naming instead of to the family head? The main family provided cultivation resources, probably wanting the Nan family to find some things in the secular world. You, in the name of the Nan family steward, intercepted these resources. The person from the main family originally intended for you to give the cultivation resources to the family head, but you used them to secretly train over 100 shadow guards. Did you deceive the person from the main family? Mingyu guessed again, no. The person from the main family probably told you to give one part to the family head and keep the other part for yourself, but you intercepted all of it. A flash of shock passed through Nanming's eyes. Mingyu knew she had guessed correctly. Mingyu was inwardly shocked. It really was someone from the Nan family's main family. You didn't deceive the person from the main family? So, that person from the main family genuinely gave the cultivation resources to you, not to be passed on to the family head. Mingyu understood in her heart. She stared intently into Nanming's eyes. Let me guess again. The person from the main family probably came from the immortal sect, right? His purpose in coming out was likely to deliver cultivation resources to the direct descendants guarding the outside world. A strange light flashed in Nanming's eyes. Naming slightly raised his chin, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Mingyu's eyes shifted. Let me guess. The person supporting you from behind should be from the main family, right? She suddenly thought of a question. The person who came out from the immortal sect knows your mother's brother? Since the main family sent someone to deliver resources, it naturally meant they still valued this branch of the direct line. A look of discomfort flashed in Nanming's eyes. But that person didn't give the resources supplied by the main family to the family head and instead gave them to you. What was the reason? She stared intently at Naming. Seeing the look in his eyes, she understood. However, the person from the main family should have given the resources to Naming to pass on to the family head. But Naming, eager to train his own people, simply intercepted all the resources. As for fearing exposure when the 99 Immortal Gate opens and the main family meets the branch, by that time, he would already be the family head. As long as he eliminated Nanqing, he could say whatever he wanted. You are truly audacious, Mingyu looked at Naming. You actually dared to deceive the main family like this. Did you think that as long as you became the family head and got rid of Nanqing, everything would be fine? Do you know the main family is a cultivation family? Do you know that if they want to know the truth, they can directly summon the dead soul for questioning, or even directly search your soul? End of chapter. Chapter 880. Full of malice. Mingyu asked calmly, so tell me, what did she want me to do that was worth her spending $1 million? The classmates all looked at Nan Mingyu as well. Yeah, what kind of task could cost $1 million? Nan Mingyu choked again, unable to answer for a moment. No, it wasn't that she couldn't answer, it was that she couldn't answer well. Could she say that the $1 million was for Ganhua to pay Jiang Mingyu to make a statement at the press conference about the real and fake heiress issue? If she said that, wouldn't it sound like she was bribing Jiang Mingyu to help her fake it? Actually, she was already feeling guilty herself. She could have said that the $1 million was an appearance fee for Mingyu, because the Nan family was holding a press conference and needed her to show up. She could even have said that Jiang Mingyu demanded $1 million before she would agree to attend the press conference and help clarify the truth. But Nan Mingyu only knew that she had swapped identities with Jiang Mingyu. She didn't know that she was actually a blood relative of the Nan family too. She felt guilty, believing that she was the fake Nan family heiress and Jiang Mingyu was the real one. It was just that Jiang Mingyu had no evidence, so she couldn't return to the Nan family. Little did she know, Jiang Mingyu simply didn't want to go back. So, she didn't dare to say it. Anyway, the fact is that my Aunt Hua gave you $1 million, and the fact is that you didn't get the job done. You should return that $1 million to me. Mingyu held out her hand. Fine, hand it over. Nan Mingyu was momentarily confused. Hand what over? The receipt. Mingyu smirked. $1 million is no small amount. If I really took $1 million from your so-called Aunt Hua, there would naturally be something to show for it, whether a receipt, an IOU, or a payment slip. There should be some kind of document, right? You can't just say your Aunt Hua gave me $1 million and have nothing to prove it. You clearly didn't write a receipt. It was a bank transfer, Nan Mingyu said indignantly. Mingyu found it amusing. A bank transfer? Then bring me proof of the transfer. If your Aunt Hua actually transferred $1 million into my Jiang Mingyu's account, I'll accept it. Nan Mingyu was stunned, because she suddenly remembered that the $1 million had been transferred to some kindergarten's account, not to Jiang Mingyu's name. Mingyu sneered. You keep saying I took $1 million from your Aunt Hua, yet you can't even say what it was for. 1 million is no small sum, and without any evidence, you come here with empty words demanding I give you 1 million? Do you think your face is that big? I advise you not to try to intimidate me with your Nan family heiress title. I'm not afraid of you. Leave now. You, Nan Mingzhu stammered for a moment, then let out a harsh snort. I won't let this go. You have to return that 1 million. With that, she pushed through the crowd blocking her way and rushed out. Mingyu noticed that every time Nan Mingzhu confronted her, she ended up fleeing like this. Actually, she was probably strictly adhering to the Nan family's rule of not using force in public. So, once she couldn't win an argument, she could only retreat in disgrace. Her roommate Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, Jiang Mingyu, why does Nan Mingzhu say you took 1 million from her Aunt Hua? Mingyu looked quite troubled. I don't know either. She lowered her head, thinking, then said, could it be that donation to our street's kindergarten a few days ago by someone named Ganhua? I did help issue the receipt for that donation. It was 1 million. Hong Jinxiu's eyes widened. No way, you can't ask for a donation to a kindergarten back. Mingyu thought it over again, but aside from that 1 million, I haven't received any other money. She knew in her heart that this 1 million belonged to Nan Ming or Nan Mingzhu, not Ganhua. Wanting that 1 million back? Dream on. Chapter 881. Return the 1 million. Mingyu observed that Nan Mingzhu had called out her shadow guard and driven back. She was probably planning to return to the Nan family to find Nan Ming, right? Nan Mingzhu relied on Nan Ming and the Nan family, but Nan Ming was currently locked up in the underground warehouse of her space house. Even if she went back, she wouldn't find her support. Nan Mingzhu returned to the Nan family and went straight to find Nan Ming, but tonight, Nan Ming, who was always at home waiting for her, was not there. She stormed off to find Nan Qing but was blocked by Nan Yu. Miss, the family head is busy and cannot be disturbed. Nan Mingzhu still tried to push through, but she couldn't break past Nan Yu's blockade. In a fit of rage, she punched at Nan Yu. Get out of my way. Nan Yu grabbed her fist. Miss, the family head doesn't want to see you. Nan Mingzhu was furious. I am the eldest miss of the Nan family. Why doesn't the family head want to see me? If Nan Yu still remembered what happened after Mingyu came in the afternoon, he would know that Nan Ming was also the old master's bloodline, and this Nan Mingzhu was indeed the eldest miss of the Nan family. But all the shadow guards had forgotten what happened that afternoon. Therefore, he only knew that the eldest miss was most likely a fake, and that Jiang Mingyu might be the real eldest miss. So, hearing Nan Mingzhu's words, Nan Yu silently complained, whether you're the real eldest miss is still up for debate. He tossed Nan Mingzhu aside. The family head said he won't see anyone tonight. In fact, Nan Cheng had already anticipated that Nan Mingzhu would return, and that she would come to him, the family head, when she couldn't find Nan Ming. That's why he instructed Nan Yu not to let her in. As for this Nan Mingzhu, he didn't know what mindset to adopt when facing her now. Before, she was the eldest miss of the Nan family, but not close to him. Later, after the incident where Nan Feng used his name to send Di Ding, Xian Wu, and Xian Lu to capture Jiang Mingyu, intending to send her abroad, he investigated Jiang Mingyu's background and concluded that she was the real eldest miss of the Nan family. That is, Mingyu was real and Nan Mingzhu was fake. So, he only dealt with Nan Mingzhu superficially, avoiding her whenever possible. But now he knew that she was indeed Nan Ming's daughter, and Nan Ming was also the result of her mother stealing the old master's seed, barely counting as the old master's bloodline. She was technically his niece, though their blood relation was somewhat distant. Still, it was hard for him to accept this mentally, so he chose not to see her. Moreover, he knew that Nan Mingzhu's purpose in coming was to ask about Nan Ming, but Nan Ming had been taken away by Mingyu. And Mingyu, having suffered so many years because of Nan Ming, would certainly not let him off. And Nan Ming was Nan Mingzhu's father. He had allowed Jiang Mingyu to kill Nan Mingzhu's father, and now Nan Mingzhu came to him asking for Nan Ming. How could he respond to her? From this perspective, it was best for him not to see her. When Nan Mingzhu heard that the family head wouldn't see her, she couldn't vent her anger, so she punched Nan Yu and turned to leave. Nan Yu glared hatefully at her retreating figure. What are you so proud of? Sooner or later, I'll tear off your fake Miss mask. But before he could finish speaking, the family head's voice came from inside. Come in. Nan Yu quickly entered. Family head, what are your orders? Nan Cheng glanced at him. Don't talk about the real or fake miss anymore. Yes, family head. Nan Yu was puzzled. Could it be that Nan Mingzhu was the real miss? If so, then that Jiang Mingyu would be the fake one, wouldn't she? He then asked, then how should we treat that Jiang Mingyu from now on? Nan Qing, seeing his expression, said, treat Jiang Mingyu with the same respect as you treat me, the family head. Nan Yu was startled and quickly replied, yes. But he was still puzzled. Could both of them be real misses? Chapter 882, Dream On. At the Qing family home, Qing Jianyan approached his mother with the information he had gathered. Mom, the person that bastard sold the courtyard to is actually his own sworn sister. Xiao Yuhua didn't catch it clearly. What did you say? Cheng Jionian said, didn't Cheng Jioha sell the courtyard that was meant for my wedding? The person he sold it to is his own sworn sister, named Jiang Mingyu. What do you mean? Xiao Yuhua still hadn't caught on. What I mean is, they're a sworn brother and a sworn sister. Now that I need that courtyard for my wedding, Cheng Jioha transfers the property to his sworn sister. In a few years, when the sworn brother and sister get married, the courtyard will end up back in Cheng Jioha's hands anyway. You mean they're doing a fake sale? Xiao Yuhua's eyes shifted, a hint of calculation in them. Cheng Jionian shook his head. If you say it's fake, I checked, they really did go through with the transfer. But if you say it's real, that courtyard is worth at least 200,000. That Jiang Mingyu is just an orphan with no parents, still in university. Where would she get that much money to buy a courtyard? Xiao Yuhua understood and said angrily, the sale is fake, but the transfer is real. That bastard, just to stop you from getting married in that courtyard, he pulls a stunt like this. Don't worry, I'll talk to your father and have him take the house back so you can get married there. The little man inside Cheng Jionian's heart let out a triumphant, yeah. He put his arm around Xiao Yuhua's shoulder. Mom, you're the best to me. Xiaojia really loves that courtyard. After I get married and we have kids, you and Dad can move in with us. Xiao Yuhua had long had her eye on that antique-style courtyard. She felt that living in a place like that would truly make her feel like the matriarch of a great family. All right, your dad will be home soon. If he sees this, he'll scold you again. Cheng Dajuan always disapproved of his son clinging to his mother like that. Cheng Jionian had no choice but to let go of his mother, though his face still showed dissatisfaction. He's just jealous. Jealous of what? Cheng Dajuan pushed open the door with a bag in hand. Xiao Yuhua quickly stepped forward to get his slippers. He's saying Cheng Jioha is jealous. Cheng Dajuan stiffened. Why are you bringing him up again? Oh, it's like this. The day before yesterday, I went out to eat with friends and passed by that courtyard. I noticed someone was renovating it, so I wanted to go in and take a look. But I got chased out by some teenage girl. I thought it was strange. Didn't Big Brother say he sold the courtyard? How did it end up in some girl's hands? Coincidentally, a friend had heard about that girl. She's a university freshman this year, named Jiang Mingyu, an orphan with no parents. I found it odd. If she's an orphan, she probably needs help just to go to university, right? Where would she get the money to buy our family's courtyard? Later, I asked around a bit more. Guess what people said? That girl and Big Brother are sworn siblings. At the time, my friend joked that Big Brother had it all figured out, sell the house to his sworn sister, and in 9 years, when she grows up, he marries her, and the house comes back. Cheng Dajuan frowned at this, staring at Cheng Jionian. If you have something to say, just say it. Why beat around the bush? Xiao Yuhua quickly cut in. Actually, what Jionian's friend said wasn't far off. How could a newly enrolled orphan girl have the money to buy a courtyard worth over 200,000? Jioha probably didn't want Jionian to get married in that courtyard, so he gave it to his sworn sister, planning to bring it back when he marries her later. Cheng Dajuan's stern gaze fixed on Xiao Yuhua. Are you trying to say that Jioha went through all these twists and turns just to pull off a fake sale? Chapter 883. Could both be the real miss? Xiao Yuhua said softly, it wasn't me who said it, he did it himself. Cheng Dajuan returned to his room, sat down on the sofa, and pulled out a cigarette. Xiao Yuhua quickly helped him light it. He took a drag and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Yuhua, last time I asked you to hand over Nanlan's jewelry, are you dissatisfied with Jioha? Xiao Yuhua was taken aback and said aggrievedly, no, I'm not. Cheng Dajuan said that courtyard was originally given to Jioha by his maternal grandfather. Whether he genuinely sells it or fakes a sale, it's his own business. But you promised back then to let Jionian get married in that courtyard. I did promise, but I also said it had to be based on Jioha's consent, Cheng Dajuan said. But this is also the bride's request. We can't just refuse to meet it, can we? Xiao Yuhua said. Are you saying that if we can't meet this request, the bride won't marry into our family? Cheng Dajuan said displeasedly. Xiao Yuhua quickly replied, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Cheng Dajuan stared at Xiao Yuhua and asked. I mean, since we know who the buyer is, why don't we add some money on top of the original price and buy the courtyard back? Cheng Dajuan frowned. Can we still come up with that much money? After buying Peiyuan pills for Jionian and Ji last year, I wanted to buy one for Jioha too, but didn't you say we didn't have enough money? The Qing family wasn't like those old established clans. The little money they had came from the dowry Nanlan had brought in back then. Xiao Yuhua hurriedly said, our family doesn't have enough money, but I can borrow from my brother. Jionian is also starting to earn money now. As long as we buy the courtyard back, we can repay it slowly later. Cheng Dajuan finally agreed. Fine. If that girl is willing to sell, we can offer more money to buy it back. But in Xiao Yuhua's ears, the part about if that girl is willing to sell was overlooked, leaving only the meaning of we can offer more money to buy it back. Thus, before Mingyu could enjoy a few days of peace, she was sought out again at the academy. This time, Xiao Yuhua came to find her, accompanied personally by the vice principal. When Mingyu was called to the principal's office, she felt quite frustrated. She realized that events had been piling up lately. Or rather, ever since she arrived in Kyoto, things had never stopped. Vice Principal Chen, you wanted to see me? Vice Principal Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration when he saw Jiang Mingyu walk in. You're Jiang Mingyu, right? This lady here has something to discuss with you. Then he said to Xiao Yuhua, Madam Cheng, Miss Jiang is here. You two can talk. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he got up and left, leaving the space to the two women. Mingyu frowned almost imperceptibly. I don't know this lady. Xiao Yuhua was also somewhat surprised when she saw Mingyu. So Qing Jioha had found such a beautiful girl? She seemed too young, though, probably planning to get engaged first and wait until she grew up to marry. That bastard sure knew how to scheme. She was now fully convinced that Cheng Jioha's plan was to give away the courtyard first, avoid Jionian getting married there, and then, when this girl grew up, marry her to take the courtyard back. That way, he could enjoy the courtyard all to himself. But this girl should be easier to deal with than that bastard, right? Maybe a few threats would be enough to make her hand over the courtyard obediently. You're Jiang Mingyu, right? I'm the mother of your sworn brother, Cheng Jioha. I heard that Jioha transferred the family courtyard to you. Chapter 884. Fake Buying and Selling. Mingyu listened to Mrs. Cheng's words and understood. Last time, when she went to the courtyard with her uncle to talk, they ran into Cheng Jionian renovating his own yard. She drove him away and confiscated the building materials. Back then, Cheng Jionian had left with the words, this yard will be mine sooner or later. Just wait and see. Now, it seemed he had enlisted his mother to come and snatch the yard. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit of contempt for Cheng Jionian. Was he still not grown up? Couldn't snatch it himself, so he called his mom? Mingyu looked puzzled. That's strange, auntie. I heard brother Jioha say that his mother died long ago. How did another mother suddenly appear? Xiao Yuhua felt a bit awkward. I'm a stepmother. Oh, so you're a stepmother, Mingyu said, emphasizing the word stepmother. I heard brother Jioha mention that he never got along with his stepmother. After joining the army, he rarely came home and even forgot he had a stepmother. So I almost forgot he had one. Well, is there something you need from me today? Xiao Yuhua listened to her deliberately mentioning the discord between her and Jioha, cursing inwardly at the girl's lack of manners, but still maintained a proper smile on her face. He's quite busy in the military. After all, he became a deputy regiment commander at such a young age. His father and I understand him, and don't blame him for rarely coming home. Work comes first. As for why I'm here today, I want you to return the yard he transferred to you. After all, he's just a young man who doesn't understand the dangers of people's hearts. He casually transferred the family's yard to a girl. Those in the know might say you're sworn siblings, treating each other without boundaries. But those who don't know might think he made a mistake and used the family's yard to bribe someone to keep quiet. Xiao Yuhua's words were vicious. Was she implying that she and Cheng Jioha had an improper relationship, and that Cheng Jioha gave away the family's yard to shut her up? Or was she suggesting that Mingyu had sold herself for a yard? Mingyu's face quickly turned cold. Mrs. Cheng, please watch your words. Brother Cheng and I may call each other siblings, but our relationship is completely innocent. Xiao Yuhua sneered. If you're innocent, why would my family's yard be transferred to you for no reason? If you honestly transfer the yard back today, fine. Otherwise, I'll report this to your principal and ask whether you're here to study or to be a social butterfly. Mingyu was furious. Mrs. Cheng, I'm warning you again. If you keep slandering my reputation like this, I won't be polite. As for the yard you mentioned being transferred to me, first of all, it's not your family's yard. It's the yard Brother Cheng's maternal grandfather gave to him. Second, someone pressured Brother Cheng to give away the yard his grandfather gave him for someone else's wedding. He didn't want to, so he had no choice but to sell the yard that belonged to him. Third, at the time, I happened to want to buy a yard. When I saw Brother Cheng wanted to sell his, I bought it. So it was a willing buyer and a willing seller, a fair transaction, settled on the spot, with money and goods exchanged. Our normal business relationship, why does it become a shady deal in your mouth? Is your mind too dirty, or are you deliberately saying this to achieve some ulterior motive? Xiao Yuhua, seeing that Mingyu not only wasn't afraid of her but also exposed her intentions, flew into a rage. You're an orphan without parents. Where would you get the money to buy such a big yard? Dare you say there wasn't some flesh trade between you? Slap. This time, Mingyu couldn't hold back any longer. She swung her hand and slapped Xiao Yuhua across the face. Chapter 885. I heard Jioha transferred the courtyard to you. Xiao Yuhua never expected Jiang Mingyu to actually hit her. Her eyes widened. How dare you hit me? She lunged forward to strike Mingyu, but Mingyu countered with 2 more slaps, smack, smack, landing on Xiao Yuhua's face. The force sent Xiao Yuhua tumbling to the ground, and Mingyu pinned her down, keeping her from getting up. Xiao Yuhua was somewat frustrated. Clearly, this girl was not someone to be trifled with, and her approach had been wrong. She had originally thought that if a girl were accused of having an affair with Cheng Jioha to obtain the courtyard, she would have to return it to clear her name. As for tarnishing this girl's reputation and Cheng Jioha's along with it, she had no qualms. In fact, she thought it was perfect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But this girl's reaction left her stunned. Instead of returning the courtyard, she was using brute force to suppress her. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yuhua had married into the Qing family, she had never practiced martial arts. She always assumed that since her husband and son were martial artists, no one would dare to lay a hand on her. But now, this girl she had dismissed was actually beating her. Mingyu pointed at Xiao Yuhua. I told you before, if you slander my reputation again, I won't be lenient. Did you think I was joking? Yes, I have no parents, but I have a master. Anything my master casually takes out can sell for a high price. I didn't pay money for Brother Cheng's courtyard, but I gave him 2 ancient method refined Peiyuan pills. I heard that not long ago, at the Huaxia Dragon auction, a set of these pills sold for 600 million, with 10 pills in a set. That means each pill is worth 60 million. I used 2 Peiyuan pills to buy the courtyard, which is equivalent to spending 120 million. How dare you say I got the house for free? Xiao Yuhua was stunned. This girl had used 2 ancient method refined Peiyuan pills for that courtyard. She had heard about the ancient method refined Peiyuan pills appearing at the Huaxia Dragon auction, pills with almost no impurities and no side effects. She had wanted to bid for them herself. But she knew her limits. The Cheng family were newly wealthy, relying on Nanlan marrying into the family to obtain the Nan family's ancient martial arts cultivation methods and become a martial arts household. Even the family's wealth mainly came from Nanlan's dowry. However, the cultivation resources Nanlan brought in were limited. Over the years, to buy cultivation resources for her 2 sons, everything except Nanlan's jewelry had been sold off. She had thought about selling the jewelry too, but that bastard had taken it all. So, she hadn't attended that auction. But she had heard that by the time the major families arrived, only 1 set of Peiyuan pills remained, selling for a sky-high price of 600 million. At the time, she had regretted not having the money to train her younger son into a Xiantian expert. But now, this girl was saying she had used 2 of those ancient method refined Peiyuan pills to buy the courtyard. Even 2 ordinary Peiyuan pills would have been enough to buy that courtyard. Why would she need to use 2 ancient method refined ones? Moreover, she had planned to buy the courtyard back for a little more than what the girl had paid. But now, if the girl really had used 2 ancient method refined Peiyuan pills, each worth 60 million, totaling 120 million, how could she afford it? Her eyes darted, and she immediately retorted, impossible. How could you have that kind of Peiyuan pill? Where did you get it? You must have used ordinary Peiyuan pills and passed them off as ancient method refined ones. Yes, she refused to believe the girl had spent that much. She was determined to have that courtyard. At most, she would pay the market price for it. Chapter 886, Slap. Heh, why can't I have ancient method refined Peiyuan pills? As for where I got my ancient method refined Peiyuan pills, I didn't bother to tell you, but since I'm kind-hearted, I'll let you know, they were given to me by my master. Every single Peiyuan pill my master gave me is refined using ancient methods. Since I started martial arts training, I've never taken ordinary Peiyuan pills. You say I'm using ordinary Peiyuan pills to pass off as ancient method refined ones? I really can't find ordinary Peiyuan pills to fake them. She casually took out a pill bottle and poured out a Peiyuan pill. Look, do you recognize it? This is the ancient method refined Peiyuan pill my master gave me. When I cultivate, I use Peiyuan pills like this. Xiao Yuhua's eyes turned red when she saw the Peiyuan pill Mingyu took out. Although she had never taken a Peiyuan pill herself, she had seen ordinary ones when buying them for her 2 sons. The Peiyuan pills she bought were basically dull in color, smaller in size, and not as fragrant. This Peiyuan pill was brown, round, and glossy, with a faint fragrance that felt soothing just by smelling it. One look, and it was clear that this was no ordinary Peiyuan pill. Her younger son had decent talent. At just 20 years old, he had broken through to the 4th level of the Hotian stage. If he could get a few of these Peiyuan pills, he could break through to the Xiantian stage. She said eagerly, how many do you have? I'll buy them all. Mingyu looked disdainfully at Cheng Gija's greedy stepmother. Heh, my Peiyuan pills, you can't afford them. Xiao Yuhua was about to retort when she suddenly remembered that this kind of Peiyuan pill sold for 60 million each. Although she was a high-ranking official's wife, she really couldn't afford it. She said bitterly, the market price for Peiyuan pills is 80 to 100,000 each. I'll give you 100,000 and you give me 2. Madam is very generous. Minyu's disdainful gaze was completely unconcealed. Ancient method, refined Peiyuan pills cost 60 million each, and you offer 100,000? Sorry, I'm not selling. If Madam has nothing else, I'll be going. Don't leave. That courtyard belongs to our family, give it back. Minyu pulled the corner of her mouth into a mocking smile. I already told you, I bought that courtyard with 2 ancient method, refined Peiyuan pills. If you want it back, bring me 2 ancient method, refined Peiyuan pills. Xiao Yuhua simply resorted to shamelessness. Who knows if you actually gave them or not. Besides, even if you did, ask Cheng Jioha for the Peiyuan pills. But this courtyard, you must return it to me. Otherwise, I'll go to your principal and tell him you, a young girl, are a swindler. Then go ahead and tattle. Minyu said nonchalantly, if you win, I'll admit defeat. With that, Minyu opened the door and walked out. Unexpectedly, Bai Stianchen was standing at the door. What, are you done talking? Xiao Yuhua immediately shouted, Bai Stianchen, this student of yours tricked my son into transferring a courtyard worth 300,000 to 400,000 to her name. Please persuade her to return it to us. Originally, that courtyard was only worth about 200,000, but she deliberately inflated the price. Bai Stianchen looked at Minyu with slight disappointment. Classmate, one should be upright and above board. This behavior of yours is not good. How about this? Return the courtyard to them, and our academy can consider giving you a lighter punishment. Just a warning. Minyu sneered inwardly. This Vice Stianchen clearly believed Xiao Yuhua's words. She lifted her chin. What if I say no? Chapter 887. How dare you hit me? Then the only option is expulsion. Vice Stianchen looked at Minyu's beautiful face and continued, however, I suggest you return the courtyard to its owner. You're young and have a bright future ahead of you. Why ruin it for something that doesn't belong to you? Minyu looked at Vice Stianchen. Vice Stianchen, I have a question I'd like to ask you. All right, go ahead. Vice Stianchen assumed a listening posture. Minyu pointed to a painting hanging in the office. Suppose someone gave you a painting and it's very valuable. You have a brother at home who doesn't get along with you and wants this painting, but you don't want to give it to him. However, an elder in your family who doesn't care for you pressures you to hand it over. In anger, you sell the painting to a friend at a price higher than the market value. Then, that elder approaches your friend who bought the painting and demands he return it. Your friend feels that since he paid above market price for the painting, he should naturally get his money back. So, he tells your elder, you can have the painting, but you must refund the money I spent on it. But your elder only wants the painting, not to repay the money, so he sues your friend. Tell me, what should your friend do? Vice Stianchen understood Minyu's implication. You mean? Minyu nodded. What I mean is very clear. When I swapped courtyards, I paid 2 foundation establishment pills. Here is the contract from when I bought the courtyard. Minyu took the contract out of her bag, actually from her ring, and handed it to Vice Stianchen. Vice Stianchen took the purchase contract and looked at the exchange agreement between Party A and Party B. It was clearly written, Party A donates the courtyard located at a certain place, including its boundaries and square footage, to Party B, and Party B donates 2 ancient method refined foundation establishment pills to Party A. In fact, there was originally no such purchase contract. When handling the property transfer procedures, they had only signed a symbolic donation agreement, with Party A donating the courtyard to Party B, but without Party B donating the 2 ancient method refined foundation establishment pills to Party A. However, after Cheng Jionian had made his threats last time, she had drawn up this contract in triplicate, notified her brother by phone, kept 2 copies for herself, and sent one to the housing authority late at night, quietly replacing the original donation contract without anyone noticing. Vice Stianchen was not from an ancient martial arts family and did not understand how precious the ancient method refined foundation establishment pills were. Therefore, he frowned at Minyu. Student Jiang Minyu, you exchanged 2 so-called ancient method refined foundation establishment pills for someone's courtyard. No wonder they say you tricked them out of it. You should return the courtyard to the Chung family. No problem, Minyu said. But originally, it was an exchange. According to the rules, since the contract is complete and the exchange of goods is finished, I could completely ignore this. However, since Vice Stianchen says so, I agree to swap back. As long as this aunt returns my 2 ancient method refined foundation establishment pills to me. Vice Stianchen looked at Xiao Yuhua. Student Zhang's suggestion is reasonable. Then you should return the foundation establishment pills to her. Xiao Yuhua's face flushed bright red. If she had 2 ancient method refined foundation establishment pills, why would she still want the courtyard? She could only say, those 2 foundation establishment pills have already been eaten by my son. Minyu spread her hands. Vice Stianchen, you see, it's not that I don't agree to swap back, but they can't produce my foundation establishment pills. I can't just return the courtyard to them for nothing while they don't return my foundation establishment pills, can I? Chapter 888, Lodging a Complaint. Vice Dinshin thought for a moment and said to Xiao Yuhua, since the Cheng family has already consumed your Peiyuan pill, you should compensate classmate Jiang according to the market price. Xiao Yuhua nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. The market price of an ancient method Peiyuan pill? If she could afford it, would she still be standing here? She said through gritted teeth, who knows if the pill she gave my son was truly made using the ancient method? Mingyu spread her hands. There's no way to verify that now, because Brother Cheng has already swallowed it, and, she added silently, he had broken through to the late stage of Hotian on the spot, and had now even advanced to Xiantian. But of course, she couldn't say that. She rolled her eyes and continued, besides, whether it was made using the ancient method can't be determined by me alone. It has to be verified by Brother Cheng, right? Since Brother Cheng confirmed it, then it is an ancient method Peiyuan pill. Don't you agree? Xiao Yuhua had no retort. Qing Jioha had already taken the pill, and there was no way to verify its origin now. The contract stated it was an ancient method Peiyuan pill, so even if it wasn't, it might as well be. Xiao Yuhua was furious. What infuriated her even more was that Bai Stinchin, in a fawning manner, took the initiative to ask Jiang Mingyu, these 2 Peiyuan pills shouldn't be too expensive, right? Mingyu chuckled inwardly, but kept a straight face. Not too expensive. Occasionally, Peiyuan pills appear on the market, priced around 80 to 100,000 each. But ancient method Peiyuan pills are never sold on the open market. However, not long ago, some were auctioned at the auction city. Vice Dinshin sensed trouble. Items auctioned at the auction city were rarely cheap. But then he thought, no matter how expensive, it couldn't be worse than this courtyard worth 3 to 400,000. So he asked, what was the auction price? Mingyu shook her head. Not much. That day, 3 sets of Peiyuan pills were auctioned, 10 pills per set. The first set sold for 50 million. Vice Dinshin nearly choked on his saliva. How much? 50 million, Mingyu said. But that was for 10 pills, so on average, 500,000 per pill. Vice Dinshin cursed inwardly. 500,000 per pill, and she says it's not expensive? 2 pills would cost $1 million. If the Cheng family wanted to reclaim the courtyard, they'd have to pay Mingyu $1 million. But the courtyard was only worth 3 to 400,000. At this rate, the young lady wouldn't be at a loss, would she? He couldn't help but ask, and the second set? The second set sold for 100 million. Vice Dinchen's heart raced. 100 million, that's $1 million per pill. He looked at Xiao Yuhua. If someone traded pills worth 20 million for a courtyard worth 3 to 400,000, they wouldn't be losing out. Why were they still trying to reclaim the courtyard? But he couldn't resist asking, and the third set? The third set, Mingyu said, because various hidden families learned that ancient method Peiyuan pills were for sale and rushed to bid, sold for 600 million. 600 million. Vice Dinshin felt like his heart might give out. Classmate Jiang Mingyu, lying is not the mark of a good student. Mingyu smiled at him. Vice Dinshin, you can easily verify this. Would I dare to lie? Vice Dinshin thought about it. She was right, this was a public auction, not some shady deal in a corner. If she were lying, it would be exposed with a simple investigation. He took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Yuhua. Madam Cheng, do you have 120 million? If so, you should pay classmate Jiang. At these words, Xiao Yuhua spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 889, The Contract. Xiao Yuhua actually vomited blood this time. If she had 120 million, would she still need to extort the courtyard that her stepson had sold? She wasn't extorting. She was merely taking back the courtyard that belonged to the Cheng family. Whoever took your Peiyuan Dan should pay for it. All I know is that this courtyard was meant to be my son's wedding home, and I must get it back. Xiao Yuhua shamelessly resorted to playing dirty. Mingyu was infuriated by this woman's brazen attitude. Your son's wedding home? Why should Brother Jioha provide a wedding home for the son you gave birth to? What is your son to Brother Jioha? Xiao Yuhua was also furious. Pointing at Mingyu without any regard for dignity, she said, you're just a little girl who hasn't even married into the Cheng family yet, and you already want to meddle in Cheng family affairs? Qing Jioha's house? So what if that courtyard was a gift from his maternal grandfather? He's not married yet, and the Cheng family hasn't divided its property. We are one family. Everything Qing Jioha owns belongs to the Cheng family, and since it belongs to the Qing family, he has no say in it. Mingyu sneered. This is the first time I've seen a mistress use a legitimate wife's dowry so shamelessly. Xiao Yuhua had risen to her position as a mistress, and nothing infuriated her more than being called one. Mingyu's words struck her right in the heart. You what? Did I say anything wrong? While Brother Jioha's mother was pregnant, you seduced his father, causing her to become ill from anger during her pregnancy. Then you deliberately revealed to her that you were carrying his father's child, leading to her premature labor, nearly killing both mother and child. Brother Jioha's mother fought to give birth to him, but ultimately, due to severe blood loss, her health deteriorated, and she passed away within a year. And you, before her body was even cold, married into the Chung family, bringing along an illegitimate child. On the surface, he was your late husband's posthumous son, but in reality, he is Chung Jioha's father's biological son. It can be said that you killed Brother Jioha's mother. You and share mortal enemies. If Brother Jioha hadn't been taken in by his maternal family as a child, you would have killed him long ago. How do you still have the nerve to say you and Brother Jioha are one family? Your so-called one family is nothing but a pretext to seize Brother Jioha's property. You what? Mingyu pointed at Xiao Yuhua and continued. The worst thing you did was force Brother Jioha to hand over the courtyard his maternal grandfather gave him for your son's wedding. Back then, you used the child in your womb, Chung Jionian, to successfully anger Brother Jioha's mother to death. It can be said that Chung Jionian indirectly killed Brother Jioha's mother. And now, you're forcing Brother Jioha to give the courtyard his maternal grandfather gave him to Chung Jionian for his wedding. You want Brother Jioha to let the enemy use the courtyard his mother's father gave him for their wedding. Are you trying to make Brother Jioha's mother turn in her grave? To be honest, if I were Brother Jioha, I would rather burn my courtyard to the ground than let the enemy of my mother use it for their wedding. What's even more despicable is that Brother Jioha didn't want to let his mother's enemy live in the courtyard his maternal grandfather gave him, so he had no choice but to sell it. Yet you went out of your way to obstruct every potential buyer, sending people to persuade them not to buy, making it impossible for Brother Jioha to sell the courtyard. Also, you could seize it for yourself. If I hadn't come from out of town, seen the courtyard the same day, bought it immediately, and transferred the ownership right away, I wouldn't have been able to buy Brother Jioha's courtyard. By now, you would have already forcibly taken it for your son's wedding, wouldn't you? Chapter 890, Lying is not the mark of a good student. Mingyu didn't pause for breath as she continued her tirade. Xiao Yuhua, you're a woman who climbed into a marriage as the other woman. Not only did you steal the original wife's dowry, but you even tried to snatch the courtyard that the original wife's father gave to the son she bore. Tell me, how can a woman like you, who wormed her way in as the mistress, be so vicious? You shamelessly stole another woman's husband, so you should have kept your head down and lived quietly. After all, you were once a mistress everyone despised, like a rat scurrying through the streets. But you simply don't know your place. Not content with stealing Brother Cheng's mother's husband, you also turned his father into a stepfather. You took the original wife's dowry, and now you're trying to take the courtyard meant for her son. Is your whole life just about taking things? When the courtyard was still in Brother Cheng's hands, you tried to take it. Now that he's sold it to me, you still dare to try. Are you so used to grabbing things at home that you think you can do it out in the world too? Let me tell you, dream on. You won't take my courtyard. As Mingyu spoke, Xiao Yuhua tried several times to interrupt, but Mingyu wouldn't allow it. She used her mental energy to suppress her, keeping her silent while she herself rattled off all the shameful things Xiao Yuhua had done. Mingyu felt truly stifled on behalf of Brother Cheng. He was a man, after all, and couldn't shout and curse like a woman. So much of his pain was buried deep inside, unable to be voiced. Today, Xiao Yuhua had delivered herself right to Mingyu's doorstep to be scolded. How could she not seize the chance to vent on Brother Cheng's behalf? She even quietly turned on the tape recorder in her pocket, planning to send the recorded tape to Brother Cheng so he could enjoy it too. Xiao Yuhua was stunned by Mingyu's outburst. Ever since they arrived in the capital, no one had dared to bring up her past in front of her for years. Most people didn't even know she had climbed into her position as the other woman. Even those who did know kept quiet because so much time had passed. So, in high society circles in the capital, she had always presented herself as Chung Dajuan's legitimate wife. But today, Mingyu had stripped away all her disguises. What's more, the principal's office was right next to the teacher's office. Many people, though they didn't come out to watch, were straining their ears to hear what was being said. And Mingyu's voice was loud and clear, carrying easily. Without a doubt, Xiao Yuhua knew that by tomorrow at the latest, the entire high society of the capital would know she was a woman who had climbed into her marriage as the other woman. At that time, society's tolerance for mistresses was far lower than in later years. A mistress who stepped out in public was despised by everyone. The women of high society spoke of mistresses with disgust, even hatred. Would those legitimate wives still respect her as they had before? She could already imagine how, at future banquets, she would be looked down upon, isolated, and even mocked. Xiao Yuhua pointed at Mingyu in fury. You're slandering me. Mingyu sneered. Slandering you? Weren't you the one who climbed in as the other woman? Didn't you seduce Chung Dajuan while Brother Cheng's mother was pregnant with him? Didn't you forcibly take Miss Nan's dowry, and now you're trying to take the courtyard the Nan family gave to their grandson? At this point, she felt the Nan family was somewhat at fault too. Nan Lan had clearly been killed by Xiao Yuhua, so why hadn't anyone from the Nan family come to seek justice for her? All they did was take Chung Jioha away to raise after Nan Lan's death. Chapter 891, Scolding Mrs. Chung into a Faint 1. Actually, Mingyu had wronged the Nan family. At that time, Nanlon had already been expelled from the clan for leaking ancient martial arts techniques to Chung Dajuan. When Nanlon died, she wasn't in the capital. By the time the family received the news, old Master Nan had already been labeled a rightist and sent down to the countryside. Despite all this, they still took Chung Jioha in and raised him. You're slandering me. What evidence do you have that I'm the other woman? Xiao Yuhua, already flustered, barely managed to utter a sentence. Heh, you want evidence, don't you? Don't you know that your son is the evidence? Even though you later changed his household registration, there are original records from when you gave birth to him. The birth record in City C shows he is only 6 months younger than Brother Chung. Don't tell me he was a premature baby, his birth record doesn't indicate that. And I've heard of 7-month preemies surviving, but I've never heard of a 6-month pregnancy producing a live birth. Besides, in the 100-day photo you took of him, he looks perfectly healthy. Do you want to see this evidence? Oh, I almost forgot, when you gave birth to your eldest son, Brother Cheng's mother was still alive. Tell me, doesn't this evidence prove that you're a shameless homewrecker who intruded into someone else's family? Xiao Yuhua was dumbfounded. She had changed her son's household registration, but never expected that City C Hospital still had his birth records. She had never been so humiliated. Panting heavily like a toad, the next moment, she fainted outright. Vice Dean Chin and Mingyu exchanged glances. This Xiao Yuhua had actually been scolded into a faint? But neither of them had any intention of reviving her. Vice Dean Chin even regretted his earlier respect for Xiao Yuhua. Because of her status, he had initially sided with her and unfairly criticized Jiang Mingyu, his student. If he had known she was the other woman, how could he have acted that way? Mingyu smiled. Vice Dean Chin, can I leave now? But Vice Dean Chin looked at her intently. Jiang Mingyu, in the contract you signed, you exchanged Chung Jioha's courtyard for a Peiyuan pill. Why did you specify it as an ancient method Peiyuan pill? His gaze carried a deeper meaning. Mingyu looked back at him with an innocent expression. When my master gave it to me, he said it was made using ancient methods. At the time, I asked why it had to be specified as ancient method when it was just a Peiyuan pill. My master said this distinction was important because many Peiyuan pills nowadays are boiled, containing many impurities and even toxins, with little energy. Taking them leaves residue in the meridians, hindering breakthrough in cultivation. But the ones my master gave me were refined, with very few impurities and 30% more energy than ordinary Peiyuan pills. Since the two types differ so greatly, I naturally had to specify that this was an ancient method Peiyuan pill. Vice Dean Chin looked at her with a strange expression. But something doesn't sit right with me. Peiyuan pills are extremely valuable, while that courtyard is only worth 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Why would you trade a Peiyuan pill worth tens of millions for a courtyard worth only a few 100,000? Indeed, if it were a fair exchange, how could the prices be so far apart? Mingyu sighed helplessly. Fine, you saw through me. At the time, I didn't know that ancient method Peiyuan pills were so expensive. But back then, I thought they were only about twice as valuable as ordinary Peiyuan pills. Plus, since my master gave them to me, I went ahead with the trade. I never expected all this trouble. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have bought it. Chapter 892, Scolding Mrs. Chung into a Faint, Part 2. In reality, even knowing there would be trouble, after learning about Cheng Jioha's situation, Mingyu still decided to buy Cheng Jioha's courtyard. Because Cheng Jioha wasn't in the capital, the courtyard would eventually be taken over by Cheng Jianyan if left unattended. It was better for her to buy it herself. If they dared to forcefully occupy her courtyard, she would dare to take them to court. Mingyu glanced at Xiao Yuhua, who had fainted on the ground, and said, but this woman has an incredibly thick skin. The courtyard given by Brother Cheng's maternal grandfather, she insisted on forcing Brother Cheng to hand it over for her son's wedding. If not for that, Brother Cheng wouldn't have thought of selling the courtyard. As she spoke, Mingyu took out a Peiyuan pill and handed it to Vice Dean Chin. Here's a gift for you. After taking this pill, you won't fall ill for the rest of your life. Of course, you could also sell it. After all, even if it can't fetch 60 million, it could definitely sell for 10 or 20 million. Dean Chin took the Peiyuan pill and swallowed it immediately. Eating it is the most practical choice. Mingyu laughed heartily. Vice Dean Chin, you're truly a fascinating person. You just swallowed tens of millions in one gulp. Don't you feel it's a waste? If it were someone else, they might have kept the Peiyuan pill, even if they couldn't sell it for tens of millions. A few million would still be good. But he ate it right in front of Mingyu. The cunning Vice Dean Chin smiled kindly. No amount of external wealth can compare to a healthy body. Thank you, classmate Jiang. He could feel his suboptimal health transforming into lightness and vitality, as if he had returned to his youth. Mingyu pointed at Xiao Yuhua, still lying on the ground. Then I'll leave this Mrs. Chung to you, Vice Dean Chen. I'll be going now. All right, no problem. You go ahead. Vice Dean Shin was now indebted to her for the favor. For others, an ancient method Peiyuan pill was worth tens of millions, but for Mingyu, 200 study points could exchange for a bottle of 30 Peiyuan pills. All she had to do was spend more time learning in the library, so the cost wasn't high. Giving away one Peiyuan pill to make him feel obligated to help her handle the Chung family's matters was the best move. Of course, she also wanted to see Vice Dean Chen's attitude. If he had dared to keep the pill, she might have taken it back. Thinking about how she had avenged Brother Ching a little today, her heart felt light and joyful. Later, she would send the recording to Brother Chung, and hearing it would surely make him feel better too. After Mingyu left, Vice Dean Shin called someone to revive Xiao Yuhua. As soon as she opened her eyes, she asked that. Vice Dean Shin looked at Xiao Yuhua. Mrs. Chung, my student has already left. Xiao Yuhua sighed in relief. It's good that she's gone. She was truly terrified of her. And so, Mrs. Chung Xiao Yuhua, who had arrived with great arrogance, intending to use her status to pressure Jiang Mingyu into handing over the courtyard, even threatening her with the most important thing for a young woman, her reputation, had failed completely. She had thought dealing with a young girl would be easy, that she could reclaim the courtyard without spending a penny for her son's wedding. But not only did she fail to reclaim the courtyard, she was also exposed for having been a mistress who climbed her way up. Vice Dean Shin, what that classmate Jiang said isn't true. I hope the academy won't spread rumors. Vice Dean Shin said indifferently, the teachers and students of our academy are upright people and won't spread rumors. They wouldn't spread rumors, but whether something wasn't a rumor, that was another matter. Chapter 893, Scolding Madame Chung into a Faint, 3. Yes, Mingyu scolded Madame Chung today, not merely for the sake of venting her anger, but to avenge her only aunt, Nanlan. She wanted Xiao Yuhua to have no place in high society. At the same time, she also wanted Chung Dajuan to be punished. Although she had not returned to the Nan family, by blood, Nanlan was her only biological aunt. Of course, if it weren't for Chang Jioha's elder brother, and if Xiao Yuhua hadn't tried to defile her reputation just for a courtyard, she might not have sought revenge for an aunt she had never met. She went to Yang'an Hutong and called Brother Chung. Chang Jioha was pleasantly surprised to receive Mingyu's call. You heartless little girl, finally remembered your brother? Mingyu felt a twinge of guilt. Most of the time, she thought of Gu Dongxing and called him, rarely calling her brother, who had always been good to her. Brother, I've always missed you, you know. Besides, I heard you've reached the innate stage of body refinement and the peak of Qi refining layer 3, so I've prepared something good for you to help you break through to Qi refining layer 4. Her brother had dual fire and with spiritual roots, so his cultivation speed was much slower than hers and Gu Dongxing's. Still, compared to ordinary people, he was considered fast. People like Gu Dongxing and Mingyu, with celestial spiritual bodies, and Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng, with single spiritual roots, had no bottlenecks before the golden core stage. But ordinary dual spiritual roots and triple spiritual roots faced bottlenecks at Qi refining layers 4 and 7 and foundation establishment. Even with ancient alchemical pills, overuse could still have side effects. Therefore, Mingyu planned to share some of the nectar she obtained from Jiang Huayu with Gu Dongxing and her brother. Thank you, little sister, Ching Jioha said joyfully, but then felt a bit ashamed. It seemed that ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had always relied on his sister's help. What's there to think? We're siblings, bound by blood. Yes, they say sworn brothers aren't as close as blood brothers, but he and Mingyu were not only sworn siblings, but also connected by blood. Even Gu Dongxing couldn't compare to that. They say couples are closest yet most distant. When together, they are closer than anyone, but once they part, they become strangers. But he and Mingyu would always be blood cousins. There was no need to distance himself from her in times of trouble for the sake of brotherly affection. No, what was he thinking about couples parting? Gu Dongxing and his sister were doing well. If Gu Dongxing ever wronged his sister, he would never allow it. All right, let's be good siblings for life. I won't thank you anymore, Chung Jioha said. Good, that's how it should be. Brother, I did something today that might have a big impact on your family. Ching Jioha was puzzled. What happened? Today, Xiao Yuhua came and wanted me to give her the courtyard. She went on to tell Ching Jioha everything, how Cheng Jionian had renovated the courtyard to prepare for his wedding, how she discovered it and drove him away, how she set up a formation around the courtyard, how Xiao Yuhua went to the school and got the vice dean to summon her, and how they clashed in the principal's office. Brother, at the time, I only wanted to vent for you and aunt. But afterward, I realized that what I did today not only embarrassed your stepmother, but also humiliated your father. It might even cause him to lose his official position. At that time, officials' conduct was taken very seriously. If Xiao Yuhua's identity as a third party who had broken up a marriage was exposed, Cheng Dajuan could easily be caught by his political enemies and brought down. But that might also affect Qing Jioha. Chapter 894, Scolding Madame Chung into a Faint, Part 4. Qing Jioha was silent for a moment, then said, "Little sister, thank you." Minyu's heart stirred. "Brother, you don't blame me?" Qing Jioha sighed. "What would I blame you for? I couldn't avenge my mother, that's my own incompetence. How could I stop you from avenging your aunt?" He hated Xiao Yuhua, his mother's murderer. He also hated Cheng Dajuan, who shielded the killer. He simply lacked the power to deal with them. If his sister could handle them, he would be grateful, not resentful. Minyu was taken aback, "But that might affect you." "It won't affect me," Qing Jioha said with certainty. "I've never used any of the family's connections. Everything I've achieved, I owe entirely to my own efforts. It has nothing to do with Cheng Dajuan. Besides, you don't understand the rules of officialdom. This little matter might prevent him from being promoted, but it won't cost him his post." Xiao Yuhua, wanting to reserve the Qing family's connections for her own two sons, would never let Qing Jioha use them. So, when Cheng Dajuan prospered, he couldn't borrow any of his glory. When Cheng Dajuan fell, it naturally wouldn't drag him down. "That's good." She thought for a moment, then added, "Brother, I'll come back tonight to bring you something. Don't go out with Gu Dongxing." She was afraid that if she flew back overnight, he wouldn't be there. "Don't worry, we'll be waiting for you at Longtu Ridge," Cheng Jioha said happily. Minyu thought it best to leave as few traces as possible at the military base. Meeting at the Longtu Ridge courtyard was the best option. When Minyu appeared at the Longtu Ridge courtyard, Gu Dongxing saw her and immediately punished her fiercely, kissing her until she was dizzy and nearly biting her lip. "Tell me, why didn't you call me?" Minyu was his fiancée, yet she had Cheng Jioha relay the message. He was displeased. Minyu felt guilty. "I only called my brother because of the Cheng family matter. Besides, since I started university, I've called you so many times, but this is the first time I've called Brother Cheng. You can't begrudge me that one call, can you?" Gu Dongxing thought that was reasonable, and his jealousy subsided. "Next time, call me if something comes up." Minyu quickly promised. "Definitely, definitely." Gu Dongxing then gently kissed her again and said affectionately, "Hurry over. Your brother has cooked the flood dragon meat." Minyu remembered the flood dragon meat. "You've almost finished what you had, right? I'll give you some more later." Back then, Gu Dongxing, knowing Minyu was a foodie, had given her most of the flood dragon meat. He hadn't expected the meat to be rich in spiritual energy, which helped them cultivate. "Yeah, I only have this last bit left. We don't dare eat it at the barracks. We only come here to cook it when we're sure it's safe." When Cheng Jioha saw Minyu, he happily wanted to give her a big hug, but Gu Dongxing stopped him. "Are the bowls and chopsticks set?" Qing Jioha grumbled. I can't even hug my own sister." He was deliberately trying to make Gu Dongxing jealous. Gu Dongxing scowled. "Go find your own sister-in-law to hug." The flood dragon meat was delicious. Minyu usually ate it secretly in her space, unable to even share it with her two disciples. Now, she could finally eat it openly, together with her beloved and her brother. Chapter 895, She Wants to Avenge Her Aunt. All three of them ate until their stomachs were full. Gu Dongxing and Meng Yu didn't need to meditate much to digest the spiritual energy, it was absorbed easily. Only Cheng Jioha had to immediately sit in meditation to refine the spiritual energy within the meat. Meng Yu then picked out what she could share about her time in the capital and told Gu Dongxing everything. Gu Dongxing marveled. "I never expected that you and Nan Mingju are both young ladies of the Nan family. Are you really not planning to return to the Nan family?" Meng Yu nodded. The main branch of the Nan family sends cultivation resources to the Nan family every 10 years on the 9th day. When they come out in 8 or 9 years and find that the Nan Ming they supported is gone, they'll eventually trace it back to me. Not acknowledging them is actually for their own good. As for the main branch, what worries me most is that thing that took over Jiang Huayu's body. Back then, it probably wanted Jiang Huayu to cultivate for it, waiting until she had enough power to withstand its soul before taking over her body. But Jiang Huayu was killed by me, so it had to seize the body early. Worse, its storage ring ended up in my hands, and all its cultivation resources were intercepted by me. There's no way it doesn't hate me. So you're refusing to acknowledge the Nan family to keep that thing from targeting them? Are you really that good to them? Meng Yu shook her head. I just don't have much emotional attachment to them, so I don't want to face danger together with them. But you're my fiancé, I'm probably stuck with you for life. The trouble I've brought can only be faced with you by my side. Gu Dongxing pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her hair and rubbing it gently. You're right. Naturally, I'll stand with you through thick and thin. But Jioha, what about me? A clear voice rang out. Don't try to shake me off. Meng Yu and I are blood cousins. After cultivating immortality, bloodline resonance makes it easy to sense our connection. Even if you try to shake me off, you won't succeed. It was Jioha, who had finished digesting the spiritual energy from the flood dragon meat. You, Gu Dongxing, how have I treated you as a brother, and you want to, the words cut ties wouldn't come out. Meng Yu quickly interjected, no. You're my sworn brother and my blood cousin. How could I ever shake you off? We'll be siblings for life. I'm even counting on you to back me up as my natal family brother if Gu Dongxing ever bullies me. Qing Jiohe was instantly soothed, lifting his chin smugly at Gu Dongxing. Asterisk, I'm Meng Yu's brother. You'd better treat me well, future brother-in-law. Asterisk. Gu Dongxing sighed helplessly. All right, my fault, okay? From now on, the three of us will stand together. But you need to catch up. Although he had broken through to the innate stage, after several months, he was only at the peak of Qi refining layer 6. Among ordinary people, he'd be considered a genius, but compared to Gu Dongxing and Meng Yu, both with heavenly spiritual roots, he was still slow. Meng Yu quickly pulled out a jade pot. I found this in Jiang Huayu's ring. It can speed up cultivation with almost no side effects. Gu Dongxing snatched the jade pot first, poured out a bit, and tasted it with his finger. His expression shifted dramatically. This is nectar from the boundary between the mortal and immortal realms. It can be used at any cultivation level, regardless of one's stage. He tossed the pot lightly in his hand. And there's this much. If a pot like this appeared in the cultivation world, it would spark a bloodbath. Meng Yu was shocked. She quickly brought out all the nectar. I divided it into portions. Altogether, there's this much. Gu Dongxing and Qing Jiohe exchanged glances. 1 kilogram of nectar could cause a bloodbath. 30 kilograms, what would that bring? Chapter 896, It's Not Your Fault. Moreover, for someone to possess so much nectar, what kind of background did that guy who had seized Jiang Huayu's body have? Both of them looked at Jiang Mingyu with concern. Hey, what's with that look? He's just one person, and there are 3 of us. Besides, I've formed my golden core. Pretty impressive, right? And Dongxing, I'll help you find a lightning-type cultivation method as soon as possible. Once you have it, you'll form your golden core right away. What do we have to fear? Realizing that they, 2 grown men, were being comforted by a young woman, Gu Dongxing and Qing Jiohe both blushed. The soul inhabiting Jiang Huayu's body still had to fully merge with it, and since he was recultivating through a borrowed body without any resources, regaining his former power wouldn't be easy. But one thing was certain, his soul power was bound to be extremely strong. All right, we're not afraid. Let's just speed up our cultivation, Qing Jiohe said. No matter who came to bully his sister, he would fight them to the death. Meng Yu gave Gu Dongxing and Qing Jiohe each a large jug of nectar, keeping the remaining 3 large jugs and 5 small ones for herself. She also took out the cut flood dragon meat and gave each of them 10,000 catties. The spiritual energy in this meat was more suitable for them. Especially for Qing Jiohe, with this meat, his cultivation speed could increase significantly. However, cooking the flood dragon meat was a big problem. Its aroma was too strong and could easily spread, arousing suspicion. Gu Dongxing had his own self-refined palace, and when the 2 of them were together, they could cook and eat there. But they weren't always together. Gu Dongxing could manage, but Qing Jiohe had a harder time. Meng Yu thought for a moment and pulled Gu Dongxing aside. What do you think about giving my brother the space house I got from Redstone Village? Gu Dongxing affectionately tapped her nose. Not a bad idea. If you want to give it, go ahead. Meng Yu immediately took out the space house. Brother, I obtained this space house by chance. I don't have any use for it, so I'm giving it to you. She already had her own space, and inside it was another space house with a medicinal field. This space house had come from Song Yun, the man from Redstone Village who had tried to usurp the throne. She had originally planned to place it in the Medicine Valley as a base for later use. But then she thought that they could just build a house there directly, and keeping the space house fixed in one place would be wasteful. Qing Jiohe's lips trembled slightly. A space house, this was a treasure. He had been inside Gu Dongxing's palace before, so he knew how precious a space house was. He looked at Meng Yu, then at Gu Dongxing, feeling that if he accepted the space house, he wasn't sure what Gu Dongxing would think of him. But Gu Dongxing understood. Among the 3 of them, Meng Yu had the highest cultivation at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage, while Qing Jiohe was the weakest at the 6th layer of Qi refining. Meng Yu was eager to help Qing Jiohe improve his cultivation. With a space house, flood dragon meat, and nectar, Qing Jiohe could quickly raise his cultivation level. Qing Jiohe was his sworn brother, and he wanted to help him too. He straightforwardly took out a bag of spirit stones. I'll set up a spirit gathering array in your space house. From now on, as long as you insert spirit stones and cultivate inside, your progress will be twice as effective. Meng Yu's heart melted. Thank you, Dongxing. Ever since they had confirmed their relationship, he had asked her not to call him Big Brother, but simply his name. Gu Dongxing pretended to be annoyed. Jiohe is my sworn brother and also my brother-in-law. If I give him something, why do you need to thank me? Qing Jiohe let out a long breath and said, Boss, sister-in-law, knowing you 2 in this lifetime is enough for me. He accepted the space house from Meng Yu and the large bag of spirit stones from Gu Dongxing without hesitation. He had taught Gu Dongxing ancient martial arts, and Mingyu had taught him immortality. They weren't master and disciple, but their bond was even stronger than that. Chapter 897. We are not afraid. Gu Dongxing said, meeting you and Mingyu is also my fortune. Mingyu smiled. Stop with the sappy talk. Why don't we three form a pact? From now on, we'll live and die together, forever as siblings. The three exchanged glances, all feeling this was the best course. Once the pact was made, they would have a spiritual connection. Unless they were separated by a vast distance, they would always be able to sense each other through the pact. Thus, they lit incense, bowed to the heavens, and formed their pact. The iron triangle that would later shake the cultivation world was born. Just as Mingyu finished forming the pact with Gu Dongxing and Cheng Jiohe, Xiao Tao spoke from within the space. Master, the Thunder Attribute technique has dropped to 50,000 merit points. Should I exchange it? After asking Xiao Tao, Mingyu learned that after forming the pact with Gu Dongxing, the Thunder Attribute technique he needed was now half the price. Just as Mingyu was about to say yes to the exchange, Xiao Tao added, Master, if you marry Gu Dongxing, it will cost nothing. If you get engaged, it will only cost 10,000 merit points. Hearing that an engagement would save 40,000 merit points, Mingyu was tempted. She had only about 61,000 merit points in total. After the pact, it was half price, but after an engagement, it would only cost 10,000. She wanted to save those 40,000 merit points. But how could she get Gu Dongxing to propose? Mingyu returned to her dormitory at the academy. Her roommates were still asleep, but Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng, who were meditating behind their bed curtains, immediately woke up and rushed to open the window to welcome Mingyu inside. Mingyu made a shushing gesture, floated in through the window, and landed directly on her upper bunk. No one except the three of them knew that Mingyu had just returned from a certain branch of the Nan family. Mingyu extended her spiritual sense into the space and took out 2 jugs of nectar, intending to give them to her 2 disciples. But after a moment's thought, she put them back. Such rare treasures were better not given to them. Otherwise, it would increase the risk of exposure. The next day, rumors quietly spread in the capital that Madame Cheng, Xiao Yuhua, had risen to her position as a third party. Wherever she went, people pointed fingers. Activities she had previously arranged with others were cancelled one by one via phone calls. In reality, the events were still held, they just didn't want her to attend. A third party? Which legitimate wife would willingly speak to a woman who stole someone else's husband? If someone could steal a husband, who knew if getting too close to her might lead to her stealing their own husband? And what about events where children were brought along? What if she influenced their daughters badly? It was still 1981, and people's thinking was simple. Even if men had wandering eyes, they lacked the courage to act. When a third party appeared, it was a matter of public condemnation. Even if the third party succeeded in marrying into the family, she was still not accepted by proper, legitimate wives. Xiao Yuhua, the high-ranking official's wife who had once been flattered and curried favor with, now found life difficult. At the same time, news spread that Madame Cheng, the third party who had married into the Qing family, had coveted the courtyard left by her stepson's maternal grandparents. She had forced her stepson to sell it, then sought out the buyer, a young woman, in an attempt to reclaim the courtyard. Chapter 898. The Iron Triangle. Someone spoke up for Xiao Yuhua, you can't just say things like that. It could drive someone to death. But immediately someone else retorted, we're not just making things up. Her son is only 6 months younger than the legitimate wife's son. Isn't that proof? Right. I've heard about it too. I heard she altered the household registration, making her eldest son's age younger. But the birth records can't be changed. Someone took a photo of them now, proving that he is indeed only 6 months younger than Cheng Jiohe. Another person asked, could it be a premature baby? What premature baby? How can a 6-month premature baby survive? Indeed, there's always the saying that a 7-month-old can survive, but an 8-month-old cannot, but there's never been a 6-month premature baby that could live. Alas, even if it were a premature baby, so what? Madame Nan gave birth to her child and stayed for a whole year before leaving. If it were a normal legitimate child, he would have to be at least 2 years younger than Cheng Jiohe. Even if her son were premature, could he be a whole year premature? Right. No matter how much Madame Cheng alters the household registration age of that bastard son Qing Jionian, his birth records are there, and that's what exposes him. Exactly. That woman is too ruthless. She stole someone else's husband, stole someone else's dowry, and now I hear she wants to steal the courtyard left to the son born by Madame Nan. I've heard about this too. I heard Xiao Yuhua forced the son born by Madame Nan to give up the courtyard given by his maternal grandfather as a wedding house for her son. That Qing Jiohe had no choice but to sell the courtyard. She then went to find the buyer, discovered the buyer was a young woman, and falsely accused the buyer of having an affair with her stepson, trying to force the young woman to give her the courtyard for free. Yeah, her conscience is too rotten. Upon learning the reason for Xiao Yuhua's identity as a third party being exposed, Cheng Dajuan was furious this time. Never having hit his wife before, he slapped Xiao Yuhua. You stupid woman. What did I tell you? I told you to offer more money to buy the courtyard back only if she agreed. What did you do? Are you dissatisfied with my official reputation being too good? Do you want our Cheng family to gain a reputation for bullying others with power? Do you want the glory of the Cheng family, bought with the old master's sacrifice, to end here? I told you long ago, if you want Jioha to give the courtyard to Jionian for his wedding, you must have his consent. What did you do? Jioha is also my son. The entire Cheng family's cultivation techniques were taught by his mother. In terms of cultivation resources, you've already been too partial to Jionian and Jioi. Now you want to force him to give up the courtyard his maternal grandfather gave him? Fine. You forced him to sell the courtyard. Then you suspected it was a fake sale and said you wanted to buy it back. I repeatedly instructed you that you must only buy it back if the other party agrees to sell, and you should offer more money. I didn't tell you to force someone to sell to you. But you stupid woman, you actually tried to force that young woman to give you the courtyard for free by slandering her. If the sale was fake and Jioha dared to hand the courtyard over to her, then she is very likely to become Jioha's wife in the future. What you did was trying to destroy both Jioha and her. If the sale was real, and someone dared to take over the courtyard knowing full well that Jioha was forced to sell it by you, could that person be simple? Why don't you use your brain to think? Could someone like that be someone we can afford to offend? Xiao Yuhua covered her face and shouted defiantly, wasn't I doing this for the family? The girlfriend of Jionian's side knew our family had such a courtyard and demanded that they live there after marriage. What could I do? I also wanted to buy the courtyard back with money, but we don't have the money, do we? Think about it, our family. Chapter 899, Mrs. Cheng becomes the center of public opinion, Thunder-type techniques price reduction. Cheng Dajuan scolded, shut up. No money? Don't think I don't know. Aside from the jewelry, all of Nanlan's dowry, those famous calligraphy, paintings, and antiques, you sold them all. Where did that money go? Xiao Yuhua looked a bit guilty. Didn't I spend it all on you? Just for Jionian and Jioi, they took 5 Peiyuan pills. Those weren't free. But Cheng Dajuan shook his head. No, just one of the night pearls from Nanlan's dowry sold for over 2 million in Hong Kong. Which item in her dowry wasn't valuable? How could it have been used up so quickly? Cheng Dajuan stared sternly at Xiao Yuhua. Last time Jiao he wanted a Peiyuan pill, you refused to buy it for him. I thought, since the Nan family was giving him resources, I'd let it slide. Did you really think I knew nothing? In truth, Cheng Dajuan was somewhat presumptuous. When Cheng Jiao he was young and staying with old Master Nan, he did receive some cultivation resources from him. But after Nan Ming became the steward, he never got any resources from the Nan family again. Because Nan Lan had given the cultivation technique to the Cheng family, she was disowned by the Nan family, and this also caused Cheng Jiao he to be overlooked within the Nan family. They only kept him around because he carried Nan family blood. Otherwise, Cheng Dajuan wouldn't have dared to cheat with Xiao Yuhua, and after discovering that she had driven Nan Lan to her death, he even helped cover it up. Xiao Yuhua didn't know what to say. Her eyes darted around, and she said, what choice did I have? The in-laws demanded that Jionian and his wife live in that courtyard after marriage. As a mother, I had to do everything I could. But when I found the buyer, I discovered she was a pretty young woman. I thought, maybe our Jio he was tricked by her, charmed into giving away our family's courtyard for free. And when I tried to buy it back, that woman demanded an exorbitant price, 120 million. 120 million? Hearing this, Cheng Dajuan was also taken aback. Cheng Dajuan looked at Xiao Yuhua. Did she spend 120 million to buy the courtyard? Xiao Yuhua dared not hide the truth. She said she traded 2 Peiyuan pills with Jiao He for it. She claimed they were ancient method Peiyuan pills, but who knows if that's true. She must have used ordinary Peiyuan pills to pass them off. Cheng Dajuan interrupted her. What's the buyer's name? She's called Jiang. Is it Jiang Mingyu? Xiao Yuhua was surprised instead. How do you know? Cheng Dajuan's face changed drastically. Damn it, you actually dared to offend her. Xiao Yuhua looked bewildered. Who is she? Cheng Dajuan shook his head, as if trying to shake something off, then suddenly grabbed Xiao Yuhua by the collar. She's the eldest daughter of the Nan family, understand? Xiao Yuhua froze. The Nan family's eldest daughter? She suddenly recalled the rumor about the true and false eldest daughter of the Nan family. It seemed the real Nan family daughter who had been swapped in that rumor was named Jiang Mingyu. She had actually provoked the eldest daughter of the Nan family? No wonder she knew so much about matters related to Nanlan. Could it be that she dared not finish the sentence. Jiang Mingyu deliberately spread the story to avenge her aunt. Very likely. Cheng Dajuan paced back and forth in the room, agitated. He had been somewhat puzzled before. Knowing how powerful the Chung family was, how dared that woman spread their family's dirty secrets? Wasn't she afraid he would deal with her? But if she really was the eldest daughter of the Nan family, then she indeed had the confidence not to fear him, let alone that the Cheng family was now only at the bottom of the top 10 families. Even the head of the top 10 families, or even the 4 hidden families, would have to show the Nan family some respect. Chapter 900, Xiao Yuhua Gets Beaten. In truth, Chung Dajuan had regrets over the reckless things he did in his youth over the years. Nan Lan was a proper lady from a good family, but she was too rigid, inevitably making her seem dull. Xiao Yuhua was different. She always stirred a restless heat in his body, making every fiber of his being clamor for her, to have her. Finally, when his wife was pregnant and couldn't share his bed, he gave in under Xiao Yuhua's seduction and pushed her down. He knew he shouldn't have done it, and he knew his wife was good, but he simply couldn't help himself. And Xiao Yuhua was formidable too. She held onto a shred of leverage over him, then let go, and even leaked the news of her pregnancy to Nan Lan, forcing Nan Lan to step aside. In a fit of rage and grief, Nan Lan fell, causing premature labor and massive hemorrhaging. If she had been an ordinary person, she would have died along with her child. But though Nan Lan didn't die, she gave birth to Jiuhe with all her might, lingered for a year, and then passed away. If the affair with Yuhua were exposed, he, Chung Dajuan, would be branded with a character flaw, and his entire life would be ruined. Thus, he had no choice but to cover it up. After Nan Lan's death, he was forced to marry Xiao Yuhua, who was already carrying his child. Once the woman from the affair was brought into the household and the passion faded, he realized that Nan Lan was far beyond Xiao Yuhua's match. She could satisfy a man in bed, but as a wife, she was light years behind Nan Lan. Therefore, even though Xiao Yuhua's family was equally matched with his in status, he still regretted it. Over the years, he had always felt guilty toward Nan Lan. After the Nan family was restored, he regretted it even more deeply, constantly fearing that the Nan family would come knocking to avenge Nan Lan. Now, just as he was about to take another step upward, the reckless deeds of his youth were exposed. He didn't think that girl was merely punishing Xiao Yuhua, making it impossible for her to stand in high society. No, he feared she was targeting him more. Xiao Yuhua looked at Chung Dajuan cautiously, but the rumors have been circulating for so long, and the Nan family still hasn't acknowledged her. Doesn't that mean the rumor is false? She's not really some Nan family eldest miss. Chung Dajuan stopped pacing in irritation, a hint of red in his eyes. Not really? Can't you analyze it yourself? If she weren't the real Miss Nan, why hasn't she been punished by the Nan family for saying those things? You'd better pray she's a fake miss. Otherwise, what she did could very well be to avenge her aunt. If that were the case, this time, forget about taking another step upward. He wouldn't even be able to stay where he was. He pointed at Xiao Yuhua. Go apologize to her immediately and beg for her forgiveness. Otherwise, don't bother coming back. Xiao Yuhua was terrified. Will an apology even work? Yes, if an apology really worked, what would be the point of the police? For the next period, Mengyu did enjoy some peaceful days. Nan Mingzhu didn't come to cause her trouble. Jiang Huayu had completely vanished. Xiao Yuhua came to apologize to her, and after she demanded that they stop bothering her, the Cheng family dared not come asking for the courtyard again. She didn't pursue it further, because she felt that avenging Nan Lan was best left to brother Jiuhe. However, even though she didn't act, with the emergence of Chung Jionian's birth records, Chung Dajuan's political enemies still seized on his weakness. Chung Dajuan, who was about to take a step up, was pulled down. But in a place like the military, where standards were strictest, if you didn't advance, you retreated. In the end, Chung Dajuan was ousted due to his moral failings. This shows that in this world, if you do wrong, retribution will come. It's just a matter of time. That, however, is a story for later. Chapter 901, she was targeting him. With the help of Huang Zifeng's father, Mengyu now basically stopped attending classes except for exams. Of course, Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng couldn't skip class. Unlike Mengyu, who had studied the medical and pharmaceutical classics and could grasp textbook knowledge by analogy after just flipping through them once, leaving only practice, they couldn't do the same. Moreover, because Jiang Huayu had escaped, weighing heavily on her mind, she had to push herself to improve her cultivation as quickly as possible. Thus, after a few peaceful days, Mengyu told her 2 disciples that she would go into seclusion for a month. If anything came up, they could handle it themselves. If not, they could wait until she returned in a month to deal with it. Then she hid in the courtyard of Hohai and entered her space to go into seclusion. With the nectar to boost her cultivation and the time array in the thatched hut space, Mengyu's cultivation improved rapidly. A month later, she emerged from seclusion. Thanks to the 20-fold time speed in the thatched hut, she had actually cultivated for a year and a half, reaching the mid-stage of the golden core. The nectar was truly no joke. However, she used a concealment technique to mask her cultivation, making her appear to be only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Mengyu returned to the academy, took an exam for one subject, and checked on her 2 disciples' cultivation progress. It happened to be Saturday afternoon, so she planned to take her 2 disciples back to Yang and Hutong to guide their cultivation. But just as she stepped out of the school gate, she was stopped by someone. "Are you Jiang Mengyu?" Yang Meiying looked Mengyu up and down. Mengyu didn't recognize Yang Meiying but maintained her politeness. "May I ask who you are?" "I'm Gu Chen's mother," Yang Meiying said. In a previous chapter, it was mistakenly written as Gu Yi. Here it's corrected. Gu Chen? Mengyu recalled one of the 4 young men she had rescued from the golden ship, Gu Chen, Gu Dongxing's half-brother. At the time, Qin Jiao had apparently recognized Gu Chen's identity and didn't dare let him go, but he also hesitated to kill him, so he locked him up on the golden ship. Later, Mengyu rescued him. After that, he always treated Mengyu as someone he needed to protect, standing in front of her at every turn. When they fled to Bahang and Qin Jiao caught up with them, Gu Chen still shielded her behind him. Although it was ultimately Mengyu who saved them, she had a good impression of someone who, in the face of danger, knowing he was outmatched, still tried to protect her. But having a good impression of Gu Chen didn't mean she had a good impression of his mother. Hearing Yang Meiying say she was Gu Chen's mother, a smile appeared on Mengyu's face. "Is there something you need from me?" It had been so long since she rescued Gu Chen, and she didn't believe this woman had come to thank her. She wasn't that virtuous. Mengyu knew that this woman had deliberately framed Gu Dongxing's mother, Hai Shui, to steal her man, nearly turning her into a spy and driving her out of the military art troupe, successfully taking Hai Shui's man for herself. She had even forced Gu Dongxing to leave home, nearly dying outside. If Gu Ming hadn't sent Gu Dongxing to Hai Shui, he might have been worn down to death by her. Neither of Gu Ming's 2 women was particularly good, but Hai Shui was merely soft-hearted and a bit snobbish, still somewhat kind. But this young Meiying was a ruthless, venomous woman. Chapter 902, You'd better pray she's a fake miss. At this moment, the woman with a venomous heart flashed a sweet smile at Mengyu, which inevitably made Mengyu grow wary. What does she want? Yang Meiying maintained an elegant demeanor. "Classmate Jiang, thank you very much for saving my son, Gu Chen. I've come specially to express my gratitude." Mengyu inwardly scoffed. It had been months since she saved Gu Yi and the other 4. If she wanted to thank her, she would have done it long ago. Coming now to thank her, could she really believe that? She kept her politeness. "No need to thank me. I just did it casually." "How could I not thank you? Our Gu Chen has been thinking about coming to thank you, but he just couldn't find you, so it's taken this long. You're not blaming him, are you?" That would break his heart. Mengyu almost lost her composure. "What the hell are you implying? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Her eyes started, and suddenly she changed her attitude. "Oh, in that case, you really should thank me properly. But I know how you upper-class people operate. You don't like owing favors. So how about this? Just give me a symbolic 100,000 or 80,000, and we'll call it even. From then on, we won't owe each other anything." Upon hearing Mengyu's words, the contempt in Yang Meiying's eyes was impossible to hide. 100,000 or 80,000. She's settling a favor for just that much. Truly a greedy, inexperienced country bumpkin. Didn't she know how rare a favor from the Nan family was? Suppressing her disdain, Yang Meiying forced a proper smile. "Girl, what are you saying? Do you think my son is only worth 100,000 or 80,000? Mengyu's face took on an even more sycophantic expression. I'm so sorry. I thought saving a young master would get me 10 or 20,000 at most. After all, in our village, there's still no one with 10,000 yuan. If I brought back 10,000, I'd be a 10,000 yuan household. If I brought back 20,000, that'd be 2 of them. I threw out 100,000 or 80,000 as a bargaining tactic. Aim high, expect a cut. But Andy, you're right. How could your son be worth only 100,000 or 80,000? Tens of millions or hundreds of millions would still be underselling him. Still, I can't ask for that much. How about just 1 million or so?" Yang Meiying nearly choked on her blood. That's not what she meant at all. 1 million? Her husband, Gu Ming, was a high-ranking military officer, but his salary was only a bit higher than average. Even then, it was just a few hundred yuan a month. She couldn't even come up with 100,000 or 80,000. Her eldest son was in business, but he didn't make much, a few 100,000 at most. Liquid assets? Only about 70 or 80,000. 1 million, was that something she could produce? If she could, her husband would probably end up in prison. And with Mengyu's words, it felt like she was selling her son. Could a son be measured in money? She forced a familiar tone. "Child, my son can't be measured in money. Don't joke like that." "Oh, so it was a joke," Mengyu said, feigning annoyance, muttering under her breath. I thought you upper-class people were generous with money when repaying favors. Turns out it's just empty words of thanks, nothing real. Though Mingyu muttered quietly, her words reached Yang Meiying's ears loud and clear. Yang Meiying nearly spat out blood. Was she calling her stingy? This ill-mannered country bumpkin. Chapter 903, Yang Meiying's Visit. Yang Meiying clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, suppressing her anger. I am not angry. I am not angry. I am the matriarch of a high-ranking cadre family. I will not stoop to argue with a wild child raised in the countryside. The money in Mingyu's pocket now was far beyond what Yang Meiying could compare with. Yet, she deliberately assumed a posture of waiting for someone to repay a favor with money, because she could see that Yang Meiying's visit to thank her came with a purpose. Her words were deliberately ambiguous. What did she mean by, I could never find you, and if you blame him, he'll be heartbroken? These words all conveyed one message. Either she or her son was interested in her. Mingyu didn't believe that someone as snobbish as her would take an interest in a country bumpkin like her, who, on the surface, had no background, no parents, and no money. Why would she suddenly come up to her, showing affection? Baby was terrified. Had they heard that she was the true eldest daughter of the Nan family and thus sought her out? Or did they know she was the fiancé of her stepson, Gu Dongxing, and that was why they came? No matter which kind of interest it was bad news for her. That was why she only wanted to frustrate her into repaying the favor with money. Mingyu watched Yang Meiying, who was furious, but struggling to restrain herself. She sneered inwardly, but her face suddenly lit up as if she had just remembered something. Oh, Auntie, since you couldn't find me, your savior, before, does that mean the 3 kids who were playing with Guchen also wanted to thank me but couldn't find me? Auntie, you're right, your son can't be measured by money. Actually, I never meant to say your son is only worth that much. It's just that since you want to repay me, I can't stop you. But right now, what I need most is money. But how about this, Auntie? The other 3 families must be rich, right? Auntie, you can tell them that I don't have money for school. If the 4 of you chip in a total of 100,000 yuan, we'll call it even. That way, you can have each of them contribute 30,000, and you can just chip in 10,000 as a token. In her past life, these 4 boys were silenced by Qinjiao. Mingyu had truly saved their lives, so she chose to settle the debt with money, wanting nothing more to do with Guchen. Mingyu looked at Yang Meiying with a face that seemed to beg for praise. See, I've saved you money. Others pay 30,000, but you only have to pay 10,000. Watching Mingyu's sycophantic expression, Yang Meiying felt nothing but disgust. Was this the good girl her youngest son spoke of, the one he wanted to marry? How could she seem so petty and unsophisticated, like a girl who had never seen the world? Yes, Yang Meiying had come to find Mingyu with a purpose this time. She wanted to propose marriage on behalf of her youngest son. The reason was that a week ago, the Nan family had sent a matchmaker to the Gu family, proposing a marriage between the Nan family's eldest daughter, Nan Mingzhu, and Gu Dongxing. That was the Nan family. Above the 10 great families of the capital were 4 hidden families, but none of them acknowledged each other's superiority. Yet they all deferred to one family, the Nan family. Back then, the Nan family married a daughter into the Chung family, and that alone elevated the Chung family into the ranks of the 10 great families. Though they were at the bottom, they were still among the 10 great families. Now, the Nan family had come to them, offering their daughter in marriage to Gu Dongxing. Before Gu Ming or Gu Dongxing could even object, the family elders had already agreed on their behalf. Chapter 904, is that calling her stingy? With the Gunan marriage alliance, the Gu family dreamed of entering the ranks of the top 10 families, but Yang Meiying was uneasy. If Gu Dongxing married Nan Mingzhu, the eldest daughter of the Nan family, and a Nan family daughter entered the Gu household, and given that Nan Mingzhu was said to be willful and spoiled, would the Gu family still be under her control? No, she couldn't let that Nan girl enter the Gu family. So, she discussed with her elder brother about sabotaging the marriage between Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingzhu. However, her brother dismissed her idea with a single sentence. The Gu family is desperate to become one of the top 10 families. Do you think they'll allow you to sabotage this? Yang Meiying fell silent. Yes, if she ruined the Gunan alliance, it would be one thing if the Gu family didn't find out. But if they did, they certainly wouldn't tolerate her. At that point, her husband's eldest brother might even force Gu Ming to divorce her, just as he had forced Gu Ming to divorce Hai Shui back then. Besides, the Gunan alliance benefits the Gu family. The Gu family ultimately belongs to Gu Xing and Gu Chen. Would you be willing to? Forget it, Yang Meiying interrupted her brother. Let them do as they please. But her brother pointed her toward another path. Fool, if Gu Dongxing marries Nan Mingzhu, why don't you have Gu Chen marry that rumored true eldest daughter of the Nan family, Jiang Mingyu? Over a month ago, high society had been buzzing with rumors about the true and false eldest daughters. It was said that Nan Mingju was the fake, while Jiang Mingyu, a freshman in clinical medicine at the traditional Chinese medicine college, was the real eldest daughter of the Nan family. Yang Meiying didn't believe this rumor. She said, "Brother, that's unreliable. The rumor that Jiang Mingyu is the Nan family's eldest daughter has been circulating for over a month, yet the Nan family hasn't acknowledged her. Clearly, the rumor might not be true." Yang Meiying's elder brother, Yang Qiao, said with confidence, "You only see that they haven't acknowledged Jiang Mingyu, but you don't see that the Nan family hasn't refuted the rumor either. Think about it, if someone claimed that your Gu Xing and Gu Qin weren't of Gu bloodline, and that Gu Dongxing was the true heir of the Gu family, would you just let it slide? Wouldn't you try to clarify the rumor, declare that they are the Gu family's children, and do everything to prove that Gu Dongxing has no right to be the Gu heir?" Yang Meiying came to her senses. Yes, if Jiang Mingyu weren't a Nan family member, would the Nan family allow such a rumor to spread without clarifying it? So, it was highly likely that Jiang Mingyu was indeed the Nan family's eldest daughter. As for why she hadn't been acknowledged, it was probably due to the dirty dealings within the family. The person who had swapped the identities of Nan Mingzhu and Jiang Mingyu back then was still around, or perhaps they were gone. But someone else with influence was still maintaining the swap. But if Jiang Mingyu became a daughter-in-law of the Gu family, the Gu family could fully support her in reclaiming everything that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, after consulting with Gu Qin, Yang Meiying decided to try meeting this girl. However, seeing how Jiang Mingyu's eyes lit up at the mention of money and how short-sighted she was to think that a mere 100,000 yuan could settle the debt of saving 4 young men's lives, Yang Meiying's impression of her plummeted. Those 4 young men came from families that were far from ordinary, either wealthy or influential. Their gratitude was invaluable, yet she was foolish enough to try to buy it off with a few tens of thousands of yuan. And on top of that, she was a blunt, sharp-tongued, unsophisticated country girl. Marrying such a girl into the family would only bring trouble. She wanted to turn around and leave immediately, ignoring the short-sighted, unsophisticated girl. Chapter 905, The Gu Family Dreams of Becoming a Top 10 Clan. Yang Meiying wanted to give up on Mingyu. But then she recalled her elder brother's persuasion. Meiying, that girl grew up in the countryside without parents to teach her. It's highly likely she doesn't understand social graces, and even has the short-sighted thinking and behavior of a rural woman. When you meet her, don't give up on her because of her flaws. Think long-term, especially about the benefits of marrying her. Consider this. If Gu Dongxing marries a fake Miss Nan, but our Gu Qin marries the real Miss Nan, what kind of scene would that be? But what if Gu Dongxing's wife is the real one, and this Jiang Mingyu is a fake? Yang Meiying asked her brother reluctantly. Don't worry. Based on my speculation, she's most likely the real Miss Nan. Even if it turns out she's a fake, it doesn't matter. Even if a divorce would affect Chen's future, we can make her sick or cause an accident. Just like back then with Hai Shui, wasn't she turned from an orphan into someone with overseas connections, nearly a problematic person labeled a spy, allowing you to enter the Gu family legitimately? Yang Qiaxing's final words carried a chilling edge. It turned out they hadn't known Hai Shui truly had overseas connections back then. They had simply framed her. Yang Meiying was convinced by her brother. Indeed, she had even taken back Gu Ming, who was already married. If not for old Master Yi openly protecting Hai Shui, her brother would have even wanted Hai Shui dead. What did she have to fear? Thus, under the guise of repaying a debt of gratitude, she approached Jiang Mingyu. Now, recalling her brother's words and the benefits of Gu Qin marrying this girl, Yang Meiying suppressed the anger rising in her chest. She couldn't afford to offend her. She had to tolerate her for now, making Mingyu believe she was a lenient mother-in-law. Classmate Jiang, they saved Gu Qin and the others, so they owe you a debt of gratitude. And gratitude is a lifelong matter. How can it be settled with just a bit of money? Besides, your tuition and living expenses, our Gu family will cover them. As for the other 3. Mingyu interrupted. Are you saying that paying my tuition and living expenses counts as repaying my life-saving grace? But someone has already covered my tuition and living expenses for these years. There's no need for your Gu family to do it. If you want to repay me, just give me some money. Talking to this Jiang Mingyu was exhausting. Yang Meiying wanted to throw some money at her and never see her again. Fine, she'd be direct with this kind of person. Why beat around the bush? Classmate Jiang Mingyu, let me put it this way. Our Gu Qin has decided to marry you to repay your life-saving grace. You have no objections, do you? This time, it was Mingyu's turn to nearly choke. So, saving her son's life meant she owed them and had to marry him? And what was with that condescending, grace-bestowing attitude? Was this repayment or revenge? Mingyu had long seen through this woman. She had been playing the role of a greedy, short-sighted, and opportunistic girl, hoping Yang Meiying would back off. But instead, she still said those words. What did that mean? It meant the other party had grand ambitions. Suppressing her urge to hit someone, she said, Sorry, Auntie, but I already have a fiancé, so I can't accept your son's proposal. Just give me some money to repay the debt, that's the most practical thing. Chapter 906, Taking Another Path. Young Maying felt like vomiting blood again. Who proposed? You don't want the favor I'm offering, you just want money? You, a powerless orphan with no connections, being able to marry into the Gu family is an immense honor, yet you still don't want it? If it weren't for the possibility that you might be of the Nan family bloodline, if it weren't that she still had some use, she would have slapped you long ago instead of wasting time babbling here with you. Wait, what did she say? She has a fiancé? If she truly has a fiancé, how can she coax her into the Gu family to marry Guchen? She could barely maintain her smile. Impossible, how could you have a fiancé? How could you be so young and already have a fiancé? Minyu pretended to be puzzled. Young? In my village, people my age are already married. Is it strange that I have a fiancé? Young Maying only felt that she had endured this little girl's attitude for so long, only to now learn that her plan was about to fail. She was extremely frustrated and wanted to lose her temper. Seeing the anger on Young Maying's face, Minyu put on a frightened expression. Auntie, I am your son's lifesaver. You can't hit me. Young Maying was choked to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Yes, she couldn't lose her temper at her just because she had a fiancé. After all, she had come to thank and repay her for saving her son. Of course, how could Auntie hit you? Auntie is just regretful that you already have a fiancé. She forced down the anger in her heart. What's your fiancé's name? Where does he work? He's not also from a village like you, is he? Her disdain for Minyu was no longer concealed. She was the noble matriarch of the Gu family. Deigning to speak with a girl raised in the countryside was already giving her enough face, yet this country girl didn't know her place. Little did she know that, if one were to truly judge, she herself was nothing more than a woman who had climbed into another's husband's bed, just like Xiao Yuhua. The only difference was that her methods were more refined. She too had climbed into another woman's husband's bed and gotten pregnant, but Xiao Yuhua had no husband, while Yang Maying did have a husband, one who was dead, conveniently allowing her to use her late husband's posthumous child as cover for her affair with another man's husband. Even if someone suspected that Gu Xing was Gu Ming's child, paternity testing was not widespread at the time, and no one could expose her. Moreover, unlike Cheng Dajuan and Xiao Yuhua, who were both willing, Gu Ming had been passively trapped into infidelity. Thus, in truth, Young Maying was the one most deserving of contempt. Not to mention the vast difference between her and Minyu, like heaven and earth. Minyu, still playing her role, nodded and then shook her head. Should she reveal Gu Dongxing's name? This woman was Gu Dongxing's malicious stepmother. What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Young Maying's tone had already turned unpleasant. A girl raised in the countryside dared to be so arrogant in front of her? Nodding means my fiancé is from a village. Shaking my head means he's not in the village anymore. She looked at Young Maying. My fiancé shares the same surname as Gu Chen. His name is Gu Dongxing, and he works in a southern military unit. My fiancé is very impressive. He's already a regiment commander at such a young age. Young Maying was stunned. Gu Dongxing, in a southern military unit, serving as a regiment commander. There might be more than one Gu Dongxing in the world, but only one who was a regiment commander in a southern military unit, her husband's son from his first wife, her stepson, Gu Dongxing. It took all of Young Maying's self-control not to start cursing out loud. Chapter 907, she could be made ill or have an accident. However, in the next moment, Young Maying smiled again. Commander Gu Dongxing, classmate Jiang, I'm afraid you don't know yet? The Nan family is forming a marriage alliance with the Gu family, marrying the Nan family's eldest daughter, Nan Mingzhu, to Commander Gu Dongxing. Moreover, the Gu family has already agreed, and the two families are currently discussing the engagement date. Commander Gu cannot possibly want you, so you should marry Gu Chen instead and stop thinking about him. Matters within major families are not as simple as you imagine. This time, Minyu was truly shocked. Gu Dongxing engaged to Nan Mingzhu? How could she not know? If Gu Dongxing knew, would he agree? Recalling the time at the student hotel when Nan Mingzhu tried every means to get close to Gu Dongxing, only for him to harshly scold her away, Minyu quickly calmed down. If Gu Dongxing knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. So, this must be a scheme of the Gu family. Or rather, a scheme of Yang Maying. Because, that day, Nan Mingzhu had already identified herself as the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Therefore, Gu Dongxing had long known her status and position. Besides, as a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, did Gu Dongxing need to marry a young lady from the Nan family to elevate his status? Ridiculous. Minyu smiled faintly. What Madame Gu said is that the Gu family agreed to the marriage alliance with the Nan family, but not that Gu Dongxing agreed to it. I believe in my fiancé. He will definitely not betray me. Young Maying looked at Minyu disdainfully. Little girl, Gu Dongxing wouldn't dare to disagree with the marriage alliance with the Nan family, unless he wants to be expelled from the Gu family. You don't know how important a family is to a person. A man without a family is like a stray dog, kicked by anyone who sees him. So, Gu Dongxing cannot possibly leave the Gu family. The benefits the Gu family can gain from the marriage alliance with the Nan family are beyond your imagination, so no one can disrupt their marriage, not even you. If she could disrupt it, she would, but she knew the consequences of doing so were beyond her ability to bear. Therefore, even though she desperately wanted to sabotage this marriage, she still dared not act rashly. If not for Nan Mingzhu setting her sights on Gu Dongxing, she would have very much wanted Nan Mingzhu to marry her own son, Gu Chen. As for why not Gu Xing? Although Gu Xing bore the surname Gu and inherited 50% of Gu Ming's appearance, his identity was not that of a Gu family member, but rather the posthumous child of Yang Meiying's ex-husband. Mingyu found it amusing, but I've heard that Gu Dongxing was raised by Aunt Haishui from a young age, until Aunt Haishui was framed for having overseas connections and divorced Gu Ming, after which he was left in the Gu family. Yet, he only stayed in the Gu family for a year before running away at the age of 6 and was then sent to Haijia village to be raised by Haishui. So, aside from Gu Ming providing a seed, the Gu family hasn't invested much in Gu Dongxing, has it? Why should Gu Dongxing, who didn't grow up eating the Gu family's food, sacrifice his happiness for the Gu family? Hearing Mingyu mention that Haishui was framed for having overseas connections, Yang Meiying felt a twinge of guilt because it was she and her elder brother who had conspired to frame Haishui. Of course, she would never admit it. What puzzled Yang Meiying was that Jiang Mingyu, who had just been fawningly suggesting settling the life-saving debt with money, now seemed to have changed. Even upon hearing that her fiancé was about to be engaged to someone else, aside from a brief moment of shock, she showed no signs of anger or panic. Chapter 908. Words cannot be spoken carelessly. This girl has good qualities. Yang Meiying suddenly felt that it wouldn't be bad for Gu Chen to marry a woman like this. However, Yang Meiying still retorted, "You can't just say things like that carelessly." Mingyu smiled faintly. "How am I speaking carelessly? Was Gu Dongxing raised by the Gu family? Or did the Gu family help him get to where he is today?" Yang Meiying immediately felt uncomfortable. Isn't that the case? Without the Gu family, could he, Gu Dongxing, have risen to the rank of regiment commander so quickly? Mingyu sneered. But I've heard that Gu Dongxing was promoted entirely on his own military merits, and he's known as the god of war in the southern military region. Moreover, I've also heard that based on the military achievements Gu Dongxing has made, he would more than qualify for the position of division commander. However, the Gu family held him back. When it was his turn to be promoted, someone else from the Gu family took the opportunity, saying that since they were both from the Gu family and the other person was older, they should be promoted first. Is that why Gu Dongxing only made it to regiment commander? Yang Meiying wasn't clear on the specifics. She had always assumed that Gu Dongxing became a regiment commander because of the Gu family's connections. But now, hearing this girl's words, it turned out not to be the case. He was even some kind of god of war? She had been in the capital all along, while Gu Dongxing had been in the far south. Her reach didn't extend that far, so she had no idea that Gu Dongxing had earned the title of god of war. Mingyu looked at Yang Meiying with a cold smile. So, to Gu Dongxing, the Gu family has only taken from him without any kindness whatsoever. Why should he sacrifice his own happiness for the benefit of the Gu family? He wasn't even raised by the Gu family, and his promotions didn't rely on the Gu family's connections. On what grounds do the Gu family members think they can dictate his life? Yang Meiying was startled by Mingyu's words. For decades, she had almost forgotten how she had forced Gu Dongxing's mother out of the military cultural troupe and secretly driven Gu Dongxing out of the Gu family. Yes, not only had the Gu family shown no kindness to Gu Dongxing, but they also bore the enmity of driving his mother away. But no matter what, Gu Dongxing is still a member of the Gu family. He can't ignore the family's interests. When the time comes, he'll have to sacrifice for the Gu family. Classmate Jiang, you should still consider my Gu Chen. Heh. Mingyu didn't want to talk to Yang Meiying anymore and turned to leave. Yang Meiying wanted to chase after her but found that her feet wouldn't move. After Mingyu had walked quite a distance, her voice drifted back to Yang Meiying's ears. Go back and tell the Gu family that if they don't want the family to decline, they shouldn't provoke Gu Dongxing. Thinking back to the distant past life, when Gu Dongxing had dissolved his own soul and reincarnated because of the Empress's death, just to be with the one he loved, and in this life, they had finally come together again and even begun cultivating. Would he give that up to marry Nan Mingzhu? Just as he had said last time, even if his mother threatened suicide, he would at most delay marriage, but he would never marry someone else. She understood what he meant. As a cultivator, his lifespan was long, while as a mortal, she had only a few decades. Even if he waited until his mother's lifespan ended, it wouldn't be too late for them to marry. If even his mother's threat of death couldn't change his mind, how could the family's coercion make him alter his will and marry someone else? When Yang Meiying heard Mingyu's words, she was greatly shocked. Were the consequences of angering Gu Dongxing really that severe? She returned to the Gu family with a stifled temper, just in time to hear Gu Ming on the phone. The content of the call seemed to be about Gu Dongxing. Chapter 909. Do you know that Gu Dongxing is engaged to Nan Mingzhu? However, the next moment, Yang Meiying laughed again. Regiment Commander Gu Dongxing, classmate Jiang, I'm afraid you don't know yet, do you? The Nan family is forming a marriage alliance with the Gu family, planning to marry their eldest daughter, Nan Mingzhu, to Regiment Commander Gu Dongxing. Moreover, the Gu family has already agreed, and the two families are currently discussing the engagement date. Regiment Commander Gu cannot possibly want you, so you should just marry Gu Chen instead. Don't think about him anymore. Matters within big families are not as simple as you imagine. Mingyu was truly taken aback this time. Gu Dongxing engaged to Nan Mingzhu? How could she not know about this? If Gu Dongxing knew, would he agree? Recalling the time at the student hotel when Nan Mingzhu tried every means to get close to Gu Dongxing, only for him to scold her away with harsh words, Mingyu quickly calmed down. If Gu Dongxing knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. So, this must be a scheme by the Gu family. Or rather, a scheme by Yang Meiying. Because, that day, Nan Mingzhu had already revealed her identity, claiming to be the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Therefore, Gu Dongxing had long known her status and position. Besides, did Gu Dongxing, already at the peak of foundation establishment, need to marry a young lady from the Nan family to elevate his own standing? Ridiculous. Mingyu smiled faintly. What Madame Gu said is merely that the Gu family has agreed to a marriage alliance with the Nan family, not that Gu Dongxing has agreed to it. I trust my fiancé. He will definitely not betray me. Yang Meiying looked at Mingyu disdainfully. Little girl, Gu Dongxing does not dare to refuse the marriage alliance with the Nan family, unless he wants to be expelled from the Gu clan. Why should he, Gu Dongxing, who didn't grow up relying on the Gu family's support, be forced to sacrifice his own happiness for the Gu family? But he only stayed in the Gu family for 1 year, leaving home at the age of 6, and was then sent to Haijie village to be raised by Haishui, right? As for why it wasn't Gu Xing, although Gu Xing had taken the Gu surname and inherited 50% of Gu Ming's appearance, his identity was not that of a Gu family member, but rather the posthumous child of Yang Meiying's ex-husband. If it weren't for Nan Mingzhu setting her sights on Gu Dongxing, she would have really wanted Nan Mingzhu to marry her own son, Gu Chen. You don't know how important a family is to a person. A man without a family is like a stray dog, kicked by anyone who sees him. Mingyu found it amusing, but I've heard that Gu Dongxing was raised by Aunt Haishui from a young age and only stayed in the Gu family after Aunt Haishui was framed as having overseas connections and divorced Gu Ming. So, Gu Dongxing cannot possibly leave the Gu family. The benefits the Gu family can gain from the marriage alliance with the Nan family are beyond your imagination. Therefore, no one can disrupt their marriage, not even you. If she could disrupt it, she would want to as well, but she knew the consequences of doing so were beyond her ability to bear. Thus, even though she desperately wanted to break this marriage, she still dared not act rashly. So, apart from Gu Ming providing a seed, the Gu family hasn't really invested anything in Gu Dongxing, has it? Hearing Mingyu mention that Haishui was framed as having overseas connections, Yang Meiying felt a twinge of guilt, because Haishui had indeed been framed by her and her elder brother working together. Of course, she would never admit it. What puzzled Yang Meiying was that Jiang Mingyu, who had just been fawningly asking her to settle the life-saving debt with money, now seemed to have changed. Even upon hearing that her fiancé was about to be engaged to someone else, aside from a brief moment of shock, she showed no signs of anger or panic. End of this chapter. Chapter 910. Don't provoke Gu Dongxing. This girl has good qualities. Yang Meiying suddenly felt that it wouldn't be bad for Gu Chen to marry a woman like this. However, Yang Meiying still retorted, you can't just say things like that casually. Mingyu smiled faintly. How am I speaking casually? Was Gu Dongxing raised by the Gu family? Or did the Gu family help him get to where he is today? Yang Meiying immediately felt uncomfortable. Isn't that the case? Without the Gu family, could Gu Dongxing have set up such a large factory so quickly and become a well-known entrepreneur in the local area? Mingyu sneered. But I heard that Gu Dongxing accomplished everything entirely on his own abilities. Moreover, I also heard that when Gu Dongxing joined the military back then, he made great contributions, more than enough to be promoted to regiment commander. But someone suppressed him. The promotion that should have been his was taken by a certain member of the Gu family, with the excuse that since they were both Gu family members and that person was older, he should be promoted first. Isn't that right? That's why Gu Dongxing later simply retired from the military and led a group of veterans to start his own factory. Yang Meiying wasn't clear on the specifics. She had always thought that Gu Dongxing's ability to open the factory came from the Gu family's connections, that Gu Ming had secretly given him money. But now, hearing this girl say otherwise, she was taken aback. She had been in the capital all along, while Gu Dongxing was in the far south. Her reach didn't extend that far, so she had no idea that Gu Dongxing had become a well-known entrepreneur. Mingyu looked at Yang Meiying with a cold smile. So, to Gu Dongxing, the Gu family has only ever taken from him without any gratitude whatsoever. Why should he sacrifice his own happiness for the benefit of the Gu family? Indeed, not only had the Gu family shown no kindness to Gu Dongxing, but they also bore the enmity of driving his mother away. Just as he had said last time, even if his mother threatened suicide, he might delay marriage for now, but he would never marry someone else. Yang Meiying was startled by Mingyu's words. For decades, she had almost forgotten how she had pushed Gu Dongxing's mother out of the military art troupe and secretly driven Gu Dongxing out of the Gu family. He wasn't even raised by the Gu family, and his career didn't rely on the Gu family's connections. What right does the Gu family have to meddle in his life? Mingyu didn't want to talk to Yang Meiying any longer and turned to leave. But no matter what, Gu Dongxing is still a member of the Gu family. He can't refuse to consider the Gu family's interests. In the end, he'll have to sacrifice for the Gu family. Miss Jiang, you should think about my Guqin instead. Thinking back to the distant past life, when Gu Dongxing had reincarnated through military dissolution after the Empress's death, just to be with the one he loved, and how in this life they had finally reunited and even cultivated. Would he ever give her up to marry Nan Mingzhu? Mingyu walked far away before her voice drifted back to Yang Meiying's ears. Go back and tell the Gu family. If they don't want the Gu family to fall, don't provoke Gu Dongxing. Yang Meiying wanted to chase after her but found that her feet couldn't move at all. She understood what he meant. As a cultivator, his lifespan was long, while as a mortal, she had only a few decades. Even if they waited until his mother's lifespan ended, they could still marry then. If his mother's death threats couldn't change his mind, how could family pressure ever make him give up his own will and marry someone else? When Yang Meiying heard Mingyu's words, she was greatly shocked. Were the consequences of provoking Gu Dongxing really that severe? She returned to the Gu family with a belly full of anger, just in time to hear Gu Ming on the phone. The content of the call seemed to be about Gu Dongxing. End of chapter. Chapter 9:11. The sun rises from the west. Gu Ming said into the phone regarding Dongxing's marriage, he has a strong sense of autonomy. I can only relay your intentions to him, but whether he will obediently follow your instructions is hard to say. Back then, his mother was forced to leave by the Gu family, and he holds resentment in his heart. He hasn't returned for many years, so it's difficult to gauge how much sense of identification he has toward the Gu family. I'm not optimistic anyway. Let me say it again. I'll only do the groundwork. Whether I can convince him, I can't guarantee. However, I've already spoken to his superior and arranged for him to take half a month off. We'll have to wait until he returns to discuss further. Yang Meiying, upon hearing that Gu Dongxing had requested a leave of more than half a month over the phone, understood that he would be coming back soon. She said worriedly, Mingge. Gu Ming put down the phone and, seeing his wife's furrowed brows, asked, What's wrong? I went to see Chin'er's savior today. Gu Ming said, and then, we should have gone to thank her long ago. It's all because Chin'er didn't explain clearly that we neglected our benefactor. Yang Meiying sighed. I heard Chin'er say he likes her, so I thought about whether we could marry her into the family. Thinking about how the girl had initially put on quite an act, even fooling her, until she mentioned that Nan Mingzhu was going to be engaged to Gu Dongxing, only then did she seem to change completely. Since both you and Chin'er have taken a liking to her, as long as she agrees, go ahead and marry her into the family. Gu Ming was astonished. He knew how snobbish his wife usually was. Would she really let Chin'er marry a commoner? Was the sun rising from the west? Yang Meiying said somewhat guiltily, after all, repaying a life-saving favor by offering oneself in marriage is only right. Gu Ming had no prejudice against social status. Seeing that Yang Meiying didn't seem to be joking, Gu Ming grew curious about this Jiang Mingyu. He knew his wife well, she believed her own son was the best, and that few women in the world were worthy of him. Yang Meiying sighed again. But she told me she is Dongxing's fiancé. Even if this woman's background wasn't impressive, she was still worthy of his Chin'er. Moreover, she might even be the true eldest daughter of the Nan family. Thus, she genuinely wanted Jiang Mingyu as her daughter-in-law now. Gu Ming still found it strange. Someone like his wife would usually try to use money to make the other party recognize their place and stop coveting Chin'er. Yet here she was, voluntarily talking about repaying a life-saving favor by offering oneself in marriage. Yang Meiying knew her husband wouldn't believe her. After all, even she found it hard to believe herself. If the other party weren't rumored to be the true eldest daughter of the Nan family, she wouldn't have considered marrying a girl raised in the countryside to Chin'er. Young as she was, she remained calm and composed in adversity, speaking with reason and restraint. Moreover, once she stopped putting on airs, her entire demeanor and temperament were as cold and ethereal as an immortal. Unexpectedly, she had taken a liking to the girl who saved her younger son. Gu Ming was shocked. Dongxing has a fiancé? How come I didn't know? Yang Meiying thought to herself, he's been growing up in the south, serving in the military there, and later running a factory there. He hasn't returned to the capital in years. How would you know if he has a fiancé? Of course, the fact that Gu Dongxing never returned to the Gu family was also a result Yang Meiying had deliberately brought about, but she would never admit it. Gu Ming paced back and forth in the room. If Dongxing already has a fiancé, how can he still be engaged to Miss Nan? If we force him, wouldn't that be breaking up a loving couple? The worst part is that uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle agreed to the engagement with the Nan family without my consent. Thank you, dear readers, for your subscriptions, tips, comments, and votes. Today's update ends here. See you tomorrow. This chapter ends. Chapter 912, virtually a son-in-law adopted into the bride's family. Gu Ming's parents had passed away. His father's elder and younger brothers were still alive, yet the matchmakers from the Nan family were detestable. They wanted his son to form a marriage alliance with the Nan family and made the decision directly without consulting him, the father. Moreover, the Nan family had made a demand. The first child born to Nan Mingzhu must bear the Nan surname, because Nan Mingzhu was the only child of the Nan family's main branch, and her child had to inherit that branch. Of course, in that case, Nan Mingzhu would apply to have 2 children, one surnamed Gu and one surnamed Nan. Additionally, the Nan family required that she spend most of her time living in the Nan household in the future. This approach by the Nan family made Gu Ming think of a son-in-law adopted into the bride's family. Whether in the past or the present, a man becoming an adopted son-in-law was not something easily accepted. And if Gu Dongxing agreed to the Nan family's demands, it would be virtually the same as being adopted into the bride's family. He suddenly looked up at his wife. How is she? Yang Meiying was startled for a moment before realizing he was asking about Jiang Mingyu. She couldn't help but answer, very beautiful, very outstanding. Moreover, now hearing from his wife that the girl who had saved their younger son was actually Gu Dongxing's fiancé, Gu Ming felt a bit distressed. Gu Dongxing had reason to be dissatisfied. But taking revenge on the Gu family, perhaps it was just talk. Gu Ming fell silent. After a long while, he said, what does she mean by that? Gu Dongxing already had a fiancé. How could he still let him get engaged to Nan Mingzhu? And it was virtually like being adopted into the bride's family. I'm afraid the wishes of those clan elders in the Gu family might not come true. Yang Meiying recalled how those clan elders were single-mindedly pushing for Gu Dongxing's marriage to Yang Meiying, and she felt very irritated. She told me to bring a message to the Gu family. If you don't want the Gu family to decline, don't provoke Gu Dongxing. Let them, for the sake of a fake young lady, do the thing of breaking up the pair of true lovers, Gu Dongxing and the real young lady. She wouldn't get involved. She said to Gu Ming, my elder brother has something to discuss with me. I'm going over and I won't be back today. She had to talk things over properly with her brother about what to do. However, regarding the entire Gu family's demand that Gu Dongxing marry Nan Mingzhu and allow her to live in the Nan household, making the marriage virtually like being adopted into the bride's family, that might be somewhat difficult. Originally, she had thought that if Gu Dongxing married the apparent eldest daughter of the Nan family, and her son married the rumored true eldest daughter, at least there would be one matter where her son could step over Gu Dongxing. Who would have thought that this real young lady was actually Gu Dongxing's fiancé? She suddenly recalled what Jiang Mingyu had said. Yang Meiying, it's easy to understand it means Gu Dongxing is very formidable. If he gets angry, he could bring down the Gu family. She seemed very bewildered. Could it be that Gu Dongxing is dissatisfied with the Gu family? Is he going to take revenge? Yang Meiying thought to herself, she wouldn't tell them that Gu Dongxing's fiancé was the real Nan family young lady. After Mingyu heard from Yang Meiying that Gu Dongxing was going to get engaged to Nan Mingzhu, as soon as she returned to Yang and Hutong, she immediately called Gu Dongxing. The person who answered the phone was Chung Jioha, who happened to be looking for Gu Dongxing. He told Mingyu, little sister, the boss has arranged a half-month vacation for himself and has already set off for the capital. I was about to ask you, has something happened with the Gu family in the capital? Mingyu's heart sank. It seemed what Yang Meiying said was true. She said somewhat gloomily, nothing major, just that the Gu family arranged a marriage for Dongxing with that so-called eldest daughter of the Nan family, Nan Mingzhu. But brother, don't worry, Dongxing won't listen to the Gu family. The greatest benefit of the morning is that it reminds us we can start anew today. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 913, Oh Shui, the eldest miss of the O family. Cheng Jioha said angrily, old Gu, my brother-in-law isn't some piece of wood you can just charge at if you feel like it and forget about if you miss. Does the Gu family have no shame? But don't worry, little sister. If Gu Long, my brother-in-law, dares to change his heart, I, your brother, will be the first to not let him off. Seeing how protective her brother was of her, Nan Mingyu felt a warmth in her heart. Of course I'm at ease. I have such a formidable brother. But brother, you also need to trust Gu Dongxing. Is he the kind of person who changes his heart so easily? And can the Gu family really bully Gu Dongxing? Also, brother, you need to trust your little sister. Am I the kind of person who gets bullied so easily? Your little sister is a golden core cultivator. Forget the Gu family. Even if it were the Nan family, they'd have to ask if I agree before they could bully me. Remembering that his sister was a golden core cultivator, Chung Jioha immediately felt much more at ease. I forgot that my little sister is practically an immortal. Saying this, he couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. His sister was a golden core cultivator, and his brother-in-law was half a step into golden core, while he himself hadn't even reached foundation establishment. Still, he was happy. These past few days, using the jade nectar to cultivate had greatly increased his speed, and he had already entered the late stage of chi refinement. He believed that with the jade nectar, he would soon reach foundation establishment. Only by becoming stronger could he help his sister. Nan Mingyu put down the phone and began calculating when Gu Dongxing would arrive, planning to pick him up at the train station. Going to a place like the train station naturally meant she couldn't travel by flying fan. He resented the Gu family for forcing his mother to leave and blamed his father for not keeping her. Even though he harbored resentment toward the entire Gu family, he still couldn't bring himself to sever ties with his father completely. But now, his father had summoned him back to the Gu family for the first time, citing a major matter, so he had no choice but to return. Ever since his father found him after he ran away from home and sent him to his mother, he had almost never called him back to the Gu family. Even when they met, it was elsewhere. Gu Dongxing's looks were too striking. Walking down the street, he was like a human pheromone, attracting all kinds of attention from the opposite sex. He knew that when he was young, his father had always sent money. Otherwise, his weak mother wouldn't have been able to raise him and his sister. He also knew that his father had secretly looked out for him along the way to where he was today. Otherwise, no matter how capable he was, he wouldn't have become a well-known entrepreneur in his 20s or earned a reputation in the Folk Culture Research Association. Although Gu Dongxing could now travel by flying sword for public appearances like this, he still had to take the train. Of course, this didn't include women like Oh Jinjin. But people in this era weren't that bold yet. While they might secretly admire him from afar, few women dared to take action. So, he had no choice but to acknowledge this father. Gu Dongxing really didn't want to return to the Gu family. However, his superiors had directly given him half a month off, and his father had called to say there was an important family matter requiring his return. Oh Jinjin had just returned from studying in the US. Her family's business was all based in Hong Kong, but recently, the family had been planning to invest in the motherland. So, she and her brother had come back as pioneers to explore the possibilities. However, she also had another task, to try to find the Oh family's long-lost eldest daughter, Oh Shui. So, her brother headed to Shenzhen, while she traveled north. The first time she saw Gu Dongxing, she was captivated by him. She felt a sense of familiarity with him and thought that she must have fallen in love at first sight. Suppressing her excited emotions, she smiled and extended her hand toward Gu Dongxing. "Hello, my name is Oh Jinjin. May I ask your surname? If there's a secret to being beautiful, it's this. Spoil yourself ruthlessly." This chapter ends. Chapter 9:14. To reveal or not to reveal. Gu Dongxing, who was already at the half-step golden core stage, saw Oh Jinjin and felt a familiar sensation wash over him. He was certain that this was the first time he had seen this girl. Then, he sensed a faint bond in her bloodline. He was somewhat surprised. Could this girl who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him actually be related to him by blood? Could his father have an illegitimate daughter outside? No, this bloodline was from his mother's side. He immediately thought of his mother's overseas connections. Could this girl be someone from his mother's family? Thus, he, who never paid attention to women who threw themselves at him, for the first time reached out and shook her small hand. "Hello, I'm Gu Dongxing." Gu Dongxing's mother had originally been a member of the military cultural troupe. Because she had a gold lock engraved with the O family crest, even though she told people she had found it as a child, she was still framed for concealing overseas connections and nearly labeled a spy. In fact, if not for old Master Yi stepping in to protect her, there would have been further repercussions. Now, hearing that she was surnamed O and sensing the bond in her bloodline, Gu Dongxing's emotions stirred faintly. So, Gu Dongxing, who usually kept his distance from other women, began chatting with Oh Jinjin. Coupled with the bloodline bond he sensed with Oh Jinjin, he was almost certain that his mother was Oh Shui, the eldest daughter of the Oh family. "My eldest aunt got lost during the war years. She is 48 years old, pure in beauty, and was somewhat naive when she disappeared. As for her physical features, she has a red beauty mark on her forehead and another red cinnabar mole above her heart. The two moles align in a straight line, complementing each other beautifully." Oh Jinjin, seeing that Gu Dongxing, whom she had just met, was willing to help her find her relatives, felt her heart stir with excitement. Could he have taken a liking to her? Otherwise, why would he be so eager to help? To find someone who had been lost many years ago across the entire country, one couldn't just search blindly. So, she had come to the capital, hoping to seek help from the government. Gu Dongxing was not wearing a suit, but a Zhongshan suit transformed from a Dharma robe. Gu Dongxing's hands resting on his knees trembled slightly. Yes, the mole on his mother's forehead was visible to everyone, but the cinnabar mole on her chest was known to few. The eldest daughter of the O family? Was that his mother? Gu Dongxing suppressed his excitement. Maybe I can help you look. How old is the person you're looking for, and what are their features? Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and decided not to reveal the truth, because he didn't know if his mother wanted to acknowledge the relationship. After all, this overseas connection had ruined most of her life. After a brief exchange, Gu Dongxing learned that she had just completed her studies in the US and had returned to explore the reform and opening up situation in China. Should he reveal it or not? However, she and her brother had split up. Her brother's focus was on assessing the investment environment, while her main task was to find the lost aunt of the O family, the eldest daughter O Shui. The man she admired was showing her attention, and she was naturally delighted. She had even been despised by the Gu family because of her overseas connections, losing her marriage. This had later shaped her into a more calculating person. In fact, without this overseas connection, his mother would still be the matriarch of the Gu family. Even if young Meiying had schemed her way into Gu Ming's bed, Gu Ming wouldn't have dared to divorce his mother and marry young Meiying. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said seriously to O Zhenjin, "Leave me your contact information. I'll let you know when I find the person you're looking for." O Zhenjin felt a sweet warmth in her heart, asking for her contact information, and doing so with such a serious demeanor, there was nothing romantic about it. "Good morning, dear. May you have a sunny and beautiful mood every day." End of chapter. Chapter 9:15. He has a fiancé. Chapter 9:15. He has a fiancé. Chapter 9:14. He has a fiancé. However, O Zhenjin still gave him her business card. It had not only the landline number in Hong Kong, but also the family's landline number in Shenzhen. O Zhenjin asked Gu Dongxing for his business card. "Brother Gu, your contact information?" Gu Dongxing scratched his head and finally gave her the Hai family's landline number. "I don't have a phone at my own place. This is my family's phone number." O Zhenjin was even more satisfied after getting her crush's phone number, and her gaze toward Gu Dongxing was filled with pink bubbles. Her adoring look was too bright for Gu Dongxing to ignore. If nothing unexpected happened, this girl should be his cousin. Knowing that she had misunderstood him, Gu Dongxing felt very frustrated inside. He wasn't trying to flirt, okay? He was doing all this entirely because the person she was looking for was his mother. But before his mother decided to accept the O family, he couldn't say it outright. The only person he loved was Mengyu. He couldn't let another girl misunderstand him. What could he do to dispel her feelings? "My fiancé should be coming to pick me up." Before getting on the car, he hadn't actually told Mengyu, so he said should without being certain. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, "I know a woman about the age you mentioned. She has a sweet face, a red mole between her eyebrows, but I don't know if she has a mole on her chest. I'll help you ask around when I get back." After a pause, O Zhenjin finally asked back, "And you?" As soon as O Zhenjin heard that, she immediately became nervous. "Is that true? Can you tell me her contact information?" Although she didn't ask outright, her expressive big eyes had already conveyed the question, making it impossible for Gu Dongxing to ignore. O Zhenjin thought he wanted to see her off, so she said no. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and asked, "We're almost at the station. Is someone coming to pick you up?" O Zhenjin suddenly grabbed his hand. "Thank you, Brother Gu. Thank you so much for helping me." She wanted to ask, "Do you like me?" But her feminine pride made it hard for her to voice the question. Since Gu Dongxing couldn't tell her before confirming his mother's thoughts, he had to say, "I can't easily give you her contact information, but I'll get in touch with her as soon as I get back. If she also has a red mole on her chest, I'll tell her to contact you." Damn it, his explanation didn't dispel her misunderstanding. Instead, it made her even more enthusiastic. Gu Dongxing was anxious, not knowing how to make her drop the idea. After all, she hadn't formally confessed to him, so he couldn't just say to her, "I don't love you, right?" Gu Dongxing thought to himself, "I asked you. Why don't you ask me?" Don't blame him. He was a complete novice when it came to dealing with women. Hearing Gu Dongxing say the word fiancé, O Zhenjin was stunned. The sweet smile on O Zhenjin's face stiffened, and after a long while, she asked, "You have a fiancé?" Gu Dongxing nodded. "Yes, I have a fiancé. We've been together for over a year." O Zhenjin almost blurted out a curse. "How dare you be so nice to me when you have a fiancé? Does your fiancé know about this?" O Zhenjin was very disheartened. She had finally met a man she liked, they had a pleasant conversation, and she was already prepared to accept him as her boyfriend, only for him to tell her he already had a fiancé. What kind of luck was this? Happiness comes from having someone to think of. Satisfaction comes from mutual understanding. "Good morning." End of this chapter. Chapter 916. When did I agree to be engaged to you? Gu Dongxing saw the sorrowful expression on Chu Xinjin's face and wanted to tell her that he was her cousin. But he couldn't say it, not until his mother decided whether to accept her family, not until he was certain whether she would embrace the Chu family. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to reveal a little. I just don't know why, but the moment I saw you, I wanted to talk to you. It's as if we share a blood connection. Chu Xinjin suddenly understood. So that's it? It wasn't uncommon for people to feel an instant bond. Hadn't she felt a warmth toward him the moment they met? Then, how about we become sworn siblings? Gu Dongxing hadn't expected her to suggest that. He thought of Mingyu and Cheng Jiohe. Hadn't they also felt an instant connection, sworn brotherhood, and later proven to be blood cousins? All right, that's perfect. And so, Gu Dongxing accepted Chu Xinjin as his sister. When Gu Dongxing and Chu Xinjin walked out of the train passage, Mingyu was about to approach when she noticed someone else had greeted them first. Chu Xinjin, during their conversation, had learned that Gu Dongxing's fiancé would likely pick him up, unsettling her heart. She had finally taken a liking to a man, only to find he was already engaged. Brother Gu, you finally arrived, Nan Mingju said as she stepped forward. As Mingyu entered the train station, her spiritual sense swept out. When it reached the exit, she saw her Gu Dongxing walking out of the passage, chatting and laughing with a pretty girl. So when Nan Mingju came to greet Gu Dongxing, Mingyu assumed she was his fiancé. Nan Mingju then turned to Chu Xinjin and snapped, "Who are you? Stay away from my fiancé." However, Mingyu quickly understood the faint blood bond between the two and had no further thoughts. But the other person picking up the train was displeased. As Nan Mingju spoke, she tried to take Gu Dongxing's arm, but he subtly avoided her. "Who are you? Do I know you well?" Chu Xinjin had to suppress her own feelings and accept the sibling bond with him. She hadn't noticed that there was another person waiting for Gu Dongxing, Nan Mingju. Mingyu had learned from Cheng Jiohe the time of Gu Dongxing's train and rushed to the station to pick him up. Time was tight. She had barely arrived when he was already at the exit. But seeing Nan Mingju's words and actions, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Gu Dongxing looked like a dragon among men, yet he had found such a fiancé. That thought in her heart faintly resurfaced. Perhaps turning a brother into a husband wasn't impossible? Nan Mingju, seeing Gu Dongxing avoid her and act as if he didn't know her, was furious. But her face showed a pout of grievance. "Brother Gu, how could you not know me? We once had lunch together at the student restaurant. Besides, our families have already decided on a marriage alliance. Soon, I'll be your fiancé." Her words stunned Gu Dongxing. He had already looked at Nan Mingju with disgust, and now his anger flared. "Miss Nan, please choose your words carefully. When did I agree to be engaged to you? You clearly know I have a fiancé and our relationship is excellent. What do you mean by saying this to my face? Thank heaven and earth. Thank the sunlight covering the land. Thank you, dear readers, for subscribing, for your votes and tips, and for your sweet words." End of chapter. Chapter 917. Arrived too late. In reality, Gu Dongxing's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that his father had urged him to return, claiming a major event in the Gu family, because of the marriage alliance with the Nan family? Chu Xinjin's eyes dimmed. So, Brother Gu's fiancé is not this person. But Brother Gu is in trouble. It seems he already has a fiancé, yet his family wants him to marry this girl? Nan Mingju refused to give up. Brother Gu, Jiang Mingyu has no background, no power, no money. She's an ignorant country girl raised in the countryside. How could she ever match Brother Gu? Only I, the eldest daughter of the Nan family, am worthy of Brother Gu. The train station was full of people. At first, they saw the scene of two women fighting over one man, but since one of them wasn't doing anything, it wasn't much to watch. However, when they heard this girl call herself the eldest daughter of the Nan family, they became interested. One by one, they gathered around. Who wouldn't be interested when this girl was from the Nan family, which even the 10 great families had to flatter and respect? Seeing the situation was wrong, Mingyu quickly hailed a taxi. "Go, drive me over there to pick someone up." The taxi driver hesitated. "There are too many people over there." Driving into the crowd required skill, didn't it? One wrong move and he might hit someone. Mingyu directly threw out 100 yuan. There are only 2 people to pick up. This is the fare. Keep the change. In this era, when a bus ride cost just a few cents per stop and a 5 yuan taxi fare was considered high, 100 yuan was 3 days' income for a taxi driver. So, the female taxi driver immediately agreed cheerfully, "All right." She stepped on the gas and drove toward the crowd. Seeing the car approaching, people moved aside. When the car reached Gu Dongxing, the door opened, and Mingyu's voice rang out, "Dongxing, hurry and get your cousin in the car." Nan Mingju stamped her foot in anger. How infuriating. Seeing Gu Dongxing and the other person get into the car, Nan Mingju tried to get in too, but the door had already closed. Almost the moment the door shut, the car drove off. It wasn't until Mingyu opened the car door that Gu Dongxing snapped out of it. Mingyu pulled him into the car, and Chu Jinjin quickly got in from the other side. If it had only been Gu Dongxing, she would have taken him to Hohai, but with Chu Jinjin there, she brought them to Yang and Hatong instead. Mingyu saw Nan Mingju's twisted face in the rearview mirror as they drove away and ordered, "Go to Yang and Hatong." He hadn't even noticed Xiaomeng had arrived. Suddenly, his heart was in turmoil again. Did Xiaomeng know about the marriage alliance between the Nan and Gu families? What would she think of him? Gu Dongxing heard Mingyu's voice and silently cursed himself for forgetting he was a cultivator, letting the news of the Nan-Gu marriage alliance shake his composure. The taxi driver cheerfully replied again, "All right." Chu Jinjin was stunned by Mingyu's ethereal beauty. "Brother Gu, is this your fiancé? She's so beautiful, I almost like her myself." Any lingering thoughts in her heart were completely dispelled. A girl this beautiful was truly Brother Gu's perfect match. She had arrived too late, so she would just be a little sister. Moreover, she found it strange. She had taken a liking to a man who already had a fiancé, yet she didn't even feel sad? Could it be that she hadn't actually fallen in love with him? When she first saw Gu Dongxing, she felt a sense of closeness that made her think she had fallen in love at first sight, but it turned out that wasn't the case at all. End of chapter. Chapter 918, When Should We Get Married? Mingyu heard this girl speak frankly and without pretense, and she began to like her a bit, and this is. Before Gu Dongxing could speak, Ojinjin jumped in to answer, "Little sister-in-law, I'm Brother Gu's adopted sister." Mingyu nearly burst out laughing. "Sister?" She turned to look at Gu Dongxing with a half-smile. Their blood similarity was 30%, more like cousins. Gu Dongxing's eyes dodged a little as he transmitted his voice. I met her on the train and discovered she has a blood connection to me, so I probed a bit and found out she came back to find the eldest daughter of the O family, who got lost under special circumstances back then. The age and characteristics she described match my mother's." Mingyu was astonished. "What a coincidence. She ran into you as soon as she arrived? I thought you two were cousins and had already acknowledged the relationship, but who knew you'd become sworn siblings instead?" She suddenly thought of something, her eyes showing disbelief. "Could it be because I acknowledged Chung Jioha as a brother, so you wanted to acknowledge a sister to get back at me?" Gu Dongxing's mind grew even more flustered. With Mingyu saying this, it seemed that his acknowledging Ojinjin as a sister might have had an ulterior motive to make Mingyu jealous too. "All right, you rascal, daring to get back at me. Just wait until we get back, I'll punish you," Mingyu transmitted fiercely. Gu Dongxing quickly nodded. Right, I'll prepare the wedding house. "But, for you, what does it matter if I marry into your family? Anyway, the Gu family doesn't care if I go back." At that moment, Gu Dongxing looked around the beautiful courtyard with satisfaction and teased, "Xiaomeng, have you prepared our future wedding house?" Gu Dongxing quickly transmitted a plea for mercy. "Dear wife, please forgive me. I just didn't know mother's intentions and wasn't sure how to acknowledge her, so I settled for being sworn siblings to have an excuse to leave contact info. Otherwise, asking for her contact info outright would make me look like a pervert, wouldn't it?" Mingyu shot him a glance. "Shouldn't the wedding house be prepared by you? Living in my house, aren't you afraid people will laugh at you for marrying into the family?" Forget it, I won't hold it against you. But punishment is still necessary." The car first dropped Ojinjin off at the largest local hotel, then drove to Mingyu's Yong'an Hatong. The female driver left, and Mingyu took Gu Dongxing into her courtyard. Last time Gu Dongxing sent Mingyu here, he was eager to assert his claim and went straight to the academy, never having visited Mingyu's small courtyard. Gu Dongxing breathed a sigh of relief, but then remembered another troubling matter, and his heart sank again. Hearing him sound so pitiful, Mingyu thought of how he usually kept his distance from women. Now that this person was basically confirmed to be his cousin, yet due to his mother's circumstances, it was hard to acknowledge her. Using this method to get close wasn't too excessive. That young Maying probably wished he'd never go back, right? Minyu's heart stirred deeply. This was the most beautiful confession, wasn't it? "For you, I'm willing to marry into your family." Her man was truly the best. She said half jokingly, half seriously, "If you're willing to marry into my family, I'll prepare a courtyard even better and more beautiful than this one to welcome you." Gu Dongxing's heart raced. "That's great. Then I'll wait for my Xiaomeng to wear a wedding dress and drive a fancy private car to pick me up." "But Xiaomeng, when should we get married?" This chapter ends. Chapter 919, He is Not a Puppet. Mingyu shot Gu Dongxing a glance. "What's the rush? At least wait until I turn 20, right?" Gu Dongxing was overjoyed. "All right, then I'll wait until you're 20, and we'll get married." His little one had never agreed to marriage before, but now she had actually promised. Once she turned 20, they would marry. He was ecstatic, pulling Mingyu into a kiss. Mingyu wanted to say that she didn't mean she would marry at 20, but rather that she could only marry after turning 20. But Gu Dongxing clearly understood her meaning, yet he refused to let her voice her objection. As a result, before Mingyu could get the words out, Gu Dongxing swallowed them with his kiss. It wasn't until they were both nearly breathless that Mingyu pushed Gu Dongxing away, gasping for air. In truth, she was just using this to cover up her shyness. With her current level of skill, even if she kissed Gu Dongxing for an entire day, she wouldn't actually suffocate. Gu Dongxing wanted to kiss her again, but Mingyu, her face flushed, turned her head away. Dongxing, you should think about how to deal with the engagement your family arranged for you. Gu Dongxing immediately froze. Back then, that group had used his mother's overseas connections to force his loving parents apart, leaving his mother to suffer alone for most of her life. Mingyu smiled. Of course I trust you. How could you possibly fancy that Nan Mingju? Is she prettier than me? Richer than me? Or does she have a higher status than me? He was not his father, a puppet of the Gu family, and Xiaoming was not his mother, someone who would break up just because the Gu family pressured them. Thus, it could be said that the main reason for his parents' divorce was the Gu family's coercion. Although he had already prepared himself to never yield no matter how the Gu family pressured him, he still hadn't figured out how to tell Mingyu about the family-arranged marriage. Yet Mingyu had already brought it up. Nan Mingju had openly spoken about the marriage alliance between the Gu and Nan families on the train without any attempt to hide it, which meant both families had already agreed. Now, they were using family interests to force a marriage, trying to pressure him into separating from Mingyu. The Gu family had once manipulated his mother's marriage. When Haishue was exposed for hiding her overseas connections, they forced her to leave the Gu family. He would never let the family pressure him into marrying Nan Mingju according to their wishes. He cautiously glanced at Mingyu's expression. Xiaoming, do you trust me? Although his father's drunkenness had allowed young Meiying to climb into his bed, which was the main reason his mother agreed to the divorce, if it hadn't been for his uncle forcing his father to divorce his mother, his father wouldn't have gotten drunk in the first place, creating the opportunity for young Meiying to seduce him. Gu Dongxing immediately put on a troubled expression. Xiaoming, my wife, how can you see your husband that way? Do you think your husband is someone who judges by looks, wealth, or status? Xiaoming, we've been husband and wife for 2 lifetimes. In our souls, we've long been intertwined, you and me and you. Even if you weren't pretty, even if you had no money, even if you had no status, as long as it's you, I am your husband, and you are my wife. Who said Gu Dongxing had no emotional intelligence? The way he spoke sweet nothings made Mingyu's heart race. I know. My man is the best in the world. Mingyu couldn't help but throw her arms around Gu Dongxing's neck and offer him a kiss. This time, it was like thunder meeting fire. After a long while, Gu Dongxing reluctantly let go of Mingyu, muttered, "You little vixen," and fled to the bathroom. This chapter ends. Chapter 920, Nan Mingju's Slander. After the two of them had been lovey-dovey for a while, it was originally only Gu Dongxing who was going back to the Gu family alone. Mingyu decided to go with Gu Dongxing. They must advance or retreat together. Afterwards, both of them armed themselves and drove a small minivan that Mingyu had bought under the guise of a kindergarten towards the Gu family home. In the Gu family's courtyard house, Gu Ming's eldest uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle were all seated high in the main hall, while young Meiying and her 2 sons were conspicuously absent. Nan Mingju was spitting everywhere, viciously slandering Jiang Mingyu to the Gu family. You don't know, that vixen is absolutely detestable. Brother Gu was clearly talking to me, ready to come back with me, when who knows what happened. She hailed a taxi, didn't care if she'd run someone over, and just charged right up to Brother Gu in broad daylight. Then she called for him to get in the car. Brother Gu didn't want to leave at first, so that vixen simply got out of the car, forcibly dragged Brother Gu inside, and took him away. Everyone's hearts were secretly shocked. In broad daylight, a young woman forcibly dragging a man into a car, wasn't that too outrageous? Was she really the woman Gu Dongxing had chosen for himself? How could someone like that become the next matriarch of the Gu family? Even if they were sworn siblings, let alone real ones, a lone man and woman sharing a room is already inappropriate, but they're together day and night all the time. It's truly worrying. Seeing that the Gu family members' expressions were all turning unpleasant, Nan Mingju continued to fan the flames. I heard that back then, Brother Gu saved that girl, and she ended up clinging to him. A grown woman went straight to the military camp and stayed in Brother Gu's room. Brother Gu ignored her and went off on duty, but she stayed for over a month, just to pester Brother Gu into taking responsibility for her. Hearing this, the Gu family's faces darkened in unison again, shamelessly staying in a man's room, and even when he ignored her, she still clung on for a month. Was that something a proper girl would do? If any female friends came to find Brother Gu, she'd jump out and say Brother Gu was her fiancé, forbidding them from talking to him. So those female friends all had to leave. I don't know about other female soldiers or cadres, but as far as I know, Yi Ruhui and Yi Qing from the Yi family were both driven away by her. But it's just as well, luckily he didn't have a girlfriend, otherwise how could he still marry into the Nan family? They had already collectively ignored Jiang Mingyu. Just then, the clan elders of the Gu family looked up and saw a perfect couple approaching slowly. And there's more, she won't let Brother Gu have female friends, but she makes male friends herself. She became sworn siblings with Qing Jioha from the Chung family, and they're very close. The Gu family grew even more disgusted. No wonder Gu Dongxing was still without a girlfriend at 26. A voice suddenly rang out. Even I, her fiancé, am not worried. Why should an outsider like you be concerned? Gu Dongxing wore a suit transformed from the white robe magic garment Mengyu had given him, looking like a god. Mengyu wore a magic garment she had changed into in the space, with a translucent gauze robe of mermaid silk that Gu Dongxing had given to his empress in his ancient past life over it. Her face bore no makeup, her skin fair and translucent with a rosy glow, smooth, as if it would break at a touch. On her oval face, a pair of phoenix eyes sparkled brightly. Beneath a straight, well-shaped nose, her cherry lips were red and moist, the corners slightly upturned. It was already October, but the two wore only 2 layers of clothing. At that moment, both faces, beautiful as gods and goddesses, radiated endless coldness. The chapter ends. Chapter 921. Who do you think you are? Nan Mingzhu saw Gu Dongxing, who was as handsome as a celestial being, and her heart began to pound. Such an outstanding man would soon belong to her. But when she saw Jiang Mingyu, who was as beautiful as a fairy, her heart ached as if bitten by insects. Jealousy gnawed at her heart. What did she do to deserve Brother Gu's love? She subconsciously called out Brother Gu. Gu Dongxing's sinister gaze fixed on her. Anyone could see that he was furious. He had searched through countless reincarnations to find this woman, and yet this woman dared to slander her like this. She deserved to die. The next moment, his large hand gripped Nan Mingzhu's neck, lifting her up with one hand. As for Nan Mingzhu, she couldn't even struggle. Her wide eyes revealed deep terror. She was already a 6th-level martial artist, yet she had been caught in a single move and couldn't move at all. Her gaze turned to the Gu family elders present, and she let out a faint voice, "Save me." The oldest elder, around 70, quickly shouted, "Dongxing, what are you doing? She is the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Let her go." The other 2 elders, in their 60s, also quickly called out, "Dongxing, put her down quickly. Let's talk this out." Several elders tried to step forward to rescue Nan Mingzhu, but found they couldn't even get close to the 2. Yes, put her down first. Let's talk things out properly." Gu Dongxing, however, completely ignored the elders and continued holding Nan Mingzhu by the neck, his words dripping with ice. "I asked Xiaoming to pretend to be my fiancé to cover for me during a mission. How did it become, in your mouth, that Xiaoming shamelessly lived in my room and forced me to take responsibility? So it was about blocking unwanted romantic interests. Dongxing didn't like that woman and didn't want to offend anyone. Having someone to block for him was indeed much better. And as for Yi Ruhui from the Yi family, do you know who she is? A married woman dared to pretend to be an unmarried girl and pose as my girlfriend. If I didn't drive her away, what was I supposed to do with her? As for Yi Qing, she was a childhood friend I played with when I was 5 or 6. I heard she had been wronged by her husband and persecuted, so I went to save her. She originally had only 3 to 5 years left to live. I asked Xiaoming to cure her. Once she recovered, why would she stay? Upon hearing this, the Gu family understood. It was for work. That wasn't a big deal. Before liberation, underground workers even pretended to be married couples. Pretending to be engaged was nothing. I asked Xiaoming to pretend to be my fiancé to block certain unwanted romantic interests. Yet in your mouth, it became that she monopolized me and wouldn't let me talk to other women. The Gu family grew even more frustrated. The Yi women were all married. Helping them out was fine, but keeping them around was obviously not acceptable. It was normal for this girl to drive them away. As for Qing Jioha, he is a brother I can trust with my back. From the beginning, when Xiaoming and I were just pretending to be engaged, to later making it real and falling in love and committing to each other for life, he has always been our brother. Later, when Xiaoming went to the capital on business, I asked Jioha to take care of her. For convenience, they became sworn siblings. Their relationship has always been purely that of siblings. How did it become something to worry about in your eyes? And besides, I, her fiancé, am not worried. Why are you, an outsider, worrying for me? Who do you think you are? Nearly 1,000,000 words in, and this book's performance has been less than ideal. I'm wondering whether to end it when the male and female leads get married or to continue writing, perhaps into the immortal sect. Dear readers, please give me your suggestions. End of chapter. Chapter 922. My fiancé only needs my acknowledgement. Gu Dongxing said this, seeing that Nan Mingzhu's face had turned purple. If he squeezed any longer, she might suffocate to death, so he tossed her out the door. Nan Mingju couldn't get up for a long time, one hand supporting her waist, the other rubbing her neck. Her body hurt, her neck hurt, but her heart hurt even more. The man she admired had treated her like this. This is a lesson for speaking ill of my fiancé. Remember, if I hear you badmouthing my fiancé again, I'll let you experience what death feels like. Nan Mingju stared at Gu Dongxing with wide eyes, as if she still couldn't believe he dared to lay a hand on her. Mingyu watched from the side, not intending to interfere with Gu Dongxing teaching Nan Mingju a lesson. You, the clan elders, seeing the Nan family's eldest daughter they favored being thrown into the yard by Gu Dongxing, pointed at him, speechless. Gu Dongxing then bowed to the clan elders. Uncle Gu, third Uncle Gu, fourth Uncle Gu, father, greetings. I'm back. Uncle Gu was so angry he could barely breathe, as if Gu Dongxing's hand had been around his neck instead of Nan Mingju's. After a long moment, he suppressed the anger rising in his throat. How could you injure Miss Nan? Go help her up and apologize to her. Gu Ming looked at Gu Dongxing, then at Mingyu. Without saying anything else, just standing there, her bearing and presence far surpassed Nan Mingju's. Between these two girls, it was clear who was superior and who was inferior. Was there even a need to choose? Gu Dongxing seemed to remember he hadn't introduced Mingyu to his father, so he gently pushed her forward. Uncle Gu, third Uncle Gu, fourth Uncle Gu, father, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Jiang Mingyu. If he hadn't seen Jiang Mingyu, he might have thought Nan Mingju was decent, with her temperament and looks, and most importantly, she was the Nan family's eldest daughter, which could help Gu Dongxing's future prospects and prevent suppression by the Yang family. Gu Ming heard Jiang Mingyu's greeting and felt her etiquette was impeccable, fully capable of being the matriarch of a great family. Uncle Gu glared, I am not your grandfather. My grandnephew's wife is the Nan family's eldest daughter. I don't recognize any random cats or dogs. He wanted Gu Dongxing to help Nan Mingju up and apologize to her? Gu Dongxing completely ignored Uncle Gu and turned to his father. Father, why did you urgently call me back? Is something the matter? But after seeing Mingyu, he knew Gu Dongxing would never abandon this girl for Nan Mingju. A girl like this, even without a prominent family background, was definitely not someone an ordinary person could match. His previously ambiguous attitude now leaned toward Mingyu. Moreover, this girl's beauty was breathtaking, and she exuded an aura even stronger than Nan Mingju's. Gu Dongxing had good taste. Jiang Mingyu bowed to the four men. Greetings, three uncles. Greetings, uncle. Third Uncle Gu and fourth Uncle Gu also turned their heads, ignoring Mingyu's bow. Mingyu looked up at the three elders and was about to speak when Gu Dongxing pulled her back. He looked at Uncle Gu. My fiancé only needs my mother and me to acknowledge her. Uncle Gu was enraged by Gu Dongxing's attitude. Gu Dongxing, what kind of attitude is that? You and your mother acknowledging her is enough? Without my consent, no one will enter the Gu family genealogy. Gu Dongxing frowned and looked at Gu Ming. End of chapter. Chapter 923 Dad, I respect your own choice. Chapter 923 Dad, I respect your own choice. Chapter 922 Dad, I respect your own choice. Gu Ming smiled bitterly. Back then, his Hai Shui had also been first crossed out of the family tree by Grandpa Gu and then forced to leave. But he didn't know that because of Grandpa Gu's pressure, he had been feeling bitter and had drunk a few too many glasses. After returning to his room, feeling a burning heat in his stomach, he had a release with the child's mother. Who would have thought that the next morning, he would discover that the person sleeping in the bed was not the child's mother, but Yang Meiying. What made him even more helpless was that a few months later, Yang Meiying walked in with a swollen belly and told him the child was his. He went through the darkest period of his life, wanting to resist, but ultimately had to face reality. Yang Meiying forced him to make a decision. Either she would report him for rape, or he would divorce and marry her. In the end, he couldn't withstand the various pressures, especially the threats from his eldest uncle and Yang Meiying, and divorced his wife. Gu Ming sighed inwardly. Back then, he had also wanted to investigate who had let Yang Meiying into his bedroom. But he remembered that one of the keys to his house was in the hands of his younger cousin, because the eldest uncle's family didn't have enough housing, so the younger cousin stayed at his place every day. He didn't need to investigate to know who had let Yang Meiying in. But what use was it to find out that it was a scheme by his own Gu family? In the end, he still divorced his wife. Now, seeing his son looking at him, his heart ached. He had been forced to divorce his wife, and even his most accomplished son had become estranged from him. Now, was his most accomplished son going to be forced apart from his fiancée, like a pair of mandarin ducks being torn apart? He suddenly felt uncomfortable. Why should the marriages of him and his son be decided by others? Gu Ming, who had long been unable to get a smile from his son, suddenly felt that if his son could forgive him, it would be worth it even to go against his eldest uncle and the others. Seeing Gu Ming like this, Mingyu suddenly wondered if there might be more to the story back then. Ming looked up into his son's eyes and said sincerely, "Son, Dad, I respect your own choice." But hearing his father's words, he suddenly felt a flicker of doubt. If his father wasn't such a snobbish person, why had he made the decision to abandon his mother back then? Still, at least having Dongxing's father's support was good. Dongxing hadn't expected that his father, whom he thought would oppose his marriage to Mengyu, after all, he had abandoned his mother back then because of her overseas connections, would actually support him. Seeing Ming's approving gaze toward her, Mengyu suddenly felt a surge of emotion. She had never received Haishua's acknowledgement, yet here she was, getting Ming's approval on their very first meeting. Dongxing suddenly broke into a big smile at his father. "Thank you, Dad." Then he pulled Mengyu closer. "Xiaoming, quickly thank Dad. He's agreed to our marriage." Seeing his son's puzzled expression, Ming felt a pang of pain. "Back then, I wronged your mother. Of course, there were reasons for it, but it's useless to talk about it now. I just hope I won't wrong you again." She quickly bowed to Ming again. "Thank you, Uncle." Dongxing was dissatisfied. "What uncle? Call him Dad." Mengyu smiled, but said nothing. Ridiculous. They hadn't even formally gotten engaged yet. How could she just change how she addressed him? Ming could see that his son truly loved this girl to the core. He patted his son on the back. "You brat, such a good girl has chosen you, don't you dare mistreat her." This chapter ends. Chapter 924, Unworthy to Enter My Gu Family. Of course. I will treat Xiaoming well. I swear, in this life, no, in the next life, and the life after that, for all eternity, I will never betray her. Dongxing grinned foolishly. Mingyu's heart also felt warm. For all eternity, he would never betray her. Was there any love confession more touching than this? Who said soldiers didn't know how to speak sweet words? This man of hers, at every turn, said things so moving she wanted to give herself to him right then and there. The 3 clan elders nearby, as well as Nan Mingzhu, who had been thrown outside, were stunned. Hadn't it been agreed that today, Dongxing would be called back to discuss his marriage with the young lady of the Nan family? How had these father and son settled the matter among themselves? And they had even sworn an oath. But the one chosen wasn't the Nan family's eldest daughter, Nan Mingzhu, as they had planned, but this girl Jiang Mingyu, who had appeared out of nowhere. What were they supposed to do now? You are unfilial. Moreover, Miss Nan Mingzhu was still lying in the courtyard, waiting for Dongxing to help her up. Mingyu's heart tightened. So Dongxing's father had been raised by the eldest uncle? No wonder. Mingyu looked at Dongxing with a questioning gaze. The 3 old men were momentarily speechless because, when it came to the law, they had no standing. Mingyu's eyes were unreadable. No wonder he could control Ming's life. Dongxing was very frustrated. My grandfather passed away when my father was 6, and my grandmother left when he was 9. My father was raised by my eldest uncle. Elder Uncle Gu said bitterly, I raised him, so he should naturally be filial to me. But even biological parents cannot control their son's life. This isn't feudal times anymore, where you can play the role of the all-powerful patriarch. Even marriage law states that marriage is autonomous and love is free. Why are you trying to arrange Dongxing's life for him? Jiang Mingyu suddenly spoke up. I've only heard of being filial to one's father and grandparents, but I've never heard of being filial to one's great-uncle or granduncle, have I? Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Did I say something wrong? Filial piety is towards one's parents. Who would be filial to a great-uncle or granduncle? You young lady, keep your mouth shut. With your impertinence, you are unworthy to enter my Gu family. Third Elder Gu said, his face reddening. Elder Uncle Gu was stunned for a long moment before saying, we are all doing this for Dongxing's good. In any case, he cannot marry a wild girl like you who doesn't know her place. You bring him no help, only holding him back. Oh, I suppose back then, you also thought you were doing good for Uncle Gu and his family when you tore apart Dongxing's parents, right? But after all these years, I don't know if Uncle Gu is doing well, but Aunt Gu certainly isn't. A woman struggling to raise 2 children on her own, trying to find food and clothes for them, putting them through school, while also dodging malicious men and fending off jealous women, how she got through those days. I think you know better than I do. Don't you ever think that now that reform and opening up have come, if Aunt Gu's family comes looking for her and finds out that their daughter married into the Gu family, bore children for them, committed no major wrong, yet was unjustly divorced, then you'll have to face the wrath of the Chu family. I truly wonder, do you really meddle in other people's marriages and families for their own good? Or are you doing it for your own benefit, or because you've accepted some kind of reward? Thank you all for your support. This book updates daily at the Chin hour, 7 to 9 a.m. The first chapter may come at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, but the last chapter will definitely be at 9 o'clock. For those who prefer to read all at once, please come at 9 o'clock. End of chapter. Chapter 925, Driving Away Nan Mingzhu. In reality, the Chu family had already sent people to search for Haishui. When the Chu family eventually came knocking, it was hard to say whether the Gu family could withstand their wrath. Gu Ming listened as Mingyu spoke of his ex-wife's life with their 2 children, and his heart ached like needles piercing it. Back then, they had been a loving couple. If the clan elders hadn't forced Hai Shui to leave, if they hadn't let Yang Meiying into his bedroom, how could he have made such a mistake? And afterward, how could Yang Meiying have seized leverage to force him to divorce Hai Shui and marry her? Over the years, guilt had gnawed at his heart. Seeing his son's excellence only deepened his inability to find peace. When old Master Gu heard Mingyu's words, his face flushed red and then pale. He roared at Gu Ming, are you just going to let this wild girl bully her elders? Moreover, they were genuinely afraid. Gu Ming's previous wife had been truly gentle and virtuous, guilty of no wrongdoing, yet the Gu family had cast her aside. They had heard that the Chu family was a prominent overseas clan. If they really came to support their daughter, what would they do? They were terrified but couldn't show it, so they vented their anger at Jiang Mingyu, a girl they believed had no background. If they knew that this girl, whom they dismissed as lacking connections, was actually the true eldest daughter of the Nan family, how shocked would they be? And Gu Ming showed no intention of making things difficult for Jiang Mingyu. He was stunned. The Chu family would come knocking? Seeing old Master Gu's expression, Mingyu understood. He had likely profited from the divorce of Gu Ming and his wife back then. Mingyu smiled. Did you really gain benefits from breaking up Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu back then? Was it Yang Meiying who gave you those benefits? So, old Master Gu, is this your shame turning into anger? Let me guess, what did Nan Mingju offer you this time to repeat the same trick and break up Dongxing and me? Hearing that the foundation pill she had given was criticized for impurities, Nan Mingju, who had been waiting for old Master Gu to persuade Gu Dongxing to support her, showed a look of embarrassment. At Mingyu's reminder, Gu Dongxing immediately swept his gaze over the 3 clan elders. With that, she raised her hand, and the pill bottles containing the foundation pills from Old Master Gu, 3rd Master Gu, and 4th Master Gu flew out of their pockets and into her hand. She then scanned the other 2, and sure enough, they also had foundation pills on them. Mingyu noticed that all 3 clan elders had foundation pills in their pockets. So this was the bribe Nan Mingju had given them. Thus, her eyes filled with disdain. A single foundation pill, and you're bought off. Gu Dongxing decisively activated his divine sense, sweeping over him and spotting a small pill bottle in his trouser pocket. Inside was a single foundation pill. The 3 clan elders, under Gu Dongxing's gaze, felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. 4th Master Gu involuntarily twitched his hand, as if to cover something, but quickly restrained himself. She poured one out. It contained only a single foundation pill. She sneered, a foundation pill with so many impurities, and you dare use it to bribe others. With that, she resealed the pill and tossed it at Nan Mingju's feet in the courtyard. She knew there was no point in staying longer. The 3 elders, especially old Master Gu, couldn't intimidate Gu Dongxing at all. She picked up the 3 pill bottles, called out, "DE," and immediately a man in his 30s or 40s appeared and helped Nan Mingju up. Nan Mingju shot Jiang Mingyu a venomous glare, then swept her eyes over the 3 elders, said, "Let's go," and left with DE. End of chapter. Chapter 926. The marriage alliance was solely Nan Mingju's idea. Elder Gu was very distressed when he saw his Peiyuan pill confiscated and given back to Nan Mingju. But just as they were about to say that the Peiyuan pill was not a gift from Nan Mingju, she directly picked it up. This made it impossible for them to deny that they had previously accepted favors from her. Moreover, all 3 elders Gu could sense that Nan Mingju was very dissatisfied with them. Therefore, as soon as Nan Mingju left, Elder Gu exploded. "Gu Ming, you agreed to the marriage alliance between the Nan and Gu families before. Now that you've seen this seductive fox, you've changed your mind immediately. You've angered Miss Nan, and the Nan family's wrath is something our Gu family cannot bear. Tell me, what are we going to do now?" Mingyu said disdainfully, "Cold salad." Seeing Gu Ming looking at her, she then asked, "Let me ask you, who from the Nan family came to propose the marriage?" Gu Ming frowned. It was a woman who claimed to be Nan Mingju's aunt. Mingyu snorted. "The Nan family only has one daughter, who married into the Cheng family. She gave birth to a son and died a year later. Since then, the Nan family has only had sons. I haven't heard of any daughters being born. Where did Nan Mingju get an aunt?" Gu Dongxing found it amusing. The true eldest daughter of the Nan family was Mingyu herself, so of course she would know. Because Nan Mingju was too arrogant in the Nan family, the family members disliked her. If anyone in the Nan family would stand up for Nan Mingju, it would only be Nan Ming. But that steward Nan Ming was currently locked up by her in the underground warehouse of the thatched cottage in Taoyuan. Mingyu snorted coldly. "I naturally have my own channels to know." Mingyu sneered. So, the so-called Nan-Gu marriage alliance was not the Nan family's intention, but solely Nan Mingju's idea. The only person in the Nan family who truly cares for and loves Nan Mingzhu is the steward Nan Ming. However, Nan Ming recently tried to control the Nan family, clashed with the family head, was suppressed, and then driven out. The three elders Gu looked at each other in dismay. If it wasn't her real aunt, nor someone of status they recognized, then what right did she have to propose marriage on behalf of the Nan family? As for Nan Mingzhu herself, because she stole the family's cultivation resources to auction them off, she was severely punished by the Nan family head. The Nan family simply doesn't like her. Therefore, Nan Mingzhu has now lost her influence and is nothing to fear. The Nan family will absolutely not make things difficult for the Gu family over Nan Mingzhu. After all, the time speed in the thatched cottage was now 20 times that of the outside world. She had only stocked the underground warehouse with plenty of bread and water. She wondered how he was doing. Elder Gu said irritably, "How could you possibly know so much about the Nan family's affairs? Are you just saying this to shirk responsibility?" However, Mengyu didn't want to return to the Nan family, and he agreed. What was there to return to in such a troublesome family? He absolutely would not admit that he was afraid that if Mengyu returned to the Nan family, they would not recognize his marriage to her. What he didn't know was that Mengyu didn't return to the Nan family because the main branch members who had come out of the immortal sect were full of malice toward her. And since the main branch had come out, the entire Nan family had to obey them. If she returned to the Nan family, how would she deal with that main branch member in the future? It was better not to return to the Nan family so that the main branch member couldn't use the Nan family rules against her. Guming saw that his eldest uncle and the others had indeed accepted gifts from Miss Nan to pressure him into making his son marry her, rather than for the sake of family interests or Gu Dongxing's future development, as they had previously claimed. Was this still his most respected eldest uncle? Chapter end. Chapter 927. Outwitted by this kid. Guming sighed. "Uncle, you raised me, and I will support you in your old age. But I don't want my son's marriage to be used as a bargaining chip." Uncle Gu failed to achieve any of his 3 goals. Even the Peiyuan pills he had collected were taken away, those Peiyuan pills that sold for 100,000 yuan each on the market. That spendthrift woman had actually thrown them back to Nan Mingzhu. They left behind some angry words and stormed off. Mingyu and Gu Dongxing exchanged a knowing smile. They had worked in perfect unison to drive away Nan Mingzhu and the clan elders. Although the clan elders and Nan Mingzhu would not let the matter rest, they were not afraid of them. Seeing Gu Ming looking at them with affectionate eyes, it was clear he truly cared for Gu Dongxing. On impulse, Mingyu took out a pill bottle and respectfully handed it to Gu Ming. "Uncle Gu, these are Peiyuan pills with very few impurities. Take one, and you won't fall ill for the rest of your natural life." Gu Ming had already realized how valuable Peiyuan pills were when he saw Uncle Gu and the others become dejected after having theirs confiscated. And now, Mingyu was giving him such a treasure. Seeing his son's concern for him, Gu Ming felt deeply moved and placed the Peiyuan pill into his mouth. Of course, Gu Dongxing urged him to take it quickly, all while scanning the room. It was obvious he was afraid that once Yang Yingmei returned, the pill would never reach his father's lips. This feeling was truly wonderful. With just one Peiyuan pill, I'll never get sick for the rest of my life? Gu Ming was astonished. 60 million? Was he referring to the pill he had just taken? He looked at Mingyu in shock. Did he now owe this girl 60 million? Gu Dongxing felt a hint of schadenfreude. He knew his father hated being indebted to others. Now that he owed Mingyu 60 million, would he still dare to oppose his marriage to her? Would he dare to treat her poorly? "Dad, the Peiyuan pills Nan Mingzhu gave to Uncle Gu and the others were ordinary ones, full of impurities. Martial artists who take them temporarily boost their power, but because the impurities leave behind pill toxins in the body, the side effects are severe. That's why they sell for only 100,000 each on the market." He even felt that his mental and physical strength had returned to his youth. After just half an hour, Gu Ming felt refreshed and his body grew stronger. Gu Dongxing chuckled. "A pill worth 60 million? Of course it's good. This Peiyuan pill is truly remarkable," he exclaimed in admiration. The pill dissolved as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into his dantian, then surged through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. But the one Xiaoming gave you is an ancient method Peiyuan pill, almost free of impurities. At the Huaxia Dragon auction, a set of 10 sold for 600 million yuan. That's 60 million per pill. But Dad, you don't have to worry about owing a favor. After all, Xiaoming is your future daughter-in-law. It's only right for her to honor you. The cunning Gu Dongxing left an unspoken implication. She is your daughter-in-law, so honoring you is natural. But if she weren't your daughter-in-law, the debt you owe would be enormous, so great you couldn't repay it. Seeing Gu Ming's bewildered look, Mingyu inwardly cried foul. Heaven knows, she had only given it to him because she liked how he handled things, not to deliberately make him feel indebted. Gu Ming caught sight of his son's expression, like a cat that had stolen a canary, and realized he had been outwitted by this kid. Good morning, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 928. I don't want you to repeat your old father's mistakes. However, Guming saw that this girl had clear eyes and didn't seem scheming, so his expression relaxed a little. This daughter-in-law was indeed simple-minded. For a moment, he felt sorry for her, such a good girl. With his cunning son, she would have a tough time ahead. Guming knew his own body well now. He had truly gained great benefits. Besides, talking about owing favors only existed if he treated this girl as an outsider. If she was his daughter-in-law filially caring for him, there was no such thing as owing favors. Moreover, this girl was truly good. Since his son had set his heart on her, and she clearly loved his son as well, how could he let his son repeat his own mistakes and cause a perfect couple to be separated? Thinking of this, he felt happy again after receiving his daughter-in-law's filial care. He looked at the two and asked, "When are you getting married?" Hearing his father ask this, Gu Dongxing immediately understood that he had fully accepted Mingyu. Although Gu Ming would still marry Mingyu even if he didn't acknowledge her, he was naturally happy to have his father's blessing. Xiao Ming said we'll get married when she turns 20. Mingyu remembered that day when Gu Dongxing asked her if this courtyard was the wedding house she had prepared. Half jokingly and half seriously, she said, "If you're willing to marry into my family, I'll prepare a better and more beautiful courtyard than this one to welcome you." Then Gu Dongxing happily said, "All right, when you turn 20, we'll get married." Gu Dongxing winked at her. "Don't you remember? In the courtyard on Yang'an Alley, I asked you when we'd get married." Mingyu looked up at Gu Dongxing in surprise. When had she ever said she'd marry at 20? She was still in school at 20, wasn't she? Gu Dongxing said pitifully, "Xiao Ming, look, I'm already 27. By the time you turn 20, I'll be 30. Other men at 30 already have children." But that statement clearly wasn't a promise to marry at 20, right? Mingyu snorted twice. "Who told you to be born so early?" "I just said I'd wait until I was at least 20. I never said I'd marry right at 20, did I?" Gu Dongxing quickly admitted his mistake. Yes, I shouldn't have been born so early, but it's already a fact, and I can't be remade, can I? Let's just get married when you turn 20, okay? At that time, Gu Dongxing had asked, "That's great, then I'll wait for my Xiao Ming to come pick me up. But when are we getting married?" After that, they seemed to have gotten all lovey-dovey. Mingyu sighed. Although marrying at 20 was too early, Gu Dongxing was 30, and if they didn't marry, his family would be dissatisfied, right? She said helplessly, all right, I'll listen to you." What had she said then? She said, "At least wait until I'm 20, right?" Gu Ming silently mourned for Mingyu. This daughter-in-law was completely controlled by his cunning son. Would she end up giving birth to a bunch of brats? He had always wanted a soft, sweet daughter. Without a daughter, he hoped to have a granddaughter soon. Of course, it would be best to have twins, one boy and one girl. Imagining a pair of twin babies crawling on his knees calling him grandpa, the smile on Gu Ming's face grew even warmer. Gu Dongxing found it strange. He had never seen a smile on his father's face before. Today, facing a future daughter-in-law, why was he smiling so lecherously, no, so contentedly? Sleep away yesterday's fatigue, forget yesterday's regrets, open today's heart, and welcome today's beauty. Good morning. End of chapter. Chapter 929. When will you get married? When he saw that his father's gaze was fixed on Mingyu's belly, Gu Dongxing immediately understood. It seemed that no matter how high one's position, they still longed for the joys of family. He decided that when Xiao Ming turned 20 and they got married, he would make sure she had a bedwetting pregnancy right away. If Mingyu knew what the father and son were thinking, she would definitely scoff. Are you thinking too far ahead? You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already dreaming of grandchildren. Besides, she had agreed to marry at 20, but she hadn't agreed to have children at 20. She couldn't just drop out of university to focus on having a baby, could she? Yang Meiying's two sons didn't come home for lunch, so Mingyu and Gu Dongxing stayed to have lunch with Gu Ming. The lunch was usually prepared by the housekeeper, but Mingyu asked her to leave the kitchen. "Auntie, go rest for a while. I'll cook today." The housekeeper was initially worried. "Should I help you?" How many young ladies these days actually knew how to cook? But Mingyu pushed her out. "Auntie, don't you trust me? I can handle it. Just wait and enjoy the meal." Since Gu Ming had taken a Peiyuan pill at noon and could now handle a bit of spiritual energy, Mingyu planned to cook some dragon meat for him to enhance the pill's effects. It was also her way of showing filial piety on Gu Dongxing's behalf. Yiqing put down the phone, her face twisting with malice. "Gu Dongxing, Jiang Mingyu, you think you can get married smoothly? We'll see about that." Mingyu had no idea that their news had been leaked by Auntie Chen. "Miss Yi, didn't you say to tell you when young Master Gu returned? He came back today and brought a beautiful woman with him." I understand. Go back now. I'll have someone send the money to your son." "All right." But since Yang Mei wasn't home today, Auntie Chen stayed. Seeing that Mingyu insisted on not needing her help, she simply went to tell Gu Ming and then left to cook for her own son. Mingyu's ingredients all came from her space. Since Annie-chan wasn't around, she didn't have to explain where the food came from. Soon, the phone on the other end was picked up. Auntie-chan, is something the matter? On the other end of the line, Yiqing was initially pleased to hear that Gu Dongxing had returned, but when she learned he had brought a beautiful woman with him, her jealousy flared. Gu Dongxing had actually brought Jiang Mingyu home. Since there were only a few people, Mingyu planned to make 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Braised dragon meat, clam meat, and winter melon soup, wild boar stir-fried with wild mushrooms, stir-fried lotus root, and steamed white rice as the main staple. What Mingyu didn't expect was that after leaving the Gu residence, Auntie-chan didn't go straight home. Instead, she found a public phone on the street. "Hello, I'm looking for Yiqing." Today was Sunday. Normally, Annie-chan would go home to cook for her son, while Yang Mei would cook for the Gu family. When Gu Ming tasted Mingyu's cooking, he was pleasantly surprised. Smiling, he poured his son some wine. "Xiao Ming cooks so well. You're a lucky man, boy." Gu Dongxing grinned. His little one's cooking was naturally delicious, but he knew even better that the large clam meat and dragon meat would taste good no matter who cooked them. When he saw the dragon meat, he understood Mingyu's intention. The trace spiritual energy in the meat would be best for his father, who had just taken the Peiyuan pill. However, Mingyu's efforts weren't in vain. After the meal, Gu Ming said to Gu Dongxing, "Dongxing, don't worry. No matter what your uncle and granduncles do, I'm firmly on your side. Why don't you two get engaged first?" Every day I wake up and tell myself, fewer excuses, more tolerance, sweeter words, less temper, faster actions, higher efficiency, a bigger smile, a sharper mind. Greetings to all my dear ones who support and help me. This chapter ends. Chapter 930. Should Hai Shui be asked to host the engagement ceremony? Meng Yu's heart stirred. Xiao Tao had mentioned that if she married Gu Dongxing, the lightning technique would be given for free, but if it was just an engagement, it would only cost 10,000 merit points. Meng Yu had been wondering how to get Gu Dongxing to propose an engagement. After all, it wasn't proper for her, a girl, to bring it up. Unexpectedly, after cooking a meal for her future father-in-law, she had earned his favor, and he brought up the engagement. Although she and Gu Dongxing often verbally referred to each other as fiancé and fiancée, they had never actually formally gotten engaged. If Gu Ming presided over the engagement, that would be the best. Gu Dongxing was surprised. "Dad, aren't you really afraid of the Nan family?" He himself wasn't afraid. After all, the real eldest daughter of the Nan family was right here. Gu Ming snorted. "What's there to be afraid of? Could the Nan family retaliate just because their marriage proposal was rejected? I've said it long ago, my son's marriage must never be used for political or any other transactions. Your happiness is the most important thing. Dad doesn't want you to repeat his mistakes." Seeing that his father genuinely cared for him, Gu Dongxing wanted to tell him that Meng Yu was the real eldest daughter of the Nan family, but after thinking it over, he dropped the idea. Gu Dongxing naturally knew his ex-wife's temperament. At first, she was gentle and soft, listening to everything he said. Later, after it was revealed that she had overseas connections and she divorced him, her personality changed. She always wanted to use her son to climb the social ladder and outshine young Meiying. "No need to go through so much trouble, right?" he said, feeling a bit disheartened. Meng Yu, however, felt a bit uneasy. "Dongxing, if your mother doesn't come, who will host the female guests? Are you going to let Aunt Yang help you host them? We can't let Aunt Yang do it, can we?" But she was his mother, and such a big event as his engagement, if she wasn't invited, it wouldn't be right. First, Meng Yu had no intention of returning to the Nan family. Second, to say Meng Yu was the real young lady, they would have to clarify that Nan Mingju was the fake one. Therefore, he agreed. "All right, we won't invite her." Especially when she had offended him by rejecting the Nan family's eldest daughter, might she do something he couldn't accept? When Gu Dongxing heard about bringing his mother to the capital, he hesitated. His mother wasn't entirely accepting of Meng Yu. It wasn't until Gu Mingxing became Meng Yu's registered disciple and kept talking in her ear that she reluctantly agreed. Forget it, it might be better to go back and apologize to her after the engagement ceremony. She was easily swayed. If someone whispered something in her ear after she arrived in the capital, who knew if she might change her mind again? But in reality, Nan Mingju wasn't entirely fake, because her father was the illegitimate son of the late patriarch. Moreover, the origin of this illegitimate son was too bizarre, and his mother was a spy, so this matter wasn't suitable to be disclosed. Gu Ming was immediately delighted. "Such a big event as the engagement, your mother must be present. I'll send someone to fetch her to the capital immediately." If she found out that Dongxing had rejected the Nan family's eldest daughter's marriage proposal, it might cause a scene at the engagement ceremony, which wouldn't be good. He glanced at Meng Yu, and seeing her nod, he said, "All right, I'll listen to you, Dad." His own son's engagement ceremony, he couldn't attend, but his rival would. This was something no woman could accept. If such a thing happened, not to mention others, even he himself, standing in Haishua's shoes, couldn't accept it. At that time, she wouldn't blame her son, only her daughter-in-law. A person's strength lies in controlling emotions, not in external form. End of chapter.